Chapter 61 Brothers kill each other for the sake of justice. Yu Lao Mo's face was solemn, so his subordinates could not see what he was thinking at the moment. But the first sentence Yu Lao Mo said still revealed his slightly complicated mood. The martial arts went out of control that time. It was Madame's doing behind the scenes. The Huan sect is unique in the world in terms of 7 emotions and 6 desires. I was careless and fell into her miasma. Madame is as vicious as a scorpion, so I naturally dare not touch her. So I chose to take the essence of the common people, and that area is all the territory of the Li family. At this point, Yu Lao Mo closed his eyes, and his tone was unclear. Madame, also surnamed Ling. The subordinates bowed their heads and dared not say a word. Yu Lao Mo laughed at himself. Madame's strength is inferior to mine, but her methods are much better than mine. So, she had already started planning more than 20 years ago? The subordinate plucked up the courage and continued to report. Master, I found out something else. Say, the Li family town where Ji Changsheng was located was slaughtered by our disciples of the Holy Church. And Ji Changsheng was also captured by the Holy Church. Yu Lao Mo laughed out loud, but his laughter was full of coldness. That town is the territory of the Li family, although it is just a remote town. But after all, it is a place of protection for the Li family. Madame is from the Li family. If there are any disciples of the Holy Church who have some connections, who would cause trouble for the Li family? Who would touch the Li family's territory? It happens to be the place where I used to collect essence. The subordinate lowered his head even more. The ones who did it were a few idiots from the outer sect, who have been killed by Ji Changsheng. One of them was the son of an outer sect elder. So Ji Changsheng was sent to Xuandu Temple as an undercover agent by that outer sect elder for revenge. Then, Ji Changsheng and the young master of the Ping dynasty met at Xuandu Temple. After a pause, the subordinate continued. Later, Master Ping died. I found out that on the day of Ji Changsheng's inner sect assessment, a golden lotus of merit was condensed, and strange phenomena were everywhere. It seems that the merit you prepared for Master Ping was inherited by Ji Changsheng. So I have reason to suspect that Ji Changsheng may have reported Master Ping. But there is one thing I don't understand. If the leader hadn't told me about Master Ping, even I wouldn't know. Ji Changsheng was born in a humble family before. How did he know Master Ping's identity? Yu Lao Mo said nothing, but it seemed that the whole space was filled with blood, making his subordinates sweat all over. After a while, Yu Lao Mo restrained his breath. In today's world, Xuandu is powerful. Linglong is invincible. Taoism is rising and demons are declining. Linglong can't handle ordinary small fights. But if there are cultivators who massacre cities and destroy countries, Linglong will definitely not sit idly by. Large-scale slaughter of mortals. Even this seat must be cautious, for fear that Linglong will know. If Linglong doesn't know, how can Ji Changsheng know? Yu Lao Mo said this very calmly, and he didn't feel ashamed. Linglong Fairy's invincibility has been deeply imprinted in the hearts of every cultivator, and fearing Linglong Fairy is politically correct in today's world. Yu Lao Mo was not like this before. Who hasn't been young before? 20 years ago, Yu Lao Mo, with a raging demon flame, was arrogant and met with Yanxia, my master, one of the 8 vain masters of Xuandu Temple. At that time, Yu Lao Mo was the leader of the demon way and was recognized as the world's #1 demon. Although Fairy Linglong had long been hailed as the strongest person in the world, the two had never formally fought each other. After Old Demon, Yu had mastered his magical powers. There is no first in literature, and no second in martial arts. Yu Lao Mo had been the #1 demon in the world for a long time, and naturally he became arrogant, thinking that Fairy Linglong was a mascot of the righteous immortal sect. So he cut off the arm of the leader of the Yanxia vein without hesitation, and used the crushing technique to make the right arm of the leader of the Yanxia vein unable to recover. And he made a big statement. You can't do it. Yu Linglong can take a few more moves from me. Later, Fairy Linglong came, and she went straight to the main hall of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Yu Lao Mo went out of the mountain with full confidence to fight. Just outside the mountain gate of the Heavenly Demon Sect, under the gaze of all the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, Yu Lao Mo was beaten to a pulp. If he hadn't sacrificed 300 years of life and used the Heavenly Demon disintegration method to escape back to the main hall in time, Yu Lao Mo would have been put in a small box now. Since then, Yu Lao Mo has not left the mountain for 20 years. But his reputation has not decreased but increased. Because since Fairy Linglong became invincible, Yu Lao Mo was the only powerful person in the world who escaped from Fairy Linglong. Saint Hahuan was the second in the heavenly demon sect, the second in the Hahuan sect, and the second in the world. And Yu Lao Mo was the second in the world, without any prefix. Before that, Ji Changsheng was still wondering. Since merits can be brushed, why don't people in the magic way enter Xuandu Temple by brushing merits? Bing Zipping's failure case can actually be replicated in theory. The answer is just because Fairy Linglong doesn't allow it. Xuandu Temple and Fairy Linglong can't handle minor things. If it gets big, no one can stop Fairy Linglong from punishing him. Only Yu Lao Mo, after 20 years, still has the courage to violate Fairy Linglong's taboo again. Other demon masters dared not even think about it, and could only wait for Fairy Linglong to ascend. I have done a lot of cover-ups. Even Xuandu Temple and Linglong can be concealed, and Ji Changsheng is even less likely to know Pinger. Yu Lao Mo was very sure. Obviously, he didn't expect Bing Zipping to die in his sleep. He didn't expect that when Ji Changsheng reported Bing Zipping. He didn't know Bing Zipping's identity at all. Ji Changsheng didn't know that he had killed the boss's illegitimate son until Bing Zipping died. By then, it was too late for Ji Changsheng to regret. But for a big man like Yu Lao Mo, conspiracy theories are engraved in the depths of his soul. He never believed it was such a simple thing. If you say who in the world is most likely to know Pinger's identity? Huh? Yu Lao Mo looked at the broken soul palace. His men's heads wanted to burrow into the ground. Madam's intelligence is the best in the world. Yu Lao Mo whispered. She even knows about Linglong's husband Bai Shiji's soul-dividing puppet. It's not a big deal to know that I have an illegitimate child behind her back. He knew nothing about Bai Shiji's soul-dividing puppet Sheng Taiping. He believed that the master of Xuandu Temple, and even Yu Linglong knew nothing. But the Holy Lady Hahuan was able to discover it, and made arrangements early. Yu Lao Mo's vigilance towards his wife has reached a higher level. So, many things are naturally pushed to the head of the Holy Lady Hahuan. As a giant of the magic path, you don't need evidence to investigate things. Suspicion is evidence. She knows Pinger is my child. And she also knows Changsheng is my son. She deliberately revealed Pinger's affairs to Changsheng, causing my two sons to kill each other. She even deliberately misled me, hoping that I would kill Changsheng. No. She was also trying to win over Changsheng, making him her man, killing Linglong's husband for her. And in the future, she would let Changsheng kill me. After all, Changsheng believes that he and I have a feud over the murder of our sons, and we cannot live together. The more Yu Lao Mo reviewed the situation, the more frightened he became. This vicious woman wants me to kill my own family. This bitch is the most vicious woman in the world. The subordinates knelt on the ground, trembling, not daring to say a word. After all, the leader already understood everything. Yu Lao Mo took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Although this matter has been almost confirmed, we still have to check it out just in case. My bloodline is not so easy to disguise. Where is Changsheng now? Master. In the discipline hall of Xuandu Temple. Yu Lao Mo nodded and said, although Bai Shiji is Yu Linglong's husband, he has committed many sins and deserves to die. Although Yu Linglong and I are enemies, I recognize her behavior and character. She is different from that vicious woman and can deal with it impartially. If Changsheng falls into her hands, he may be expelled from Xuandu Temple, but his life will not be in danger. Then wait until Master Ji goes down the mountain, and I will take him to the Holy Church to verify the bloodline? Asked the subordinate. Yu Lao Mo exhaled a turbid breath and said in a deep voice, I can't wait that long. I have to verify it now. You go down. I have my own way. After the subordinates left, Yu Lao Mo took out a dusty sound transmission talisman of his own. He has not used this sound transmission talisman for 20 years. There was only one contact person. The other party was in Xuandu Temple. I need Ji Changsheng's hair and skin. Yu Lao Mo waited for a quarter of an hour. The other party replied, when? The sooner the better. When you get it, put it at the Qifeng and at the foot of the mountain, and I will send someone to pick it up. Okay. Send someone to pick it up in 1 day. Xuandu Temple. Discipline Hall. Yu Linglong pointed a finger at Ji Changsheng's forehead. Ji Changsheng felt a chilling qi running through his body. At the same time, a technique emerged in his mind. The Yin Corpse Painted Skin Sutra. This seems to be a magic technique. The Yin Corpse Painted Skin. Li substitutes for Tao Jiang. Reverses life and death. After practicing a small success, as long as you have the other party's skin in your hand, you can perfectly disguise yourself as the other party. After practicing a big success, you can even occupy the magpie's nest. Directly steal the sky and replace the day from the cause and effect in status. And completely replace the other party. And the upgrade condition of this technique is to have enough skin for the practitioner to practice painting. This is definitely a magic technique. Even the practice method reveals a breadth of the underworld. Fairy Ling Long actually practiced this kind of magic technique? Wait, she is still helping me practice? Is this teaching me the technique? Ji Chansheng clearly felt that his understanding of the technique the Yin Corpse Painted Skin Sutra was rapidly deepening. All of which came from the initiation given to him by Fairy Ling Long. A quarter of an hour later, Yu Ling Long retracted her jade finger. I can only help you here. If you want to continue to improve, you have to get enough skin by yourself. I can't help you, Yu Ling Long said. Ji Chansheng blinked. Skin? Doesn't it just need hands? As if guessing Ji Chansheng's thoughts, Yu Ling Long said in a deep voice, Don't kill innocent people in the mortal world. Otherwise, I will use your skin to practice this technique. Ji Chansheng said angrily, Fairy, who do you think I am? I have only killed those evil demons. Yu Ling Long was full of doubts about this. But Ji Chansheng's merits could not be faked. She guessed that if Ji Chansheng really got the Daliu inheritance, he would not need to kill innocent people indiscriminately, and he could practice the Yin Corpse Painting Skin Sutra quickly. So she was not very worried. Chengshi gave you the 1,000 faces and 10,000 appearances, and you have already made some progress in Yoguang Luowan. With this technique, if you still can't pass the level of Yulao Mo, that's your life. Yu Ling Long took Li Changxi away. But before leaving, she threw a corpse to Ji Chansheng. Paint his skin within an hour. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Ji Changsheng's expression was very wonderful. Bing zipping. Poor kid. It's been a long time since I saw you. Fairy Ling Long is Fairy Ling Long. Let me practice a magic skill. And I practice with Yu Lao Mo's son right away. This level is really too high. Speaking of which, Fairy Ling Long is quite nice. If Yu Lao Mo is like this, it would be great. One day later, Ji Chansheng was practicing the Yin Shi Hua Pai Jing with his eyes closed. It is worth mentioning that Bing zipping is gone. Skin peeled, bones removed, soul sucked, blood devoured, completely disappeared between heaven and earth. The magic technique focuses on environmental protection. Ji Chansheng, wake up! Ji Chansheng opened his eyes and saw a familiar figure again. The law enforcement elder of the discipline hall. Elder, do you have good news for me? The law enforcement elder pulled him out and reminded him, be careful when you speak later. What's going on? Ji Chansheng didn't understand what was going on. Your incident has become too big. Shengwe has issued a petition from the people. Our disciples of Xuandu Temple are also kneeling outside the main peak to petition for you, hoping that Fairy Ling Long and the master of the temple will show you mercy. Now the whole world is looking at our Xuandu Temple. You are the most eye-catching focus in the world now, the law enforcement elder said. Ji Chansheng was not surprised. Ever since he knew Bai Shiji's true identity, he realized that he must be famous. No one can stop him. When he was on Blue Star, if he had this kind of popularity and traffic, the capital would have to call him daddy. Unfortunately, this world can practice. Traffic is not very useful. Fists are the most important. This matter must be resolved. The longer it is delayed, the greater the negative impact will be. So Fairy Ling Long and the master of the temple discussed and decided to publicly try you and put everything under the sun. Many forces also set people to watch the ceremony. They want to see how powerful you, the world's #1 warrior, are. At this point, the law enforcement elder couldn't help but complain, Ji Chansheng, are you really crazy? Killing Bai Guanlin is already against the will of heaven. And you even dare to kill Bai Shiji. Ji Chansheng, you may not believe it, but I didn't know it was him when I killed Bai Shiji. But don't worry too much. I see that senior sister Ling Long doesn't want to kill you. The law enforcement elder said, otherwise, there would be no need to make such trouble. Ji Chansheng calmed down. He thought so too. The relationship between Fairy Ling Long and Bai Shiji might have a big problem. In any case, it doesn't matter if there is no big problem. Ji Chansheng said proudly, Elder, I have never worried about my own safety. Bai Shiji took human lives lightly, committed perverse acts, and committed heinous crimes. I killed him to enforce justice, even if I offended Fairy Ling Long. So what? Where justice lies, I will not lean on power, regardless of its benefits. Even if there are thousands of people, I will go. At this time, Ji Changshan just walked to the main peak hall, just to welcome the attention of guests from all directions. Then, a speech spread all over the world. Let countless people applaud. What a brave and fearless young man. At the foot of the mountain, Shi Fengyin, Yu Lao Mo held the hair and skin in his hands, his body trembling constantly. It's really my child. Chapter 62, A Tiger in the Heart. A Rose in the Nose. Well said. Where justice lies, do not lean on power. Do not care about profit. Even if there are thousands of people. I will go. Junior brother. This must be your son. The head of Danqing Pavilion was instantly excited when he heard Ji Chengxing's words. This boy should be my Danqing Pavilion disciple. Li Qinglian became more and more ashamed. When he was young, he relied on his literary talent and did a lot of absurd things. He himself didn't know how many women he had had affairs with. Especially, he also had a nickname of wine immortal in the world. Once he got drunk, even if he spread the cultivation method of righteousness, it might not be impossible. He was not sure how many seeds he had sown outside, on the self-cultivation of a sea king. After hearing Ji Chengxing's words, and the comments of the head of the pavilion, Li Qinglian also felt that this boy was as brave as me. Brother, you are right. This kid does have the style of me when I was young. Li Qinglian nodded and said, he is upright and just like me. The head of Danqing Pavilion glanced at Li Qinglian and sneered. You were far worse than him when you were young. Don't flatter yourself. Before you entered the Tao, you were so servile and fawning on the powerful in order to get an official position. I don't even want to mention the flattering poems you wrote to flatter those bigwigs in the officialdom. You have no literary character at all. Li Qinglian, this kid is much more handsome than you. After the head of the pavilion said this, Li Qinglian instantly felt that Ji Changsheng was not so attractive. The main reason was that Ji Changsheng did look more handsome than him. Although such a handsome boy does look like my seed. I have to take another look. Suddenly, there was an illegitimate child, which was not so easy for a romantic and talented man to accept. However, for others, Ji Changsheng's remarks and performance were very easy to accept. After all, these words were said by a young man who killed Ling Longfairy's husband, which was very reasonable. Ing 3 also came to Xuandu Temple today. After seeing Ji Changsheng, Ing 3's eyes lit up. Hongya, is this Ji Changsheng? Ing 3 asked Ing Hongya, who was standing next to him. Ing Hongya nodded, clenched her fist quietly, and her tone was a little nervous. Father, if Ling Longfairy wants to punish Changsheng later, can our Ing country keep him? Ing 3 smiled and patted his daughter's hand, looking at Ji Changsheng with a look like a father-in-law considering his son-in-law. Hongya, I haven't seen you so nervous about a man. Ing 3 chuckled. It turned out to be his daughter's sweetheart. As an old father, Ing 3 was not so enthusiastic about marrying off his daughter, and even felt a little disgusted. Ing Hongya was still a cultivator, with a long lifespan, so even if she never got married, Ing 3 had no objection. Every time he thought about his daughter marrying another man, Ing 3 felt uncomfortable. But Ji Changsheng was different. He had heard from the Prime Minister about Ji Changsheng, and also from Ing Hongya. Before killing Bai Shiji, Ji Changsheng deliberately let Ing Hongya go first, and he stayed. Such a man is worthy of trust. He was relieved to hand his daughter over to Ji Changsheng. As for the attitude of Fairy Linglong, Ing 3 shook his head and said, Hongya, you are too concerned. Fairy Linglong may not want to kill him. If Fairy Linglong really wanted to kill Ji Changsheng, why would she go through so much trouble? If she could just kill him cleanly, who would bother Fairy Linglong for a dead Ji Changsheng? The reason why the world is paying attention to her now is because Fairy Linglong didn't kill Ji Changsheng cleanly. Obviously, this means Fairy Linglong has other ideas. In this case, Ji Changsheng's life is not in great danger. This is something that can be easily figured out. With Ing 3's understanding of his daughter, he would never make such a low-level mistake. The only explanation is that he is too concerned. After all, he is his daughter's sweetheart. Ing 3 understands very well. But Ing Hongya actually heard what Ing 3 meant. Father, my relationship with Changsheng is not what you think. I am just optimistic about his future development, and I am worried that he will end here. No, Ing 3 said, if Fairy Linglong wants to kill someone, why bother so much? Ing Hongya smiled bitterly. Father, you don't know Changsheng very well. He killed more than just Bai Shiji. Bai Guanlin was also killed by Ji Changsheng. Lao Taijun Bai might have been killed too. Outsiders think that Ji Changsheng is acting on behalf of heaven and upholding justice. So they speak up for Ji Changsheng, are willing to run around for Ji Changsheng, and even take it for granted that Fairy Ling Long will not abandon the righteous position that Xuandu Temple has always maintained. The problem is that Ying Hongye is not an outsider. She can be regarded as one of Ji Changsheng's own people who understands a part of Ji Changsheng. So, she understands one thing. Ji Changsheng deserves his crime. If Fairy Ling Long wants to judge Ji Changsheng, she will never wrong him. That's why she was worried that Ji Changsheng would meet with an unexpected accident. Ying 3 still didn't care. Killing a few more people is nothing. For a powerful person like Ling Long Fairy, who has a profound cultivation, a husband who is not a Taoist partner and cannot help each other in the Tao is not a big deal. Unless Ji Changsheng also killed Ling Long Fairy's son, then it will be a bit troublesome. Ying Hongye. Father, you are really wise. Ying 3. Is my son-in-law so brave? At this moment, the temple master and Ling Long Fairy shared the same idea with Ying 3. Hearing that Ji Changsheng was putting on a show there, the temple master wanted to cover his face. Senior sister gave you a stage, not to let you debut. Can't you be more low-key? What if senior sister is really angry? Ling Long Fairy is not as petty as the temple master thought. She was just silent. She was very silent because of Ji Changsheng's behavior. If the master had not explained to her in detail how he and Ji Changsheng had colluded to frame Bai Guanlin, she would probably have thought that Ji Changsheng was a righteous young man like everyone else. This guy is so young. But he is so good at showing off. Fairy Ling Long thought in her heart. The great Emperor Changsheng of the South Pole should not be so shameless. So is the Daoyuo inheritance so training? Ji Changsheng's performance continued, seeing that many people applauded him. And the master and Fairy Ling Long did not say anything, as if they were encouraging him to perform. Ji Changsheng followed suit. Fairy Ling Long. Master, there is no need to interrogate. I confess everything. That's right. I killed Bai Shizhi. He deserves to die. A man should take responsibility for his own actions. If you kill a villain, you must pay with your life. I will be killed. After saying that, Ji Changsheng raised his proud head high. If he frowns, he is not a real man. Before the master and Ling Long Fairy spoke, Li Changxi spoke first. Junior brother, what are you doing? Xuandu Temple disciples have always had the responsibility to do good deeds and slay demons. What's wrong with you fulfilling the responsibility of Xuandu Temple disciples? Mother has always been very perceptive, and will naturally not misunderstand your good character. Mother, according to the rules of our Xuandu Temple, my junior brother has made such a great contribution, and should be rewarded. Fairy Ling Long's mood is hard to describe. The master of the temple really can't listen anymore. If these two mentally ill people continue to talk, if the senior sister changes her mind, Ji Changsheng will cry. The master of the temple spoke decisively. Xuandu Temple disciples do have the responsibility to do good deeds and slay demons. But didn't Ji Changsheng ask to leave Xuandu Temple before? Li Changxi. There is no way to refute it. She looked at Ji Changsheng. Junior brother, you go. Ji Changsheng was not in a hurry and said calmly, it is true. Last time it was also because of the Bai family. Fairy Ling Long's son Bai Guanlin killed people first and framed me later. The evidence is solid. But he escaped punishment because he is Fairy Ling Long's son. I am very disappointed. The master of the temple was shocked. You are only in your 20s this year. How can you be so shameless? Moreover, I have already told my senior sister about our collusion. You know it in your heart. But you dare to speak out in front of my senior sister. Ji Changsheng opened the master's eyes even more. After this incident, the next day, Bai Zhonghui, the adopted daughter of the old lady of the Bai family, bullied the weak in Xuandu Temple and humiliated the female disciples of Xuandu Temple in public. Later, she turned black and white in front of everyone, bribed the bullied female disciple to turn the tables, and put the blame on me. At this point, Ji Changsheng clenched his fists. His eyes were slightly red, and his voice suddenly rose 3 degrees. I admire the righteous path. And after going through many tests, I joined Xuandu Temple. Since I joined Xuandu Temple, I have respected my teachers and respected the way. And I have been friendly to my fellow disciples. My original wish was to eliminate demons and defend the way under the leadership of the predecessors of Xuandu Temple, and promote the righteousness of heaven and earth. However, after I joined Xuandu Temple, I saw all kinds of petty maneuvers, fighting for power and profit. They turned black and white, and spread rumors and slander. In Xuandu Temple, I saw honest people forced to lie, upright people forced to bend, infatuated people became cold and indifferent, outspoken people were forced to keep silent, and idealists saw their ideals shattered with their own eyes. This is not the first righteous immortal gate in my mind, nor is it the first righteous immortal gate I want to join. So I couldn't stand it anymore and asked to leave Xuandu Temple. That day, I said that if you want to fight or kill, you can do it. It is still the same today. If I die, there will be thousands of people who will come after me. After saying this, Ji Changsheng closed his eyes, prepared to die heroically. The master of the temple was annoyed. Isn't this the line you used when you pretended to quit Xuandu Temple last time? You should change the words a little. At least pretend. Fairy Linglong was also a little annoyed. She looked at Ji Changsheng, who was righteous, and shook her head speechlessly. I really couldn't listen to it anymore. Please go to the Xianwang Merit Tower to check your merits. Yu Linglong opened her mouth, and everyone's face became solemn, and the whole place was silent instantly. The pressure from the number one person in the world. Yu Linglong's voice continued to echo in the room and throughout the Xuandu Temple. Xuandu Temple evaluates disciples, and merits are the first. If you add merits after killing Bai Shiji will naturally die. If you are entangled in blood evil, there is no need to say more. Do you have any opinions? Yu Linglong looked around. Most people lowered their heads, not daring to look at Fairy Linglong. Only the pavilion master of Danqing Pavilion, who was on the same level as Fairy Linglong, smiled and said, Fairy, the relationship between Bai Shiji and you is known to the world. So I have to judge you by my own standards and ask the question openly. If the Xianwang Merit Tower confirms that Ji Changsheng has added merits, can you guarantee that you will not pursue your husband's death in the future? The elder who passed on the scriptures reminded Ji Changsheng that this was the pavilion master of Danqing Pavilion. And Ji Changsheng immediately performed a junior salute to the pavilion master of Danqing Pavilion. These righteous bigwigs are indeed good people. The master of the temple is like this. And so is the pavilion master of Danqing Pavilion. I really like to follow the righteous. The pavilion master of Danqing Pavilion nodded to Ji Changsheng with a smile, and then looked at Yu Linglong. Yu Linglong gave him a clear answer. The emperor is guilty of the same crime as the common people. My husband is the same. Bai Shiji has no privileges outside the law. As long as it is proved that he deserves to die, then he deserves to die. The head of Danqing Pavilion stood up to apologize. Fairy is righteous. Fairy is righteous. Everyone praised and was convinced. Ji Changsheng also felt relieved. As expected. Mother-in-law. No. Mother-in-law is on my side. Curious. What is the situation between mother-in-law and Bai Shiji? Contract couple? Playing with each other? No. Fairy Linglong has never played. Pure as it can be. Don't ask Ji Changsheng how he saw it. Extraordinary talent plus the magic of Devil Desire Sutra. Ji Changsheng didn't know what the relationship between Fairy Linglong and Bai Shiji was, but he could confirm that Fairy Linglong didn't care that much about the Bai family. This time, I basically landed safely. As for merit, it was a small matter. Xianwang Merit Tower is an old friend. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ji Changsheng calmly accepted the inspection of Xianwang Merit Tower. After returning from the zombie world, he deliberately did not refine those merits, but only improved the magic skills, and did not use them to brush the realm. Just in case. See if there is a time to use it. Sure enough. Brush. Under the blessing of Xianwang Merit Tower, a merit golden lotus slowly bloomed above Ji Changsheng's head. Endless golden light emerged from all directions, surrounding Ji Changsheng. At the same time, the Xianwang Qi, an old friend that Ji Changsheng was very familiar with, poured back into Ji Changsheng's body again. Except for Li Chengxi. Everyone was stunned. Even Fairy Linglong's pupils were shrinking. Didn't he use his merits last time to raise his realm to the golden core stage? Yu Linglong looked at the master of the temple. The master of the temple nodded in shock. Indeed, Ji Chengxing's merits were used up last time, so he was able to improve his cultivation to the golden core stage. Fairy Linglong doubted her life. So killing Bai Shiji can gain so many merits? I would have killed him earlier if I had known. Although this would offend Madame Bai Gu. But she was a little dazzled by this merit. Even Fairy Linglong and the master of the temple were so shocked. Let alone others. The Xianwang Qi represents the merits of humanity. The last time Ji Changsheng improved his cultivation to the golden core stage, he had already used up his merits. Now he has condensed another merit golden lotus in just a few days. From this point of view, Baishurji deserves to die. He should be cut into pieces. Killing one person can save 100,000 people? No wonder the elders taught us to kill demons and exterminate evil. Killing demons and exterminate evil can indeed accumulate merits. But some demons that hide very deeply look no different from people in the righteous way. Such as Baishurji. Fortunately, Junior Brother G has a keen eye and is upright. So he has such good fortune. Junior Brother G got the merit by killing Baishurji. I am not jealous. Junior Brother G deserves the merit to protect his body. Facts speak louder than words. Yes, facts speak louder than words. When the Xianwang Merit Tower once again endorsed Ji Changsheng, all disputes were destined to disappear. Everyone looked at Fairy Linglong. And Fairy Linglong was still watching Ji Changsheng. At this time, Ji Changsheng saw that his merit had been exposed. So he no longer suppressed his cultivation. Well, he didn't suppress it in the first place. After all, it was only a few days since he broke through the Jindan realm. And it was far from the point where he could be promoted to the middle stage of Jindan. However, if the accumulation is not enough, merit can make up for it. If you can skip a level, why do you have to do it step by step? Ji Changsheng is the descendant of the Yaoguang lineage, and he follows the same path as Li Changxi. So he did not hesitate and directly refined the merit golden lotus on his head in front of everyone. As the merit golden lotus on his head became more and more transparent, Ji Changxing's aura was also rapidly getting stronger. 5 minutes later, the strange phenomenon around Ji Changsheng disappeared. A fresh young cultivator in the middle stage of the golden elixir has emerged. Li Changxi clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Now the 3 fastest cultivators in the world are all in our Xuandu temple." Ji Changsheng was a little curious. The first one is naturally me. The second one must be my senior sister. Who is the third one? Li Changxi said, "My mother, Yu Linglong." She felt a little ashamed to be listed alongside these 2 mentally ill patients. No, behind these 2 mentally ill patients. But Li Changxi didn't want to let her go. "Mom," Ji Changsheng condensed the golden lotus of merit and virtue, and caused the Xianwang qi to flow back, which shows that he saved at least 100,000 people. Such a great achievement must be rewarded. What do you think is a good reward? Li Changxi asked. Ji Changsheng thought to himself that I really like my senior sister the most. What Linglong Fairy, what a Huan Saint, are not worth mentioning. Only my senior sister is worthy of my sincerity. Then Ji Changsheng also looked at Linglong Fairy expectantly. The things rewarded by the world's strongest man must not be ordinary things. Fairy Linglong pondered for a moment, and decided to deal with it impartially. Since Ji Changsheng behaved like this, she had no reason to deliberately target him. Otherwise it would only arouse the vigilance of Yu Lao Mo. Fairy Linglong said, "Inner sect disciple Ji Changsheng, who is chivalrous and righteous, helps the weak and fights against the strong, has merits from heaven, and is promoted to the position of inner sect elder. Elder. And an inner sect elder." Li Changxi's eyes lit up. If disciples are screws in Xuandu Temple, then inner sect elders can be called the middle level of Xuandu Temple, both in terms of status and treatment. There is a qualitative improvement. However, with Ji Changxing's current strength, he is definitely the weakest inner sect elder in the history of Xuandu Temple. Why don't you thank me? Senior sister? The master reminded. Ji Changsheng hesitated for a moment. Then he looked at Fairy Linglong. Finally, he made up his mind and declined. My disciple is not talented and has little strength. I am not qualified to be an inner sect elder for the time being. Please take back your order. Fairy. Ji Changsheng also reacted at this time. The master of the temple wanted him to go down the mountain to be an undercover in the heavenly demon sect. Fairy Linglong gave him the Ying corpse painted skin sutra and Bing Zipping's corpse. Obviously not to let him stay in the mountain, as an inner sect elder who basically would not go down the mountain. Therefore, he had to seek to be sent out. Moreover, in terms of freedom, the inner sect elders were far inferior to the outer sect elders. In the righteous immortal sect, the greater the power, the greater the obligation. Yu Linglong's eyes flashed with admiration. It seems that the Daoyuo inheritance is really a training. Although this little guy sometimes looks mentally ill, as long as he is mentally normal, his IQ and reaction are far beyond ordinary people. He has received the good intentions of her, and the master of the temple, Xuandu Temple, as a model for the world, naturally has to distinguish rewards and punishments. Fairy Linglong said, since the Xianwang Merit Tower has proved your innocence, Then you have no faults this time. Fairy Ling Long made a final conclusion on Ji Chongqing's behavior of killing Bai Shiji. Many people admired her. After all, it was Fairy Ling Long's husband who died. Fairy Ling Long's attitude can definitely be called impartial law enforcement. If you don't reward people for their merits, it will make people all over the world feel disappointed. Fairy Ling Long continued. The implication is that you can't refuse the reward. Ji Chongqing received Fairy Ling Long's hint again and took the initiative to say, if the fairy wants to reward me, I want to be an outer sect elder. Outer sect elder? Fairy Ling Long reminded. Do you know that the treatment of outer sect elders is one level lower than that of inner sect elders? Ji Chongqing thought that the Yogwan lineage could get nearly 1/8 of the resources of Xuandu Temple. Then, there were only Li Chongxi, and I in the Yogwan lineage. What treatment should I worry about? Just hold on to the thigh of the senior sister, and it will be over. Compared with cultivating in the mountains, it is obvious that the foot of the mountain is more attractive to him. It is also easier to gain merits in the foot of the mountain. Others did not realize it. But Ji Chongqing actually felt that the merit Golden Lotus this time was much more condensed than the last time. And the number of people who survived the zombie world was actually not as many as those who survived the previous demon and martial arts chaos. It can be seen that although Bai Shiji is not worth a merit Golden Lotus, the merits he represents are not few. There are many merit seeds like Bai Shiji in the foot of the mountain. It is much safer to go and brush them than to brush the Doomsday copy. I don't care about treatment, resources and status. I just hope to help the weak and fight against the strong, slay demons and eliminate evil, so that the world can truly usher in a peaceful and prosperous era. Therefore, I apply to be sent to the Xuandu Temple office in Shenghua. Facing the scrutiny of Fairy Ling Long, Ji Chongqing said in a deep voice, you must have a beginning and an end when doing things. Bai Shiji took human lives lightly, and used all means to harm ordinary people and innocent cultivators. I only killed the main culprit. And there are countless innocent people who have not received due compensation. They deserve an explanation. And Xuandu Temple also owes them an apology. I am willing to take responsibility for this matter. Fairy Ling Long was moved. Approved. Ji Chongqing bowed to the ground, on behalf of those victims. I thank the fairy for your mercy. The onlookers were all moved. The head of Danqing Pavilion exclaimed, great wisdom, great courage, great compassion, great mercy. With the heart of a tiger, he can smell the roses. Qinglian, you must find a way to make this child recognize your identity. He should be our Danqing Pavilion disciple. Qinglian Sword Fairy. So who is the father of Chongqing? Li Qinglian was still recalling his love history. He didn't know that Yu Lao Mo was also thinking about the same question as him at the foot of the mountain. I took essence from more than one woman at that time. So who is the father of Chongqing? Chapter 63 Chongqing. I am your father. Ji Chongqing, a time traveler in a body, naturally didn't know that there were two big guys who were thinking about becoming his father. But the master reminded him. After the public trial meeting, Ji Chongqing was called to the back hall by the master. Then he was shocked. Chongqing, you are going to die. Do you know? Ji Chongqing. Master, don't scare me. Fairy Ling Long said, she won't kill me. Who else in the world will do something to me? The master pointed to the sky. My senior sister has spoken. Maybe no one in the world dares to touch you. But there are people in heaven who dare to do it. Ji Chongqing was really a little scared. After all, in this world where you can practice, there are really people in heaven. Master, please speak in a simple way. It really scared me to death. Xuandu Temple will have no successors. The master was very pleased with Ji Chongqing's thick skin. This is not a disadvantage for him. Xuandu Temple is the world's largest force. The heir of such a powerful force can be a treacherous hero, but definitely not a coward. Ji Chongqing meets the requirements of the master for young disciples. The only shortcoming is that this guy is too fierce. He doesn't know how to fight in a roundabout way. You can see that the relationship between senior sister and the Bai family is not right? The master asked. Ji Chongqing nodded. It would be strange if it was right. If his wife and son were killed, Ji Chongqing would not care about anything, and would chop off the murderer first. Fairy Ling Long can enforce the law so objectively and rationally. There must be something fishy. Not to mention that she is obviously a virgin. How could she give birth to a child? Although Ji Chongqing has read Journey to the West and knows that there is a magical place, like Zima River, where drinking the river water can directly make people, and even men, pregnant. But does this world also have such a powerful treasure? The master of the temple had consulted Fairy Ling long beforehand. So he told Ji Changsheng all about the deal between Fairy Ling Long and Madame Baigu. Ji Changsheng was stunned after hearing this. Isn't the real backer of the Bai family Fairy Ling Long? Is it the #1 in the world of the previous generation? The master of the temple nodded sympathetically. Ji Changsheng was indeed a little chilled now. The deal between Fairy Ling Long and Madame Baigu was not difficult for him to understand. What Ji Changsheng didn't understand was why Madame Baigu had ascended to heaven. But he could still become a mortal enemy with her? He was such a good young man. And he usually couldn't bear to step on an ant on the roadside. Why did it come to this? Ji Changsheng tried hard to review the situation. And then found the real culprit behind the scenes. It's all the Bai family's fault. Ji Changsheng was furious. If the Bai family hadn't taken the initiative to provoke me, how could I have offended Madame Baigu? If the Bai family hadn't sought their own death, how could Madame Baigu offend a young man like me with a promising future? All this is the Bai family's fault. The Bai family really deserves to die. This time it was the master's turn to be stunned. The master had met countless big men. And he also talked and laughed with many giants of the magic world. But he had only met one reasonable demon cub like Ji Changsheng. The previous one was called Li Changxi. Seeing it often is new. The master couldn't adapt at all. Changsheng, can we talk about some reason? The master really couldn't listen to Ji Changsheng's specious arguments. The grudge between you and the Bai family, in the final analysis, is that the two of us have cheated by Guanlin together. And we are still guilty. The master really felt guilty. If he had known that his senior sister and the Bai family had this kind of relationship, he would have waited a little longer and taken action against the Bai family after his senior sister ascended to heaven, so as to avoid giving his senior sister an additional powerful enemy who ascended to heaven early. If he had known that the Bai family was backed by Madame Baigu, he would not have cooperated with Ji Changsheng. Now Ji Changsheng is in a dilemma. Unfortunately, knowing in advance is priceless. But Ji Changsheng is different from the master. The master is used to looking for reasons from himself. Ji Changsheng rarely wastes his energy. Master, what does this have to do with the two of us? Ji Changsheng said seriously, if the Bai family can be polite to the two of us, not snatch my chief inner disciple, not snatch your master, we and the Bai family can live in peace. In the final analysis, it is the Bai family's own greed that leads to harming others and themselves, and also implicates their ancestors. At the end, Ji Changsheng sighed. Poor Madame Baigu. She gave birth to spiritual wisdom with a corpse. This is such a rare fortune. After going through thousands of hardships and dangers, she fought out a road to heaven and successfully ascended to the prehistoric fairyland. She should have a bright future, but was killed by her unfilial son. Son Lianlai has offended me. I am the reincarnation of the Southern Emperor Changsheng. And how can she be a corpse that can be used to smuggle? Master, I will give Fairy Ling Long a favor. Since she has an intersection with Madame Baigu, I will ask Fairy Ling Long to pass on a message. As long as Madame Baigu is willing to admit her mistakes to me, I will forgive her unworthy descendants for disrespecting me. Master, Changsheng, I know you were very panicked after learning the truth. So you started to deceive yourself. It's okay to deceive me, but don't deceive yourself. Master saw that Ji Changsheng was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. And sympathy prevailed again. He could understand Ji Changsheng's uneasiness. If he had offended a big man who had ascended to heaven out of thin air, he would have had a sleepless night. Ji Changsheng tried to hypnotize himself that he was the great Emperor Changsheng of the South Pole, which was reasonable. Unfortunately, deceiving oneself could not solve the problem. There is something I must let you know. Madame Baigu was the previous leader of the Huangquan sect. Although Madame Baigu cannot easily go to the lower world, as long as her decree is passed down, you may face the pursuit of the entire Huangquan sect, the master reminded. Ji Changsheng's face turned pale, but he said with a smile, Master, do you think I have a connection with these second-generation demons? The master was amused by Ji Changsheng. Indeed, there is a connection. You first killed the illegitimate son of Yulao Imo, and then cut off Madame Baigu's descendants. Let's put it this way. Senior sister's record against the demons is not as prominent as yours. What can Ji Changsheng say? Who makes me a righteous and kind person in my bones, born to be incompatible with demons and monsters? Master, who is stronger between you and the Emperor Huangquan? Ji Changsheng looked at the master expectantly. The master was silent again. The familiar silence was deafening. Ji Changsheng looked up to the sky and sighed. Master, please say something. The last time Ji Changsheng asked, who was stronger between the master and Yu Lao Mo? The master responded with such silence. How could the leader of the world's largest force not even beat two demons? Ji Changsheng was very disappointed. The master's old face turned red, and he became angry and embarrassed. Yu Lao Mo and Huang Quan Emperor are both well-known giants of the magic world, and have dominated the world for hundreds of years. I just took the throne, and am much younger than them. What? Are you not convinced? Ji Changsheng raised his hands in surrender. Master is the best in the world. The master wanted to hit someone. So, I still have to seek the protection of Yu Lao Mo. Ji Changsheng was not stupid, and understood what the master meant. The main reason was that Fairy Ling Long had laid enough foreshadowing before. If he still couldn't react, the master would be very disappointed in him. The master gave him another choice. If you can practice in the mountains from now on, and never go down the mountain, I can protect you. As long as you stay in Xuandu Temple. Even if Madame Baigu comes again, she can't hurt you at all. Ji Changsheng shook his head. He believed that the master was telling the truth. With the Xian Huang Merit Tower, Xuandu Temple may not be able to attack enough, but the defense has been fully stretched, and it is invincible. But he certainly can't stay in the mountain for his whole life. I am the great emperor of the South Pole. Who am I afraid of? Master, I will go to the heavenly demon sect. I have never heard of a precedent of ascending to immortality by practicing in seclusion. Besides, you love me very much. I can't be a waste of spiritual stone resources without any contribution to the temple. The master patted his shoulder with satisfaction. Good boy. Ji Changsheng shook his head and said, this is what I should do. If I am only good at internal fighting and not good at external fighting, I am just a bully in my own house. It is not worth your effort to cultivate me. Your expectations of me are not limited to this. I also hope to live up to your expectations and develop the Tianma sect into a branch of Xuandu Temple. Ji Changsheng has always believed that he is a grateful person. He has no gratitude towards the Tianma sect because the people of the Tianma sect have always wanted to kill him before. And of course, he can't just stand by and do nothing. But after coming to Xuandu Temple, Li Changxi and the temple master's protection for him are real. It is a man's job to distinguish between gratitude and resentment. Disciple now has only a few questions. First, can you Lao Mo protect me? Ji Changsheng asked. This is very important. The master nodded. In the past 1,000 years, the cultivation world has been dominated by yin and yang. First, there was Madame Baigu who dominated the world. And then the senior sister came out of nowhere. But after the senior sister ascended, Yu Lao Mo was the best in the world, which is basically recognized. Ji Changsheng realized the value of Yu Lao Mo. So he was a little surprised. Can't Fairy Ling Long kill Yu Lao Mo before ascending? The master explained, of course you can kill him. But the initiator will have no descendants? If the senior sister dares to do this, after she leaves, the next best in the world will come from other sections. How should the disciples of Xuandu Temple deal with themselves? There is no eternal best in the world. But the major immortal sects are always there. I understand. Ji Changsheng nodded and asked his next question. Can the Yin Corpse Painted Skin Sutra really deceive Yu Lao Mo? Ji Changsheng naturally realized the plan of the master and Fairy Ling Long. The master chuckled and said, the core of this plan is not how ingenious the plan is, but only one thing. What? The person who forged your identity as senior sister, who is invincible in the world. The master's tone and eyes revealed absolute confidence and admiration. Senior sister has never been the smartest person in the world, but she is enough to dominate the world with her cultivation. Ji Changsheng blinked and found something wrong, but he didn't dare to say it. The master continued, to anger me. Ah? Ji Changsheng looked puzzled. The master explained, creating the illusion of angering me and then being driven down the mountain by me will be more conducive to your subsequent contact with Yu Lao Mo. Ji Changsheng thought that it was you who asked for it. So he asked decisively, Master, are you secretly in love with Fairy Ling Long? Bang! Ji Changsheng was knocked away. At the same time, the master's roar was heard by others. You bastard! You are rude and disrespectful. Get off the mountain. At the same time, Ji Changsheng heard the master's voice. Yu Lao Mo's people should be at the foot of the mountain now, and they may contact you at any time. So you should act accordingly. Half a day later, outside the gate of Xuandu Temple, Li Changxi was bidding farewell to Ji Changsheng. Junior brother, how did you offend the master? He was so angry. Li Changxi was a little curious. She always thought that the master had a good temper. Ji Changsheng shrugged and said, I asked the master if he had a crush on fairy Ling Long. And then he got angry. Li Changshi. You dare to ask that? No wonder the master got angry. Ji Changsheng complained. Why can't you ask that? The master is also a coward. If you like senior sister, just say it directly. What's the big deal? Just like I like senior sister. I just say I like her openly. Ah? Li Changshi was a little confused. Junior brother. Do you like me? Ji Changsheng calmly began to flatter. Senior sister. Do you have any misunderstandings about yourself? You are beautiful. Gentle and kind. Isn't it normal for me to like you? Li Changshi's pretty face was a little red. Junior brother. If you can talk, just say more. Ji Changsheng. Very good. This answer is very Li Changshi. Luckily, Ji Changsheng can keep up. He simply copied a poem directly. Senior sister. In fact, I have been thinking about you these 2 days since I came down the mountain. And I wrote a poem for you. Wrote a poem for me. Li Changshi quietly used the amplification spell. The corners of her mouth curled up unconsciously. I wonder who will say that I have mental problems in the future. My junior brother, the reincarnation of the great emperor of the South Pole, was impressed by my charm and wrote me a poem. Read it. Li Changshi pretended to be reserved. But in fact, she was looking forward to it. Ji Changsheng did not disappoint him. The clouds are like clothes, and the flowers are like faces. The spring breeze blows the threshold, and the dew is gorgeous. If we had not met on the top of the Jade Mountain, we would have met under the moon on the Yaltai. The poem of the immortal poet is a waste if you don't copy it. And this poem is used on Li Changshi. Combined with Li Changshi's mental state and her self-described origins, it is really the most suitable. Sure enough, Li Changshi's eyes narrowed with laughter. Oh my! Although your poem only describes a fraction of my stunning beauty, I still accepted it with reluctance. Ji Changsheng. It's broken. Although copying poems is a powerful tool for picking up girls, when the girl you want to pick up is mentally ill, the killing power is greatly reduced. Ji Changsheng felt a little regretful. He felt that he had wasted a powerful weapon. If he had known earlier, he would have left it to Fairy Ling Long or Saint Hao Wan. But something unexpected happened to him. He copied poems to pick up girls. But he didn't pick up girls, but picked up a man. The poem he recited to Li Changshi spread to all parts of Xuandu Temple, with the blessing of a vain master named Li, who did not want to reveal his name. At this time, the head of Danqing Pavilion and Qinglian Sword Immortal had not left yet. Qinglian Sword Immortal pondered for a long time, but still couldn't think of where he had sown seeds. So he wanted to deny his debt. Brother, there may be a misunderstanding. This Ji Changsheng and I have nothing. Qinglian Sword Immortal hadn't finished speaking when he heard Ji Changsheng reciting Qingpingjiao. Then he slapped his thigh and said with certainty, Brother, you are right. Ji Changsheng is indeed my child. Pavilion Master of Danqing Pavilion? Qinglian Sword Immortal explained seriously. Except for me, who can give birth to such a talented scholar? It must be right. Without waiting for the Pavilion Master of Danqing Pavilion to speak, Qinglian Sword Immortal disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he appeared in front of Ji Changsheng and said sincerely, Changsheng, I am your father. Ji Changsheng was startled, and his first reaction was that Yu Lao Mo was here. Li Changshi was also startled, and said solemnly, I didn't expect that Qinglian Sword Immortal was actually the reincarnation of Yuan Shi Tianwang. I am so sorry. Qinglian Sword Immortal? Chapter 64 Pattern. Ji Changsheng was startled by the Green Lotus Sword Immortal at first, thinking that it was Yu Lao Mo who came. The master had already shown him what Yu Lao Mo looked like, and he had also seen that the Green Lotus Sword Immortal was standing next to the head of Danqing Pavilion just now. But isn't it normal for a big man like Yu Lao Mo to have several hidden identities? Before he could recover from the shock given by the Green Lotus Sword Immortal, he heard Li Changshi's words. Then Ji Changsheng and the Green Lotus Sword Immortal were frightened by Li Changshi, and their legs went limp. Everyone was chatting in a friendly manner. What did you mean by suddenly dragging Yuan Shi Tianwang in? Can we still have fun? That's Yuan Shi Tianwang, a saint at the top of the food chain. For a big man of Yuan Shi Tianwang's level, although it is possible that he doesn't care, if he cares, he is likely to sense that someone in the lower world is mentioning him. It can even be said that he is trying to touch him. Then, what if Yuan Shi Tianwang gets angry? Li Changshi, how did you manage to keep mentioning Yuan Shi Tianwang? Qinglian Sword Immortal was even weaker than Ji Changsheng. He instantly felt that his gentlemanly character was bent and almost knelt down to Li Changshi. A psychopath. The sword immortal couldn't stand the verbal attack of the psychopath. Changshi. What are you crazy about? Qinglian's sword immortal lowered his voice. I am Li Qinglian. Don't you recognize me? Although his Li is not the same as Li Changshi's Li. As one of the 5 great sword immortals in the world, Qinglian's sword immortal's name is very famous in the whole world. In fact, being able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Ling Long Fairy in a certain field already shows that the other party is the best in the world. Li Changshi looked at the sword immortal Qinglian seriously for a few times, and said with a somewhat uncertain tone, I do know you. But I used to think you were just a low-end scumbag. Now I may have to get to know you again. Li Qinglian. Really don't need to get to know me again. For the first time, Li Qinglian felt that being a scumbag was pretty good. As long as he didn't have anything to do with Yuan Shi Tianwang, he would accept that he was a tortoise. The sword immortal has his own character, provided he doesn't meet a mental patient or a saint. Most people don't dare to touch my junior brother's life experience. Li Changshi said this very seriously. You dare to say that you are my junior brother's father? Are you really the reincarnation of Yuan Shi Tianwang? If so, it can be explained. It is very reasonable that Yuan Shi Tianwang hides more deeply than me and my junior brother. Heavenly King. Has something big changed in the sky? Is there really a saint who has fallen? Li Qinglian's face was full of question marks. What is the relationship between Changxing's life experience and that Heavenly King? Of course it is related. Li Changxi began to explain to Li Qinglian with a solemn face. Yuan Shi Heavenly King went up the mountain and down the river from Yujing, and met the grandmother of all Qi, Taishian Yuji Yuan Jing Ziren Jiotian Shangshuan Yuqing Shenmu, and practiced the way of male and female trinity in Shanqing Dadong, and gave birth to 8 sons, the eldest of whom was called Nanji Chansheng Great Emperor. He is also called Jiolong Fusong Rigong Great Emperor. He is also called Gaoshang Shishao Yuqing King. He has 3 names in one body, and he is a saint. Li Qinglian hasn't reacted yet. But Ji Chengxing's legs are weak again. Fuck. Nanji Chansheng Great Emperor has such a great origin? Yuan Shi Heavenly King has a child? No one mentioned it in the online novels I read in my previous life. In Ji Chengxing's impression, all saints are independent. Where did the Taoist partner come from? Not to mention the child. As for the Taoist gossip, Ji Chengxing, an ordinary person, doesn't know much. And in fact, he can't know much, because even the master of the temple doesn't know this level of gossip. This is a slide that ordinary people can't touch. Only the big guys who have some communication and contact with the prehistoric fairy world can know this hidden background. How could Ji Changsheng have thought that the Southern Pole Changsheng Emperor actually had such an origin? I heard Li Changshi say that the Southern Pole Changsheng Emperor was killed by the great Luo Tiandi in the conferred God Tribulation. Ji Changsheng really thought that the Southern Pole Changsheng Emperor killed himself. Missed. How can you get to the top just by ability these days? The truth of the world is that ability and background are 30% and 70% respectively. Behind Haoqian is the Taoist ancestor, and behind the Southern Pole Changsheng Emperor is Yuan Shi Tianwang. The backgrounds of the other 6 emperors must be great. Yes, others don't know. But Cheng Tian Shixia Ho Tu Huang Diji is the only ancestor who survived the witch and lich catastrophe, the legendary king of reincarnation, and the real controller of the underworld. In terms of seniority, he is at the same level as the saints. The South Pole Changsheng Emperor can be ranked among the 6 emperors, with the Taoist boy and the saints of the same generation. In addition to his own abilities, he obviously has the support of big men behind him. It doesn't matter if he pretends to be the son of Yu Lao Mo, but he also pretended to be the son of Yuan Shi Tianwang? Ji Changsheng broke out in a cold sweat. He felt that his situation was very bad, and Li Qinglian had not realized the seriousness of the problem at this time. He was wondering about one thing. What is the relationship between Changsheng and the South Pole Changsheng Emperor? Li Changshi frowned and said, My junior brother is the South Pole Changsheng Emperor who came to the world. Don't you know? Are you Yuan Shi Tianwang? Li Qinglian. He let out a long sigh. It turned out to be a mental patient's fantasy. Li Qinglian decisively gave up communicating with Li Changshi. He had nothing to say to the mental patient. Qinglian's sword immortal looked at Ji Changsheng with a loving look in his eyes. Changsheng, I am really your father. Ji Changsheng's mood was hard to describe. After this, Dai called himself Li Qinglian. He knew that the other party was the Qinglian sword immortal of Danqing Pavilion, one of the 5 great sword immortals in the world. Normally speaking, this sword immortal, who was known as Ling Long Fairy, suddenly wanted to be his father. He must have investigated it. You can't just grab someone on the street and recognize him as his son. The problem is, he is wearing. It would be strange if he had a father. He could understand that Yu Lao Mo admitted his mistake. After all, the layout against Yu Lao Mo was not fought by him alone, but by Ling Long Fairy herself. And it can even be said that it was the legacy of the previous generation of the world's #1 lady, the White Bone Lady. The two generations of the world's #1 joined forces to deceive Yu Lao Mo, who is now the world's #2. From a logical point of view, it is very smooth. So what does the Green Lotus Sword Immortal mean? We are trying to trick Yu Lao Mo. Not you. Why did you come to me? It can't be that he is really Yu Lao Mo in disguise. Right? I don't have a father in this world. Ji Chansheng and the Green Lotus Sword Immortal exchanged their true feelings for each other. The truth. He is a time traveler in a different world. And he has no relatives in the world. Unfortunately, Li Qinglian didn't believe it. Li Qinglian sighed, his expression full of guilt. Chansheng, I know I am sorry for you and your son. And I also know that I have never fulfilled my responsibilities as a father. Don't worry. I will definitely make it up to you in the future. Ji Chansheng seriously suspected that this guy was also mentally ill. Why does the Green Lotus Sword Immortal think that I am your child? He didn't understand. Fairy Ling Long was targeting Yu Lao Mo. So why is there a buy one get one free offer? Let him practice in advance? The problem is that it is too high-end to practice with a big guy like the Green Lotus Sword Immortal. Could it be that this is the way Fairy Ling Long does things? Li Qinglian said seriously, just based on the poem you just wrote, it is enough to prove that you are my child. Ji Chansheng. What's the reason? Li Qinglian explained seriously, in the whole world, except for me, only those who have inherited my blood can write such a good poem that makes people applaud. What can Ji Chansheng say? You may not believe it, but I copied the poem just now. Continue to exchange sincerity for sincerity. It was really copied. I'm sorry, Mr. Poet Immortal. Anyway, when you wrote Qingping Dio back then, you were also trying to flatter women. Our uses are similar. Big brother. Don't laugh at the second brother. But Li Qinglian laughed. Chansheng, you are really a joker. Where can you copy such a poem? Although there are many talented writers in the world, there is no third person who can write such a level of handed-down poems except you and me. Since this poem was not written by me, it must be written by you. Li Qinglian's tone was very firm. The firmness made Ji Chansheng speechless. This man is really too confident. Li Changxi also heard something wrong. She kindly reminded Li Qinglian, you are colluded with Yuan Shi Tianwang and suspected of insulting Yu Qingxinmu. Be careful that the saint will be angry and turn you into ashes. Li Qinglian was too lazy to pay attention. Chansheng, do you understand now? You are really my son. Ji Chansheng nodded. I have figured it out. Chansheng has been wandering for half his life and has never met a wise master. If the sword fairy does not abandon me, Chansheng is willing to worship as his adoptive father. He is also a big man at the level of a sword fairy. It would be a waste not to hug this thigh. But it is impossible to be his biological father. After all, his biological father is Yuan Shi Tianwang. This is the final conclusion of Li Changxi. Although the thigh of the sword fairy Qinglian looks thicker than Li Changxi's tall and slender legs. But Ji Chansheng decisively chose Li Changxi. It has nothing to do with Li Changxi and Ling Long Fairy Huan Saint, and the fact that she was born in the Li family, and may even be the reincarnation of Taiyin Xingjuan. The main reason is that Ji Chansheng is a loyal person. He will not change his mind. Always respect the opinion of the senior sister. Li Qinglian was anxious. Chansheng, I am your biological father, not your adoptive father. He was interrupted before he finished speaking. It wasn't Li Changxi who interrupted. It was the pavilion master of Danqing Pavilion. Okay. Then he'll be my foster father. The pavilion master of Danqing Pavilion directly appointed the identities of Ji Chansheng and Li Qinglian. Chansheng, if you encounter injustice in the future, or a powerful enemy that you can't fight for the time being, you can seek help from Danqing Pavilion as my junior brother's adopted son. Li Changxi curled her lips and saw through the truth. How dare you two idiots touch my junior brother? My junior brother's adopted father is the Taiqing Saint, the Ling Bao Tianzuan. Do you think that any random person can be my junior brother's adopted father? The pavilion master of Danqing Pavilion and the Qinglian Sword Immortal wiped their sweat together. When the mentally ill person gets sick, they really can't stand it. Ji Changxing's heart was also trembling. But he held on and didn't show any abnormality. He couldn't let Li Changxi see the flaw. He couldn't bear to disappoint his senior sister. Li Changxi's lethality was too great. So the leader of Danqing Pavilion didn't dare to have much contact with Li Changxi. After confirming the status of Ji Changsheng and Qinglian's sword immortal, he immediately chose to leave. Before leaving, the head of Danqing Pavilion did not forget to invite Ji Changsheng. If you have free time in the future, you can come to Danqing Pavilion for exchanges. The young disciples of this generation of Danqing Pavilion admire you very much. By the way, Shengwu is now in a state of disrepair. Later, I will send young disciples of Danqing Pavilion to Shengwu to help the people of Shengwu live and work in peace and contentment as soon as possible. If you meet them, try to take care of them. They are still too young. Ji Changsheng politely agreed. Don't worry, head of the pavilion. If I have the opportunity in the future, I will definitely visit Danqing Pavilion. After the head of Danqing Pavilion and Qinglian's sword immortal left, Li Changxi said to Ji Changsheng, Junior brother, did you see that these two people want to cling to your thighs? Ji Changsheng, I really didn't see that. He saw that the head of Danqing Pavilion wanted to help him. He even wanted to pull him to Danqing Pavilion. Thinking of this, Ji Changsheng asked, Sister, does Danqing Pavilion allow dual membership? Li Changxi nodded. Among the top sects of the righteous path, Danqing Pavilion is the only one that allows dual membership. As long as you are a decent person, can kill demons and do good deeds, Danqing Pavilion will not refuse your joining. However, if you want to become a core member or senior member of Danqing Pavilion, you must have a special letter of surrender. Junior brother, unless you want to completely withdraw from Xuandu Temple, you can only be a guest elder in Danqing Pavilion at most. Ji Changsheng nodded slightly. No wonder the leader of Danqing Pavilion was so kind to him. He is now a disciple of Xuandu Temple. But in the eyes of outsiders, he has offended Linglong Fairy. And now he may have offended the master of the temple. It is hard to say what development potential he has in Xuandu Temple. The leader of Danqing Pavilion extended an olive branch to him, implying that if he wants to seek other ways out in the future, the door of Danqing Pavilion will always be open to him. The righteous big man is kind-hearted and kind-hearted. Ji Changsheng felt very warm in his heart. On the other side, Qinglian's sword immortal was very disappointed. Master, Changsheng is my child. How can you let him recognize me as his adoptive father? Qinglian's sword immortal said dissatisfiedly. The leader of Danqing Pavilion glanced at Qinglian's sword immortal and shook his head helplessly. There is no need to say much about the talent of the junior brother, but he is far behind in other aspects. Do you really think Ji Changsheng is your child? Asked the leader. The Green Lotus Sword Immortal said solemnly, Of course. Who else can give birth to such an excellent son except me? The pavilion master corrected. The point is excellence, not your child. To put it bluntly, I don't care whether he is your child or you are his child. It doesn't matter. What's important is that I hope he will become the child of our Danqing Pavilion. The Green Lotus Sword Immortal was puzzled, but if he is not my child, how can he become the child of Danqing Pavilion? The pavilion master of Danqing Pavilion, Jiangxi, stood with his hands behind his back, and his tone was very calm. The dream of literati and knights throughout the ages is to write blood and ink. Anyone who is willing to practice this sentence, I am willing to treat them as the children of Danqing Pavilion. 100 years ago, the previous pavilion master of Danqing Pavilion stood beside Emperor Ing. When Emperor Ing failed, Danqing Pavilion also suffered a huge blow and fell from the top immortal gate. Before the previous pavilion master passed away, he appointed Jiangxi to take over. Jiangxi was appointed when the army was defeated and ordered in times of crisis. 100 years later, Danqing Pavilion returned to the ranks of the top immortal gates. The world only thought that it was because a swordsman appeared in Danqing Pavilion that Danqing Pavilion was able to revive. Qinglian swordsman also thought so before. Until this moment, he looked at the back of the pavilion master and suddenly realized the gap between himself and his senior brother. Chapter 65. The script remains the same, but the fairy world is changing. The Green Lotus Sword Immortal didn't know that the pavilion master had inadvertently helped him avoid a fatal disaster. At the foot of the mountain, Shi Feng Yin, in front of Yu Lao Imo, was a conch shell. The voices of Ji Changsheng and the people around Ji Changsheng came from the conch shell. The previous conversations between the Green Lotus Sword Immortal Danqing Pavilion Master and Li Changxi were naturally heard by Yu Lao Imo. The master of the temple had previously sent a message to Ji Changsheng, saying that there should be people of Yu Lao Imo secretly spying at the foot of the mountain at this moment, so he should act according to circumstances. The master of the temple and fairy Ling Long didn't expect that Yu Lao Mo would come in person. It can only be said that with the death of an illegitimate son, Yu Lao Mo valued his other son very much. And he risked his life for this. If fairy Ling Long found out, he might not be able to go back. However, Yu Lao Mo felt that he had been in seclusion for 20 years, and his strength had improved a lot. He could not beat fairy Ling Long, but he still had the ability to save his life. Of course, Yu Lao Mo didn't want to verify this. His leaving the Heavenly Demon sect was different from Yu Linglong's leaving Xuandu Temple, and he wouldn't make such a big fuss. So until now, the temple master and Linglong fairy didn't know about it. Yu Lao Mo naturally didn't make a big move to be able to eavesdrop on Ji Changsheng and his conversation. Yu Lao Mo used small tricks, not big moves. To put it bluntly, it was very simple. As long as he quietly placed a bug on an ordinary disciple of Xuandu Temple, he would naturally be able to hear Ji Changsheng's conversation. When he first heard that Qinglian Sword Immortal wanted to be Ji Changsheng's father, Yu Lao Mo just sneered, and a strong murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Others are afraid of the Green Lotus Sword Immortal, but he is not. He is only afraid of the Linglong Sword Immortal. If anyone dares to snatch his son from him, he is absolutely sure to turn the Green Lotus Sword Immortal into a dead lotus. It was not until the head of the Danqing Pavilion appeared that Yu Lao Mo restrained his murderous intent and thought about something. In Yu Lao Mo's eyes, there are not many people in the world who can catch his eye. And Jiang Shi, who led the Danqing Pavilion to achieve revival, is one of them. Ji Changsheng heard Jiang Shi's recruitment of him, and Yu Lao Mo naturally heard it too. After Linglong ascends, Jiang Shi will basically be the leader of the righteous immortal sect. Although Mu Xian is in charge of Xuandu Temple, his qualifications are still too shallow. It will take at least a few decades to get 100 responses. Jiang Shi appreciates Changsheng, which is a good thing. Li Qinglian is not worth mentioning, but Jiang Shi values it, which means that even if Changsheng can't make it in Xuandu Temple, he can go to Danqing Pavilion to start a new business. Thinking of this, Yu Lao Mo hesitated slightly. Compared to the Holy Church, Danqing Pavilion is indeed a more suitable place for Changsheng to develop. In this regard, Yu Lao Mo still has a clear idea in his mind. The environment of the Heavenly Demon Church and the environment of Danqing Pavilion are there. One is the survival of the fittest, and the other is the righteousness of blood and loyalty. If any father is given a choice, he will probably send his child to Danqing Pavilion. Now Yu Lao Mo is also a father. With that poisonous woman, even if Changsheng stays in the Holy Church, his safety may not be guaranteed. Jiang Shi has been integrating knowledge and action for 100 years, and has led Danqing Pavilion to achieve rejuvenation. His character, strategy, means, pattern, and courage are all trustworthy. If Changsheng can get his guidance and true teachings, there may be a brighter future. Yu Lao Mo seriously considered his child. Originally, after learning about Ji Changsheng's identity, he planned to take Ji Changsheng back to the Holy Church. Now, he began to change his mind. If he just stayed in Xuandu Temple, Yu Lao Mo didn't think that Ji Changsheng, who had such a grudge with fairy Linglong, could have any great development. But if he went to Danqing Pavilion, it seemed that Ji Changsheng's development prospects would suddenly open up. Of course, Yu Lao Mo would not be naive to think that Ji Changsheng's future would be bright if he was valued by Jiang Shi. No place can escape the background, connections, and qualifications. But since Changsheng has worshipped Li Qinglian as his adoptive father, if he secretly adds my help, it seems that there is really a lot to be done. By then, I will be in charge of the magic way, and Changsheng will be in charge of the righteous way. Wouldn't the world be in the hands of our father and son? The more Yu Lao Mo thought about it, the more excited he became. He originally arranged this script for Bing Zipping, so he secretly arranged for Bing Zipping to worship in Xuandu Temple. Now it's just a change of male protagonist, slightly changing the background. The script is still valid and will not affect the final quality of the film. In this case, Shengguo will have to make some preparations. It's simple. Shengguo was originally separated from Yingwe. The old guys in Yingwe have not died yet, and they have always wanted to retake Shengguo. The major sects will not allow this to happen, and they all have their own plans for Shengguo. In the autumn of troubled times, a place of hundreds of battles, Changsheng wants to restore order in Shengguo. Hey, he is really a natural Danqing Pavilion Taoist. Yu Lao Mo smiled. In Shengguo, the villains are all the sects that stood against Yingwe back then. Danqing Pavilion was the only one among the top sects that clearly supported Emperor Ing. Ji Changsheng went to Shungu to rebuild order and lead the people of Shungu to live and work in peace and contentment. In Yu Laomo's opinion, it was impossible, because cultivators and ordinary people are essentially impossible to win-win. Shouting slogans is fine. If you really take action, you will immediately realize the cruelty of this world. Well, let Changsheng see the real world. He will know the importance of my father, and I can help him plan for the future. Yu Laomo finally changed his mind and quietly retreated from Qifeng Inn. Sunta River, one of the forbidden areas of this world. According to legend, the Sunta River is the dividing line between the living world and the dead world. The water flow will be divided into 3 types: slow, normal and fast according to the behavior of the deceased before his death. So it is called Suntu. There is only one way to cross the Sunta River. That is to board the ferry on the Sunta River. There is no other way. The boat fare is the soul. That is to say, theoretically, this river does not carry living people, because of the peculiarity of the Sunta River. The Sunta River naturally becomes a barrier for the Huangquan sect. If you cross the Sunta River, you will be a member of the Huangquan sect. If you cannot cross the Sunta River, you will become a water ghost in the Sunta River. After death, you will not be reincarnated, and will fall into the pain of eternal inability to reincarnate and the poison that can corrode the soul, and suffer from the torture and enslavement of the Huangquan sect. If you want to enter the Huangquan sect, the entrance fee is a soul. All disciples who worship the Huangquan sect have countless wrong souls under their command, which is also the biggest reason why the Huangquan sect is considered a demon sect. Even if you are just visiting Huangquan sect, you must prepare your soul as the boat fare in advance. Otherwise you will not be qualified to enter Huangquan sect. Today, Huangquan sect welcomed an uninvited guest. The boatman looked like an old and frail woman, and said in a hoarse voice, "Guest, you cannot get on the boat without paying the boat fare. Don't you remember me?" The boatman looked up. Take a closer look. Then, extreme fear appeared on the old and faded face. "It's you, Yu Linglong." Yu Linglong smiled with satisfaction. "It seems that you haven't forgotten that I killed you that year. I am still worried that your memory has not recovered after your death." Boatman. After a moment of silence, the boatman threatened loudly, "Yu Linglong, don't be arrogant. No matter how powerful you are, if thousands of people from our Huangquan sect rush up, you may not be able to kill us all." This time it was Yu Linglong's turn to be silent. She didn't understand whether the other party was threatening her or begging for mercy. Shaking her head, Yu Linglong was too lazy to distinguish. "Go and call your sect leader." She came to find Emperor Huangquan. But all the people in Huangquan sect are from the underworld. Or in other words, they are no longer human. They are not down to earth at all. Only down to earth. Yu Linglong didn't want to go to Huangquan sect's grave to dance. But because of the Bai family's matter, she still made a special trip. Emperor Huangquan appeared soon. It had to be quick. Yu Linglong came to the door, and the whole Huangquan sect was in a panic. And now it was in a first-level combat readiness state. "Linglong, why did you come here suddenly?" Emperor Huangquan was wearing a black robe, but a white mask. If Ji Changsheng saw it, he would only think of 3 words, faceless man. But in fact, Yu Linglong still doesn't know whether Huangquan Emperor is a man or a woman. Nor does she know what Huangquan Emperor's true appearance is. "If you have something to say, just tell me on the sound transmission note," Huangquan Emperor said. Huangquan Emperor was also a little panicked. He and Yu Linglong had a good relationship before. It's a case of no acquaintance without fighting. This sentence can be translated as, he was beaten by Yu Linglong. Then he met Yu Linglong. Later, Yu Linglong said that she and Madame Baigu had some karma. So the two of them established a friendship. Over the years, although Huangquan sect is full of people from the underworld and treats the rules of the world as grass, they have accurately not provoked Xuandu Temple. So Huangquan sect and Xuandu Temple have not had many conflicts on the surface. And Huangquan Emperor and Fairy Linglong have naturally maintained their friendship. It was the first time that Huangquan Emperor was suddenly approached by Fairy Linglong. Yu Linglong glanced at Emperor Huangquan, then frowned and said, "Huangquan, don't play dumb. I can feel the breath of the upper world on you. You should have just received the decree of Madame Baigu?" Emperor Huangquan's tone suddenly became murderous. "Are you really here for this matter?" Yu Linglong nodded. "What did Madame say?" Emperor Huangquan said bluntly, "Kill the disciple named Ji Changsheng." "Will the fairy stop me?" Of course. Emperor Huangquan reminded, Madam told me that you did not fulfill the agreement with her and owed her karma. This is the truth. Yu Linglong frankly admitted, I do owe Madam karma. And I will repay it in the future. But Huangquan's sect cannot devote all its strength to hunt down Ji Chansheng. Emperor Huangquan. Fairy. Don't you think you are unreasonable? Yu Linglong smiled. It is not the turn of Huangquan's sect Xuandu Temple to reason. I have the final right to interpret the truth in this world. Huangquan Emperor was furious. Fairy. Madam has also established a firm foothold in the upper realm and has been protected by the White Tiger God. Yu Linglong continued to smile. I think Xuandu Patriarch would not mind talking to the White Tiger God about reason. Huangquan. I advise you not to bring disaster to Madam. The White Tiger God is one of the 4 sacred beasts, and is not easy to offend. But it is just not easy to offend. The Taiqing lineage is not a problem of not being easy to offend. This is a force that must not be offended. Huangquan. Do you want to compete with me in fists or in background? Yu Linglong did not waste words, and went straight to the core of the problem. Huangquan Emperor fell silent. Comparing fists. Then he has a problem with his brain. Comparing background. Huangquan sect's background in the upper realm is the White Tiger God plus the underworld. The background of Xuandu Temple is the Xuandu Grand Master. And behind the Xuandu Grand Master is the Taiqing Saint. What to do if neither fists nor background are enough? The Emperor Huangquan was silent for a long time. And suddenly said, Madam said that the Taiqing lineage has unusual movements in the prehistoric fairyland. Yu Linglong suddenly burst into a murderous aura, making the entire Huangquan sect feel like they were facing a great enemy. Emperor Huangquan said in a low and solemn voice, Master Taiqing established the human religion in the prehistoric fairyland, which is based on the human race and only recruits human disciples. The stronger the human race's luck, the stronger Master Taiqing's strength will be. Linglong. Do you have other ideas when you let Ji Chansheng go to Shenghua? Yu Linglong asked calmly. What ideas can I have? Emperor Huangquan said in a deep voice, back then. Everyone thought that the only major force supporting Ingwa was Danqing Pavilion. But if you hadn't stopped it, Ingwa would have been completely destroyed. Jiangxi was just Muxian today. Even if he had talent and ambition, his qualifications and strength were not enough. Only you can protect Ingwa. Over the years, you have been taking care of Danqing Pavilion openly and secretly, helping Danqing Pavilion to re-enter the ranks of top sects, which is also what you have been doing. At this point, Emperor Huangquan looked at Yu Linglong deeply. If you want to destroy the Ying Kingdom, no one can stop you. If you don't want the Ying Kingdom to be destroyed, none of us can do it. Linglong, you actually support the Ying Kingdom. In other words, the growth of the Ying Kingdom is good for the human religion. And Xuandu Temple belongs to the human religion. I suspect that the Ying Emperor was cultivated by your Xuandu Temple, or even the human religion behind it. Crack! A thunder exploded in the sky above the sun to river. Yu Linglong drew out the Linglong immortal sword expressionlessly. Are you done? Emperor Huangquan subconsciously stepped back 3 feet, and said quickly, When gods fight, mortals suffer. When saints fight, gods suffer. Linglong, you and I are just pawns. Why take it so seriously? I can see these things clearly, and other sects can see them clearly too. Ji Chansheng went to Shenghua without me. He still had thorns every step of the way. I promise you, everything will be done according to the rules. And the older generation is not allowed to fight between peers. But I want to remind you that Master Taiqing's plan is an open conspiracy. Therefore, it is not just the Huangquan sect that is hostile to Ji Chansheng. Many masters do not want to see the human religion grow stronger. Yu Linglong said coldly, Master Taiqing will worry about the affairs of heaven. The affairs of this world are now in my hands. The great way of fighting. There is progress and no retreat. From today, within 1 year, no cultivator above the nascent soul will be allowed to enter Shenghua. And those who violate the rules will be executed. Linglong's sword order was spread throughout the world. The 4 directions were shocked. Chapter 66 The Bloodbath Caused by the Disappearance of the Great Emperor Chansheng of the South Pole. Half a day later. Shi Fengyin. Ji Chansheng waited and waited. But no one from Yulao Mo contacted him. Instead, he received a message from the master of the temple. Something unexpected has happened. I'll let Changshi tell you. Ji Chansheng, who had just separated from Li Chengxi, met his mentally ill sister again. Junior brother. Good news. What good news? The saint of Taiqing is ready to start a holy war. Ji Chansheng. Tell me. What kind of good news is this? Junior brother. This is our chance. Congratulations. You have been chosen to become the pioneer of the human religion. Ji Changsheng had to interrupt the ecstatic Li Changxi, senior sister. What exactly is going on? Li Changxi explained. I just received the news too. The big guys in the sky finally couldn't sit still. And the holy war was about to start. Junior brother. Do you know what the fuse is? What? You? Ji Changsheng's heart jumped. What does this have to do with me? Now all other sects that have connections in the upper realm have probably heard the news. But the information they received is not complete. Li Changxi said. They only thought that this holy war was going to start because of the unusual actions of the Tai Ching saint. In fact, it was Yuanshi Tianwang who really decided to start the holy war. Ji Changsheng immediately thought of the southern pole Changsheng emperor. Sure enough, his guess was correct. Li Changxi grabbed Ji Changsheng's hand and said seriously, Junior brother, your father turned the table over for you. He really loves his child. Ji Changsheng. It's hard to comment. And my legs are getting weaker. According to the information my mother got from her travels in the prehistoric fairyland. The three pure ones, as the defeated party in the conferred gods' tribulation, originally planned to quietly lick their wounds and recuperate. But the Western Church and the Heavenly Court went too far, and actually got rid of you. The eldest son of Yuanshi Tianwang, the southern pole Changsheng emperor, which directly angered Yuanshi Tianwang. When Yuanshi Tianwang was angry, the Great Pure One naturally got involved. Although Ling Baotianzuan severed his relationship with Yuanshi Tianwang in the conferred gods' tribulation. After all, the three pure ones are one. And I guess he will still stand on Yuanshi Tianwang's side in the end. The three pure ones overturned the table. And the prehistoric fairyland was about to enter a holy war. Junior brother. Our chance has come. Ji Changsheng took a deep breath. His little heart couldn't bear the explosive information. He sorted it out slowly. Sister, I am also one of the 5 winners of the conferred gods' tribulation. So the 3 masters cannot be considered the losers of the conferred gods' tribulation. Right? Li Changxi shook her head and said, Junior brother, don't forget that if there was no conferred gods' tribulation, the Taoist ancestors would not come out, and the prehistoric fairyland would have been ruled by the 3 pure ones. The 2 saints of the Western religion could only hide in the corners of the West to play with mud, and the Saint Nua could only hide outside the 33 heavens. But after the conferred gods' tribulation, the orthodoxy of the prehistoric fairyland became the heavenly court, and the power of the Western religion began to develop unscrupulously. They divided up all the power and territory of the 3 pure ones. Not to mention, how many disciples of the 3 pure ones died in the conferred gods' tribulation, and how many were converted by the Western religion. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. If I were the 3 pure ones, I would not be able to bear this breath. Ji Changsheng digested the information brought to him by Li Changxi while communicating normally with Li Changxi, but they still endured it. Li Changxi sneered. It's because Daozu took sides. If Daozu hadn't supported the 2 saints of the Western Church behind the scenes, the 3 pure ones would have beaten the 2 saints of the Western Church to death. What a bullshit saint immortality. It's nothing more than Daozu not letting the saints die. If Daozu had just stood by and watched, you would have watched again. Junior brother. Ji Changsheng thought that the saints' immortality was indeed bragging. If the saints were really invincible, Li Changxi would probably not have lived to this day. For her mouth, she should have died tens of thousands of times. Ji Changsheng had also embarked on the path of Taoism at this time. According to his understanding, strength and the great Tao are theoretically endless. There is no absolute invincibility. Only the saints are relatively invincible. And Daozu is invincible. Here comes the question. The Taoist took sides in the conferred god tribulation. So he won't take sides now? Ji Changsheng frowned and asked. The 3 masters couldn't do anything to the Taoists during the conferred god tribulation. So what can they do now? Li Changxi laughed. The situation is different now. The Western Church is powerful now, and the heavenly court is in its heyday. Instead, the territory of the 3 pure ones is shrinking. For the Taoist, the art of balance is the most important. He doesn't support the Western Church or the heavenly court. He supports whichever side is weaker. Ji Changsheng raised his eyebrows and boldly commented sharply. It's a bit like the emperor's art of controlling people. Li Changxi casually said. There is no essential difference. The 6 saints today were the attendants of the Taoists back then. The Taoists won, and the attendants rose to prominence. They are strong because they are strong and lucky. How powerful do you think their methods can be? They are just like that. Ji Changsheng didn't dare to continue commenting with the lunatic. Li Changshi fantasized that he was tying Xingjuan, which meant that he became enlightened during the Lich tribulation or even earlier. At that time, the saints had not yet achieved enlightenment. So Tying Xingjuan and the saints were really of the same generation. Li Changshi dared to talk freely. But Ji Changsheng didn't. He knew that he had no relationship with the Southern Emperor of Changsheng. Then again, even if there was a relationship, the Southern Emperor of Changsheng was the eldest son of Yuanshi Tianwang. The same can't be said about these deadly slides. Li Changshi continued, there are rules between saints. Bullying the weak will anger the public. In the conferred God tribulation, the reason why Yuanshi Tianwang and Ling Baotianzuan were defeated and even given an excuse to be suppressed by Daozu himself was because Yuanshi Tianwang and Ling Baotianzuan started to bully the weak and broke the rules set by Daozu. And this time, you fell into the illusion because of the saints, which broke the rules of Daozu. So Yuanshi Tianwang turned the table this time. Daozu will not object. To be honest, I even think Daozu is happy to see it happen. Ji Changsheng's heart moved, and he said tentatively, if the 6 saints are united, Daozu will be worried. If they quarrel with each other and even become mortal enemies, it will be easier for Daozu to win over and divide them, and completely control the situation. Li Changshi looked at Ji Changsheng with approval. Junior brother understands it at once. And he also sees through the game between Daozu and the saints. Ji Changsheng thought that this is still a balanced technique. Nothing difficult to understand. When he was on Blue Star, he worked at the end of the universe for 2 years, and saw a lot of such methods. To be honest, Ji Changsheng felt that they were all idle. With such great ability, it is better to focus more on serving the people. But it is obvious that the big guys above the 9 heavens have a much higher vision than Ji Changsheng. And they will never think about the problem in this way. Junior brother, your whereabouts are unknown, which gave Yuanshi Tianwang a reason to attack. But junior brother, you are in Xuandu Temple. Xuandu Temple is the Taoist tradition passed down by Xuandu Dafashi, the only disciple of Tai Ching Saint. Mother can travel in the prehistoric fairyland, and theoretically she can pass on your affairs. Why did Yuanshi Tianwang still take the opportunity to attack? Li Changshi looked at Ji Changsheng curiously. Ji Changsheng thought that it was because I had nothing to do with the South Pole Changsheng Emperor. Based on the current information, it seems that the South Pole Changsheng Emperor may have really fallen. Yuanshi Tianwang's eldest son dared to do it. The danger of the prehistoric fairyland suddenly increased by countless levels here with Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng felt that this illusion world was also good, and there was no need to rush to ascend for the time being. Could it be that my mother didn't pass on your message? Li Changshi said to herself, and then denied this answer. No. There is a saint in Xuandu Temple, and you can't hide from the eyes of the great master Xuandu. Ji Changsheng was shocked. Will Li Changshi judge that he has no relationship with the Southern Pole Changsheng Emperor? If Li Changshi really judged it, then Li Changshi would overturn all the previous conclusions about him. How can he still cling to Li Changshi's thigh? Fortunately, the mental patient did not fall behind at the critical moment. As always, she used her imagination. I understand. Li Changshi clapped her hands, and her eyes suddenly became clear. Ji Changsheng asked curiously, Senior sister, what do you understand? How come I still don't understand anything? Li Changshi said confidently, I know what's going on. Junior brother, you fell into the fantasy world of the Western Saints, and it is very likely that Yuanshi Tianwang was behind it. He can use his eldest son, who is the most capable son of the 6 imperial palaces in heaven, as a self-torture trick. Yuanshi Tianwang is really a ruthless character. Li Changshi said here and took a breath. I underestimated Yuanshi Tianwang before. After the conferred God tribulation, I had a very low opinion of Yuanshi Tianwang. Now it seems that I was wrong. Yuanshi Tianwang is still capable of becoming a saint. Ji Changsheng gave Li Changshi a thumbs up. You are worthy of it. The worldview is too rigorous. Senior sister, is it possible that I have no relationship with the Southern Antarctic Changsheng Emperor? Ji Changsheng took the initiative to ask tentatively. Li Changshi decisively rejected Ji Changsheng's question. Impossible. The status and cause and effect of Daoyu are not something that ordinary people can provoke. If you and I had no origin, we would have turned into ashes by now. The big guys above have not taken action against us until now, which has confirmed our identities, especially since we are still in Xuandu Temple, and it is impossible to disguise our identities. People in this world can't see it. But the great master Xuandu is definitely clear as day. Ji Changsheng blinked. Am I really the reincarnation of the great Emperor Changsheng of the South Pole? It seems that it would be good to learn from Li Changxi and become a mental patient. Unfortunately, Ji Changsheng is not like Li Changxi, who is already terminally ill. He can still think about the problem rationally. Senior sister, you and I are still in the illusion after all. And the changes in the situation in the prehistoric fairyland have nothing to do with us for the time being. What should we do now? Li Changxi waved her jade hand. With a demeanor of commanding thousands of troops, of course. We have to blow the horn of charge. How to charge? Junior brother. Do you know what the Taoist lineage of the Tai Ching Saint is? Ji Changsheng nodded. Humanism. Yes. The Tai Ching Saint established the humanism. And his only direct disciple, the Xuandu master, is also a human. So if the Tai Ching Saint wants to increase his chances of winning, he needs to strengthen the strength of the entire human race. Today, the prehistoric fairyland is already competing for the human emperor again. Our world must also move to enhance the overall luck of the human race. How to enhance? It's very simple. Do what we are best at. Do good deeds and accumulate virtue. Ji Changsheng blinked. He is indeed good at earning merit. The saints do not enter the mortal world, and cannot act easily. This is the iron rule set by the Taoist ancestor. So even if the holy war is about to begin, just like the conferred God tribulation, it is definitely the disciples under the saints who will enter the killing tribulation first. According to what my mother said, the instructions passed down from above are that the disciples of Xuandu Temple should take merit as the first priority in the next 10 years to enhance the luck of the human race all over the world. Ji Changsheng nodded silently. When two armies fight, the marshals cannot fight directly. The soldiers must fight hand to hand first. This is easy to understand. Mother means that we should start with Shenghua. Li Changxi looked at Ji Changsheng and reminded him, Mother has issued the Linglong sword order. Cultivators above the nascent soul stage are not allowed to enter Shenghua within 1 year. Junior brother, you need to get Shenghua back on track and make Xinghua's fortune flourish within 1 year. This is not a simple matter. The Saint Tai Ching established the human religion, while other great powers have their own traditions and positions. The struggle for the tradition will not end until death, and there will be many people standing against you. The master of the temple said that if you can make Xinghua's fortune totem turn into a dragon within 1 year, and your realm is also raised to the nascent soul stage, you can directly be promoted to the true disciple of Xuandu Temple. True disciples, to some extent, have a higher status than inner sect elders. There is a fact that being a true disciple does not necessarily mean you can become the headmaster of a major sect. But not being a true disciple will definitely not make you the headmaster of a major sect. Moreover, the true disciples of top immortal sects, like Xuandu Temple, all start at the nascent soul stage, and are the future crown princes of the cultivation world. Ji Changsheng grasped the key point. This is my true trial. What about the true trials of the Tianju disciples of other sects? Li Changxi shrugged. Kill you, Ji Changsheng. Or find ways to make your true trial fail. This is the struggle of the Great Way. Li Changxi said, Junior brother. This time it is a fight between saints. And the gods are suffering. The fight has already started. And we will soon start a war. This matter started because of your disappearance. And now you are the pioneer, which can be regarded as a cycle of cause and effect. Ji Changsheng took a deep breath. The speaker is unintentional, but the listener is attentive. Ji Changsheng really felt that this might be the cause and effect between him and the great Emperor Changsheng of the South Pole. Originally, he went to Shenghua just to simply brush up his merits. Now it seems that the other side of this merit is probably all jackals and tigers. It's not that easy to brush up. The only consolation is that Fairy Ling Long does not allow Yuanning stage cultivators to enter Shenghua. In a year, Ji Changsheng estimated that he could also become a Yuanning with his eyes closed. First, talk to them about reason. Really, the reason doesn't make sense. Ji Changsheng thought to himself that I can only talk to them about physics. Fortunately, I was pretty good at physics in junior high school. Ji Changsheng calmed down and chuckled. Don't worry, senior sister. This is not difficult. Li Changxi reminded, Junior brother. Although I have confidence in you, I am afraid that this trial is not so easy to complete. Ji Changsheng smiled and said, It's just doing good deeds and accumulating virtues. It's not difficult at all. When I go to Shenghua, I will start with the Blessed Land business. At least to accumulate a golden lotus of merit first. Is it difficult to earn merits with hands, knives and conscience? Chapter 67. A shortcut to earning merit. Great protection for the poor in the world. Blessed land business? Li Changxi nodded immediately when she heard Ji Changsheng say this. Although the blessed land business involves many big forces, it is indeed a huge mountain weighing on the heads of ordinary people and independent cultivators today. If you can solve the blessed land business, it will be a great merit. Ji Changsheng asked on the safe side. We don't do blessed land business in Xuandu Temple. Do we? Li Changxi smiled. Junior brother. Do you understand the value of being the best in the world? Ji Changsheng blinked. Please give me some advice. Senior sister. Li Changxi pointed out. Only those forces that have no ability will make money by exploiting ordinary people and independent cultivators. Our Xuandu Temple is the strongest force in the world, and it has always made money by exploiting other big forces. Ji Changsheng raised a thumb in the direction of Xuandu Temple on the mountain. It should be said that this way of making money is indeed different. Sister, how does our Xuandu Temple exploit other big forces? Ji Changsheng humbly learned. He didn't know enough about the real operation and money-making logic of Xuandu Temple. Li Changxi explained. The founder of our Xuandu Temple is the Xuandu Master, who is the only disciple of the Tai Ching Saint. Ji Changsheng nodded. I know this. Li Changxi continued. Think about what the Tai Ching Saint is best at. Forget it. The Tai Ching Saint seems to be good at everything. The eldest brother recognized by the 6 saints is no joke. If the Taoist ancestor does not come out, the Tai Ching Saint is basically synonymous with invincibility. What is even more rare is versatility. All professional players. When the Tai Ching Saint founded the human religion, he bound his own destiny with the destiny of the human race. Later, the human race rose, and the Tai Ching Saint became stronger and stronger. In fact, it was a win-win relationship for both parties. In this process, the Tai Ching Saint helped the human race a lot. In order to help the weak human race become stronger, the Tai Ching Saint created many skills, immortal tools and elixirs. Any one of them is a priceless treasure. Ji Changsheng suddenly realized. The 5,000 words of morality are pearls. Master Tai Ching is indeed an immortal monument in human history. More than 5,000 words of morality. Li Changxi talked about the Tai Ching Saint with a tone of admiration. The 9-turn golden pill refined by the Tai Ching Saint. A mortal can become an immortal on the spot after eating one, which is a priceless treasure. I am ashamed of myself. Ji Changsheng thought to himself that it is not easy for you, a mentally ill person, to be humble once. It seems that the Tai Ching Saint is really versatile. Of course, the 9-turn golden pill is a priceless treasure in the prehistoric fairyland. This fantasy world does not have such a treasure. Li Changxi said, but the foundation building pill was made by our Xuandu Temple. Ji Changsheng's eyes lit up. The foundation building pill was actually made by our Xuandu Temple. That's right. This kind of thing should indeed come from the Tai Ching lineage. Ji Changsheng quickly accepted this setting. No wonder the temple is not short of resources. The income from the foundation building pill alone is enough to make the temple rich. Li Changxi said, not only the foundation building pill. At least half of the pills in the world come from our Xuandu Temple. And at least 1% of the skills are also spread by our Xuandu Temple. Of course, we have to charge money, including some of the top skills in our Xuandu Temple. They are actually open to other major sects, allowing them to learn and exchange, provided that they pay enough. Ji Changsheng thought, isn't this just patent authorization? Speaking of which, it is indeed difficult for the Taoist tradition passed down by a big boss like Tai Ching Saint, who has full professional level to not have core technology. Who would bother to cheat ordinary people if they can earn patent fees from core technology? Xuandu Temple even opens its skills to other sects. Ji Changsheng was a little surprised by this. Li Changxi smiled. Junior brother, the real core of Xuandu Temple is not the skills, nor the invincible strong men of a certain generation, but the Xian Huang Merit Tower. As long as the Xian Huang Merit Tower is there, even if my mother ascends, Xuandu Temple can still stand firm. Ji Changsheng. Makes sense. On the importance of having nuclear weapons. And it's the only nuclear weapon. From this point of view, being a disciple of Xuandu Temple is indeed a very safe thing. What a pity. The Xian Huang Merit Tower cannot be moved lightly. And Ji Changsheng will not stay on the mountain. The holy war is about to start. And staying on the mountain and lying flat is definitely not the best choice. Fortunately, Fairy Linglong has already said that cultivators above the nascent soul stage are prohibited from entering Xinghua within 1 year. Ji Chansheng made up his mind to do good deeds in Xinghua first, and raise his cultivation to the nascent soul stage. Sister, I remember that Xinghua is the territory of our Xuandu temple. Li Chongxi nodded and said, yes, Xinghua is protected by Xuandu temple. However, in the past few years, the Xuandu temple's office in Xinghua has always been managed by the Bai family. So it is difficult to say the real situation in Xinghua. Junior brother, you must be prepared for chaos. The people left by the Bai family may not listen to you. And those disciples from other sects, who want to be promoted to the true teachings, will be a threat to you. But on the surface, Xinghua is still ruled by our Xuandu temple. I understand. In this case, we have to work harder to gain merit. Only by gaining merit can we improve our cultivation. Only by improving our cultivation can we win people over with virtue. This order of priority cannot be wrong. Luckily, Ji Chansheng really thinks it is not difficult to gain merit. As for the bad things that Sheng Taiping did, as long as he drives away the Sheng Taipings, Ji Chansheng feels that the merit he will get will not be less than saving a doomsday world. Xinghua, Eastern Palace. The Crown Prince of Xinghua took a letter and handed it to his subordinates in the Eastern Palace. Gentlemen, please take a look. The world of Xinghua is about to change. Bai Xiuran is dead, and the destruction of the Bai family is imminent. Xuandu Temple said Ji Chansheng, who killed Linglong Fairy's husband, to Xinghua. I am afraid that he is not here with good intentions. We must be prepared to deal with it. The biggest difference between the Crown Prince and other princes is that he can openly form his own small team. The counselors of the Eastern Palace did not need to be shy and could legitimately give advice to the prince. Xuandu Temple was the supporter behind Xinghua. The change of the head of Xuandu Temple's office in Xinghua was of course a big deal for Xinghua. After analyzing the intelligence, the counselors looked a little solemn. However, there were also optimistic counselors. Your Highness, I don't think you need to worry. The prince looked over. A counselor with a goatee stroked his beard and smiled. With an expression of wisdom, Your Highness, this Ji Chansheng is a grasshopper after autumn, and he won't be able to jump for long. Why do you think so? He killed Fairy Linglong's husband. Although he condensed the golden lotus of merit, he failed to stay on the mountain successfully. This is enough to explain everything. Fairy Linglong already hated him, and when he went down the mountain, he was said to have offended the master of the temple. At this point, the goat-bearded strategist chuckled. When the cunning rabbit dies, the running dog is cooked. When the Bai family was still there, Ji Chansheng was of course a general under the master. Now that the Bai family is gone, Ji Chansheng is naturally of no use. Why should the master offend Fairy Linglong because of a mere inner disciple? The prince nodded slowly, but still had a different opinion. Mr. Du's words make sense. But Fairy Linglong specifically passed down the Linglong sword order for Ji Chansheng, not allowing cultivators above the nascent soul stage to enter our Sheng kingdom. Mr. Du waved his hand. Your Highness, Fairy Linglong did this not for Ji Chansheng, but to maintain the rules of the cultivation world. I also know something about the cultivation world. These famous and upright sects have never allowed their disciples to be bullied by the big. Of course, when they go to bully the demon sect, they often fight shoulder to shoulder and don't follow any rules. Prince, nothing wrong with it. Why are righteous immortal sects more desirable than demon sects? A big part of the reason is that righteous immortal sects follow rules for their own people and have the strength to follow rules. As long as you integrate into this system, you will be protected by the rules, and your safety will be greatly guaranteed. On the surface, this rule is ironclad and will not be easily broken. When Ji Chansheng killed Bai Guanlin, he disguised himself as Jiang Buqing. Otherwise the consequences would be very serious. But in the demon sect, killing is killing. The strong are respected, and there are not so many rules. Therefore, the mortality rate of demon sect disciples remains high, and the success rate of righteous immortal sects is much higher than that of demon sects. Only when facing demon sect monsters will the righteous immortal sect break the rules. Double standards are the essence of the righteous path. Very flexible rules and bottom lines. This is also one of the reasons why Ji Chansheng admires the righteous path. Mr. Du continued, this Ji Chansheng is too young. Judging from what he said in the letter, it seems that he wants to rectify the business of foodie. At this point, Mr. Du couldn't help laughing. Does he know what he is talking about? Hearing Mr. Du say this, the other counselors couldn't help laughing. You are indeed too young. Ji Changsheng has no idea about the importance of the Blessed Land business. Although the Blessed Land business was initiated by Xing Taiping, no, it was by Shiji who started it. But now the Blessed Land business has become the largest source of income for the national treasury. If the Blessed Land business is rectified, Sheng will collapse in half immediately. All the major Blessed Land merchants have connections behind them, and many of them are related to the righteous immortals. Even if Ji Changsheng is really a disciple of Xuandu Temple, he cannot shake such a group of interests. Not to mention that he is just an elder of the outer sect of Xuandu Temple, who has offended Fairy Ling Long. So he is not worth worrying about. The counselors discussed it a lot, but the conclusions they came to were basically the same. Ji Changsheng wanted to move the Blessed Land business, but he was overestimating himself. It's not that they look down on Ji Changsheng, but they know how deep the water behind the Blessed Land business is. Mr. Du bowed and said, "Your Highness, don't worry. Unless Fairy Ling Long takes action personally, the business of the Blessed Land will never be affected. Ji Changsheng is still too young and doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Since he wants to start with the Blessed Land business and has sent a letter to Your Highness asking Your Highness to make some preparations in advance, Your Highness should give him a show. After all, he is also an outer sect elder of Xuandu Temple, so you still have to give him face." The prince humbly asked, "Please tell me what I should do?" Mr. Du laughed. Xuandu Temple attaches great importance to merit. Ji Changsheng wants to continue to move up, so he naturally hopes to let the people of Shengwu live and work in peace and prosperity, and let Shengwu prosper. However, governing a big country is like cooking a small fish, and we cannot easily start a war. Moreover, the relationship behind it is complicated. We must not change the court mechanism that has been running smoothly for many years in our Shengwu for Ji Changsheng's selfishness. The prince interrupted Mr. Du. "Mr. Du, please speak in a simple way." He listened for a minute and didn't hear a useful word. But the counselor is best at talking nonsense. Mr. Du's next nonsense opened the prince's eyes. "Your Highness, Ji Changsheng asked you to rectify the business of the Blessed Land and reduce the pressure on the people and the independent cultivators. You must agree to this matter. After all, he now represents Xuandu Temple. So you only need to do one thing. Release all measures except price reduction." The prince's eyes lit up, and after savoring for a moment, he performed a great gift to Mr. Du. "Mister, you are a national talent." Mr. Du chuckled and said, "The best way to deal with a young man like Ji Changsheng is to boil a frog in warm water. After a long time, he will understand what it means to put the overall situation first." A quarter of an hour later, the counselors dispersed. The prince dismissed his attendants and walked into his bedroom. He glanced at the crown princess, who had fallen asleep, and then lit a soul-guiding incense. A moment later, in the smoke, the reflection of the sun to river loomed. The boatman looked here while sailing. The prince knelt on the ground and kowtowed respectfully to the boatman. "Disciple greets master." Boatman nodded slightly. "What's up?" The prince said. Disciple received a letter from Ji Changsheng, asking him to sort out Xingwu's Blessed Land business. Boatman was not surprised, for Xuandu Temple disciples, the fastest way to accumulate merit is to solve the Blessed Land business. Ji Changsheng's idea is right, but unfortunately his vision is too short. He doesn't know how many powerful backgrounds are behind the Blessed Land business. Does he think that all sects can be like Xuandu Temple without worrying about resources? The prince asked, "Master, the sect? Any instructions?" Boatman said, "To turn Xingwu's luck totem into a dragon is Ji Changsheng's trial task for Xuandu Temple. Your task is related to him. Destroy Ji Changsheng's trial and make Xuandu Temple lose a true disciple." 1 year later, if Ji Changsheng fails to successfully ascend to Xuandu Temple, you will be Huangquan sect's true disciple, and I will help you ascend to Yuanying. The prince was overjoyed. "Thank you, master." Boatman reminded, "Shengwu is your home court. Seize this opportunity. In the future, you will be Huangquan sect's crown prince." Chapter 68. I can tell at a glance that you are a demon from the demon cult. 1 day later, Xuandu Temple's office in Shengwu. Ji Changsheng had just arrived here when he was visited by an old friend. "Hongye?" Ji Changsheng's eyes lit up when he saw Ing Hongye. But he then asked curiously, "Hongye, why are you wearing the uniform of the disciples of Danqing Pavilion?" The uniform of the disciples of Xuandu Temple is a Taoist robe, and Ing Hongye was wearing a red outfit at this time. It was the same outfit she wore when she and Ji Changsheng and Li Daoyan disguised themselves before. But at that time, they had to disguise themselves in order to investigate Sheng Taiping's affairs. Now it is completely unnecessary. Ji Chansheng was so strange. Ing Hongye smiled and hugged Ji Chansheng. Then explained, I am now a disciple of Danqing Pavilion. Ji Chansheng, what's the situation? Hongye, have you quit Xuandu Temple? Ing Hongye shook his head and said, that's not the case. But I have analyzed it carefully myself. Even if I continue to stay in Xuandu Temple for further studies, I can't make much progress. It's better to choose to go to Danqing Pavilion for further studies. Maybe there will be a different world. What do you mean? Ing Hongye said, on the surface. I am now an exchange student sent by Xuandu Temple to Danqing Pavilion for further studies. It's a good opportunity to introduce you. Cha Sheng. This senior brother Chao Ziming is an exchange student sent by Danqing Pavilion to Xuandu Temple. It means that the two of us have exchanged sects and are going to each other to learn more advanced cultivation methods. Exchange student? Study abroad for further studies? Ji Chansheng didn't find it difficult to accept such a concept. But he had never thought that there was such an operation in this world where cultivation could be practiced. Sure enough, his understanding of this world is still very superficial. Ji Chansheng took the initiative to extend a hand of friendship to Chao Ziming, who looked honest. Hello, senior brother Chao. Chao Ziming grabbed Ji Chansheng's hand and was a little excited. I, Chao Ziming, have no regrets in death for meeting junior brother Ji today. Ji Chansheng? He looked at Ing Hongye in confusion. Ing Hongye explained, senior brother Chao is your crazy admirer. Ji Chansheng blinked. I still have a crazy fan? Cha Sheng. You killed Bai Shizhi. And the impact of this matter is really too great. Ing Hongye shrugged and said, I went to Danqing Pavilion and found out that half of the young disciples of this generation of Danqing Pavilion admire you very much. After all, what you do is too much to their taste. Ji Chansheng thought of the purpose of Danqing Pavilion and quickly accepted this matter. Senior brother Chao. You can let go of my hand. Ji Chansheng reminded. If Chao Ziming was replaced by a junior sister of Danqing Pavilion with a gentle voice and a soft body, Ji Chansheng would not mind having a friendly and in-depth exchange with her. But Chao Ziming was a sturdy man. And although it was nice to be his fan, Ji Chansheng was more interested in Ing Hongye. Ing Hongye formally introduced Ji Chansheng and Chao Ziming to each other. Senior brother Chao. Chansheng is the first inner disciple of Xuandu Temple in this generation. He is now undergoing the trial of true disciples. He will help Xingguo's fortune totem transform into a dragon within a year. Cha Sheng. Senior brother Chao is a Tianji disciple trained by Danqing Pavilion before. He is 37 years old this year, and has the cultivation level of the late Jindan stage. He is expected to reach the Yuanying stage within 10 years. Ji Chansheng stood in awe. At the age of 37, the late Jindan stage, this cultivation speed is really not slow. After all, even for him, it took a long time to cultivate to the golden core stage. It took several days. In short, I was in awe. Xuandu Temple and Danqing Pavilion have always been good friends. Every year, there are several places for exchange students, so that the two sects can share what they have. Brother Chao and I took the initiative to apply for this exchange, which will last for 2 years. After 2 years, Brother Chao and I will choose which sect to join. Ji Chansheng nodded. But still a little strange. Hongye, I heard what you said. You want to really join Danqing Pavilion? Yes. Ing Hongye did not deny it. Why? Ji Chansheng asked, and then took the initiative to apologize to Chao Ziming. Brother Chao, I have always respected Danqing Pavilion. I have no other intentions. I am just curious why Hongye gave up the identity of a disciple of Xuandu Temple. Chao Ziming nodded to show his understanding. Although Danqing Pavilion is also a top sect, Xuandu Temple is recognized as the best in the world. Ing Hongye chuckled and said, because of you. Ji Chansheng. Hongye, you make me panic when you say that. Ing Hongye waved his hand and explained. I don't mean anything else. It's just that you and I are from the same class. You have already taken all the luck of this class of disciples. The higher the cultivators go, the more intense the competition becomes, and it is difficult for both sides to win. Generally speaking, the training resources for a class of disciples are fixed. I don't want to compete with you, Cha Sheng, and I don't think I can compete with you. Instead of staying in Xuandu Temple, it's better to go to Danqing Pavilion to open up a new world. Moreover, our Ing family has a deeper foundation in Danqing Pavilion than in Xuandu Temple, and I can get better training in Danqing Pavilion. Ji Changsheng thought for a while. Am I blocking your way? Ing Hongya smiled casually. Changsheng, you rose to prominence with your own ability. Even if you want to block him, you are blocking by Guanlin's way, which has nothing to do with me. And you are indeed moving too fast. I have just built my foundation, and you are already in the middle stage of the golden elixir. Even if your foundation is unstable, a golden elixir is still a golden elixir. Speaking of this, Ing Hongya's tone was somewhat skeptical of life. When we were in the mountains, the elder who preached the scriptures told us that the foundation is very important. But seeing that Changsheng, you are brave and diligent, taking all the luck and resources, I am somewhat skeptical of the elder's theory. Changsheng, you are really fast step by step. Fast step by step. Although it is said that flowing water does not compete for the first place, but for the endless flow. But if you can become famous at a young age, why not compete for the first place? Before Ji Changsheng appeared, Ing Hongya had never doubted the previous mainstream theory. Although there was also the weirdo Li Changxi before. When everyone considered the problem, they automatically excluded the mentally ill. But the sudden appearance of Ji Changsheng made Ing Hongya begin to doubt. Although she also knew that Ji Changsheng's foundation was unstable. But the golden elixir is the golden elixir. The treatment enjoyed is completely different from that of the foundation building period. As for the foundation, with Ji Changsheng's current cultivation strength and status, he can completely make up for the shortcomings of the foundation building period. In fact, Ing Hongya thought too much. Ji Changsheng didn't even think about making up for the foundation. He just thought that his progress was not fast enough. So he had no time to look back. Ji Changsheng said calmly, my idea is winner takes all. But my way of cultivation is easy to make enemies all over the world. Learning from me may not be a good thing. Ing Hongya nodded, with some admiration in his tone. Your way of cultivation is not just a matter of making enemies all over the world. You directly killed the husband of Fairy Ling Long. Chao Ziming also gave a thumbs up when he heard this. If junior brother Ji goes to our Danqing pavilion, he will definitely be able to cultivate the righteousness in the shortest time. To be honest, I came to Xuandu Temple just for junior brother Ji. So when I learned that junior brother Ji came to Shenghua, I immediately followed him. Junior brother Ji, if you have any orders, don't be polite to me. We disciples of Danqing Pavilion cultivate the righteousness. And we need to do practical things to improve our Taoism and cultivation in the mundane world. Chao Ziming said. Ji Changsheng's eyes lit up again when he heard it. It seems like a free thug. He really likes Danqing Pavilion more and more. Senior brother Chao. To be honest with you, I came to Shenghua to do only 3 things. Fair. Fair. Still fair. Chao Ziming was shocked. Junior brother Ji has great ambitions. But this goal may be difficult to achieve. There are too many problems in the world today. Ji Changsheng nodded and said, of course. I will do my best and try my best. As for Shenghua, I plan to start with the Blessed Land business. This time, Chao Ziming and Ing Hongya changed their expressions at the same time. Chao Ziming took a deep breath and deeply felt the gap between himself and his idol. He understood the complex cause and effect behind the Blessed Land business. And he believed that Ji Changsheng also understood it. Even so, Ji Changsheng actually took the initiative to start with the Blessed Land business. Knowing that it is impossible to do it, he still did it. Great spirit. Great hero. Thinking of his previous chivalry, he generally only dared to hit flies, not tigers. And Chao Ziming felt ashamed from the bottom of his heart. Master is right. There must be a teacher among 3 people. He can't stay in Danqing Pavilion and stay closed. He must go out of the mountain gate, see the heroes of the world, learn from their advantages, and expand his own knowledge. Thinking of this, Chao Ziming took the initiative to salute Ji Changsheng again. Junior brother Ji, please give me a chance to follow you and learn. I am willing to follow you and escort you, and also make a small contribution to the people of Shenghua. Ji Changsheng smiled and saluted Chao Ziming. Senior brother Chao is too polite. I naturally welcome you. In this case, Chao will stay shamelessly. Master once taught me that there must be a teacher among 3 people. Although junior brother Ji is younger than me, he is far better than me in both personal achievements and careers. Chao will study hard. And please give me advice in the future. Senior brother Chao is really too polite. Ji Changsheng and Chao Ziming exchanged greetings for a while, and then looked at Ing Hongya. Ing Hongya shrugged and said, look at what I do. I definitely support you, Changsheng. But I need to remind you that there are many hidden dangers behind the business of foodie. Even if you, Changsheng, Want to rectify it in the name of Xuandu Temple. It is not that easy. It's not that difficult. Actually, Ji Changsheng smiled. I believe that everyone is reasonable. As long as I talk to them about the reason, they will definitely accept my advice. Chao Ziming nodded in agreement. Junior brother Ji wins people over with virtue, which is really a role model for our generation. Ing Hongye glanced at Chao Ziming, and his mood was hard to describe. Senior brother Chao still doesn't understand Changsheng. It makes sense for Danqing Pavilion to release senior brother Chao. Ing Hongye had specially checked Chao Ziming's information before. Judging from Chao Ziming's level in the late Jindan period in his 30s, Danqing Pavilion should have kept Chao Ziming and trained him well. It is highly likely that Danqing Pavilion will produce another Yuanying period true disciple before Chao Ziming is 50 years old. A 50-year-old Yuanying has a promising future. But Danqing Pavilion sent Chao Ziming directly to Xuandu Temple, which was at the risk of losing Chao Ziming. The reason was very simple. Ing Hongye reminded again, Changsheng, please try to take care of brother Chao. What do you mean? Ji Changsheng didn't understand. He was only in the middle stage of Jindan, and Chao Ziming was in the late stage of Jindan, and he was in the real late stage of Jindan. Ji Changsheng still expected Chao Ziming to take care of him. Ing Hongye explained, according to the elders of Danqing Pavilion, brother Chao has a pure heart and is very simple. Therefore, he has made rapid progress in cultivating the righteousness. He just lacks experience and needs to experience more wind and rain in the outside world. Ji Changsheng silently savored it for a moment, and then successfully translated Ing Hongye's words. Chao Ziming's late Jindan cultivation and genius status were obtained by sacrificing his IQ. This child is very simple, stupid. Danqing Pavilion sent him to Xuandu Temple to make him smarter. No wonder Ji Changsheng felt that Chao Ziming was a bit heartfelt when he first met him. Originally, Ji Changsheng just thought it was enthusiasm. But now it seems that he really admired him. Silly. In fact, for cultivation, being a little stupid is not a bad thing. Many times, smart people do not have a firm heart of Taoism and prefer to take shortcuts. Some simple and stupid people are often indomitable and more suitable for cultivation. But the best cultivation seed must be a person who is both smart and determined. Ji Changsheng understood Chao Ziming's situation, and he felt more at ease using this thug. Brother Chao, don't worry. Your business is my business. We will work together for a year, and I guarantee that you will learn the essence of righteousness. Ji Changsheng took on the responsibility. Although he has not practiced the righteousness, you can tell from the name that it is not much different from the virtuous spirit. No one knows how to cultivate virtue better than me. Similarly, no one knows how to cultivate the righteousness better than me. He is absolutely sure to train an excellent disciple for Danqing Pavilion. Chao Ziming is also very confident in Ji Changsheng. The pavilion master told me in person that I should learn well from junior brother Ji. Junior brother Ji. Where do we start? Chao Ziming got into the state directly. Ji Changsheng is also a very efficient person. He also hopes to get the virtue as soon as possible. I have a beginning and an end in my life. This matter was caused by the Taiping Blessed Land. Now that Xing Taiping is dead, the follow-up of the Taiping Blessed Land has not been resolved. Let's start from the Taiping Blessed Land and rectify the Blessed Land situation in Shenghua. Before Ji Changsheng came to Shenghua, he had already learned about the situation here. After Sheng Taiping died, Taiping Fudi fell into the hands of the Prince of Shenghua, and I was about to visit him. Ing Hongye was startled and asked with concern, Changsheng, why don't you reorganize the Xuandu Temple's office in Shenghua first? Ji Changsheng waved his hand. No need to reorganize. Why? Ing Hongye reminded seriously. The Bai family has been operating here for decades, and everyone from top to bottom may be from the Bai family. Changsheng, if you don't reorganize the rear, they will definitely be hypocritical to you, and you are likely to fall into their hands. Chao Ziming also nodded and said, Junior brother Ji, this matter does need to be taken seriously. Master has taught me many times that the strongest fortress is easiest to break from the inside. Ji Changsheng scratched his head, looking puzzled. Why do you think so? I feel that these people in Xuandu Temple Shenghua office are quite loyal. Chao Ziming, junior brother Ji is too easy to trust people. Right? Ing Hongye and Chao Ziming have different ideas. After looking at Ji Changsheng, Ing Hongye's heart moved, and she directly pulled over an ordinary disciple from Xuandu Temple Shenghua office. Before she could speak, the other party knelt on the ground with a thump. Spare my life. Fairy, spare my life. Ing Hongye, You stand up and talk. No. I dare not. Fairy. Spare my life. I am loyal to Xuandu Temple and Elder Ji. And I will definitely work hard. Ing Hongye glanced at the disciple with the blue back of his hand. And then glanced around. And his heart suddenly understood. No wonder Chan Sheng is so confident in these people. This group of people is at most Ji refining. All of them were controlled by Ji Chongqing's poison. If he is not assured, that would be strange. Ing Hongye waved his hand helplessly. Get up and do your work. After the man left, Ing Hongye asked, it's not fatal, right? Ji Chongqing knew that Ing Hongye had seen through his tricks. And shrugged, if I am alive, they can't die. If I die, they can't live either. As the future young master of the demonic sect, if Ji Chongqing didn't have some poison with him, he would be sorry for his origin. As for whether doing so would harm innocent people, Ji Chongqing could only say that as long as he was alive, there would always be time to slowly identify. If he died, he wouldn't be able to care so much about what happened later. Besides, this was a helpless move for him. The Bai family has been entrenched here for decades, and has worked hard to run the business. God knows how many filial sons and grandsons they have cultivated over the years. Ji Chongqing doesn't have time to deal with them slowly. Just knock them all down first. In the final analysis, it's all the Bai family's fault. Ji Chongqing feels that he has no problem. A new emperor appoints new ministers. He didn't kill all these people, which is already a mercy. Judging from what the Bai family has done over the years, it's not unfair to let these people be punished together. First hit the tiger, then hit the fly, and solve the problem from top to bottom. Ji Chongqing determined the course of action. If we fight slowly from the bottom up, it will take a long time. We can wait, but those ordinary people and casual cultivators who bought Taiping Foodie may not be able to wait. I hope to solve the issue of Taiping Foodie quickly and give a warning to other foodie merchants. Ing Hongye pondered for a moment, then nodded, okay. But it may be stressful to find the Prince of Shengguo right away. Chao Ziming and... It's okay. I read the information about Shengguo before I came. The Prince of Shengguo loves the people like his own children, respects the wise and humble, and is a recognized wise crown prince. I believe he will help us. Ji Chongqing and Ing Hongye looked at each other, and Ji Chongqing smiled and said, I hope so. I have written a letter to the Prince of Shengguo in advance, asking him to properly handle the matter of Taiping Foodie. He will come here to discuss with me later. Hey, the prince is here. In fact, the Prince of Shengguo originally asked Ji Chongqing to meet at the East Palace. But Ji Chongqing was too lazy to go to the other party's home court. What if the Prince of Shengguo arranged a swordsman? Besides, although the other party is the Prince of Sheng, he is the outer sect elder of Xuandu Temple. If we really talk about status, Ji Chongqing is still one level higher. Ji Chongqing will naturally not condescend to meet the other party. Of course, let the Prince of Sheng take the initiative to visit him. In this way, if something unexpected happens, he can also take advantage of the home court. When the Prince of Sheng arrived, Ji Chongqing took the initiative to greet him. Ing Hongye glanced at Chao Ziming and reminded him, Brother Chao, listen carefully to the conversation between Chongqing and the Prince of Sheng. You will definitely learn a lot from Chongqing's way of dealing with people. She knew that the elders of Danqing Pavilion asked Chao Ziming to come out of the mountain not to let him practice, but to make him more careful. Ing Hongye naturally hoped that Chao Ziming would grow up as soon as possible. Chao Ziming was full of confidence. Don't worry. Junior sister Ing. Junior brother Ji has served the country and the people. And the prince is also well known. I believe they will be able to reach a consensus. Ing Hongye. That's not what I meant. Forget it. Just watch it. The Prince of Shengguo is a young man who looks very pale and weak. There is no blood on his face. It is not in good health at first glance. Standing with Ji Chongqing, the prince looks more and more like a weak scholar. However, Ji Chongqing does not care about the prince's appearance, let alone the prince's health. He cares about the prince's behavior. Meet Elder Ji. The prince took the initiative to salute Ji Chongqing. Ji Chongqing returned the salute and then stepped aside. Your Highness. Let's talk inside. Elder Ji. Please. Your Highness. Please. After a while, Ji Chongqing and the prince sat down in the room on the left and right. Chao Ziming and Ing Hongye sat below Ji Chongqing. The prince also brought two people, one civil and one military, to sit below the prince. Ji Chongqing didn't exchange pleasantries and went straight to the point. Your Highness should have received my letter. I wonder if we can discuss how to deal with the follow-up of Taiping Foodie. The prince didn't expect Ji Changsheng to be so straightforward. He originally planned to pretend to be polite. But now it seems that he has to get down to business. After a moment of silence, the prince nodded and said, I have received Elder Ji's letter. But the subsequent disposal of Taiping Foodie is actually a bit troublesome. Ji Changsheng asked calmly. Where is the trouble? The prince complained. Elder Ji, you want to return Taiping Foodie directly to the first group of people who bought the foodie. This is not in compliance with the laws of Shenghua. The first batch of guests has signed a sales agreement with Sheng Taiping, written in black and white, with their handprints and seals on it, which is genuine. According to the laws of Shenghua, the first batch of guests have no relationship with Taiping Foodie. Ji Changsheng said calmly. They were forced to sign the sales agreement at the time, so it can't be considered invalid? The prince shook his head. Since it was forced to sell, it should have been. We should ask the court for help. Now it is written in black and white. A fait accompli. We cannot tear up the agreement just because they say they were forced. The spirit of contract is very important in our Sheng country. Elder Ji, let me say something unpleasant. If they can tear up the agreement unscrupulously because you support them, where is the law of the court? Ji Changsheng raised his eyebrows, glanced at the prince, and continued to speak calmly. What the prince said makes sense. So I have another suggestion. Let them buy back the blessed land at the selling price. Our Xuandu temple is responsible for restoring the Taiping blessed land to the state when they first bought it, and then let the Taiping blessed land return to its original owner. Although doing this is equivalent to a lot of trouble for them, it can still give them some comfort. The prince continued to shake his head in embarrassment. Elder Ji, your method is feasible in theory, but not in practice. Why? The price they sold was too low. If you buy it at that price, it will destroy the price of the entire Shenghua foodie, causing an extremely serious chain reaction. Other foodie merchants will definitely not agree. The prince said in embarrassment. The court must also consider the overall situation. It cannot ruin the whole game because of a Taiping foodie. Chao Ziming heard something wrong and interrupted. Your Highness, when Sheng Taiping bought the first batch of foodie from Taiping foodie customers at a low price, why didn't the court stop it and say the price was too low? The prince smiled bitterly and said, Your Excellency, you don't know that Marquis Sheng has a lot of power in the court, and I dare not offend him. The court did not allow it at the time, but Marquis Sheng was powerful, so no one dared to stand up and oppose it. Ji Changsheng laughed. The court of Sheng Kingdom is really interesting. They dare not oppose Sheng Taiping, but they dare to oppose our Xuandu temple. The prince's tone was very helpless. Elder Ji, you can see clearly that Sheng Taiping is unreasonable and takes human lives lightly. Xuandu temple is different from Sheng Taiping. As the leader of the righteous way, Xuandu temple will naturally not regard the laws of Sheng Kingdom as nothing. Chao Ziming was speechless. Ji Changsheng smiled. I understand. Good people should be morally kidnapped. Bad people have no morals, so they can't be kidnapped. The prince was shocked, but smiled bitterly. Shame on you. Shame on you. Ji Changsheng smiled calmly. It's okay. It's not your fault. Since returning the blessed land directly is not an option, and letting the first batch of customers buy it at a low price is not an option, I have another suggestion. It's better to keep the price unchanged and sell it at the price the first batch of customers paid for the Taiping blessed land, and let those customers buy it back at the original price. The prince's face lit up. Elder Ji is wise. I haven't finished speaking yet. Ji Changsheng said. The first batch of guests have already paid once. It is very unreasonable to ask them to pay twice for a piece of blessed land. So they only pay the purchase price given by Sheng Taiping, and the shortfall will be made up by the court. In this way, it will not affect the price of blessed land in the market, and it will also allow these people to live and work in peace and not be affected too much. How about the best of both worlds? Chao Ziming's face lit up, thinking that junior brother Ji was very thoughtful. But the prince's heart sank. Elder Ji, if this happens, wouldn't the court lose money? Ji Changsheng patiently explained. How could the court lose money? It is the court's responsibility to ensure that the people under its rule can live and work in peace and contentment. It is also the court's responsibility to ensure that the people who have been treated unfairly receive fair treatment. Prince, Elder Ji, it is Sheng Taiping who is making things difficult for these people, not the court. How can the court pay such a huge loss for the behavior of a profiteer? This is impossible. We still have to find another way. Ji Changsheng slammed the table and stood up. You bastard. I can tell at a glance that you are a demon from the demon cult. Tell me, are you a demon from the Huangquan sect? Be polite first. Then use force. Ji Changsheng felt that he had been very polite. But this guy was unmoved. The only way was to use force. It's hard to find a three-legged toad. But there are plenty of two-legged princes? Kill this demon from the demon cult and replace him with a prince. Ji Changsheng believed that it would be much easier to talk. As for why he falsely accused the prince of being from Huangquan sect, it was because the heavenly demon sect was now his retreat. And he already knew the relationship between Huangquan sect and the Bai family. The first choice was to put the blame on Huangquan sect. Brother Chow, close the door. Hongya, get ready to kill this Huangquan sect monster. The prince's face turned pale, and he broke into a cold sweat. Ji Changsheng lived up to his reputation, and actually saw through my details. When did I reveal my flaws? Chapter 69. It's really a demon from Huangquan sect. The prince was stunned when Ji Changsheng suddenly revealed his identity. The news that he joined Huangquan sect was kept secret. And not many people knew about it even in Huangquan sect. Huangquan sect is different from other big sections. It is a proper sect of the underworld. Almost isolated from the world of the living. The disciples of Huangquan sect also follow the style of the underworld. If they can hide in the dark, they will never hide in the light. No one knows whether the true form of Emperor Huangquan is a man or a woman. The disciples of Huangquan sect have also learned this method. Even within Huangquan sect, they do not show their true form to others, and will do all kinds of cover-ups. Only a few people like Emperor Huangquan know the identities of all the disciples. So the prince's identity was suddenly exposed, and his brain immediately crashed for a moment. Chao Ziming was as stunned as the prince. He was also stunned. Close the door. Although he also thought that the prince of Shang Kingdom was different from the rumors, and was not worthy of his reputation. But was it too much to suddenly shout for war and killing? Danqing Pavilion was not like this. At least we should find out the truth before we act. Junior brother G. Don't be impulsive. We can't kill without telling anyone, let alone frame someone. As soon as Chao Ziming finished speaking, he saw Ing Hongya decisively act. Then, he and Ing Hongya were both frightened. Bang! Ing Hongya was pierced through the shoulder blade by the prince's Yifeng finger. The whole person flew backwards, hit the wall inside the room, and fell to the ground powerlessly. Chao Ziming's face instantly became extremely solemn. Yifeng finger. Huangquan sect's unique skill. Ji Changsheng. Fuck. Is he really a demon from Huangquan sect? I just said it casually. Have I awakened the magical power of words come true? Ing Hongya felt worse than Ji Changsheng. She didn't believe Ji Changsheng's words at all. But she understood Ji Changsheng's meaning at the first time. He took down the prince of Shang state, and said whoever he was his. He caught the criminal first, and then slowly charged him with crimes. Ing Hongya didn't know how to do this before meeting Ji Changsheng. But now he has mastered it. Ing Hongya had no psychological pressure to attack the prince of Shang state. After all, Shang state was originally separated from Ing state. But the prince of Shang state was actually a disciple of Huangquan sect. And his strength was far above hers, which Ing Hongya never expected. He misunderstood Changsheng. This time Changsheng didn't lie. Be careful. Ing Hongya vomited blood and reminded him. His cultivation is at least Jin Dan. And he is definitely the best among the inner disciples of Huangquan sect. He is even participating in the true transmission trial. What can Ji Changsheng say? He couldn't say a word. So he could only walk behind Chao Ziming silently, and protect Chao Ziming in front of him without making a sound. Brother Chao. Don't talk about the rules of the rivers and lakes when dealing with the monsters of Huangquan sect. Let's fight together. Ji Changsheng was a little nervous. This prince was hiding very well just now. But when he attacked Ing Hongya just now, his realm was exposed. And he seemed to be a little stronger than him. It's similar to Chao Ziming. It should also be the cultivation of the late Jin Dan. I'm afraid it's really as Ing Hongya said. He is a disciple of Huangquan sect participating in the true transmission trial this time. How can the underworld disciples of Huangquan sect hide so deeply? Even the Prince of Shengwu is a member of Huangquan sect. Can they still have fun? Ji Changsheng hated this kind of demon, who didn't follow the rules of the martial arts world. Chao Ziming was the same. Junior brother Ji. Help me to raid the formation. I will test his quality first. Although he hated the demon. Chao Ziming. As a disciple selected by the elders of Danqing Pavilion to be released for training. His shortcomings were instantly revealed. He didn't understand the bottom line of the flexibility of the righteous people at all, and actually wanted to fight alone. The prince took a deep breath, moved his right hand slightly, and took the initiative to close the door. At the same time, his whole breath began to become gloomy, with ghosts, gusts of cold wind, and the air was filled with curses of resentful souls. The 2 people he brought had instantly turned into mummies, and he had wiped out their 3 souls and 7 spirits, becoming 2 corpses. The prince ignored Chao Ziming, and his eyes were fixed on Ji Changsheng, who was protecting Chao Ziming in front of him. Ji Changsheng, when did you find out that I was a disciple of Huangquan sect? The prince always thought he was hiding well. Ji Changsheng laughed, thinking I didn't notice you at all. You exposed yourself. But no one would believe this, so he could only laugh. Chao Ziming snorted coldly. I didn't expect that the Prince of Shunhua would actually worship Huangquan sect and work for Huangquan sect in secret. No wonder he ignored these suggestions made by junior brother Ji that benefit the country and the people. It's still junior brother Ji who has a sharp eye and sees through the details of this Huangquan sect monster. The sky is clear. Monster, you are a demon, and you will eventually be exposed under the sun. Behead. Chao Ziming drew his sword and rushed forward. A faint light flashed in the prince's eyes. He pointed at the tip of Chao Ziming's sword, obviously at ease, and had enough strength to speak. I wanted to keep this identity, but now that you have seen through me, I can only kill you to silence you. Chao Ziming? Righteousness? Huh. The prince sneered, and the Yifeng finger instantly penetrated the tip of the sword, and the gray weird air immediately began to spread around. Chao Ziming's righteousness was instantly suppressed. But Chao Ziming is worthy of being a man who sacrificed his IQ in exchange for cultivation. He is really fierce, although his strength is obviously inferior to that of the prince. Chao Ziming has a sword in his hand, which is sharp and unmatched. Ghosts and monsters, they also want to touch my heart of Taoism. Chao Ziming directly wrote the word righteousness in the air with the sword in his hand. Then, the word righteousness shone brightly. Under the cover of the righteousness, Chao Ziming pierced the prince's eyebrows with a sword in the air, giving up all defenses. This is a move to die together. Prince, what kind of lunatic is this? Why is he going to die together? He doesn't want to trade his life with Chao Ziming. Just as he retracted his Yifeng finger and prepared to defend, the prince's face suddenly changed. Blue Lotus Sword Immortal. A person walked out from behind Ji Changsheng. A blue lotus instantly enlarged in front of his eyes. The blue clothes made the prince's Taoism suddenly collapse, and he completely lost his will to fight. At the same time, an unconfirmed rumor broke into the prince's mind. It is rumored that Ji Changsheng is the illegitimate son of the Blue Lotus Sword Immortal. Is the rumor true? It was not Ji Changsheng who saw through my disguise, but the Blue Lotus Sword Immortal. The prince confirmed his guess almost instantly. Ji Changsheng's cultivation level is just the middle stage of the golden core, and he used merit to forcibly brush up his realm. This is well known. So how could he see through his disguise? Only if the Green Lotus Sword Immortal was hiding in the dark could he reveal his true identity. I didn't expect that the Green Lotus Sword Immortal would play the same trick as the White Dragon Fish suit for his illegitimate son. I was careless. The prince lost all his will to fight, mobilized all his cultivation, burned all his blood, and jumped directly to the roof, trying to escape. Facing Ji Changsheng and Chao Ziming, he had the courage to fight with them, or even annihilate them. But facing the Green Lotus Sword Immortal, he would be a fool if he didn't run. The 5 great sword immortals are all top figures in the world. Even if his master came, he would have to run away when he saw the Green Lotus Sword Immortal. The prince thought his choice was right, until he ran into the sad demon knife. Ji Changsheng had a blank expression on his face, and stabbed the prince in the heart. You? Before the prince could react, Chao Ziming, who followed closely, pierced his forehead with a sword. The prince fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. But Ji Changsheng was not at ease. Although it was not appropriate to use magic for a long time in front of Chao Ziming, Ji Changsheng still swung 3,600 knives within a minute, creating the effect of slow execution. Facts have proved that Ji Changsheng's caution is effective. When Ji Changsheng cut the prince's body, which had already turned into a half-skeleton, suddenly jumped up, scaring Chao Ziming, who was about to recover his vitality, so much that his internal breath was messed up. Fortunately, Ji Changsheng's rhythm was not disrupted, and the next knife accurately cut the prince's ankle. Then he continued his dense thousands of knives. Finally, After 3,600 cuts, the prince turned into pieces. Lying there quietly, the years are quiet. Ji Changsheng wiped the cold sweat from his head and breathed a sigh of relief. I was scared to death. Fortunately, he was smart and used illusion in time. It was Chao Ziming's choice to confront the prince head-on. Ji Changsheng thought to himself that he was just a small cultivator in the middle stage of the golden core. There was no need to attack. Playing as an auxiliary from the side would be quite effective. Besides, Li Chongqi reminded him that his current illusion had no lethality. But no lethality does not mean that you cannot kill people, as long as the opponent cannot see through his illusion. In Ji Chongqing's view, it is actually equal to lethality. Facts have proved that this is also the case. The prince did not see through his illusion and really thought that the Green Lotus Sword Immortal was coming. So he fell completely into the trap he set. Then, he got twice the result with half the effort. Of course, at least half of the credit belongs to Chao Ziming. If Chao Ziming had not tied up most of the prince's energy, even if the prince's eyes could not see through Ji Chongqing's illusion, he could still quickly distinguish it with his brain. And Chao Ziming's finishing blow was also very important. The death of the prince can be said to be an alien version of Kobe and I scoring 81 points together. Brother Chao, we killed this Huangquan sect monster together. Ji Changsheng did not take credit. You have half of the military medal. Chao Ziming's face was not very good, and he was hesitant to speak. Ji Changsheng took the initiative to care. Brother Chao, what's wrong with you? Chao Ziming said depressedly. Brother Ji, bullying the minority with the majority is not what a righteous disciple does. Ji Changsheng thought that the elders of Danqing Pavilion were not easy. No wonder they let all these treasures out. This is just talent without means. No matter how strong such a disciple is, he may capsize at any time. He needs to be beaten twice by the world before he can mature. Fortunately, Ji Changsheng has a way to deal with such a genius whose eyes reveal clarity, stupidity. Brother Chao, are you so focused on being a hero that you don't realize that Hongye is dying? Ji Changsheng said seriously. What? Chao Ziming was startled and looked at Ing Hongye in a hurry. Ing Hongye, who had just taken the elixir and had recovered halfway. What should she do now? Ing Hongye and Ji Changsheng looked at each other. Then, Ing Hongye suddenly coughed and vomited blood again, indicating that his life was in danger. Ji Changsheng. He still wanted to use illusion. I didn't expect Ing Hongye to cooperate so well. I am very relieved. I feel that Hongye is becoming more and more mature. As expected, Hongye has grown rapidly after being with me for a long time. This is probably the saying that people who are close to red will become red. While Ji Changsheng was feeling emotional, he did not forget the moral pressure. Chao Ziming, Brother Chao, while you only think about fighting alone, have you ever thought about your fellow disciples who are in danger of death? Have you ever thought about what Hongye and I will do if you are defeated by the monster of Huangquan sect? Chao Ziming was frightened and sweated coldly. He immediately stood up and bowed to Ing Hongye and Ji Changsheng. Junior sister Ing, junior brother Ji, I was wrong. I only cared about my own selfishness and ignored your situation. This is a big mistake. Speaking of this, Chao Ziming took a deep breath and said solemnly, Junior brother Ji, I owe you 2 lives. Ji Changsheng didn't follow Chao Ziming's train of thought. Brother, why do you owe me 2 lives? Chao Ziming said, if I fight alone, I am no match for this prince. I thought of exchanging my life with him. But his strength is 1 level higher than mine, and he may not have no means to save his life. If I die in his hands, you and junior sister Hongye may not escape his clutches. Fortunately, you acted decisively and saved my life and junior sister Ying's life. I owe you this. Ji Changsheng, feeling the clear loveliness of senior brother Chao. Although this kind of person is indeed a bit pedantic. But just because Chao Ziming didn't count his own life in these 2 lives, Ji Changsheng likes this kind of person very much. Senior brother Chao, we are all family. Let's not talk about this. Ji Changsheng focuses on being generous. As long as you prioritize my life and Hongye's life in the future, and don't prioritize self-esteem and cleanliness, I will forgive you. Chao Ziming nodded seriously. I've made a note. A righteous disciple should prioritize helping the weak and slaying demons. I was too narrow-minded before. Listening to junior brother Ji's words is better than reading for 10 years. Ing Hongye, senior brother Chao is so easy to deceive. What a pity. I only stayed with Changsheng for a few days, and I felt grown up. I didn't even appreciate such a simple and kind senior brother. If it were in the past, She would have admired righteous knights like Chao Ziming. Ing Hongya felt her heart. And she was no longer as simple as before. She felt a little uncomfortable, but immediately put it behind her, struggling to get up from the ground. Ing Hongya asked weakly, Chan Sheng, how did you find out that the prince was a disciple of Huangquan sect? Chao Ziming also looked at Ji Chansheng curiously after hearing this. Ji Chansheng. Where should I start? Yes. I discovered his identity as a demon from Huangquan sect from the beginning. So I played along with him. In the end, he couldn't help but jump out. That's the truth. I dared to come to Shenhua. So I have made all the preparations. Ji Chansheng said with a wise mind, Hongya, senior brother Chao, you must be prepared. There are still many demons hidden in Shenhua. Anyone standing opposite me is a demon, and everyone can kill him. Chapter 70 Princess. You don't want the secret that you are a disciple of the heavenly demon sect to be known. Right? When Ji Chansheng said this, Ing Hongya was fine. She only believed it a little. But Chao Ziming's face suddenly changed. This kid believed it all. Even more innocent than Li Daoyan. Shenhua is so chaotic. Chao Ziming instantly felt a huge sense of crisis. Junior brother Ji. Junior sister Ing. Should we ask for help from our master? Ing Hongya reminded. Fairy Linglong issued a sword order, prohibiting cultivators above the nascent soul stage from entering Shenhua. As for cultivators below the nascent soul stage, I guess they are almost here. But they are not walking in the open. In this world, the devil is 1 foot higher than the Tao. Disciples of the big demon sects such as the heavenly demon sect and the Huangquan sect usually have to hide their identities when they are not on their own territory. So the Prince of Shenhua has never been exposed before. But he has been here. Not exposing your identity in the open and not being in this place are two completely different concepts. Hearing Ing Hongya say this, Chao Ziming became even more dignified. I didn't expect Shenhua to be so dangerous. Ji Chansheng actually didn't expect it either. The main reason was that he met a Huangquan sect disciple when he first arrived. He was still in the late Jindan stage. And it was obvious that he was a genius who was carefully cultivated in Huangquan sect. This really exceeded all of their expectations. However, Ji Chansheng took another look at the already very peaceful crown prince of Shenhua and quickly regained his composure. Don't be afraid. The Huangquan sect monster has already died. The leader of the Tianma sect is my adoptive father. The saint of the Hehuan sect is my thigh. The Assassin's League is the organization I just joined. What other demons can be bigger than my background? Ji Chansheng calmed down. First helped Ing Hongya to sit on the seat. Let Ing Hongya swallow the elixir to restore his vitality. And then said to Chao Ziming, Brother Chao, it seems that I have to trouble you to make a handover with the Shenhua court. The Prince of Shenhua turned out to be a disciple of Huangquan sect. Our Xuandu temple needs Shenhua to give an explanation for this matter. Chao Ziming nodded. Leave this to me. Brother Ji. Take good care of Sister Ing. Thank you, Brother Chao. Chao Ziming walked out of the Xuandu temple Shenhua office with the corpse of the Prince of Shenhua. Although they chopped up the Prince of Shenhua, the Shenhua court was still at fault in this matter. As long as there is actual evidence, the Shenhua court must give Xuandu temple an explanation. Of course, even if there is no actual evidence. As long as Ji Chansheng confirms this matter, the Shenhua court must give Xuandu temple an explanation. The truth is not determined by evidence, but by fists. After Chao Ziming left, Ji Chansheng breathed a sigh of relief and said to Ing Hongya, Okay, Hongya, don't pretend. Your face can be rosy again. Ing Hongya's face did regain its rosy color at a speed visible to the naked eye. The broken shoulder blade also recovered quickly. After a while, Ing Hongya waved his arm. Although he still felt a little pain, it did not affect his daily movements. How long will it take to recover completely? Ji Chansheng asked with concern. Ing Hongya thought for a while and said, A week. Xuandu Temple has a lot of healing pills. Unless it is a fatal injury, recovery is generally very fast. If you encounter an injury like the broken arm of the elder who preached the scriptures, the healing pills of Xuandu Temple will be useless. However, the broken arm of the elder who preached the scriptures was caused by Yulao Mo. Although the Prince of Shenhua can be regarded as the prodigy of Huangquan sect, he is still far from the level of Yulao Mo. In addition, Ing Hongya was not the main target of the prince's attack. So although Ing Hongya was knocked away in one move, the injury was not as serious as imagined. That is to deceive Chao Ziming. Despite this, Ing Hongya still had lingering fears. Cha Sheng. Shenhua is more dangerous than imagined. Ji Changsheng nodded. But it's not that dangerous. Ji Changsheng said calmly, as long as we are vigilant and take the initiative. The demons of the demon cult may not react. For example, this time, the prince of Xingwei hid well. But he was obviously stunned by him. Ji Changsheng had completely calmed down at this time. After reviewing the whole thing, he found that the prince of Xingwei definitely did not come to turn against him at first. And he did not have the intention of killing to silence him. When two armies fight, they have to test each other first, and send some soldiers to go through the motions. No commander of the two armies will fight in person. Who knew that Ji Changsheng would not play by the rules? Mainly because he did not know the details of the Prince of Shang state. And he directly overturned the table. And then everyone was caught off guard. Facts have proved that the 5 words strike first to gain the upper hand are really a wise saying. Ying Hongye already knows Ji Changsheng well enough. From Ji Changsheng's words, she tasted other meanings and asked uncertainly, Changsheng, you didn't realize that the Prince of Shang state was a disciple of Huangquan's sect. And you said it casually? You planned to arrest him first and then put the hat on him. But it happened by accident? Ji Changsheng was furious. Hongye, am I such a person in your heart? Ying Hongye was shocked. It's true. The prince died unjustly. Ji Changsheng. It's bad. Ying Hongye's progress is beyond expectations. He wants to get a bargain with his nephew. Ji Changsheng decisively changed the subject. Where is Dalian? I didn't see him when I returned to the mountain this time. Ying Hongye complained. Don't change the subject. Forget it. The Prince of Xingwei is dead anyway. Li Dalian was called back by the Li family. The troubled times are coming. And the Li family is worried about this idiot hanging around outside. Why didn't you leave Li Dalian in Xuandu Temple? Ji Changsheng was a little surprised. Ying Hongye shook his head and said, Xuandu Temple is the center of this troubled times. And there will be a big storm in the future. My family asked me to go to Danqing Pavilion for exchanges and learning. And also wanted me to avoid it. This matter involves the sky. And we are all cooperating and linking below. Even Xuandu Temple cannot be immune. Ji Changsheng was in awe. Even with the Xianwang Merit Tower? Ying Hongye continued to shake his head. But did not speak. At her level, she couldn't dare to talk about the Xianwang Merit Tower. But it was obvious that once the matter involved the sky, the Xianwang Merit Tower's defense would lose its certainty. After all, with the background of Xuandu Temple, those who dared to go against Xuandu Temple naturally had their trump cards. Ji Changsheng immediately became serious. It seems that I have to solve the troubles of Shunwa quickly. I must brush up my merits and raise my realm to the nascent soul stage. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to feel safe. After all, Fairy Linglong only gave him a 1-year buffer period. Ji Changsheng set a small goal for himself. Within a year. Sprint. Ascension? Whether it can be achieved or not. You should always have a dream. The news of the prince's death caused an uproar in the government and the country of Shang. But then the news that the prince was a disciple of Huangquan's sect spread quickly, which caused more criticism from the government and the country. The magic sects are not necessarily all hated by everyone. The Hahuan sect and the Assassin's League are also in the magic camp. But the monks of the Hahuan sect are very popular in the world. Many righteous disciples are very yearning for the disciples of the Hahuan sect. And their first reaction, when they meet them, is rarely to fight and kill. The power of LSP is infinite, regardless of gender. The reputation of the Assassin's League is slightly worse than that of the Hahuan sect. But it is not so disgusting. Because the Assassin's League is different from other magic sections. Although the Assassin's League kills a lot, this sect does things for money. As long as you can afford the price. The Assassin's League dares to kill people. But as long as no one offers the price, the Assassin's League will not kill for no reason. This kind of mercenary-like organization is actually more like a neutral camp. However, the purpose of the Assassin's League obviously does not conform to the definition of the righteous path. And the fence-sitters are easily killed by the righteous and evil paths first. So the Assassin's League decisively turned to the evil path camp. In fact, the major sects of the righteous path are not keen on encircling and suppressing the Assassin's League. The casual cultivators, and even ordinary people in the world also hope that the Assassin's League can exist. Because the existence of the Assassin's League seems to be beneficial to everyone. This organization allows many people to spend money to do things that are inconvenient for them, but they really want to do. Including the leader of the Assassin's League, Zhu Jianxian, one of the 5 great swordsmen in the world. His position and identity have always been the focus of discussion among the most powerful people in the world. Emperor Huangquan and Absolute Sword Immortal are the two most mysterious. Let's not talk about the underworld person like Emperor Huangquan for now. There are countless rumors about Absolute Sword Immortal in the world. And one of them is the most terrifying. It is rumored that there are actually only 4 great sword immortals in the world. Absolute Sword Immortal is actually one of the 4 great sword immortals in disguise. This rumor has not been confirmed, but it has a wide market. If this rumor is true, no one in the Assassin's League will move. After all, the 4 great sword immortals other than Absolute Sword Immortal are famous in the world. And they are all big bosses. Even Fairy Ling is among them. Who dares to dance on the grave for no reason? But of course, there are also genuine demon sects. The Heavenly Demon Sect and the Huangquan Sect are the 2 demon sects that cannot be washed away. The skills of the Heavenly Demon Sect are almost all based on killing. And the special effects of the skills are obvious at a glance. No one believes that they are the right way. The Huangquan Sect skills are aimed directly at the 3 souls and 7 spirits. Even every time you enter and leave the Huangquan Sect, you have to contribute a soul. Such a netherworld sect cannot have a good reputation. The Prince of Shungui is actually a disciple of the Huangquan Sect. And the evidence is irrefutable. Chao Ziming, an exchange student of Xuandu Temple and Danqing Pavilion, found the ironclad evidence in the East Palace. For a while, everyone in the court and the public was in danger. The entire Shungui court was in a state of impending storm. Princess Mansion. The eldest princess was dressed in a tight outfit, sheathed her sword and exhaled, and had just finished practicing a set of Danqing Pavilion outer door swordsmanship. When the maid saw the eldest princess finish practicing swordsmanship, she immediately reported the news of the prince to the eldest princess. After hearing this, the eldest princess's face changed slightly. The prince is actually a disciple of the Huangquan sect? He hid it so deeply. I didn't notice it at all in the past few years. Can you be sure? The maid nodded. Still with lingering fear in her tone, I followed her to the East Palace. And senior brother Chao of Danqing Pavilion personally checked, and found that the crown princess's 3 souls and 7 spirits had been dispersed for the most part. And she was completely controlled by the crown prince's magic. The whole person was no different from a puppet. In addition, senior brother Chao searched out many magical instruments unique to Huangquan sect disciples in the East Palace, which could not be fake. The eldest princess was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat, feeling that she had walked through Huangquan. Your Highness, this is also a good thing for us. The maid reminded, the crown prince has been confirmed as a disciple of Huangquan sect. And your opportunity has come. Taiping Fudi has a chance to fall into your hands. As long as you operate well. With the opportunity of Taiping Fudi, you may even have the hope of being established as the crown princess. The eldest princess' eyes lit up. In a world where you can practice, gender is actually not that important. The most important thing is always strength. As long as you are strong enough, whether you are a man or a woman, you can suppress others. For example, Fairy Ling. Gender discrimination in this world is very weak, and strength is the biggest criterion. The eldest princess has an advantage that other princes and princesses do not have. She is an outer disciple of Danqing Pavilion. With this relationship, she can communicate easily with Chao Ziming and Ji Changsheng. However, the eldest princess did not immediately ask for the Taiping Fudi. Please invite Mr. Lin to come. I want to ask for advice. Yes. After a while, a scholar holding a feather fan appeared in front of the eldest princess. Your Highness. Lin congratulates Your Highness. The eldest princess asked Mr. Lin to sit down. And after drinking tea, she asked, Mr. Lin, what is the reason for your happiness? Mr. Lin smiled and said, the identity of the prince has been exposed, and the East Palace is immediately vacant. Other princes and princesses will have an opportunity immediately. Whoever can properly handle the current situation will win the favor of His Majesty and successfully enter the East Palace. And Your Highness is the most suitable person to handle this matter. I believe His Majesty will think so. So Your Highness's next opportunity to ascend to heaven is coming soon. The princess asked cautiously, Sir, do you think this is a good opportunity? Of course. Mr. Lin said firmly, the prince's previous position was stable, and other princes and princesses had no chance. Now that the prince is dead, it is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If Your Highness misses this opportunity, it will be difficult for you to ascend to the top of the throne in the future. The princess was not excited. She remained calm. Sir, if you want to handle this incident well, you must handle the subsequent troubles of Taiping Fudi. Regarding this matter, can Mr. Lin teach me? Mr. Lin pointed out, foodie is the most important treasury income of our Shum country, which is related to the national economy and people's livelihood, and even more to the connections behind the major foodie merchants. Your Highness, as long as you stand with these foodie merchants, they will be your biggest supporters. If all these people support you, then His Majesty can't shake your position. As for the opinions of the people, don't care. They can't decide anything. The princess nodded slightly. Of course, the opinions of the people don't need to be cared about. But Ji Changsheng seems to want to do good deeds and rectify the blessed land business. How should I deal with it? Mr. Lin laughed. Ji Changsheng is fanciful. Even among the major immortal sects, only Xuandu Temple can ignore the blessed land business. One of the biggest sources of income for other sects is the sale of blessed land. Your Highness, he wants to die. We can't follow him. I naturally won't offend people with Ji Changsheng. But Ji Changsheng is now the representative of Xuandu Temple after all. He doesn't even give face to Fairy Linglong. If I don't give him an explanation on the matter of Taiping blessed land, will he give me this face? The princess worriedly said. It has to be said that Ji Changsheng's upright and righteous image has been successfully established throughout the world. No one doubts Ji Changsheng's righteous position. The princess and Mr. Lin have no doubts. But Mr. Lin doesn't take it seriously. Your Highness, what if Ji Changsheng doesn't give you face? After all, he is a disciple of Xuandu Temple. People should be based on evidence and rules when doing things. They can't be killed without teaching. To deal with such righteous disciples, as long as everything we do is reasonable and legal within the procedures. Even if they don't like it, they can't do anything to us. Ji Changsheng attacked the prince because the prince is a disciple of Huangquan sect. Your Highness, you are a disciple of Danqing Pavilion. Could Ji Changsheng attack you? There is no need to worry at all. After getting the advice of Mr. Lin, the princess was completely relieved and a smile bloomed on her face. Sir, you are right. I am an outer disciple of Danqing Pavilion and have nothing to do with the demon cult. As a disciple of Xuandu Temple, even if Ji Changsheng does not accept my treatment of the Taiping blessed land, it will not affect me. He will stay in Shenghua for a year at most. But those blessed land merchants will stay in Shenghua forever. They really cannot offend the local tiger for a dragon that has crossed the river. Your Highness is wise. But you still have to give face to Ji Changsheng. Your Highness can pretend a little. Please give me some advice. Sir. In fact, there is no new trick. Just use the most commonly used nonsense literature. You can come up with some content without any substance to appease the people and show your kindness. For example, reduce the proportion of spirit stones they prepaid for the first time, from 30% to 20% or even 10%, to ensure that those people can afford the blessed land, and then let them pay more interest to the bank later. At this point, Mr. Lin laughed. Anyway, the money houses are all opened by the court, and your Highness has shares. Such measures benefit the country and the people, and foodie merchants will not suffer losses. You can get more. So why not do it? My sir, it is better than 100,000 soldiers. The princess was convinced. Change my clothes for me. I want to see my father. Half a day later, the princess took over Taiping Foodie, and personally visited Ji Changsheng. Elder Ji, my father is very angry about the prince's affairs, and has ordered the 6 gates to conduct a thorough investigation. If it is found that there are disciples of the Huangquan sect lurking in the court, it will never be tolerated. The princess's tone was very serious. Ji Changsheng laughed. It was too formal for the Shenhua court to order the 6 gates to investigate the Huangquan sect. Ji Changsheng absolutely believed that the 6 gates would not find anything, but he was too lazy to pursue it. This is not important. He came to Shenhua not to hunt down the disciples of Huangquan sect, but to do good deeds. Your Highness, let's talk about the matter of Taiping Foodie. Ji Changsheng still went straight to the point. I heard from Senior Brother Chow that after the death of the prince, you will be responsible for solving the aftermath of Taiping Foodie? Yes. The princess nodded and explained, my father gave this matter to me. After a pause, the princess added her identity information very solemnly. I have joined Danqing Pavilion before, although I was unable to enter the inner gate due to talent reasons. My father still trusts me and believes that I can reach a consensus with Senior Brother Chow and Elder Ji. The implication is that we are one family, and it is easy to discuss. Ji Changsheng gave face. He has always been a very polite person. So your Highness is still a disciple of Danqing Pavilion. I am sorry for your disrespect. Ji Changsheng sincerely got to know the princess again. and then continued to return to the topic. I think that with the purpose of Danqing Pavilion, Your Highness will definitely sympathize with the people and give them a fair explanation. Of course. The princess accepted Ji Chongqing's praise. Elder Ji, I already know your idea, and I have received your suggestions. If I understand correctly, you want the first batch of guests who bought Taiping Foodie to move in again, right? Of course. This is the treatment they deserve. Ji Chongqing said, I have restored the spiritual environment of Taiping Foodie. They spent money and should enjoy the corresponding services. Although the price is still high, they basically voluntarily bought it for the first time. Ji Chongqing took a step back and did not pursue the past. He was satisfied as long as these people could live in peace. Ji Chongqing felt that he was really too kind. The princess seemed to agree with Ji Chongqing's proposal. Elder Ji is kind-hearted, and I admire him. I agree with what Elder Ji said. Since the first batch of guests of Taiping Blessed Land have already spent money, they should enjoy the spiritual environment of the Blessed Land. Ji Chongqing smiled. Your Highness is wise. It seems that killing a chicken to scare the monkey is still useful. Killing a prince will make the next person in charge much easier to talk to. What is your specific arrangement? Ji Chongqing asked. The eldest princess said, just follow what Elder Ji said. Let them use the price of Sheng Taiping buying back their blessed land as the prepayment of spiritual stones. And they can directly buy back the original blessed land. Wait. The smile on Ji Chongqing's face instantly faded. He grasped the key point very keenly. Prepaid spirit stones? The princess nodded, yes. These guests only need to use the repurchased spirit stones that Sheng Taiping gave them as prepaid spirit stones to buy them again. I will not charge them extra spirit stones to avoid burdening them. Ji Chongqing smiled. You are quite nice. Shouldn't they thank you? The princess said modestly, it's all thanks to Elder Ji. I just made a small contribution to help these guests reduce their burden. Your Highness, do you think they are short of prepaid spirit stones? Ji Chongqing asked. The princess explained, Elder Ji, maybe you don't understand enough. In fact, our Sheng country is very humane. Guests who buy blessed land can pay off all the debts of blessed land within 60 years. And the interest rate is very low. This is a welfare specially formulated to take care of the people of Sheng country. In this way, these guests don't have much financial pressure, and they can successfully move into the blessed land they like. You have also successfully helped them. Isn't it the best of both worlds? Ji Chongqing asked seriously, Your Highness, can we discuss it again? The princess nodded, of course. For the sake of Elder Ji, I can allow these people to move into Taiping Blessed Land without paying the advanced spiritual stones first, as long as the interest is paid on time every month. The court will take it as a loss and make special arrangements for the sake of Elder Ji. Ji Chongqing sighed to the sky. I didn't want to expose your identity, but if you are shameless, don't blame me. Which? You are clearly a disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect, and you dare to tarnish the reputation of Danqing Pavilion. Senior Brother Chao, close the door and slay the demons. Chapter 71. Which? Don't try to quibble. Chao Ziming didn't react again. After all, this was only the first day he and Ji Chongqing had known each other. Having just killed a prince of Sheng, he hadn't adapted to Ji Chongqing's efficiency. He didn't expect that the demons of the demon cult would appear one after another. The one who was more confused than him was naturally the eldest princess. The eldest princess almost thought she was hallucinating. Elder Ji, who do you say is a disciple of the heavenly demon cult? Ji Chongqing scolded, which? You are still pretending. Don't try to quibble. I can see at a glance that you can't hide the aura of the heavenly demon cult at all. The next moment, something happened that made Chao Ziming's heart jump. Behind the eldest princess, a sea of blood suddenly surged, and the bloody aura rose to the sky. Chao Ziming's face was pale, and he immediately set up a barrier to protect Ji Chongqing behind him. It's really the demon girl of the heavenly demon sect. Junior Brother Ji, be careful. Although things happened too quickly, Chao Ziming still hasn't reacted to what happened. But the blood sea breath can't be faked, and the blood evil breath can't be faked. Thinking of this, Chao Ziming was filled with hatred. What's wrong with this Sheng kingdom? Why did the crown prince and the princess actually join the demon sect? Ji Chongqing sighed to the sky. Sheng kingdom is rotten from the root. The princess looked at Chao Ziming, who was on high alert, and Ji Chongqing, who was compassionate, and her brain was still in a downtime state. In fact, she is not a simple person, but she is really an outer disciple of Danqing Pavilion, and has nothing to do with the heavenly demon sect. The most important thing is that she is really a civilized person. At least she thinks so. Unlike the crown prince, who is a genuine disciple of the Huangquan sect. The princess did not mean to embarrass Ji Changsheng when she came to visit him this time. She really hoped to reach a consensus with Ji Changsheng. Everyone should take a step back and let each other save face. Then she could solve the Taiping Fudi incident and be named the crown princess for her merits. The princess was not ignorant of the intrigues, but she had never seen such things as the empty talk of the demon sect and the use of laundry detergent to frame others. So she was completely unable to react. Elder Ji. Wait. Is there a misunderstanding? The princess still tried to resolve it peacefully, because until this moment, she did not think that Ji Changsheng was slandering her. Ji Changsheng's reputation in the world is very strong now. He is not afraid of power. Upright and upright. Who would have thought that a young man who dared to confront the world's strongest person, Ling Long Fairy, would frame others? Only Bai Guanlin would have thought of it. Unfortunately, Xiaowei is dead. There is no evidence. I have nothing to do with the heavenly demon sect. Brother Chao. It is recorded that I joined the Danqing Pavilion. My name is on the list of outer disciples. The princess hopes to resolve this misunderstanding with her sincerity. What happened on the Xuandu Temple Mountain, especially the things involving Ji Changsheng's true character, was well protected by the temple master and did not spread. After all, everything involving Ji Changsheng's true character also involves the reputation and character of the temple master. In this world where you can practice, the head of the first immortal sect of the righteous way, the temple master, will definitely not allow his image to be destroyed. So he has already issued a gag order. Of course, in a world where cultivation is not allowed, as long as a big shot like the master of the temple has issued a gag order, no one can talk about it below. So although Ji Changsheng did a lot of framing when he was on the mountain of Xuandu Temple, there were only a few people who knew about it, and no one would tell anyone. The princess certainly didn't know. In the princess's cognition, Ji Changsheng was upright and a gentleman who could be morally kidnapped. And in Ji Changsheng's eyes, the princess was a bad woman with despicable character. He saw at a glance that this woman was trained by the heavenly demon sect. Brother Chao. This witch is still misleading the people with her lies and is stubborn. Ji Changsheng said angrily, I wanted to turn a blind eye to her identity for the sake of the Shenhua court. As long as she is willing to do good deeds and properly handle the matter of Taiping Fudi. It seems that the demon of the demon sect will not cry until she sees the coffin. Ji Changsheng didn't say this to Chao Ziming. He said it to the princess. Ji Changsheng is kind-hearted after all. He did not want to frame others. His purpose was just to do good deeds and return the Taiping land to the original buyer. What a simple and honest wish. As long as the princess can turn back from her wrong path. Even if she is really a disciple of the heavenly demon sect, Ji Changsheng can let her go. Killing is not the purpose. Saving people is the purpose. Chao Ziming was moved. Junior brother Ji. You are really kind-hearted and compassionate. Chao Ziming said in a deep voice. It's a pity that this demon girl of the heavenly demon sect is not moved at all by your good intentions. She is not worth your consideration for her. Wait. The princess is not Chao Ziming. After hearing Ji Changsheng's words, she finally came to her senses. Although she still found it hard to believe that Ji Changsheng was framing her. But she knew clearly that she really had nothing to do with the heavenly demon sect. So it seemed that there was only one truth. The princess said in disbelief, Elder Ji, in order to achieve your goal, you actually slandered me as a disciple of the heavenly demon sect? Ji Changsheng frowned. Before he could say anything, Chao Ziming was furious. You bastard. Junior brother Ji is kind, and I hope you can turn back from your mistakes. It's fine if you don't know how to be grateful, but you are actually blaming others. You are simply shameless. Although Chao has always been reluctant to fight with women, I really can't stand a demon sect witch like you. Heaven and earth are righteous. Kill! Chao Ziming slashed out with a sword. He was so angry. Junior brother Ji is such a good person. He has clearly seen through the identity of this witch. But he is still willing to communicate with her in a friendly manner. As long as she could take a step back and consider those ordinary people and independent cultivators. Junior brother Ji would definitely let her off the hook. Junior brother Ji, who is so kind and knows how to think from others' perspective, was actually framed. This is intolerable. The more Chao Ziming thought about it, the angrier he got. A sword raised wind and thunder. The princess was horrified. She didn't expect that the righteous disciples nowadays would be so unruly. The Xuandu Temple disciples framed her. The Danqing Pavilion disciples bullied the weak. The princess was trembling with anger. What kind of world is this? Can righteous disciples bully the weak like this? She refused to accept it. The righteous indignation made the princess mobilize all her cultivation. Although she was only at the late stage of foundation building, she still clenched the sword in her hand and resolutely went forward. She just couldn't believe it. Would a disciple of Danqing Pavilion dare to kill someone in broad daylight to silence him? Boom! Chao Ziming and the princess clashed with their swords. The princess was ready to be knocked away and vomit blood. It doesn't matter. As long as she doesn't die. She will definitely tell everyone about this matter. She knew the purpose of Danqing Pavilion very well, and would never allow disciples to bully the weak. Chao Ziming was in the late Jin end stage, and she was just a foundation building. Chao Ziming actually took the initiative to attack her and slandered her as a disciple of the demon sect. If such a thing is exposed, even if Chao Ziming is an inner disciple, he will be severely punished by Danqing Pavilion. Also, although Xingwu is just a small country in the mortal world, it is not without background. After all, it was a country that split from Yingwu back then. She was able to join Danqing Pavilion not because of her talent. If she really had talent, she would not stop at the outer gate of Danqing Pavilion. She has a background. The princess was furious and had decided that she would not let this matter go. She had to let the world see the true face of Ji Changsheng and Chao Ziming. Two hypocrites. Then, something happened that stunned the princess. Chao Ziming's face suddenly turned pale, and his full-strength sword became weak when it touched her sword. At the same time, the room was surrounded by thousands of resentful souls, and the endless curses of the resentful souls instantly drowned Chao Ziming, almost making Chao Ziming lose his fighting instinct. The princess picked up Chao Ziming's long sword with a sword and stabbed Chao Ziming's chest. She had an absolute upper hand. It seemed that in the next moment, Chao Ziming would be killed by the sword. The princess was very dazed. I have mastered the sword. I actually fought alone and defeated the inner sect disciple of Danqing Pavilion? When did I become so powerful? Before she could react, Ji Changsheng had already discovered something was wrong. Brother Chao, be careful. Ji Changsheng was quick and pulled Chao Ziming out of the attack range of the princess. This time, he really protected Chao Ziming behind him without making a sound. After Chao Ziming's test just now, he could confirm that the prince had hit the mark by accident that time. And the princess had no accidents this time. This woman is just an ordinary outer sect disciple of Danqing Pavilion. Cross it out. This bad woman is the demon sect which cultivated by the Tianma sect. Brother Chao was not careful for a while, and his soul was disturbed by the witch's 100-soul banner, and he almost died under the witch's sword. The demon sect which is indeed very vicious. Brother Chao, are you okay? Ji Changsheng stared at the princess vigilantly, and asked about Chao Ziming's injuries with concern. Chao Ziming shook his head vigorously, then bit his lip. The blood and pain made him sober and aware of the current situation. Junior brother Ji, be careful. This demon girl of the heavenly demon sect has refined the 100-soul banner. Speaking of this, Chao Ziming's face turned extremely ugly. That's the 100-soul banner. Behind each 100-soul banner, there are at least tens of thousands of resentful souls. The demon girl. It's really the demon girl of the demon sect. She has even refined the 100-soul banner. How many innocent people have she harmed? Thinking of this, Chao Ziming's body was shaking. Junior brother Ji, you just made all kinds of requests. But she was unmoved. It can be seen that she has been demonized to the bone marrow and cannot be saved. What's more, she has even refined the 100-soul banner. There is no need to be merciful to deal with this demon girl of the demon sect. Junior brother Ji, let's go together. Chao Ziming completely gave up his psychological cleanliness. He just wanted to kill the demon girl of the demon sect in front of him with a sword, compared to the insignificant dignity gained by fighting alone. Chao Ziming now wants to be a hero and slay demons. The princess was stunned to listen to the conversation between Chao Ziming and Ji Changsheng and watched their performance. After a moment, she came to her senses and laughed in anger. You are simply shameless. Chapter 72 Chao Ziming, who will do anything to achieve his goal, and Ji Changsheng, who is pure and kind. The princess felt that her IQ was humiliated by being pressed to the ground. Chao Ziming actually wanted to join forces with Ji Changsheng to deal with her. The princess trembled all over, wishing to kill these two dogs with a sword. Ji Chansheng looked at the angry princess, and was somewhat pleased with the improvement of his illusion. Although he now has many skills, he listens to his senior sister the most. So he practices the Yaoguang lineage illusion the most. Yaoguang Luohuan, the best in the world. Facts prove that Li Chongxi and he are both sincere in exchange for sincerity. Chao Ziming could no longer see through the illusion that Ji Chansheng cast at this time. As for the princess, she saw nothing. Ji Chansheng only let Chao Ziming see what he wanted Chao Ziming to see. It's good that the princess is kept in the dark. So the princess was furious. It would be fine if Ji Chansheng slandered her as a disciple of the heavenly demon sect without any reason. But the most outrageous thing was Chao Ziming of Danqing Pavilion, a great cultivator in the late Jindan stage. To deal with a small shrimp like her in the late foundation building stage, he actually faked an injury. He even fabricated 100 Souls banner out of thin air. 100 Souls banner. This kind of insidious killing weapon. Outside the territory of the demon sect. Anyone who dares to practice the 100 Souls banner will be hunted down and killed by the righteous. In order to kill him, Chao Ziming could even make up such a ridiculous lie. Chao Ziming, if I don't die, I will definitely expose your hypocritical and dirty true face and let you be pointed at by thousands of people. When Chao Ziming heard the eldest princess say this, he really couldn't stand the eldest princess's calling a horse a zebra, which, you are about to die. And you still want to quibble. You really won't cry until you see the coffin. Kill! Chao Ziming rushed forward again. He forgot to defend himself again. It turned out that senior brother Chao was indeed a good person. But his IQ was really not enough. As soon as he was furious, he forgot that he was weak when facing the 100 Soul banner just now. It didn't work just now. And it won't work this time either. Once the 100 Soul banner, a vicious magic weapon of the demon sect, is mastered, the monks who are facing it will immediately be surrounded by endless resentful souls. If there is no special means to protect the soul, less than 30% of their strength can be exerted. What's more, the princess, a demon sect witch, has not only mastered the 100 Soul banner, it's the 10,000 Soul banner. Ah! Chao Ziming held his head with both hands again, feeling the pain of his soul being destroyed. Which, you deserve to die. Chao Ziming's voice shook the whole field. The princess was shocked by Chao Ziming's acting skills and almost vomited. After taking a deep look at Chao Ziming, and then at Ji Chansheng, who seemed to have not gotten over it, and was embarrassed to cooperate with Chao Ziming to frame her, the princess said coldly, Chao Ziming, I will remember you. And I will definitely reward you. Although she didn't know what Chao Ziming was going to do. He was so procrastinating and making so many plays while bullying the weak. But as long as she could escape, the advantage would be hers. Want to frame and slander me? The princess looked at him with sarcasm. Chao Ziming, this guy, has a dirty mind but no matching means. I am innocent and have nothing to do with the demon sect. Can you still produce evidence? Danqing Pavilion disciples. It's not that easy to frame. Come here. Danqing Pavilion. Chao Ziming wants to kill me to silence me. The princess soared into the sky and directly overturned the roof of the Xuandu Temple's office in Shenghua. This place was originally the focus of Shengjing City. The prince had just fallen here. The slightest movement immediately attracted the attention of many people. So, when the princess soared into the sky, the scene seen by the world was like this. The princess, who was usually heroic, now had a sea of blood and a mountain of bones behind her. When the princess waved her hand, the wind blew and the resentful souls roared. The 100 Souls banner in the princess's hand exuded an extremely pure demonic energy. And endless resentful souls wandered in it, even allowing the surrounding onlookers to see their missing relatives. The princess is a demon from the demon cult. I seem to have seen my missing father, who was actually sucked into the 100 Souls banner by this demon girl. Where are the masters of Xuandu Temple? Who can help us slay demons and exorcise monsters? Amid the prayers of the people, the master of Xuandu Temple, the new head of Xuandu Temple Shenghua office, Elder Ji, appeared out of nowhere, with the expectations of all the people. Under the cover of holy light, Elder Ji came. Elder Ji is here. And the Savior is here. Don't panic, everyone. I am Ji Chansheng, the outer sect elder of Xuandu Temple. Previously, by Xiaoran, the outer sect elder of Xuandu Temple Shenghua office, colluded with Sheng Taiping, colluded with each other, and took human lives lightly, angering both humans and gods. I have killed him according to the sect rules. This time, Ji came to Shunhua to rectify the chaos and return Shunhua to a bright and clear world. Under the cover of the aura of merit, Ji Chongqing's voice spread far and wide, and his reputation was instantly raised. Always stand on the moral high ground when doing things. Always stand on the side of the people of the world. Always be the spokesperson of justice. Even in another world, Ji Chongqing still practices his fine traditions. He is irreconcilable with these evil demons. Don't worry. Xuandu Temple is responsible for protecting Shunhua. As long as Ji is still here, he will not let the demons do evil things. The first thing Ji Chongqing did after he came forward was to appease the people and control the situation. The second thing was to give the princess an ultimatum. Your Highness, surrender. Otherwise Ji will not hold back. The sky is clear. Ji can forgive you. And the people of Shunhua can't forgive you. At the end, Ji Chongqing's voice was stern, winning a round of applause from the onlookers of Shunhua. Of course, most of them were in their hearts. Although Ji Chongqing was the elder of Xuandu Temple, the princess was the princess of Shunhua after all. It was the limit for them to watch the excitement. Asking them to cheer for Ji Chongqing was risking their lives. If the imperial court can't bully the elders of Xuandu Temple, can't it bully ordinary people like them? The people under the imperial city, except for a few, are very wise in survival. The princess ignored Ji Chongqing's ultimatum. When she saw that the Shunhua army and the elites of the 6 gates, including the royal family, were rushing over quickly, she breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that her life was saved. Elder Ji, have you been deceived by Chao Ziming? The princess suddenly asked. Ji Chongqing, What's going on? Is Brother Chao's hatred value so strong? It is indeed very strong. Because of Chao Ziming's performance just now, the princess was very disgusted. At this moment, the princess hated Chao Ziming much more than Ji Chongqing. Elder Ji, I suspect that all this was planned by Chao Ziming. The princess said solemnly, I am innocent and have nothing to do with the heavenly demon sect. Chao Ziming is framing me. Elder Ji, you are probably kept in the dark by him. Although the princess thought this was unlikely, but the royal education taught her not to make too many enemies. It is best to defeat them one by one. In the princess's mind, Chao Ziming is now stubborn and will fight her to the death like a mentally ill person. And Ji Chongqing can still be won over. Ji Chongqing just wants to solve the problem of Taiping Fudi and accumulate merits. Unlike Chao Ziming, he started to act as soon as he said he would. And it was obvious that he was going to kill her. Ji Chongqing seemed to be a little tempted, but he finally shook his head and said, Your Highness, Senior Brother Chao is an inner disciple of Danqing Pavilion, and he is in the late Jin stage. How could he slander you? However, I don't want to interfere in your conflict. As long as Your Highness can follow my suggestion and return Taiping Fudi to the first batch of guests, I can forgive today's incident. As for the mistakes Your Highness made in the past, I can't do anything about it. But it is a great virtue to know your mistakes and correct them. If Your Highness can turn back and compensate the people of Shunhua with practical actions, I can go against my principles and plead with Senior Brother Chao to let him keep you for a few more days. When the onlookers heard Ji Chongqing say this, they immediately understood Ji Chongqing's good intentions. Elder Ji would rather give up the merits he had obtained, and hoped that they could give more compensation. For a time, Ji Chongqing's image was extremely tall. Chao Ziming, who had just arrived, felt that Junior Brother Ji was too naive. Junior Brother Ji, if you let her off, a demon girl like her will be abandoned. She only cares about herself and her own interests. And she doesn't care about the people of Shung. I think she should be killed to prevent future troubles. The longer she lives, the more threatened the people of Shun will be. The princess laughed again. Chao Ziming, you are worthy of practicing righteousness. Come! Arrest Chao Ziming for me. She didn't dare to kill Chao Ziming, but she didn't believe that the disciples of Danqing Pavilion dared to attack ordinary people. After arresting Chao Ziming, she would naturally report the matter to Danqing Pavilion and ask the elders of Danqing Pavilion to do justice. But when the army of Shung Kingdom, the constables of the 6 gates, and the royal family's offerings arrived, they all looked at each other in bewilderment after hearing the words of the princess. No one dared to attack Chao Ziming. It's not that they were afraid of Chao Ziming. The least feared people among the common people are the disciples of Danqing Pavilion. They are afraid of the eldest princess. They are surrounded by the eldest princess. Finally, a royal priest boldly said, Your Highness, please go to Liashanmen for a few days. If there is really a misunderstanding, We will definitely find out the truth and clear your name. In fact, this royal priest felt that it would be difficult to clear the name of the eldest princess. Endless sea of blood, mountains of bones, gusts of cold wind, thousands of resentful souls. He never expected that the eldest princess he watched grow up was actually a demon girl of the Tianma cult who hid so deeply. The priest's forehead was sweating with fear, and he quickly recalled his past contact with the eldest princess, and confirmed that he had not offended the eldest princess. And then he relaxed. He felt that if he had been disrespectful to the princess before, he might have lived in the 100 Souls banner now. The attitude of the royal family worshipper caught the princess off guard. It also made Chao Ziming furious. Junior brother G. Did you see that? They actually asked the 6 gates to investigate the princess. It's ridiculous. This is blatant protection of officials. Ji Changsheng nodded slowly, and his face became serious. Don't worry, senior brother Chao. The sky is clear. Xuandu Temple will never allow the Shenhua court to blatantly protect the demons of the heavenly demon sect. He drew out the heartbroken demon knife. Of course, in the eyes of outsiders, the heartbroken demon knife is the Xuandu Temple magic sword filled with the aura of merit. It represents absolute justice. God is kind. Princess, can't you surrender for the sake of the people of Shenhua? Ji Changsheng was still giving the princess a chance until the end. He was really too kind. But at this time, the princess did not listen to Ji Changsheng's words, because she heard the voice of Chao Ziming. Ji Changsheng and others have fallen into the illusion without knowing it. And you are now the demon girl of the heavenly demon sect in their eyes. The princess suddenly realized. And then her eyes were red with anger. This bastard actually used such a conspiracy. No wonder Ji Changsheng suddenly said that she was the demon girl of the heavenly demon sect. She was originally wondering why Ji Changsheng should not be such a person. She was actually used by Chao Ziming. Yes, Chao Ziming is a real late gene Dan Cultivation, a generation of genius in Danqing Pavilion, and has the hope of impacting the seed of the true transmission. And Ji Changsheng only used the merit energy to improve to the middle gene Dan stage in the previous public trial in full view of the public. Such strength is very watery, and the princess knows it very well. So it was reasonable that Ji Changsheng could not see through Chao Ziming's illusion. Not to mention the people around him. The common people were ignorant. Even the royal family's tribute. Their strength was not even at the golden core. And they could not compete with the illusion cast by Chao Ziming. She was framed in Shenhua. The princess's gums were bleeding. And the voice transmission of Chao Ziming continued. What are you angry about? What qualifications do you have to be angry? The people and casual cultivators who emptied their savings and bought the Taiping foodie but lost everything should be the most angry. Carnivores like you should be condemned by thousands of people and be cursed by the world forever. The princess looked at Chao Ziming with resentment. She understood. This guy is an extreme hater of the rich. He kills the rich and helps the poor by any means. Junior brother G is a young man who doesn't tolerate any sand in his eyes. He is a rookie and upright. He dared to kill even the husband of fairy Ling Long. So you are no problem. I will give you one last chance. Follow what junior brother G said and return the Taiping paradise to those poor people and casual cultivators. Otherwise, I will definitely make you lose your reputation and never reincarnate. No one will believe your excuse. Junior brother G will only believe me. The princess laughed in grief and indignation. At this time, Chao Ziming really spoke. Junior brother G. Don't talk nonsense with her. The witch's blood debts under her hands. Killing her is to kill demons and uphold justice. At the same time, Chao Ziming was still transmitting. This is your last chance. Doing good deeds is your only chance of survival. You are dreaming. I don't believe that you, Chao Ziming, can confuse right and wrong and call a deer a horse. The princess took a deep breath and gave up resistance on her own initiative. With his hands raised high, he walked in front of Ji Changsheng, who was simple and kind, and was used by Chao Ziming who did whatever he wanted. Elder Ji, I was framed by Chao Ziming. I am willing to seal my cultivation and accept the imprisonment of Xuandu Temple. Fake is fake after all. I believe that Elder Ji will be able to find out the truth, not be deceived by the evil villain, and restore my innocence and give me justice. The simple and kind Ji Changsheng looked confused, but he sighed in his heart. I gave you the opportunity, but you didn't seize it. I've said that your only chance of survival is to give a fair explanation to those civilians and scattered cultivators. In the end, you only want to seek my help to prove your innocence. You will not live if you bring trouble upon yourself. Chapter 73. No one knows more about the undercover of the heavenly demon sect than me. Ji Changsheng is a reasonable and humanitarian young man of the right path. Don't kill those who surrender. Treat prisoners well. This is the basic ethics of a young man of the right path. Since the princess has surrendered, Ji Changsheng certainly can't kill them all. At least before getting the exact evidence of the princess's crime. He can't kill them all. Brother Chao. What do you think? Ji Changsheng looked at Chao Ziming. Chao Ziming took a deep breath and laughed in anger. The witch won't cry until she sees the coffin. Until now. She is still trying to alienate the trust between me and you. Brother Ji. She is trying to stop the world from talking. The princess was furious, Chao Ziming. Don't slander me. All this is an illusion created by you. You used illusions to frame me. Including Elder Ji. Everyone has been deceived by you. What? Ji Changsheng looked at Chao Ziming in surprise. Others were also in doubt. The princess' words were still lethal, and instantly made people realize that Chao Ziming was a cultivator. And the methods of cultivators are strange and unpredictable, and they cannot be taken lightly. Maybe it was really an illusion? Is the princess wronged? Who knows? I don't believe that the disciples of Danqing Pavilion would wrongly accuse her. I also believe in the integrity of the disciples of Danqing Pavilion more. The onlookers whispered. And Ji Changsheng naturally quickly expressed his attitude. It's ridiculous. Senior Brother Chao is such a righteous person. How could he frame you? She doesn't believe it at all. The truth. He wouldn't believe a word of it. The princess was not surprised. She stood with the inner disciples of Danqing Pavilion. And the world would definitely subconsciously believe the disciples of Danqing Pavilion. But she believed that the truth would be revealed. And Ji Changsheng would be able to clear her name as long as he conducted an impartial investigation. Elder Ji. I trust you. The princess said sincerely. I am willing to accept your investigation, and will never resist. If you finally prove that I am an undercover agent of the demon sect, I am willing to plead guilty, and accept all punishments. Ji Changsheng was somewhat moved. Chao Ziming reacted and sneered. Junior Brother Ji. She must have erased all traces. How could you possibly find out the truth about an undercover agent of the demon sect, who is so deeply hidden like her? Moreover, she can't admit it even if we catch her now. Even if you find out that she is a demon from the demon sect. Will she really plead guilty? Chao Ziming expressed doubts about this. And at the same time, he was angry about being slandered. It is even more ridiculous to say that Chao used magic to deceive people. The disciples of Danqing Pavilion cultivate righteousness and have always been upright. Chao has never practiced magic, let alone deceive Junior Brother Ji with magic. It is simply ridiculous. Ji Changsheng immediately nodded in agreement. Yes. Our Yogwan lineage is good at magic. I didn't find any traces of magic. Taking the initiative to expose will increase suspicion. But it will also clear himself to a greater extent. After all, if he had a guilty conscience, how could he reveal that he was good at magic? Only those who are selfless and upright in their hearts can be so sincere and frank. Ji Changsheng's frankness completely won the trust of the princess. She has already understood the truth of the matter. So naturally, she will not doubt Ji Changsheng. In response to Ji Changsheng's doubts, the princess said helplessly, Elder Ji, when you practice cultivation, each small realm is a world of difference. Although you are good at illusion, I have also heard of the reputation of your Yaoguang lineage. Among the 8 veins of Xuandu, Yaoguang is ranked last. You are only in the middle stage of Jindan cultivation, one small realm lower than Chao Ziming. It is normal to be deceived by Chao Ziming's illusion. Don't be too confident. You must investigate carefully. I believe you will definitely find clues. The princess thought that Chao Ziming was right in one point. Chao Ziming was a disciple of Danqing Pavilion after all. He was not a professional at playing magic. As long as a professional was found to investigate, she would be cleared of all charges. By then, no evidence related to the heavenly demon sect would be found in her princess's mansion. And she would be released without charge. Although she would certainly be criticized for using her power to get away with the crime. She could not care less, and would just get through the difficulties in front of her. If she did not clear herself of the charges officially, Chao Ziming could kill her openly in public today without any consequences. The princess would never allow such a thing to happen. Elder Ji, please be discerning, and give me a clear name and the truth to Shangguo. After the princess finished speaking, the royal servant who spoke first hesitated for a moment, looked at the princess, and took the initiative to speak. Elder Ji, practitioners are very skilled, and it is indeed not easy to use what you see as evidence. since Her Highness is willing to imprison herself in Xuandu Temple, why don't you investigate it? The person in charge of the 6 gates also said, Elder Ji, we all trust you. If you find that the princess is, Your Highness has a lot of evidence. And I believe that Your Highness the princess will not have any objections by then. That's right. The princess said loudly, Elder Ji, I only trust you. And the people only trust you. Chao Ziming wants to kill me to silence me. But I refuse to accept it. If Elder Ji can really find evidence that I am colluding with the heavenly demon sect, I swear in the name of my ancestors that I will never resist. If Elder Ji proves my innocence, please help me announce it to the world. I must make Chao Ziming give me an explanation. What could Ji Changsheng say? He looked at Chao Ziming and asked, Brother Chao, do you trust me? Of course. Chao Ziming answered without hesitation. Okay. Then I will take care of this matter. Ji Changsheng said. If this woman is really a demon from the heavenly demon sect, I will make her die with a clear conscience. Chao Ziming hesitated a little. But the princess said first, Thank you, Elder Ji. Okay. This matter is settled. Please ask the people of Shengwu to supervise Ji together. Ji Changsheng took the responsibility. Ji is not a constable in the 6 gates, and is not good at investigating cases. But Ji believes in a sentence. If you don't want people to know, then don't do it. Since Her Royal Highness the Princess has accused Senior Brother Chao of framing you. Senior Brother Chao, can you please stand here and not move? And accept the supervision of the people of Shengwu. Okay. Chao Ziming is not afraid of his own shadow. And nodded calmly, Okay. Your Royal Highness the Princess, you should do the same as Senior Brother Chao. And stay here and not move. I will leave half of the royal family's offerings and all the troops to protect you, and ensure that you will not encounter any accidents. The princess was relieved and thanked Ji Changsheng from the bottom of her heart. Thank you, Elder Ji. With Elder Ji here, I feel relieved. Ji Changsheng nodded and continued, As for me, I will invite all the patrolmen of the 6 gates and the interested people of Shengwu to go to the princess's mansion. The visit of Her Royal Highness the Princess to me was very sudden. I believe that if Her Royal Highness the Princess is really a disciple of the heavenly demon sect, there must be hidden traces in the princess's mansion that have not been eliminated in time. If there is no evidence in the princess's mansion to prove that the princess is related to the heavenly demon sect, then I will choose to believe in the innocence of Her Royal Highness the Princess. Your Highness, do you have any objection to this? No. The princess said loudly, Elder Ji is fair and just. I believe him. Brother Chao, what about you? Chao Ziming had objections in his heart, because he felt that the princess, a demon cult which he was hiding very deeply, would probably destroy the evidence in advance. And now the servants in the princess's mansion should have received the news, and they have enough time to erase the traces. But he looked at Ji Changsheng and finally decided to believe Junior Brother Ji. No objection. Junior Brother Ji, I trust you completely. Junior Brother Ji is definitely not an impulsive person. He believes that Ji Changsheng will find evidence of the princess's connection with the heavenly demon cult in the shortest time. Okay. Then please follow me to the princess's mansion. Ji Changsheng acted decisively and led a group of people to the princess's mansion. The whole process was fair, just and open, and there was nothing wrong with it. No one thought that Ji Changsheng would frame the princess, because if he framed someone, he would never make it known to everyone, and ask so many people to supervise. But Ji Changsheng's idea was very simple. It is true that the prince was born in Huangquan sect, so it is okay to kill him. He is upright and fears no shadow, and can withstand any doubts and investigations. But it is false that the eldest princess was born in Tianma sect, so it cannot be killed so easily. It must be reasonable and well-founded, so that people cannot find any faults. In fact, Ji Changsheng deliberately let some people know that the eldest princess was framed. Killing the prince will not make others feel threatened, because the death of the prince is entirely his own fault. But if an innocent eldest princess is wrongly killed just because she did not properly deal with Taiping Fudi according to Ji Changsheng's requirements, then the next person who takes over will definitely be very cautious and respect Ji Changsheng's opinion. This is what Ji Changsheng wanted. So, the princess can be killed, but not indiscriminately. After finding evidence, she should be punished with a canonical sentence, so that those who do not cooperate can see the fate of the princess. And evidence is not difficult to find. A quarter of an hour later, Princess's mansion. A patrolman from the 6 gates suddenly said, I found a secret door. Open it. The secret door was pushed open. Then, swish. Endless bloody and evil spirits rushed into the sky. It scared away countless flying birds. It also made dozens of people in Shengjing City, who came to supervise Ji Chongqing's impartial law enforcement pale. And some people even walked to the side and vomited. I found a lot of white bones and dried corpses. All the blood and essence in their bodies were drained. This must have been used as nourishment for practicing magic skills. It's simply horrible. What is this? A patrolman from the 6 gates found a jade tube and tried to open it, but failed. Let me take a look. Ji Chongqing took the jade tube and invaded with his spiritual sense. After a moment, Ji Chongqing's face turned pale. It's the method of refining the 100 Souls banner. Report. The refining materials of the 100 Souls banner were found here. Here is also a secret letter from the Heavenly Demon sect to the princess, asking the princess to pay special attention to Elder Ji. The royal family servants looked at each other. The patrolmen of the 6 gates were pale. It's over. I didn't expect that Her Royal Highness the Princess was actually an undercover agent of the Heavenly Demon sect. Bang! Ji Chongqing slammed the table and stood up. This is simply outrageous. The princess has disappointed me so much. He originally wanted to prove her innocence with the idea of redressing the princess's grievances. I didn't expect that this bad woman was actually a demon from the demon cult. His efforts were wasted. If you don't want others to know, then don't do it. She has been hiding for so many years. And she still thinks she can hide it from Ji's eyes this time? I almost wronged senior brother Chao Ziming. Thinking of this, Ji Chongqing felt very heartbroken. He was also trembling with anger. Others lost their composure like Ji Chongqing. The most out of control was a middle-aged woman with a charming demeanor. Guishuqin. Royal Family Worship. Foundation Building Peak Cultivation. Only one step away from forming a golden pill. But this step is likely to be a lifetime. The casual cultivator lacks resources and skills, and her talent is mediocre. So she has been unable to take the last step. After suffering for several years at the peak of foundation building, Guishuqin simply joined the royal family of Shenghua, hoping to form a golden pill with the help of the royal family. It is difficult to be a casual cultivator, as difficult as ascending to heaven. In order to seek the truth, many casual cultivators will make such a choice. Guishuqin is just an inconspicuous representative among thousands of casual cultivators, and there is nothing special about her. The problem is that she has a hidden identity, a real undercover of the Heavenly Demon sect. Her qualifications are indeed not good. So staying in the Heavenly Demon sect will not have any good development. Guishuqin is a decisive person. When she realized that her talent was not enough for her to climb the avenue of immortality, she decisively turned to the Holy Lady of Hawan, hoping that she could be sent out to enjoy life in the mortal world. So, she was sent to Shenghua by the Holy Lady of Hawan. As an inconspicuous nail, she has been nailed for 13 years. In these 13 years, she has not passed a lot of information to the Holy Lady of Hawan. To be precise, she only passed information to the Holy Lady of Hawan once. Sheng Taiping, an idol clan member who proposed the prepaid spiritual stone system in Sheng State, is suspected to have a close relationship with Bai family Jijio. A large part of the income from the blessed land under Sheng Taiping's name is used to support Bai Jijio's research in Baidi College. Guishuqin didn't know how valuable the information she provided to the Holy Lady of Hawan was at first. Until a few days ago, the news came that Sheng Taiping died, and Bai Shiji died at the same time. Guishuqin suddenly realized that she, a small person, had accidentally participated in history. The death of the husband of the first person in the world. Ji Chongqing had half of the military medal, and at least 1/3 of hers. Guishuqin was very nervous about this. But besides being nervous, she also had a sense of accomplishment and excitement of participating in the historical process. The Holy Lady of Hawan has already talked to her, and will give her a huge reward in a while, which will definitely allow her to condense the golden elixir and extend her life for at least 300 years. Guishuqin tried not to be arrogant or impatient, and continued to lurk in the royal family of Sheng State and serve the Holy Lady of Hawan. The Holy Maiden Hawan asked her to keep an eye on Ji Chongqing. The new person in charge of Sheng was sent by Xuandu Temple. So Ji Chongqing came to the princess's mansion, and Guishuqin followed him. Then, she, a real undercover agent of the Heavenly Demon sect, was dumbfounded. Didn't the Holy Maiden say that the Holy Sect only arranged me as an undercover agent in Shenghua? What's going on with the princess? Guishuqin asked Ji Chongqing tentatively. Elder Ji, Is it possible that the princess was really framed? As a real undercover agent of the heavenly demon sect? She began to lose confidence. Hearing Guishuqin's doubts, Ji Changsheng was furious. There are witnesses and evidence. And the facts are clear. You actually want to call a deer a horse? Ji Changsheng pointed at Guishuqin and angrily scolded. Do you want to bribe Ji and let Ji help you confuse right and wrong? You must know that the sky is clear and there is a god above us. You will be punished for calling a deer a horse. Guishuqin waved her hands repeatedly. Don't misunderstand. Elder Ji. I don't mean that. Don't let Ji Changsheng notice that something is wrong with me. Guishuqin regretted that she shouldn't have spoken. But the matter was done. She could only try to defend herself. I'm just wondering if the princess is really an undercover of the heavenly demon sect. How dare she ask Elder Ji to investigate this matter in person? Ji Changsheng stared at Guishuqin coldly and put a big hat on her. Maybe she was desperate and tried to seek help. If she didn't ask for help at that time, she would probably be killed by Brother Chow on the spot. There is another possibility that the princess arranged someone to bribe or intimidate me. But before the people she arranged took action, I had already found evidence of her collusion with the heavenly demon sect. So the people she arranged could only talk nonsense and try to tamper with these mountains of iron evidence. Guishuqin's face turned pale. This guy is too skilled at making accusations. Isn't he? I have nothing to do with the princess. Don't wrongly accuse me. But she was really panicked. Although she confirmed that she and the princess did not collude. She did collude with the heavenly demon sect. Ji Changsheng's next words made her feel scared. Who are you? I suspect you are the middleman between the princess and the heavenly demon cult. Guishuqin knelt down in front of Ji Changsheng. Elder Ji, I know I was wrong. Please have mercy on me, and don't make things difficult for a casual cultivator like me. If someone with ulterior motives accuses me of colluding with the heavenly demon cult, my life will be very difficult in the future. Ji Changsheng narrowed his eyes. There was something wrong with this woman. Ji Changsheng didn't see any signs of Guishuqin practicing magic. As long as these were well hidden, they would not be discovered unless they leaked their aura when they took action. Otherwise, Ji Changsheng would have been beaten to death 10,000 times when he was in Xuandu Temple. Ji Changsheng found that Guishuqin's mood was a little strange. The speed of the Demon Desire Sutra told him that the female cultivator in front of him was very scared. In the fear, there was even a hint of murderous intent against him. He accused this female cultivator of colluding with the princess and contacting the heavenly demon sect on behalf of the princess. Ji Changsheng knew that the princess had nothing to do with the heavenly demon sect. So this female cultivator didn't need to be so nervous. It's not difficult to find out what she didn't do. Ji Changsheng's current external personality is upright and observant. As long as she didn't collude with the heavenly demon sect, she wouldn't be afraid of Ji Changsheng's investigation. But this female cultivator was so scared that she even wanted to kill Ji Changsheng. This was wrong. What are you afraid of? Ji Changsheng made a gesture. The other royal priests looked nervous. Although they couldn't believe it, they still surrounded Guishuqin calmly. The prince could be a disciple of Wangquan sect. The eldest princess was an elite trained by Tianma sect. Then Guishuqin, a royal priest, was also a member of Tianma sect. What's the big deal? After getting Ji Changsheng's hint, they would rather believe it than not. After all, Guishuqin's reaction was indeed a bit extreme. If you have nothing to do with Tianma sect, why are you so scared? Can I still wrongly accuse you? Ji Changsheng asked. Tell me the truth. What is your origin? There were 10,000 alpacas roaring in Guishuqin's heart. She had been lurking in Shenghua for 13 years. She had never revealed any flaws. She didn't expect to be discovered here today. What she didn't expect was that Ji Changsheng not only had a keen sense of smell, but was also really decisive in killing. He said he would start and didn't give her any time to react. Let me test your true strength. Ji Changsheng's fingers were like knives, and the golden elixir aura burst out. He used the powerful Vajra finger of the middle stage of the golden elixir. There was no technical content. It was purely bullying people with the realm of cultivation. Although it was well known that Ji Changsheng's middle stage of the golden elixir was forcibly brushed up with merit. The middle stage of the golden elixir was the middle stage of the golden elixir. Guishuqin's apparent strength of the late stage of foundation building was impossible to resist. Ji Changsheng's finger forced Guishuqin's true cultivation. Guishuqin cursed inwardly and wanted to continue pretending, betting that a gentleman like Ji Changsheng would not really kill her. This must be a test of her. But at the critical moment of life and death, Guishuqin, who was born in a heavenly demon sect, could not suppress her will to survive. It is difficult for a disciple of the demon sect to have the courage of a righteous disciple like Ji Changsheng to face death. At the last moment, she still did not dare to gamble. She did not dare to fight with Ji Changsheng, because she really had not yet formed a pill. And there were other people around who were eyeing her covetously. If she took action, she would die. So she mobilized all her cultivation, burned 1/3 of her blood and essence, activated the blood escape technique, and fled directly. The other royal priests were pale. It's the blood escape technique, the entry-level version of the heavenly demon disintegration method. Blood escape technique is a magical skill for the heavenly demon sects cultivators below the golden core stage to escape. Guishuqin is actually a disciple of the heavenly demon sect. Fortunately, Elder Ji has a keen eye and saw through the truth at a glance. She is probably the middleman between the princess and the heavenly demon sect. Elder Ji, do you want to chase her? The royal family's servants looked at Ji Changsheng. They found that Ji Changsheng also had cold sweat on his forehead at this time. Of course, they understood this very well and admired him very much. If it weren't for Ji Changsheng's sharpness, they probably wouldn't have discovered Guishuqin's background until they died. And they didn't know when they would be completely sold out by this demon sect witch. Ji Changsheng took a deep breath, quickly stabilized his mind, and ordered, "Don't chase the desperate enemy. The demon sect which has strange means and deep background. It's easy to capsize if you chase her. It's also easy to find out the truth that she and the princess didn't collude. The most important thing is that this guy seems to be one of us. I have a talent for trapping the undercover agents of the demon sect. Last time, I reported Bing zipping in Xuandu Temple. And this time, I accidentally caught another undercover agent of the demon sect. Why are you undercover so poor at disguise? Can't you learn from me?" Ji Changsheng was very disappointed. Chapter 74. You are a beautiful woman, but you are a thief. Ji Changsheng felt that this undercover agent named Guishuqin had a poor ability to withstand pressure. "I killed Fairy Linglong's son and husband without frowning. And I argued with Fairy Linglong. You are just a nobody. If you had resisted a little, we would have been on the same side, and I might have cleared your suspicion. But you ran away. You are such a hopeless person. You almost got me involved." Ji Changsheng was very tired. But for others, Ji Changsheng found out an undercover agent of the demon sect on the spot. And their acumen was amazing. Elder Ji is wise. Thanks to Elder Ji. Otherwise we would not know when we fell into the hands of this demon girl of the heavenly demon sect. No one knows how to catch the undercover of the heavenly demon sect better than Elder Ji. I am ashamed. Now it seems incredible, but the evidence is conclusive. The eldest princess is really a disciple of the heavenly demon sect. I remember that when the eldest princess goes out, she usually asks Guishuqin to accompany her for protection. I originally thought that the eldest princess liked to let Guishuqin accompany her because it was more convenient for both of them to go out with women. Now it seems that it is horrible to think about it carefully. The royal family's worshippers could no longer help the eldest princess to clean up the mess. They were just worshippers of the royal family, not lackeys of the royal family. And they still had relative independence, as worshippers who had at least started to build a foundation. It was unrealistic to expect this group of practitioners to be as loyal to the royal family as eunuchs. When they found that there was such a huge crisis hidden in the royal family, almost everyone felt insecure. After talking to each other, they quickly discovered many details that they usually overlooked. Putting these details together, it is the ironclad truth. Listening to the discussion of these worshippers, Ji Changsheng was speechless. He really wanted to ask these royal worshippers, is there a possibility that the eldest princess likes to let Guishuqin accompany her on weekdays? Is it really just because they are both women and it is easier to get along? But as a professional undercover of the heavenly demon sect, Ji Changsheng's professionalism is much better than Guishuqin. The words came to his lips, but he was forced to swallow them back. Everyone, the eldest princess is a demon of the heavenly demon sect. The evidence is conclusive. You have all seen it with your own eyes. There is no doubt. Senior brother Chao Ziming of Danqing Pavilion is upright and innocent. Please also bear witness, and don't affect senior brother Chao's reputation. Ji Changsheng turned everyone's attention back to the main topic. Others naturally nodded in response. Of course. Elder Ji. Rest assured. We are all witnesses. The truth is so shocking. Fortunately, there are righteous people like Elder Ji and Mr. Chao who are more righteous than others. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. Your Highness. The princess. Alas, you are a beautiful woman, but you are a thief. Now that the evidence is there, no one can defend the princess anymore. Moreover, the last person who defended the princess has now fled, and it has been confirmed that he is an undercover of the demon cult. Even if there are still people who want to speak for the princess, they can only keep silent now, for fear of being implicated again. The overall situation has been determined. So, when the princess learned the truth, she was struck by lightning. No, this is impossible. It must be Chao Ziming who framed me. I have nothing to do with the demon cult. Seeing the dying princess, the leading royal family priest couldn't bear to listen anymore and couldn't help interrupting the princess' nonsense. Your Highness, Mr. Chao stayed in Xuandu Temple just like you. And there are so many masters and people watching around him. How could he frame you? Could it be that he has arranged the stolen goods in your princess's mansion in advance? No one believed that Chao Ziming could do such a thing. As for Chao Ziming, he even sneered and didn't bother to refute. The innocent are innocent. Junior brother Ji really didn't disappoint me, and keenly found the evidence of this witch. As for the witch, she was just fighting in a corner. She wanted to drag him down with her when she was about to die. What a wishful thinking. The princess was also confused. She felt that what the royal family priest said made sense. But this palace really has nothing to do with the heavenly demon sect, the princess said unwillingly. The royal family priest shook his head helplessly. He really didn't cry until he saw the coffin. He directly placed the evidence he had just found in the princess's mansion in front of the princess. Your Highness, there are witnesses and evidence. And the evidence is conclusive. Confess. The attendant advised, save some dignity for yourself and the royal family. Faced with so much evidence, even Fairy Ling Long cannot say that you are innocent. Ji Chansheng glanced at the attendant and thought that you are too narrow-minded. Even if the evidence is as strong as a mountain, Fairy Ling Long can definitely turn black and white. Besides, such a small matter does not require Fairy Ling Long to take action. The master of the temple, Li Chengxi, even if it is a person with low strength, it is easy to handle such things. It can only be said that Xuandu Temple is Xuandu Temple after all. The most powerful sect in the world. And Shenghua is just Shenghua. A small country in the mortal world. The difference in means is too big. Ji Chansheng was killing people in Xuandu Temple. When he came to a small country like Shenghua, of course, he killed people in all directions. The princess looked at the bones, skulls, magic tools, and poisonous magic skills in front of her, and her whole body was in a mess. How is this possible? Where did this horse come from? The priest sighed, Your Highness. Maybe you think you are hiding well. Maybe you have arranged the people to meet you in advance, and even prepared to bribe Elder Ji. Unfortunately, Elder Ji is bright and upright, and he saw through your calculations at a glance and exposed your accomplices on the spot. The princess was in a trance. I have an accomplice. How come I don't know anything? Who is my accomplice? The priest frowned, Your Highness. At this point, is it interesting for you to pretend to be stupid? Your accomplice took. The person who should be contacted is of course Guishuqin. On weekdays, whenever you go out, you usually ask Guishuqin to accompany you for protection. The collusion between you has been going on for a long time. The eldest princess was beaten to a mess, and her brain was no longer working. She blurted out, You not only wronged me, but also wronged Guigongfeng. This is simply unreasonable. Ji Chansheng snorted coldly, You are stubborn and stubborn. You are still stubborn when you are about to die. Today, Ji will make you die with a sincere heart. As a person who has worked at the end of the universe, Ji Chansheng knows the importance of law enforcement recorders and the importance of protecting himself. So he brought the law enforcement recorder with him throughout his visit to the princess's mansion. The royal family's worshipper was specially asked to perform the water mirror technique throughout the whole process. The princess wanted to slander him for framing her and creating a false case. Sorry. She found the wrong person. Ji never does that kind of thing. So in front of the princess, Ji Chansheng played the video of Guishuqin pleading for her. And Ji Chansheng exposed Guishuqin on the spot. And Guishuqin then escaped with the blood escape technique. After watching the video and the truth in the law enforcement record, the princess lost her focus. It's true. Ji Chansheng said coldly, Of course it's true. If there is no conclusive evidence, how can Ji frame you? Guishuqin is actually an undercover of the heavenly demon cult. The princess felt that she might not be able to clear herself even if she jumped into the sky. She grabbed Ji Chengsheng's hand and burst into tears. Elder Ji. Please understand. I have nothing to do with Shuqin. Facing the pale princess, Ji Changsheng had a blank expression and cold eyes, and was not moved at all. The eldest princess is pitiful. But what about those who spent a huge amount of money to buy Taiping foodie, and are now homeless? If he feels pity for such a woman, Ji Changsheng will feel sorry for the education of the organization for so many years. Elder Ji. I usually like to let Shuqin accompany me for protection, just because she and I are both women. So it is more convenient to travel together. I have never had any collusion with the Tianma sect. I am willing to swear in the name of my ancestors. Ji Changsheng has not spoken yet. But the others who heard the eldest princess say this all showed disgust. In this world of cultivation where there are gods above your head, those who swear by their ancestors will be condemned by others. Especially if you use the reputation of your ancestors to endorse yourself, or endorse your own crimes that have been confirmed. You will be despised by others. The royal family couldn't listen anymore and interrupted the princess. Your Highness, be careful with your words. What did our ancestors do to deserve your abuse? The princess. There must be some villain who wants to harm me. Who is it? Shuqin? Yes. She didn't jump out earlier or later, but jumped out when she was in trouble. Stepped on her head hard, and stepped her into the bottomless abyss. This woman did it on purpose. Otherwise, why could she hide peacefully for so many years, but was exposed at this time? I understand. The princess' eyes lit up, and she quickly analyzed. Elder Ji. It was Shuqin who deliberately framed me. She must have colluded with Chao Ziming. Enough. Ji Changsheng was really angry now. This woman is simply unreasonable. How did Shuqin frame you? She is innocent. Okay. She was obviously speaking for you. But you turned a blind eye to her. This woman is really not a woman of human nature. Although Ji Changsheng also despised Shuqin's ability to withstand pressure as an undercover. As the future young leader of the Tianma sect, Ji Changsheng was still very protective of her. I can scold my future subordinates, but you can't frame her. Chao Ziming was also angry. At this time, you are still framing me. Just as Ji Changsheng fell into a rage, the princess heard the voice of Chao Ziming again. I didn't expect you to see through this. The princess felt cold in her heart, and her eyes were like a venomous snake, staring at Chao Ziming. This man, at this time, still had such an innocent expression. It was simply disgusting. The voice transmission of Chao Ziming continued. Now, I still give you a way to live. It's still the original conditions. Return the Taiping blessed land to the first batch of customers who bought it, and cooperate with me and junior brother Ji to rectify the blessed land business of Shenghua. I want to have thousands of houses in Guangxia, and shelter all the poor people in the world. If you help me achieve this goal, I will ensure your safety. Chao Ziming never forgot his true purpose. Killing the crown prince of the East Palace and framing the princess. The ultimate goal is to do good deeds and accumulate virtue. As long as they are willing to cooperate with him. Even if they are really demons from the demon cult. Ji Changsheng doesn't mind cooperating with him. He only wants the result. To let ordinary people live a better life. And he also takes this to go a step further. The people of Sheng will live and work in peace and contentment. Ji Changsheng takes away the merits and luck. And both parties win. This is what he hopes to see. As for the righteous way and the evil way, Ji Changsheng doesn't care. Ji Changsheng doesn't care about the life and death of the princess. What disappointed Ji Changsheng was that the princess stared at Chao Ziming with resentment and said angrily, "You are dreaming. I will never succumb to a shameless person like you." Ji Changsheng's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He was really stubborn. You are the princess who is high above everyone else. Even if you rectify the business of foodie, it will not affect your wealth and glory. Your current status and wealth are enough to ensure that you will have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of your life. Is it so difficult to do good deeds and help ordinary people and casual cultivators live a better life? Chao Ziming is a disciple of Danqing Pavilion. Even though he is full of murderous intent, he is still willing to give the other party enough opportunities to save himself. Unfortunately, the princess just doesn't want to catch it. Everything I do is protected by the laws of Sheng State. My wealth and glory today is also the result of my own hard work. What does it have to do with me if they don't live well? It's because they don't work hard enough. As long as they are willing to work hard. Can Sheng State still eat less of them? Do they think pie will fall from the sky? Should the court give them money? The eldest princess's mentality has exploded. Being framed and repeatedly teased by Chao Ziming completely triggered the eldest princess' violent and depressed emotions. Of course, a certain Devil Desire Sutra technique that did not want to be named must have played a role in fueling the flames, causing the eldest princess to start talking without thinking. Purchasing the blessed land is a voluntary matter for both parties, in black and white, with the spirit of the contract, and no one forced them to buy it with a knife. Now that something has happened and they regret it, you start to uphold justice for them. What does this have to do with me and the court? They are stupid themselves. Ji Changsheng felt the accelerated operation and growth of the Devil Desire Sutra and was silent. He swore that he absolutely did not deliberately provoke the princess's negative emotions. It was the woman's own negative emotions that triggered the magic technique of the Devil Desire Sutra. Then the activation of the Devil Desire Sutra further fueled the princess's negative emotions. So the two phases overlapped. You want me to uphold justice for them? Dream on. The court will not accept their threats. Nor will it accept threats from shameless people like you. Chao Ziming. Do you really dare to kill me? I have the Shunhua court behind me. Just by framing me. Do you really dare to take my life? The princess laughed. And her laughter was full of sarcasm. Of course, she was not that afraid of things she had not done. The disciples of Danqing Pavilion cultivated righteousness, and could frame someone to this extent, which opened her eyes. She did not believe that as a disciple of Danqing Pavilion, Chao Ziming really dared to kill people to silence them. If so, Chao Ziming's Tao heart would collapse, and his righteousness would backfire. Unfortunately, she ignored one person. Enough. Ji Changsheng completely sentenced the princess to death in his heart. Originally, he thought that as long as the princess was willing to turn back and cooperate with him to rectify the blessed land of Shunhua, he would naturally help the princess to change her mind, and even help her become the queen of Shunhua was not just a pie in the sky. These were all within his ability. But the princess went all the way to the end. He could only kill another chicken, hoping that the next person in charge would be smarter. Killing without teaching is not the style of Danqing Pavilion. But Xuandu Temple doesn't care. Ji Changsheng said calmly, Brother Chao may not dare to kill you. So I will. Princess, I declare that you deserve to die. After the free conviction, Ji Changsheng raised his magic knife. Spare his life. Ji Changsheng heard this, and then swung the sad magic knife instantly. What cats and dogs dared to shout spare his life in front of me? The most important thing is that he couldn't even see that I was holding the sad magic knife, which shows that the strength of the person who came was just like that. He didn't deserve his face. So Ji Changsheng acted without hesitation, and was even more decisive. However, although the person who came didn't see through Ji Changsheng's illusion, he saw Ji Changsheng take action. Swish! A silver compass came from behind and appeared in front of the princess. Instantly enlarged, and took Ji Changsheng's knife for the princess. Boom! The sad devil knife chopped on the compass. And the aftermath of the energy emitted made many people around subconsciously step back 3 steps. This was because Chao Ziming took action in time to protect it. Ji Changsheng used 70% of his strength in this knife. A real Jinan stage attack. And did not hold back much. But he did not kill anyone. Ji Changsheng narrowed his eyes, and looked at the person who came. A young cultivator, with the 9 palaces, and 8 diagrams embroidered on his robe. Of course, it is also very likely that he is not young anymore. People in cultivation cannot be judged by their appearance alone. You want to protect the demon girl of the Tianma sect, who Xuandu Temple and Danqing Pavilion want to kill? Ji Changsheng went up and made a big hat. Chao Yuntian's eyes twitched. Although he has a background, he really dare not accept such a big hat. It will kill people. Hello. Junior brother Ji. I am Chao Yutian from Tontian Chamber of Commerce. And my master is Tianjizi. Chao Yutian quickly introduced himself. At the same time, he pointed out his background. Ji Changsheng snorted coldly. I haven't heard of it. I just want to ask you. Do you want to protect the demon girl of the heavenly demon sect, who is going to be killed by Xuandu Temple and Danqing Pavilion? Chao Yutian. Junior brother Ji. I guarantee in the name of my master that the eldest princess is definitely not an undercover agent of the heavenly demon sect. Ji Changsheng sneered. Who is your master? How dare you guarantee the demon girl of the heavenly demon sect? Ahem. Many people coughed loudly. Chao Ziming walked to Ji Changsheng and reminded him in a low voice, Junior brother Ji. Tianjizi is the strongest man in Tontian Chamber of Commerce. And he is also Yujiangxian among the 5 great sword immortals. Ji Changsheng's heart trembled. He knew that the 5 great sword immortals included his future mother-in-law. And his newly recognized cheap adoptive father was also one of them. He had heard of the name Yi Jianxian. But Yi Jianxian was Tianjizi. And Tianjizi and the princess were actually related. So he really knew nothing about it. But even if he knew it now, Ji Changsheng was still unmoved. My father. Yu Lao Mo. My mother-in-law. Ling Long Fairy. My wife. Tian Xingjuan. Yi Jianxian? Do I need to give him face? Shouldn't he be the one who needs to give me face? So Ji Changsheng changed his statement. Tianjizi wants to protect the demon girl of the Tianma sect who Xuandu Temple and Danqing Pavilion want to kill. Chao Yutian smiled bitterly. He didn't dare to wear this big hat. And he was sure that his master didn't dare to wear it either. Chao Yutian tried to explain, Junior brother Ji. Please understand. The princess is my fiancée. Ji Changsheng said, oh. It seems that you are also suspected of colluding with the heavenly demon sect. Chao Yutian tried to ignore Ji Changsheng's words and said solemnly, when I was engaged to the princess, I asked my master to tell her fortune. The fortune showed that the princess was of innocent origin and had no connection with the demon sect. Ji Changsheng said coldly, the fortune can be wrong. Chao Yutian reminded, my master doesn't make fortunes easily. But he never makes mistakes when he does. So he got the name Tianjizi. Chao Ziming also reminded in a low voice, Junior brother Ji. Tianjizi is indeed famous in the world. And he has never made a mistake so far. Ji Changsheng's heart was as hard as iron. And he was unmoved. He just said coldly, so you are questioning whether senior brother Chao framed the princess? Hearing Ji Changsheng say this, Chao Ziming also reacted instantly. Yes. He had only heard of Tianjizi, but had never seen him. But he saw the truth that the princess was a demon from the demon sect. Besides, didn't he know whether he had framed the princess? Ji Changsheng continued, even though Tianjizi was famous, I still chose to believe brother Chao. If I offended Tianjizi, for brother Chao, and for the righteousness of heaven and earth, I would offend him. I dared to kill Ling Long Jianxian's husband. So I didn't mind killing the fiancé of Yi Jianxian's apprentice. Chao Ziming was moved. Junior brother Ji. I will not let you down. Ji Changsheng nodded, brother Chao. Don't be superstitious about the strong. As strong as fairy Ling Long. She still has an unvirtuous husband and unfilial son. Even if the eldest princess was really predicted by Yi Jianxian. So what? I love my master. But I love the truth more. I only believe in the truth, and you. Chao Ziming trembled all over. After a moment, he stood in front of Ji Changsheng with a sword and said to Chao Yutian in a serious tone, Junior brother Chao. I'm sorry. The eldest princess is a demon girl of the Tianma sect. And there is solid evidence. Even if you are a disciple of Tianjizi, don't think about saving this demon girl's life today. If you offend Yi Jianxian because of this, Chao will bear all the consequences. Chao Yutian. This is a situation he didn't expect. Normally, as long as he reveals the name of his master, with the 100% accuracy of Yi Jianxian, he should be able to rescue the eldest princess. Unexpectedly, Ji Changsheng not only put himself on a high moral ground with just a few words, but also persuaded Chao Ziming of Danqing Pavilion to stand against him. This was the first time he encountered a situation where the title of Yi Jianxian was useless. And he was a little overwhelmed. But he is the disciple of Yi Jianxian after all. Chao Yutian hesitated for a moment and said decisively, Junior brother Ji. Senior brother Chao. Can you give my master a favor? I believe that the princess must have a misunderstanding in this matter. Give me 3 days. I will definitely investigate the truth of this matter and give you an explanation. During these 3 days, the princess will be temporarily detained in Xuandu Temple. How about it? Chao Ziming frowned and said, why delay time? Ji Changsheng interrupted Chao Ziming, for the sake of Yi Jianxian. 1 day. No more time. Okay. Chao Yutian did not bargain again. But before leaving, he still reminded, I guarantee with my master's reputation that there is no connection between the princess and the demon cult. And there must be a misunderstanding in this matter. Ji Changsheng glanced around. Chao Yutian did not say this to him, and Chao Ziming. He said it to the people around him. And even to the people of the world. Yi Jianxian's reputation is not strong enough for him. But it is obvious that his reputation is strong enough in the world. Yi Jianxian said that the princess had no relationship with the heavenly demon sect. And many people in the world would believe that the princess had no relationship with the heavenly demon sect. And even many people would believe that it was Chao Ziming who framed the princess. Ji Changsheng thought, For the sake of Brother Chao's reputation. I can't just sit back and watch. Yi Jianxian. Heh. So what if you can figure out that the princess had no relationship with the heavenly demon sect? If the heavenly demon sect admitted it themselves, how would you respond? Ji Chansheng lowered his eyebrows and quietly activated the sound transmission note. Madam, have you eaten? Chapter 75 Hawan Saint, Changsheng. You write the report. I approve the note. After sending the message to Hawan Saint, Ji Chansheng was a little dazed. He felt as if he had returned to Blue Star. When he was in Blue Star, he often sent such messages. Bao, are you there? Generally speaking, Bao is there. Hawan Saint also belongs to Class 1. She quickly replied to Ji Chansheng, wait a minute. An undercover agent has been discovered here, and I am dealing with it. I will reply to you later. Ji Chansheng. If nothing unexpected happens, the undercover agent who was discovered is likely his masterpiece. But Ji Chansheng pretended that he didn't know. It's just a little while. It's natural for a man to wait for a woman. Ji Chansheng can afford to wait. It's definitely not because he is a little embarrassed. Ji Chansheng turned his attention back to Chao Ziming and comforted him. Brother Chao. Don't doubt yourself because of others. I don't know any Tianjizi. I only know you. Brother Chao. Choose between Yi Jianxian and you. Brother Chao. Even if everyone chooses to believe Yi Jianxian, I will stand firmly on your side. Chao Ziming was deeply moved. Brother Ji. Don't be like this. What's wrong? I don't want to like men. Ji Chansheng. Are you really that serious? Brother Chao is really too naive. You can be fooled by such a trick to win people's hearts. You still need more experience. When working at the end of the Blue Star universe, Ji Chansheng was often won over. In the end, he was only moved by the city lord who took out his daughter. No matter how sincere the other people who tried to win him over were, Ji Chansheng would just swallow the sugar and shoot back. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. And only sincerity can move Ji Chansheng now. Senior brother Chao is very sincere. So Ji Chansheng absolutely does not believe that Chao Ziming would frame the princess. So the princess could not bear to watch. Elder Ji, can you open your eyes? The princess could not stand Ji Chansheng being so innocent and kind. Chao Ziming is using your innocence and kindness to achieve his ulterior motives. Elder Ji, you should believe me and Yi Jianxian. No one in the world knows the truth better than Yi Jianxian. Ji Chansheng looked at the princess with contempt. Yi Jianxian may know how to tell fortunes, but he does not understand the heavenly demon sect, let alone the undercover agents of the heavenly demon sect. Which, don't try to sow discord between me and senior brother Chao. Ji Chansheng is exchanging sincerity with the princess. Yi Jianxian knows nothing about the heavenly demon sect. Watching Yi Jianxian tell fortunes is just for fun. If you really want to catch the undercover of the Tianma sect, you still have to learn the technology from Ji Chansheng. The princess sighed to the sky. Elder Ji, you will soon know how serious your mistakes are. The Tianji lineage is the best at the 9 palaces and 8 diagrams. Finding the truth is easy for them. Not to mention that there is the help of Yi Jianxian behind them. In one day, they will clear my name. And then Elder Ji will definitely understand everything. Then Ji will wait for good news. Ji Chansheng didn't take the princess's advice to heart at all. He was just a little surprised how the princess got in touch with the Tianji lineage. Yi Jianxian is one of the 5 great swordsmen. Even if you are the princess of Shenghua, how did you make a marriage contract with Yi Jianxian's apprentice? Ji Chansheng asked proactively. Chao Ziming also looked over with concern. This marriage is actually not a good match. The prime minister is still a 7th rank official, and the apprentice of the 5 great sword immortals is more valuable than the princess of a small country in the mortal world. The eldest princess glanced at Chao Ziming, as if to intimidate Chao Ziming. So she chose to tell the truth. It was the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce that pulled the strings. Tongtian Chamber of Commerce? Ji Chansheng was thoughtful. This was the second time he heard the name of this Chamber of Commerce. The first time was from the Holy Maiden Hawan. At that time, the Holy Maiden Hawan introduced Sheng Taiping's origin to Ji Chansheng and mentioned the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. Sheng Taiping's blessed land business model is to first use his background to get a spirit gathering array map to ensure that he can transform a place into a blessed land on earth. Then he took the spirit gathering array map and went to the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce to borrow money. Use the money borrowed from the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce to enclose land. Then use the spirit gathering array map on the enclosed land, which is the prototype of a future blessed land. Then, with the spirit gathering array, land, and money. Sheng Taiping directly opened pre-sales. The potential customers of Foodie would send all their life savings, or even the savings of 3 generations to Sheng Taiping. The whole process, carefully reviewed, Sheng Taiping actually did not have to spend a penny. Then Tontian Chamber of Commerce and the court made money. This is why Ji Changsheng despised this business model. In essence, Sheng Taiping is playing a no-cost business. And this industry is not open to ordinary people. Who among ordinary people can get the spirit gathering array? Who can get the Shengwa court to approve the land? Who can get Tontian Chamber of Commerce to borrow money? And according to the law of conservation of energy, under this business model, Sheng Taiping, the Shengwa court, and Tontian Chamber of Commerce all made a lot of money. Who lost money then? Is this business model a win-win for all parties? Ji Changsheng could only laugh at this. Sheng Taiping is certainly not a good guy. But to put it bluntly, Sheng Taiping may not earn as much as the Shengwa court and Tontian Chamber of Commerce. He is just a tool man pushed to the front. Even if he is the nominal husband of Fairy Ling, he is still a tool man in essence. Brother Chow, is Tontian Chamber of Commerce our righteous way? Ji Changsheng asked. Chao Ziming nodded. Tontian Chamber of Commerce is more like an alliance in essence. But its overall strength is indeed a top righteous immortal gate. And very rich. Possibly richer than Xuandu Temple. Ji Changsheng smiled. To be richer than Xuandu Temple is to commit suicide. Even if it is only on the surface. Xuandu Temple has the most powerful military force in the world. You are richer than Xuandu Temple. So isn't this forcing Xuandu Temple to cut you off? This is just like what happened on Blue Star. The country next door, which was doing well, had a very fast economic development for a period of time. And many people shouted the slogan of buying the whole of America. Then the eagle sauce raised the sickle of harvest. Want to buy me? I'll cut you off first. Only second-rate forces will compete fairly in the market. The world's number one has always been a fight of fists, without the military strength that matches the economy. In the end, it will end up like the country next door and the two Song dynasties. I understand. Ji Changsheng thought. Tontian Chamber of Commerce is essentially a business alliance, using spiritual stones to support those powerful practitioners, such as Yi Jianxian. Speaking of this, Ji Changsheng smiled. Who can be born strong? If you want to practice, you must consume resources and spiritual stones. Tontian Chamber of Commerce provides them with resources and spiritual stones. And these powerful practitioners will naturally provide shelter to Tontian Chamber of Commerce. Although Her Royal Highness the Princess is not talented in practice, as the Princess of Sheng Country, she may become the Queen of Sheng Country in the future. And the benefits she can bring to Tontian Chamber of Commerce cannot be underestimated. Chao Ziming suddenly realized, so this is why this witch refused to appease the people. She wanted to give up the big profits to Tontian Chamber of Commerce, and seek the protection of Tontian Chamber of Commerce, and even Yi Jianxian? Since Ji Changsheng and Chao Ziming have already analyzed it, the princess no longer pretended. After all, this is not a big secret. She is not afraid of being known. Elder Ji, your analysis is right. The princess said frankly, everyone wants to make decent money, such as Xuandu Temple, which makes money by inventing the foundation building pill. Who doesn't want it? But we don't have that ability, so we can only use some other methods. Tontian Chamber of Commerce also doesn't have that ability. So Tontian Chamber of Commerce and many great practitioners need someone in the world to absorb resources for them through legal means. Is it legal? Ji Changsheng asked back. The princess said solemnly, whether it is in accordance with the laws of the Shengwa court or the rules of the cultivation world, the blessed land business is reasonable and legal. Elder Ji, you are a disciple of Xuandu Temple. Don't be extreme. You should respect the rules and laws. Ji Changsheng smiled, but his eyes were full of indifference. This statement can convince many people, but it can't convince him. Rules? Laws? If Emperor Ing defeated the Immortal Gate, the model of ordinary people like the princess serving the cultivators would immediately be illegal. In essence, there is no need to discuss these right and wrong. Only strong and weak. Ji Changsheng already understood the relationship between the princess and Tontian Chamber of Commerce and Yi Jianxian, so he was too lazy to care about the princess. Brother Chow, you should also go to rest. 1 day later, maybe we will have to fight again, since there is collusion of interests. Tontian Chamber of Commerce and Yi Jianxian are likely to continue to support the princess. Chao Ziming nodded slowly. Junior brother Ji, I just remembered something. What is it? The reason why the Ying kingdom ceded Shengzhou was because Yi Jianxian stood on the side of the then governor of Shengzhou, which led to the later Shenggaozu. So Yi Jianxian is not only the sword fairy worshipped by Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, but also the real supporter behind the court of Sheng Kingdom. Ji Changsheng raised his eyebrows and looked at the princess again. The princess nodded. This is not a secret. Elder Ji, I admire you very much and know that you are upright. But Yi Jianxian is a righteous sword fairy, and he never lies. When he proves his innocence for me, you will naturally know the truth. No wonder your highness is so confident. It turns out that there is a sword fairy behind him to support him. According to rumors in the martial arts world, the revival of Danqing Pavilion was due to the sudden appearance of Qinglian's sword fairy. So the big guys at the level of sword fairy can really determine the rise and fall of a force. Even the top force. Ji Changsheng felt that he had underestimated Yi Jianxian. If Yi Jianxian tried to protect the princess, others might not dare to enforce the law impartially. Fortunately, Bao replied. Ji Changsheng returned to a separate space, set up a soundproof barrier, and then took out the sound transmission talisman with Saint Hewan. Then he found that it was broken. Saint Hewan, Ji Changsheng. Get out of here. Are you sick? Why are you trying to trick my people? Ji Changsheng wanted to reply to Saint Hewan, Bao. I didn't know she was yours. But he held back. My father, Yu Lao Mo, has not recognized him yet. He was afraid that Saint Hewan would be furious, and Yu Lao Mo would not be able to protect him. So Ji Changsheng decisively took the initiative. Madam, let's talk about Sheng Taiping. This time it was the turn of Saint Hewan to be silent instantly. Last time Ji Changsheng killed Sheng Taiping, and then killed Bai Shiji. The two shots shocked the whole world. The director behind the whole thing was Saint Hewan. It's just that the male protagonist Ji Changsheng tore up the script and changed the ending, leaving everyone confused. Saint Hewan never thought that Ji Changsheng could really kill Bai Shiji, so she didn't react, which was considered a pitfall for Ji Changsheng. Later she thought about making amends and pulling Ji Changsheng away from the danger zone. But Fairy Linglong cut off the thread of connection on the spot. Saint Hewan was still embarrassed about this. The real superior does not use his younger brothers and then throw them away. You have to protect your own younger brothers so that others can work for you with confidence. In this regard, Saint Hewan has always had a good reputation. So now she is asking Ji Changsheng for an inconspicuous undercover like Gui Shuqin. But when Ji Changsheng mentioned Sheng Taiping, Saint Hewan was stuck. She felt guilty. She did something unkind. Although she never thought of asking Ji Changsheng to kill Bai Shiji. Fortunately, Ji Changsheng is a generous person. Bao, I forgive you. Saint Hewan, Bao. Ji Changsheng raised his hand and slapped himself. It's broken. When he was on Blue Star, he called Bao too many times. The sound transmission note is too similar to WeChat. Ji Changsheng made a mistake subconsciously. Of course, subconsciousness is also likely to be conscious. Saint Hewan laughed. Ji Changsheng, are you teasing me on purpose? Ji Changsheng, I dare not. Saint Hewan, it's okay. I admire your audacity. Looking around the world, it's rare to find a man who dares to tease Madame Yu Lao Mo Ji Changsheng. You are really a tough guy who only appears once in 1,000 years. From the heart, Saint Hewan admires Ji Changsheng's bravery and fearlessness. Let alone the things Ji Changsheng did. She might not be able to do them. I am really sorry for you about Sheng Taiping's matter. Saint Hewan is a heroine. She is wrong when she is wrong and does not shirk her faults. I originally wanted you to kill Sheng Taiping only. After Bai Shiji appeared, I estimated that you would not be his opponent. So I would use the thread of connection to rescue you in time. In this way, you have offended Ling Long and completely offended the Bai family. I have saved your life. So you can only be loyal to me. The Holy Lady Hewan revealed her plan to Ji Changsheng. I have basically calculated everything. And everything is developing according to my layout. The only thing I miscalculated is that you are too powerful. Who would have thought that you, a mere minion in the early stage of the Golden Core, could kill a Yuanying stage cultivator like Bai Shiji, who is protected by a divine armor? She couldn't think of it. Bai Shiji couldn't think of it. Fairy Linglong didn't think of it either. By the time they reacted, Ji Changsheng had already killed Bai Shiji completely. So everyone was embarrassed. Ji Changsheng almost disrupted everyone's plans. They all had to adjust their future strategies based on the fact that the matter was done. And Ji Changsheng just walked to the center of the stage and made his official debut in an unprecedentedly gorgeous way. In any case, it was my fault for Sheng Taiping. Ling Long was too strong. She was so angry that she killed Yi Xianqian. I don't have any good way to deal with her. Saint Huan said, I can understand that you are resentful of me. But you can't take it out on my people. Bullying the weak is not what men do. If you have the ability, come and bully me. Ji Changsheng was a little excited when he saw this. But then, he controlled himself. She is worthy of being the demon girl of the Huan school. She was talking about business seriously. But suddenly, she started to flirt. Although Ji Changsheng has been in battle for a long time, he also has to see who the target is. The one who is launching an offensive against him now is Saint Huan. It is likely that she is the woman who can most touch a man's heartstrings in this world. With her identity and skills added, Ji Changsheng couldn't stand it. But he managed it. Madam, you are joking. I didn't take it out on your people. Saint Huan, what about Guishu Qin? Ji Changsheng. If I say this is a misunderstanding, do you believe it? Madam? Although Ji Changsheng himself didn't quite believe it. But this matter is really a misunderstanding. Who would have thought that Guishu Qin, as an undercover agent of the demon sect, would have such a poor ability to withstand pressure? Besides, why would you, an undercover agent of the demon sect, plead for the princess? A righteous person? It's all her own fault. Ji Changsheng didn't expect Madame Huan to believe his explanation. But Madame Huan's reaction once again exceeded his expectations. I believe it. Ji Changsheng. How did you believe it? I wouldn't believe it if it was me. Huan Saint. It's unlikely that you knew in advance that Guishu Qin was someone I arranged. You didn't send anyone to hunt her down afterwards. You probably guessed the truth at that time. Considering all factors, this matter may really be a misunderstanding. But your reaction was too extreme. Even if Guishu Qin was not my person, did you have to expose her? Ji Changsheng, baby. I was wrong. Huan Saint. Ji Changsheng, madam. I really realized that I was wrong. I will definitely change next time. Huan Saint. This little guy is really teasing her. It's so interesting. He is really not afraid of you Lao Mo and Ling Long. I will compensate Guishu Qin. You completed the task assigned by me and killed Sheng Taiping. You even exceeded expectations and killed Bai Shiji. Although you implicated Guishu Qin, your merits still outweigh your faults. I have clear rewards and punishments. I promise that as long as you can kill Sheng Taiping, I will agree to one more request of yours. Tell me, what do you want? After a pause, Saint Huan added, think about it carefully. I am a man of my word and can agree to any request of yours. Ji Changsheng's mind was shaken. And then, he quickly recovered. He thought to himself, I don't believe you. You evil woman. Madam, I want the eldest princess' name to appear on the list of undercover agents of the demon sect. Chapter 76 Kill the Witch. Step on the Sword Immortal. The Saint of Huan did not immediately agree to Ji Changsheng's request. Instead, she continued to seduce Ji Changsheng. Are you sure? My promise is to agree to one condition. And you just make such a simple request? You know, even if you want me, I can agree to it. Ji Changsheng thought to himself that if I believed you, I would be Li Daoyan. You think I'm a fool like your cheap nephew. When the superior says that you can make any request, you must know that the other party is being polite. Not that you can really make any request. If you take it seriously, you will immediately see the superior's face-changing skills. Besides, the gap between his cultivation and that of the Saint of Huan is too big. Now, even if he really practices dual cultivation with the Saint of Huan, Ji Changsheng is worried that he will be taken to replenish his yin. It's okay to be taken to replenish his yin. Ji Changsheng can actually barely accept it. He thinks he has enough yang. But he estimates that he doesn't even have the qualifications to be taken to replenish his yin. The most likely scenario is that he is fighting a battle of wits with an illusion. Or he went to Wushan with a Fengjia, thinking that he had obtained the Holy Lady of Huan. As a young cultivator who is best at illusion, Ji Changsheng has a lot to say about this. With his current attainments in illusion, if he wants to deceive a person, or even a cultivator in the same Jindan stage, he can make the other person think that he is going to Wushan with someone he likes. Not to mention Li Changxi and Fairy Ling Long. For illusion masters like them, everything can be fake. Ji Changsheng didn't know how high the attainments of the Holy Lady of Huan in illusion were, but he estimated that it would be no problem for her to deceive him. After all, the gap between their cultivation was too big. even if he made such an unrealistic request. And Saint Huan agreed to it. He didn't know whether it was true or false in the end. Ji Changsheng said bluntly, "Madam, less routine, more sincerity. Even if I want to get you, I will wait until my cultivation level exceeds yours. I guarantee that I will get the real Saint Huan, not Sister Feng." Saint Huan smiled silently after seeing Ji Changsheng's answer. This little guy is getting more and more interesting. Although he is bold, his mind is still very clear. As for the cultivation level exceeding her, she wants to laugh even more. In the world, the number of people who can surpass her can be counted on one hand. Ji Changsheng wants to surpass her, and he has to wait in line. So Saint Huan agreed without sincerity. "Then, I will wait for your cultivation level to surpass mine." Ji Changsheng laughed. He was despised. But this is a good thing. First hide and develop, and then quietly surprise Saint Huan. There is no problem with the princess. Saint Huan agreed very readily. "This is a small matter. Cha Sheng, you write the report and I approve the note. But the princess is behind the Tantian Chamber of Commerce. And behind the Tantian Chamber of Commerce is Yi Jianxian. If you want to deal with the princess, you may have to deal with Yi Jianxian. Think about it yourself." Ji Changsheng asked, "Will Yi Jianxian be my enemy for the princess?" Saint Huan smiled. "First, Yi Jianxian will not be your enemy. He can't see you at all, and he won't be afraid of you. If he is afraid, he will be afraid of Xuandu Temple behind you. Second, Yi Jianxian will not stand up for the princess, but he will stand up for Tantian Chamber of Commerce and the Shenghua Court. Third, Yi Jianxian is very confident in his divination. The princess has nothing to do with our Tianma sect. As long as he predicts that there is no relationship, he will not be afraid to clarify for the princess. After all, he has reached the level of the 5 great sword immortals. So there is no need to worry too much. Not to mention that he is just explaining the truth." Ji Changsheng said, "But I am a member of Xuandu Temple in name after all." A Huan Saint reminded, "Don't forget that you and Linglong have a grudge. At least in the eyes of outsiders." Ji Changsheng. Indeed. In this way, with Yi Jianxian's strength and status in the martial arts world, there is no need to be afraid of him. And the Yi Jianxian has made it clear that the princess is indeed innocent. I just want to clarify the truth. And I don't mean to be your enemy." Saint Huan said, "Changsheng, why do I feel that you have made Yi Jianxian the villain in advance? He is the one who tells the truth. And you are making up a false case. We are the demons of the demon cult. So don't put yourself in the perspective of the righteous." Ji Changsheng felt that Saint Huan was wrong. He always regarded himself as a righteous person in his heart. Those who are enemies with him are the demons of the demon cult. And everyone can kill them. "So you still want to be an enemy of Yi Jianxian?" Saint Huan asked. "He is unlikely to give up the Shenghua court." Ji Changsheng frowned. Is Shenghua so important to him? Saint Huan explained. He supported Shenghua single-handedly. For powerful people of the level of the 5 great swordsmen, face is very important. Hitting the face of the Shenghua court is slapping him in the face. Moreover, after Sheng Taiping's death, the eldest princess was the new spokesperson selected by Tantian Chamber of Commerce. And Yi Jianxian was the strongest person worshipped by Tantian Chamber of Commerce. There are too many interests between them, and they can't get rid of them. Yi Jianxian can't stay out of it. Then Yi Jianxian is courting his own destruction. Ji Changsheng answered without hesitation. "Sword Immortal? I'm going to fight the Sword Immortal. I dared to kill Linglong's husband. So the Sword Immortal is nothing to me. The main reason is that my mother-in-law has said that cultivators above the nascent soul stage cannot enter Shenghua. So why is Ji Changsheng afraid of Yi Jianxian? As for outside Shenghua," Ji Changsheng laughed. "It's not that he looks down on Yi Jianxian. But the temple master said that after Linglong Fairy, Yu Lao Mo is recognized as the second in the world. My father Yu Lao Mo. Come and fight me. See if my father can't kill you." The holy lady Huan naturally didn't know Ji Changsheng's true thoughts. But she was not surprised at Ji Changsheng's brave and fearless attitude. Because Ji Changsheng's external personality has always been fearless. Even Linglong Fairy's son dared to frame her. Is it a big deal to frame the fiancé of Yijian Fairy's apprentice? As long as you are not afraid, I will cooperate. Saint Huan said, "It's just a little effort. I also want to see how Yijian Fairy, who is so thorough, looks like after being slapped in the face. Who doesn't like fun?" "Thank you, madam. I still have something I don't understand. I hope you can help me solve it. Tell me about it." "Madam, like Linglong Fairy?" Saint Huan's voice was filled with a smile. Why? Is it not okay? Ji Changsheng. I have a low vision. Saint Huan smiled and said, I recalled carefully. I said Sheng Taiping was my rival before. I didn't lie to you. Did I? Ji Changsheng. No. Then did I never say that Sheng Taiping had a relationship with you Lao Mo? I really didn't say that. Madame was just expressing her feelings in front of me that she couldn't even compete with a man. And even doubted her own looks because of that. That's exactly what I said. Is there anything wrong with that? Ji Changsheng sighed to the sky. No. Madame is telling the truth. All the truths put together can also have another explanation. Ji Changsheng just chose the one with the highest probability. The demon cult which has too many tricks. So I didn't lie to you. And you didn't ask who my sweetheart is. What could Ji Changsheng say? It's all my fault. I was sincere and believed that Madame would be honest with me. Saint Huan commented, You told me that you are the reincarnation of the Southern Emperor Changsheng. And I told you that Sheng Taiping is my rival in love. What you said was false. And what I said was true. It's obvious who is sincere and who is false between us. Ji Changsheng said seriously, Madam, are you so sure that I am not the reincarnation of the Southern Emperor Changsheng? Saint Huan. She is 99% sure. But she doesn't dare to bet on the remaining 1% possibility. What if? Ji Changsheng fought back a little and quickly changed the subject to avoid getting involved in a bigger cause and effect. So, what about your son with the leader? Madam? Ji Changsheng asked curiously. The leader has an illegitimate child outside. And Madam likes Fairy Ling Long. So how did the young leader come out? Saint Huan chuckled. Of course he was born. Ji Changsheng. Why? The leader has an illegitimate child outside. And I have another lover. So the leader and I can't have offspring? Saint Huan asked back. Ji Changsheng thought that in theory. Of course it was possible. Political marriages don't need to be emotional. But, with the background of the leader and his wife, the child they gave birth to actually has poor cultivation talent. This matter itself is a bit incredible. Ji Changsheng said, and when I was in the heavenly demon sect, I never saw the young leader show up. Madam, you didn't just pick up a child from outside. And then you Lao Mo mistakenly thought that you cheated on him. And then you started to have an illegitimate child outside? A Huan Saint. Madam, you better tell me the truth. Which determines my attitude towards the young leader. A Huan Saint's tone was strange. What attitude do you need to have towards the young leader? Ji Changsheng said solemnly, Madam may not believe it. But I may be Yu Lao Mo's illegitimate child. Puff. A Huan Saint didn't hold it in and lost her composure directly. A moment later, a Huan Saint laughed on the cloud bed. Don't make such jokes. I have a low sense of humor. I would rather believe that you are the reincarnation of the great Emperor Changsheng of the South Pole than believe the nonsense that you are his illegitimate child. I know how many illegitimate children he is better than he does. Ji Changsheng said calmly, Madam, it doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. What matters is whether the leader will believe it. The laughter of the holy lady Huan paused instantly. What do you mean? Ji Changsheng said, in short, Madam, you should pay attention and remember to cooperate with me to play a good auxiliary. You and I will join forces to dominate the heavenly demon sect. The holy lady Huan was frightened by Ji Changsheng. She deduced from Ji Changsheng's assumption. If Yu Lao Mo really believes that Ji Changsheng is his illegitimate child, with Ji Changsheng's style of doing things, and with her help from the side, the eyes of the Saint Huan instantly became excited. If that were the case, even if Fairy Ling Long ascended and old Demon Yu was invincible, she felt that she had grasped old Demon Yu's weakness. So, Cha Sheng, you are right. You are indeed very similar to your father when he was young. Ji Changsheng nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough, she was a demon cult witch. Jumping left and right was fast. And she was as good as him. I remember that I had tricked the leader before, causing his skills to go out of control, and then arranged a few women with syphilis for him in our Li family's territory. Unfortunately, syphilis can't kill him, Saint Huan murmured. Ji Changsheng was scared and broke into a cold sweat. Sure enough, he couldn't offend this demon cult witch. If he had dared to make unscrupulous demands on Saint Huan just now, he might have been the second old demon Yu. Although syphilis should have no effect on his body now, it will have a great impact on his psychology. Saint Huan seemed to be thinking, if I remember correctly, were you born in our Li family's town? Ji Changsheng's face changed slightly. Yes. After he crossed over, He was indeed in the Li family's territory. Ji Changsheng was shocked. It seems that the whole thing is settled? But in this case, there is a question that makes Ji Changsheng think about it terribly. Is it Saint Huan who first tricked Yu Lao Mo, which led to this coincidence? Or did Fairy Linglong make the fake come true, directly making Saint Huan and Yu Lao Mo believe that this happened? If it is the former, it is easier to accept. Fairy Linglong can only be said to be taking advantage of the situation. But if it is the latter, it is very scary. This is a typical case of putting the cart before the horse. If Fairy Linglong is that strong, no, she shouldn't be. If a person who hasn't ascended to heaven can be that strong, how strong must the immortals in heaven be? Ji Changsheng calmed down a little, and Saint Huan also regained his composure. From your birthplace? It is indeed possible. But it is difficult to deceive the leader. The leader is shrewd and will not easily trust people. Not to mention whether it is his descendant or not. He has his own way to verify. If it is so easy to deceive him, I would have done it long ago. Saint Huan, who calmed down, realized that although Ji Changsheng's idea was good, it was basically impossible to achieve. Ji Changsheng smiled. Madam, we are partners. You are responsible for your affairs, and I am responsible for solving my problems. If I can't solve it, then you have no loss. If I solve the problem you are worried about, then we will cooperate very happily. Right? Saint Huan agreed with Ji Changsheng's opinion. If you can really deceive the leader, then you are indeed qualified to cooperate with me. While Ji Changsheng and Saint Huan were performing motherly love and filial piety, Chao Yutian was also seeking the help of his master, Immortal Yi Jian. Master, I dare to ask you to tell me again whether the princess is really a demon girl from the heavenly demon sect. Chao Yutian was a little unconfident. After all, he had met Ji Changsheng and Chao Ziming before. Ji Changsheng and Chao Ziming were too confident, which left a deep impression on him. Although he should not doubt his teacher, he felt that Ji Changsheng and Chao Ziming, as the top students of Danqing Pavilion and Xuandu Temple, had good character and should not frame the princess. So Chao Yutian had a bold guess. I suspect someone is secretly trying to sow discord between our Tantian Chamber of Commerce and Xuandu Temple. Or maybe the princess just joined the Tianma sect after you divined last time. Master. Chao Yutian knelt respectfully on the ground and made his request to Yi Jianxian through a water mirror. Master. The princess is the next spokesperson after Sheng Taiping selected by Tantian Chamber of Commerce. And also my disciple's fiancée. She can't be easily abandoned. But now Xuandu Temple and Danqing Pavilion are eyeing her. And I am incompetent. So I can only ask you, Master, to help. On the other side of the water mirror, Yi Jianxian, with white hair and beard, nodded. Normally, those who have reached the level of the 5 great sword immortals can achieve eternal youth in their appearance. But Yi Jianxian is an accident, because he is good at divination. And the way of divination reveals the secrets of heaven. So it is most likely to suffer heavenly punishment. Among the 5 great sword immortals, Yi Jianxian is recognized as the one who is most likely to die. This is also the fate of the Tianjizi of all generations. In each generation of Tianjizi, few can live for more than 500 years. And the current Tianjizi Yi Jianxian is 473 years old this year. He may die at any time. So he will not tell fortunes easily. Chao Yutian asked Yi Jianxian to help the princess again. But he really had no other way. Yi Jianxian knew his situation better than Chao Yutian. He was not at the point of exhaustion. And he had already told fortunes for the princess last time. He did not think that the princess would have any problems in such a short time. So, he was not concerned about Ji Changsheng. But other things. Yutian. Wait for a moment. I will contact Linglong. Yi Jianxian is Linglong Senior, with seniority and strength. It is not difficult for him to contact Linglong as long as Linglong is not in seclusion. Soon, Yi Jianxian contacted Linglong. Yi Jianxian went straight to the point. Linglong, do you want to protect Ji Changsheng? This is a private communication. He would not and dare not make public what Linglong said to him in private. So if Linglong told him directly that she wanted to protect him, Yi Jianxian would not hit Ji Changsheng in the face. What did he do again? Yi Jianxian said, I suspect that he is confused about right and wrong. And he is even framing and slandering my apprentice's fiancée as a disciple of the heavenly demon sect. If you don't protect her, I will expose him. When Yi Jianxian mentioned heavenly demon sect, Yu Linglong's eyes flickered. Knowing that she was no longer needed, You Ling Long, Xuandu Temple supports the right, not the relatives. Yi Jianxian laughed. Very good. It seems that Ji Changsheng killed Bai Shiji last time. And he offended Ling Long Fairy after all. The rumors are true. In this case, he doesn't need to be polite to such a junior. After finishing the communication with Ling Long Fairy, Yi Jianxian directly said to Chao Yutian, the princess has no connection with the heavenly demon sect. Chao Yutian was puzzled, but we did find a lot of hard evidence of collusion with the heavenly demon sect from the princess's mansion. Yi Jianxian said bluntly, Youguan Luohuan is a skill that directly points to the Daoyuo Jingxian. Although Ji Changsheng is only in the Jindan stage, you may not be able to see through it when he uses it. Chao Yutian's face changed slightly. Master, do you mean that all this was planned by Ji Changsheng? 9 out of 10. Yi Jianxian didn't make any predictions at all. As the top boss of the time, he gathered all the information and deduced the truth almost immediately, without the need for divination. Ji Changsheng needs merits, and he is suppressing those who oppose him by any means. Yi Jianxian commented, it is rare to see such a disciple of Xuandu Temple who practices trickery. But trickery is trickery, not worthy of being in the Hall of Elegance. He is too impatient. Chao Yutian also reacted. Ji Changsheng deliberately killed people to establish his authority in order to rectify the business of foodie? Yes. Yi Jianxian nodded. Beat all those who oppose him as demons. And naturally no one will dare to oppose him in the future. He will rectify the foodie in Shenghua, do good deeds and accumulate virtues. And he will be successful in everything he does. Chao Yutian's face changed slightly, and his whole body was soaked in cold sweat. If it weren't for the teacher's advice, I almost thought he was a true gentleman. Master, in this case, should we give him this face? Without waiting for Yi Jianxian to answer, Chao Yutian gave the answer himself. No. The blessed land business is a ripple effect, and it is the core interest of the entire Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. If Xinghua's blessed land business fails, it will be too far-reaching, and it will easily cause the entire Chamber of Commerce to collapse. At that time, Master may have to come out to clean up this mess. Yi Jianxian said with relief, yes. This face cannot be given to him. If Ji Changsheng is just pretending, you can make friends with him. If he wants to completely overthrow and start over, he is the remnant of the Ying Kingdom, and he doesn't know whether to live or die. At the end, Yi Jianxian's tone was already very cold. Chao Yutian said in a deep voice, I think Ji Changsheng is the remnant of the Ying Kingdom. Ying Hongya, who is inseparable from him, has already explained everything. Master, in this case, then we don't have to be polite to him. If he wants to kill the princess, then we must protect her. Well, pass on the heavenly secret order. I will personally prove the innocence of the princess. She has nothing to do with the heavenly demon sect. With my endorsement, Ji Changsheng can't turn the tables. In terms of reputation in the world, Yi Jianxian is more reliable than Ji Changsheng and will be trusted by the world. Half an hour later, Chao Ziming pushed open Ji Changsheng's door in a hurry. Junior brother Ji. It's not good. Ji Changsheng opened his eyes and asked calmly, what happened? Chao Ziming said, Xuandu Temple was surrounded by Chao Yutian and many people, demanding that we release the princess without guilt. Ji Changsheng raised his eyebrows. Why? Yi Jianxian passed on the heavenly secret order. The princess is innocent. Speaking of this, Chao Ziming looked at Ji Changsheng and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Ji Changsheng saw it and said calmly, Brother Chao, if you have anything else, tell me all of it. Chao Ziming said carefully. Chao Yutian also said that all this was done by you. Junior brother Ji. It was you, Junior brother Ji, who framed the princess in order to rectify Xinghua's blessed land business. You are using the princess to scare the monkeys. Chao Yutian has the support of Yi Jianxian behind him. And now the dignitaries in the court of Xinghua are convinced of this. Ji Changsheng smiled. Very good. This is the effect he hopes to achieve. If the dignitaries in Xinghua don't know what he wants to do, he may have to continue killing people later. Although Ji Changsheng doesn't mind. It is a bit troublesome after all. Now it's easier. Junior brother Ji. What should we do? Ji Changsheng stood up and said calmly, it's easy. Take the princess and go to the door to confront Chao Yutian face to face. Seeing that Ji Changsheng was so confident, Chao Ziming also breathed a sigh of relief. When Chao Ziming first heard what Chao Yutian said, he had a moment of doubt. But he was ashamed immediately. Junior brother Ji believed in me so much. But I actually doubted him. Chao Ziming felt that he was really too much. Junior brother Ji could trust me between me and Yi Jiantian. So I could naturally choose to trust junior brother Ji between him and Yi Jiantian. So Chao Ziming resolutely stood beside Ji Changsheng. And together with Ji Changsheng, he escorted the princess to the door. When he saw Ji Changsheng coming out, Chao Yuntian's eyes lit up. Junior brother Ji, you finally came out. Ji Changsheng nodded slightly. I heard that Yi Jiantian gave an official statement. Yes. Chao Yutian said, Master has confirmed that the eldest princess is definitely not a demon girl from the heavenly demon sect. Junior brother Ji, you have wronged a good person. Ji Changsheng smiled. That's it? Chao Yutian said solemnly, my master has issued a decree of the heaven, which is an official statement with supreme authority. And everyone will agree with it. Really? What if I don't agree? Ji Changsheng asked back. Chao Yutian's answer was very calm. Junior brother Ji may have other purposes. Ji Changsheng laughed. I also have a copy of the official statement here. What do you say? Chao Yutian was puzzled. Junior brother Ji, what official statement do you have? Ji Changsheng took out a letter. This is written by the wife of the leader of the heavenly demon sect. Ji Changsheng summoned his magic power and projected the contents of the letter into the air, allowing everyone to see the contents of the letter. The eldest princess is an elite of the holy sect recruited by me personally, and she is a meritorious minister of the holy sect. I am willing to pay 100,000 top-grade spiritual stones and 3 treasures of heaven and earth in exchange for the eldest princess to return to the holy sect. In addition, there are many captives in the holy sect. If Xuandu Temple is interested, we can exchange them in the form of captives. As long as the eldest princess is safe and sound, everything can be discussed. After the handwriting, the pink peach blossoms that belonged to Saint Hawan appeared. It was the symbol of Saint Hawan, and there could be no falsehood. The people around were in an uproar. Chao Yutian suddenly changed color. Ji Changsheng looked at all this with a smile, and then asked in a stern voice, Chao Yutian, what else do you have to say? Chao Yutian. He was stunned. Letters can be forged, but pink peach blossoms are the real symbol of Saint Hawan. Just as the Linglong Sword Order is the symbol of Fairy Linglong, and the Tianji Order is the symbol of Fairy Yijian, the pink peach blossom mark is the symbol of Saint Hawan, and it is impossible to forge. So, what is going on? Ji Changsheng said in a deep voice. I didn't expect Fairy Yijian to lie for the sake of profit. I am very disappointed in Fairy Yijian. Chao Yutian was shocked. In the eyes of the crowd, Ji Changsheng swung his sword. The head fell to the ground. Princess, die with eyes wide open. The surroundings were silent, and the entire Shang kingdom fell into silence at this moment. Only Ji Changsheng's voice shook the whole country. Xuandu Temple will not make a deal with the Tianma sect. This is Ji's answer. Then, Ji Changsheng's sneer echoed over Shang kingdom for a long time. Yi Jiantian? Ha! Chapter 77 Fatherly love is like a mountain. Filial piety is loud. This little guy knows how to show off. Demon sect. Soul-breaking palace. Saint Hawan looked at Ji Changsheng's performance in the mirror. Especially Ji Changsheng's last sentence Yi Jiantian? Ha! The disdain and arrogance towards Yi Jiantian made Ji Changsheng look extremely tall. Saint Hawan licked her red lips subconsciously. Ji Changsheng's performance today reminded her of the past. A long time ago, when she was not as strong as she is today, there was a woman who had shown off like this before. It touched her heart directly. Demon Sword Immortal? Ha! The sword demon who once suffocated the entire demon sect. With just one sentence, the Hahuan sect had to offer the saint's demon sword immortal. He was almost invincible in the world back then, until he provoked Fairy Linglong. Then, Saint Hawan had another person in her heart. Yes, among the 5 great sword immortals, Ji Changsheng has another person of his own. His adopted father, Yu Lao Mo, is ranked among the 5 great sword immortals, the demon sword immortal. Moreover, he was once known as the leader of the 5 great sword immortals. In fact, until now, many people still regard the demon sword immortal as the leader of the 5 great sword immortals. Because although Fairy Linglong is also ranked among the 5 great sword immortals, and has defeated Yu Lao Mo head-on, everyone knows that Fairy Linglong is not best at swordsmanship. I don't know if Ji Changsheng deliberately imitated Linglong, or accidentally followed Linglong's old path. If it is the latter, this little guy may be invincible. A glimmer of light bloomed in the depths of the eyes of the holy Lady Hawan. There has long been a person living in her heart, and he is the one who saved her from danger in her heart. So the holy lady Huan will not have any love for Ji Changsheng. She just admired it. And she confirmed her guess. The reincarnation of the Southern Changsheng Emperor is probably nonsense. But if Ji Changsheng inherited the mantle of the Southern Changsheng Emperor, Saint Huan felt that the possibility was getting bigger and bigger. Otherwise, she couldn't explain why Ji Changsheng had such courage. When Fairy Linglong looked down on the demon sword fairy, she was already invincible. How good is Ji Changsheng now? But it must be said that in full view of the public, Ji Changsheng killed the demon girl of the heavenly demon sect and stepped on Yi Jianxian, one of the 5 great sword fairies, which made Ji Changsheng's image and style reach the maximum. And this feat quickly spread throughout the world. After killing Fairy Linglong's husband by Shi with 2 shots, Ji Changsheng became famous again and became the focus of world attention. Have you heard that the tough guy has done something great again? The tough guy? Ji Changsheng? He killed someone again? Be more confident. He killed a prince and the eldest princess right after he arrived at Shang State. I suspect he will massacre the royal family of Shang State tomorrow. That's nothing. The most amazing thing is that the wife of the leader of the heavenly demon sect, Saint Huan, personally wrote to him, asking him to let go of the undercover of the heavenly demon sect. Ji Changsheng flatly refused and didn't give Saint Huan any face. He killed the demon girl of the heavenly demon sect in public. The most exaggerated thing is that just after Yi Jianxian said that the eldest princess of Shang State was innocent, Ji Changsheng took out the letter of appeal from the wife of the leader. I was there at the time, and it really made my father laugh to death. Yi Jianxian. Alas, his reputation was ruined in an instant. It is said that Yi Jianxian was dying. In order to survive, Yi Jianxian reached a cooperation with the demon sect and wanted to use the magic of the demon sect to prolong his life. So confused. Why do I feel like Ji Changsheng and Saint Huan have dug a trap, waiting for Yi Jianxian to jump in? Haha. How much money did you receive from Yi Jianxian? You are defending him like this. No one forced Yi Jianxian to issue the Tianji order. He got into trouble on his own. Besides, how could Ji Changsheng be an enemy of Yi Jianxian for no reason? Yes, Ji Changsheng is trying to rectify the business of foodie. It is said that the ultimate goal is to protect all the poor people in the world. He is really a role model for our generation. The new generation is better than the old one. And the era of Yi Jianxian is over. Xuandu Temple. The master of the temple summarized the information from the foot of the mountain, and his expression and mood were very exciting. Changsheng is really a god general of my Xuandu Temple. Whether on the mountain or at the foot of the mountain, he can make a big deal. Sister, Changsheng is going to move Yi Jianxian this time. Yu Linglong is much calmer than the master of the temple. He just wanted to gain merit. And Yi Jianxian sent himself to the door. Ji Changsheng definitely didn't intend to slap Yi Jianxian in the face beforehand. But Yi Jianxian cooperated too well. Speaking of this, Yu Linglong shook her head. In her opinion, Yi Jianxian was just asking for trouble. She knew that Ji Changsheng was a coward. But the current Yi Jianxian really couldn't scare Ji Changsheng. Speaking of this, she gave Ji Changsheng the confidence. There are people in this world who dare to violate the Tianji order. Linglong sword order, maybe only Yu Lao Mo dares. The problem is that Yu Lao Mo won't kill Ji Changsheng now. So Ji Changsheng dared to slap Yi Jianxian in the face and scrupulously in Shengwu. As for a year later, the master of the temple also thought of this. His heart was warmed. Sister, do you think I am a match for Yi Jianxian now? Yu Linglong. What do you want to do? The master of the temple never hides his true thoughts in front of Linglong Fairy. He rubbed his hands and said, Sister, my prestige is too shallow. Although I took over your position, not many people in the world take me seriously. Yu Linglong nodded. Prestige is earned by fighting. When I took over Xuandu Temple, I was also ignored by many people. The master of the temple was eager to fight, so I need to find a few soft persimmons with high status and great reputation. Senior sister, do you think Yi Jianxian is soft enough? The 5 great sword immortals all meet the characteristics of high status and great reputation. But the master of the temple dare not even think about Demon Sword Immortal and Linglong Sword Immortal. Qinglian Sword Immortal is an ally of Xuandu Temple. Zhujiangxian is even more impossible. Only Yi Jianxian. He is very old. But his qualifications and reputation are very great. Now he is stepped on by the disciples of Xuandu Temple again. The master of the temple wants to take advantage of the momentum given by Ji Changsheng and use Yi Jianxian to increase his prestige. Fairy Linglong looked up at the sky and said in silence, "Can't you just change a sheep to fleece the wool?" The master of the temple was a little embarrassed. "I am sure I can only deal with him among the 5 great sword immortals." Fairy Linglong pondered for a moment and gave a fair evaluation. "If you fight without restrictions, you have about a 60% chance of winning. He is old and his Tao heart has been covered in dust." The master of the temple nodded. "My own judgment is similar. So I am wondering whether I should just take this opportunity to directly attack Tontian Chamber of Commerce." At this point, the master of the temple was murderous. Tontian Chamber of Commerce is known as Tontian, and its financial resources are said to exceed Xuandu Temple. This is the way to death. Moreover, their stance was also beginning to be in opposition to Xuandu Temple. "Sister, the pigs have grown fat, so they should be killed," said the temple master. Fairy Linglong pondered for a moment and said, "Before Yi Jianxian issued the Tianji order, he asked me if I would protect Ji Changsheng. I told him that Xuandu Temple would help those who are right, not those who are close to him." The temple master smiled and said, "Now Changsheng is right, so of course we have to help him." Fairy Linglong. She wanted to say that she didn't mean that at the time, but that she didn't need to do anything at all, as Yu Laoimo and He Huan Sheng knew would help Ji Changsheng beat Yi Jianxian's face. However, when the words came to her lips, she swallowed them back. Ji Changsheng was right. So Xuandu Temple would help Ji Changsheng. There was nothing wrong with the temple master's reading comprehension. So, she chose to default. Just reminding, wait 2 more days. Ji Changsheng will definitely have follow-up actions. And there will be better reasons to attack Tontian Chamber of Commerce later. And what? The master asked curiously. Linglong Fairy's tone began to get weird. "And if you challenge Yi Jianxian again in 2 days, your chances of winning will reach 90%. Why? Because there will definitely be someone who will challenge Yi Jianxian before you. The person who knows you best may not be your friend, but may be your enemy. Yu Laoimo is not Linglong Fairy's enemy, but Linglong Fairy knows Yu Laoimo a little bit. Facts have proved that Yu Laoimo's character is indeed grasped by Linglong Fairy." Xipan Mountain, the place where Yi Jianxian's cave is located. On this day, a strange visitor was welcomed at the foot of Xipan Mountain. "Tianjizi, an old friend is visiting. Why don't you come out to meet him?" When Yi Jianxian heard this voice, his whole body froze. "Yu Laoimo?" The next moment, Yi Jianxian appeared at the foot of Xipan Mountain, opposite Yu Laoimo. His brows knitted tightly. "Master Yu, you actually left the Tianma sect's headquarters? Ever since Yu Laoimo was killed by Linglong Fairy outside the Tianma sect's mountain gate, Yu Laoimo has not left the Tianma sect for a long time." Yi Jianxian didn't expect that Yu Laoimo's first stop after leaving the retreat would be his Xipan Mountain. Yu Laoimo looked up, looking at the aging Yi Jianxian. A bloodthirsty smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Tianjizi, I heard that you and my wife have a cooperation." Yi Jianxian was startled, and then felt a fatal crisis. As everyone knows, Yu Laoimo and He Huan Sane have a deep grudge. And now the outside world's rumors seem to be that his disciples have married the disciples carefully trained by the Holy Lady of He Huan. Put yourself in his shoes. Yu Laoimo has enough reasons to come to him to ask for punishment. Yi Jianxian's scalp tingled, and he immediately explained, "Master Yu, there is a misunderstanding in this matter." Ji Changsheng framed it. Boom! The black deadly destructive sword energy swept over. In an instant, it surrounded the entire Xipan Mountain. "You are about to die, and you still try to frame a fledgling child? The key point is the child." Unfortunately, Yi Jianxian didn't understand. Xipan Mountain. The magic sword is everywhere. On this day, Yu Laoimo once again reminded the world of the fear of being dominated by the magic sword fairy. "Ji Changsheng? Chasheng? Bao, are you there? My husband went to kill Yi Jianxian for you. How did you do it?" When Saint He Huan got the news that Yu Laoimo had taken action in Xipan Mountain, she was completely stunned. She and Ji Changsheng worked together to trap Yi Jianxian. So Saint He Huan was not surprised that Ji Changsheng stepped on Yi Jianxian in public. But Yu Laoimo actually stood up for Ji Changsheng. What is going on? Ji Changsheng really deceived Yu Laoimo? Can he really do this? Saint He Huan has no idea how Ji Changsheng did it. But Ji Changsheng did not answer her questions in time, because her treasure was talking to the master of the temple. "Chasheng, you can rest assured. Yu Laoimo has taken the bait." The master of the temple had a clear sense of relief in his tone. Before Ji Changsheng went down the mountain, According to his and Fairy Linglong's estimation, Yu Lao Mo should have arranged for someone to meet Ji Changsheng at the foot of the mountain to let Ji Changsheng understand his life experience. But from beginning to end, Ji Changsheng only got in touch with Saint Huan, and no one from Yu Lao Mo contacted him. Ji Changsheng and the temple master were still worried that Yu Lao Mo hadn't taken the bait. However, judging from Yu Lao Mo's current performance, Yu Lao Mo just had other intentions. The temple master continued to explain the situation to Ji Changsheng. Yu Lao Mo went to Tianjizi to play a game of chess. Go to Tianjizi to play chess? Ji Changsheng was a little confused. Temple master, if I remember correctly, is Tianjizi known as the best chess player? Has he never lost on the chessboard? Yes. The 5 great swordsmen are all amazingly talented people, and their achievements outside of swordsmanship are also the best in the world. There is no need to mention senior sister, and Yu Lao Mo Jianxian's Tianji and chess skills are both recognized as the best in the world. Ji Changsheng began to worry about his adopted father. Then Yu Lao Mo won't lose. Right? He is still waiting to become the second generation of demons. The master of the temple smiled. The game played by Yu Lao Mo and Tianjizi is not ordinary chess, but the game of life and death of the magic sword. In this kind of chess skills are not important, but cultivation is important. Yu Lao Mo plays black and Tianjizi plays white. Every move is equal to a full-strength attack from both sides. This is not chess. Yu Lao Mo is using force to defeat cleverness. Ji Changsheng was relieved. Sure enough, the second in the world still has gold content. This is a battle between sword immortals. The master of the temple was somewhat fascinated. I hope that Yu Lao Mo can stop in the end and don't chop Yi Jianxian off. Why? Ji Changsheng asked. Wouldn't it be more in the interests of our Xuandu temple if Yi Jianxian died? The master explained. Yi Jianxian should indeed die. But he can't die at the hands of Yu Lao Mo. It's better for him to die in my hands. Or in your hands. Ji Changsheng. Master, I have the will, but not the strength. The master said calmly. So it's better for him to die in my hands. I, like you, need to brush up my prestige and record. Ji Changsheng thought of asking the master of the temple, who was stronger between Yu Lao Mo and Yu Lao Mo. And the master of the temple remained silent. Later, Ji Changsheng asked the master of the temple, who was stronger between the master of the temple and the Yellow Spring Emperor. And the master of the temple continued to remain silent. Relieved, the master of the temple did not remain silent this time. It seems that Yi Jianxian is really a soft persimmon, and the master of the temple wants to pinch him. Ji Changsheng was more relieved. His judgment was correct. He could afford to offend Yi Jianxian. Tantian Chamber of Commerce had indeed begun to encroach on the interests of Xuandu Temple. What he was doing now was actually in line with Xuandu Temple's future plans. Let Fairy Linglong come forward to protect Yi Jianxian. After confirming that Yi Jianxian was a soft persimmon, and even the temple master, who had just succeeded to the throne, dared to step on him, Ji Changsheng also wanted Yi Jianxian to survive. The reason is very simple. If we keep Yi Jianxian, our enemy may be Tantian Chamber of Commerce headed by Yi Jianxian. If Yi Jianxian is gone, the enemy may also upgrade. So it is better to keep him. At least Yi Jianxian and his men are sure to destroy him at any time. If another big boss comes, the unknown risk is too high. The master said, I have thought about this, but I rejected it. Why? It is not suitable for the senior sister to get too close to you in public. Nor is it suitable for her to come forward to protect you all the time. The master reminded, the cleaner you cut off from the senior sister now, the easier it will be to win the trust of Yu Lao Mo after the senior sister ascends. A new emperor has new ministers. Although Yu Lao Mo thinks you are his illegitimate son, for such a giant of the magic, Yu Lao Mo cannot be regarded as a kind father. It is entirely possible that Yu Lao Mo will sacrifice you directly to achieve his goal. Ji Changsheng's heart trembled. The master reminded, a cheap father is cheap after all. Not real. Even if it is true, it is not very good. After all, the other party is the leader of the Tianma sect. Compared with Yu Lao Mo, the leader's wife is more trustworthy. The master of the temple also said, compared to senior sister taking action, it is more reasonable to let Huan Saint take action, and it will be more acceptable to Yu Lao Mo. At this point, the master of the temple had a hint of smile in his tone. Changsheng, if you get too close to senior sister, Yu Lao Mo will definitely be afraid. Senior sister has brought too much psychological shadow to Yu Lao Mo. Even if he believes that you are his illegitimate child, He will worry that senior sister has left a trick on you, or that you are inspired by senior sister's personality charm. But Hawan Saint is different. Yu Lao Mo is very happy that you are close to Hawan Saint. Ji Chansheng understood what the master said. The strength of the Saint Hawan is weaker than that of Yu Lao Mo. Yu Lao Mo is not afraid of the strength of the Saint Hawan from the bottom of his heart, but only her means and background. If I can successfully lurk around the Saint Hawan and gain her trust, then when Yu Lao Mo reveals my relationship with him, he will definitely think that I will stand on his side. The master chuckled and said, Cha Sheng, you are smart since you were young. To put it bluntly, the strength of fairy Ling Long is stronger than that of Yu Lao Mo. People in the demon cult generally think selfishly, and Yu Lao Mo will worry that Ji Chansheng will ignore family affection and cling to fairy Ling Long. But the strength of Saint Hawan is not as strong as that of Yu Lao Mo. Yu Lao Mo also believes that he and Ji Chansheng are related by blood. Then as long as Ji Chansheng knows their relationship, in Yu Lao Mo's mind, what reason does Ji Chansheng have to support Saint Hawan? So now Yu Lao Mo is not only not worried about Ji Chansheng and Saint Hawan getting close, but will also add fuel to the flames and hope to see this happen. I go to persuade Saint Hawan to take action, Ji Chansheng asked. The master nodded with satisfaction. That's what I meant. Let the Holy Lady Hawan come forward to protect Yi Jianxian. In this way, Tontian Chamber of Commerce will have ironclad evidence of collusion with Tianma sect and Hawan sect. At this point, the master's tone was half smile. The evidence is as strong as a mountain. Xuandu Temple naturally has a legitimate reason. We can use reasonable and legal excuses to help you get justice and turn Tontian Chamber of Commerce into a branch of Xuandu Temple. Ji Chansheng was convinced. Watching Time Jizi's calculations is just for fun. If you really want to learn the skills of calculating everything, you have to look at the master. The master was amused by Ji Chansheng. Don't be sarcastic to me, Cha Sheng. You are not a good guy either. But this is not important. For us in Xuandu Temple, doing good deeds and accumulating virtue is the most important thing. This is the way of our Xuandu Temple. As long as we stick to our own way and don't take detours, we can accept any means used in the process. The art is to serve the way. Just don't forget the original intention. Ji Chansheng deeply understood the essence of the master's thoughts. Master, you are wise. Master, I think you are scolding me. But I have no evidence. The word wise is still a compliment in this world. Ji Chansheng said seriously, Master, I am learning from you. Okay. Hurry up and contact the Holy Lady of Hawan. If the Holy Lady of Hawan goes too late, Yi Jianxian might really die. Cha Sheng. There is another reason why Yi Jianxian can't die. What reason? The villain image of Tontian Chamber of Commerce is not deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. And you still need a reason that can be accepted by the world to join the Tianma sect. The master reminded, Senior sister must leave. And Yu Lao Mo must be invincible in the world. This trend cannot be changed. But your reputation should not be bad. Even if you join the demon sect, you should be forced to do so. Ji Chansheng understood immediately. Tontian Chamber of Commerce has committed atrocities and taken human lives lightly. But the rules of the righteous way are not enough to make Tontian Chamber of Commerce admit its guilt. In troubled times, severe punishments should be used. For the sake of the people of Xinghua and the people of the world, I, Ji Chansheng, had to use extraordinary means to enforce justice. All this was forced by Tontian Chamber of Commerce and Yi Jianxian. Even if I fall into the devil's way, Ji Chansheng will never regret it. It's not me who is wrong. It's Yi Jianxian and Tontian Chamber of Commerce. The master of the temple was more and more pleased. Cha Sheng, you are really smart since you were young. At Ji Chansheng's age, he is not as thick-skinned as Ji Chansheng. His methods are not as cruel as Ji Chansheng. And his mind is not as vicious as Ji Chansheng. The master of the temple feels that Xuandu Temple has successors. The helmsman of a major force should be this kind of person. That's why Chao Ziming was sent to the mortal world by Danqing Pavilion to experience. Not to let him practice, but to let him cultivate his mind. In this regard, the master felt that Ji Chansheng no longer needed to cultivate his mind. Cha Sheng, I'll give you one last reminder. Master, you say, control your killing intent. The disciples of the heavenly demon sect are really not as crazy as you. Ji Chansheng, I always feel that the master is particularly prejudiced against him. Too lazy to pay attention to the master. Ji Chansheng went to find his treasure. Treasure. I'm here. Hawan Saint seemed to have been waiting for Ji Chansheng to reply. As soon as Ji Chansheng sent a message, Huan Saint's voice came through the sound transmission note. The master went to Qipon Mountain to find Tianjizi to play the magic sword life and death chess. Ji Changsheng, I just learned about this. Huan Saint's tone was surprised and happy. How did you do it? You can actually deceive the master? Ji Changsheng thought that this was the credit of his mother-in-law. Ling Long Fairy broke all the laws with one force. She didn't play conspiracy with Yu Lao Imo at all, and directly crushed him with her strength. The kingly way of crushing is often the most difficult move to counter. Unless one day Yu Lao Mo's strength exceeds that of Ling Long Fairy, it will be difficult for him to see through this situation. Bao, this is not important. What is important is that you hurry to Qipon Mountain to help my father. Yi Jianxian is the best chess player in the world, and I am very worried about my father's safety. The father is kind, and the son is filial, running to each other in both directions, which is extremely touching. Chapter 78 Queen. Are you willing to be my lackey? Huan Saint was almost moved to tears by the loving father and son of Yu Lao Imo and Ji Changsheng. Now Huan Saint did not intend to pit Ji Changsheng, so she told the truth. Even if I and Yi Jianxian join forces, we can't kill the leader. Ling Long couldn't kill him at the beginning. 20 years have passed, and the leader's strength will only improve. If you want him to die, you have to ask Ling Long to organize a siege. Huan Saint is confident in herself, but she is more self-aware. She and Yi Jianxian join forces, and Huan Saint is sure that she can gain the upper hand against Yu Lao Imo. But killing Yu Lao Imo is definitely beyond her ability. After all, Yu Lao Imo is not a pillar. If he can't beat him, Yu Lao Imo can run away. Halfway through the run, Yu Lao Imo may be able to defeat him one by one, fighting alone. Now in the world, except for Ling Long Fairy, Yu Lao Imo is the synonym of invincibility. Ji Changsheng quickly explained, Madam, what are you thinking? I really want you to save my father. The three of us are a family, so of course we should love each other. Huan Saint, I believe your lies. It is possible for you and I to love each other. Do you believe that you can love each other with Yu Lao Imo? She quickly reacted. Let me save Tianjizi. It seems like an idea. Tie Tianjizi to my worship. And he is also a great sword fairy. Huan Saint's eyes lit up. No one dislikes the strength of their own side. The question is, Changsheng, don't you have a grudge against Tianjizi? Ji Changsheng asked with a smile, Madam, if you were asked to choose one person between me and Yi Jianxian as your ally, who would you choose? Of course it's you. The Saint of Huan answered without hesitation, and spoke from the heart. Although Tianjizi is also a sword immortal, the gap between sword immortals is very large. Even with Tianjizi, he may not be able to defeat Yu Lao Imo. Not to mention that Tianjizi is also approaching his end. You are different. With your special identity, you may really be able to severely injure Yu Lao Imo. Not to mention that you are still so young. The rules of the martial arts world are to bully the old but not the young. Of course, some people value old guys and think that old guys have more background. But the Saint of Huan values young people, because her enemies are too strong. General old guys have exhausted their potential and are unlikely to go further. They can't help her much in dealing with Yu Lao Imo. Only young people have unlimited possibilities. Especially young people like Ji Changsheng. Special identity, superior talent, and ruthless. It is difficult for both the master of the temple and the Saint of Huan to not be optimistic about Ji Changsheng. If I have to choose between the leader and the lady, I will always choose the lady. Ji Changsheng's promise was nonsense to Saint Huan. Saint Huan complained, I know even if you don't say it, you still want to be the leader. And then let me be the leader's wife. Right? Ji Changsheng coughed loudly. This is what I said. Madam, I am devoted to my senior sister. Although Ji Changsheng didn't think Saint Huan would transfer the chat records between him and her to Li Changxi. What if? Be prepared. Saint Huan sneered. There is nothing wrong with being devoted. But Bao's heart can be divided into many petals. And each petal is sincere. He is devoted to every woman. Am I right? Ji Changsheng. Why does this woman know so much? Yes. As the Holy Lady of Huan. It would be strange if she didn't understand. In short, I hope Madam will rescue my father as soon as possible. After a pause, Ji Changsheng added, Yi Jianxian is still useful alive. The Holy Lady of Huan seemed to be thinking, keep him, so that you can make enemies in the void of Shenghua? Ji Changsheng corrected, it's not the void that makes enemies. Yi Jianxian and Tontian Chamber of Commerce are my enemies. Madam, I have carefully checked Sheng Taiping's so-called pioneering blessed land business. In essence, he is just a tool man pushed to the front. The real biggest beneficiaries are the Shenhua Court and Tontian Chamber of Commerce. To put it bluntly, what if Sheng Taiping pioneered the pre-sale spirit stone system? As long as the Shenhua Court disagrees, Sheng Taiping will not be able to promote this disgusting method to the world. As long as the Tontian Chamber of Commerce does not lend him money, Sheng Taiping does not have the financial resources to do the blessed land business. Killing Sheng Taiping will not solve the fundamental problem. The root lies in the Shenhua Court and Tontian Chamber of Commerce. Hearing Ji Changsheng say this, the Holy Lady of Huan flashed a smile in her peach blossom eyes. Cha Sheng, think clearly. It's not just Shenhua that's doing the blessed land business. And there's more than just the Tontian Chamber of Commerce behind it. Saint Huan reminded. Ji Changsheng said proudly, my father? The old demon you. If they have the ability, come and beat me. Saint Huan ended the call with a pink chuckle. She already understood what Ji Changsheng meant. This time, the rectification of the blessed land business was not only to do good deeds and improve cultivation, but also to find a reason that no one could find fault with to become a demon openly, rather than hiding his identity. It is better to join the demon cult in public. The premise is that there is a compelling reason to make the world sympathize with him. So, someone needs to be the villain. Yi Jianxian was arranged clearly. A Huan saint has the freedom to choose. But she has made a choice just now. Between Yi Jianxian, who is about to die, and an illegitimate son with unlimited potential and recognized by Yu Lao Imo. A Huan saint will choose Ji Changsheng 10,000 times. A quarter of an hour later. Chessboard Mountain. A Huan saint raised her slender swan neck and looked at the two sword immortals, who were playing the magic sword life and death chess on the top of the mountain. And a peach blossom branch appeared in her hand. The next moment, peach blossoms bloomed all over the Qipon mountain. A Huan saint was like a flower fairy, rising slowly in the air surrounded by peach blossoms. Husband, I will help you play chess. A Huan saint smiled gently, raised the peach blossom branch in her hand, and hit Yu Lao Mo directly on the back. The loving relationship between the couple touched Yu Lao Mo deeply. Poisonous woman. The third player appeared in the game of life and death of the magic sword. An hour later, Yi Jianxian's face was pale. His hands were covered with blood, and the corners of his mouth were bleeding. But he was laughing loudly. With the joint efforts of him and the Holy Lady Huan, Yu Lao Mo finally retreated. The foundation of Qipon Mountain was saved. His life was also saved. Thank you, madam. Yi Jianxian bowed his hands to express his gratitude. Good and evil cannot coexist, which is the view of the people below, unless they are mortal enemies. The real bosses of the two paths of good and evil are mostly chatting and laughing when they meet. Under normal circumstances, Yi Jianxian would not bother to provoke a giant of the magic path like the Holy Lady Huan. Even if he could, he didn't want to be an enemy of Yu Lao Mo. The problem was that Yu Lao Mo took the initiative to cause trouble for him, and Yi Jianxian was helpless. He was stunned. Saint Huan nodded to Yi Jianxian to apologize. Sword Immortal has this disaster today. It's all because of me. Yi Jianxian did not refute. Yu Lao Mo said it very clearly. The reason why he caused trouble for him was that he thought he was in collusion with Saint Huan. Yi Jianxian felt that he was wronged. He and Saint Huan really didn't have much friendship. On the contrary, he was cheated by Saint Huan. Saint, I don't understand one thing. Sword Immortal is curious why I wrote a letter to Ji Changsheng? Yi Jianxian nodded. He confirmed the relationship between the eldest princess and the heavenly demon sect. At his level, he would not doubt himself casually. But the letter that Ji Changsheng took out had the peach blossom mark of Saint Huan, which could not be faked. So now everyone in the world thinks that he is confusing right and wrong for the sake of profit. Even Yu Lao Mo thinks that he has a private cooperation with Saint Huan. Yi Jianxian wanted to curse. If Saint Huan was a little weaker, he would not be in this tone now. Then, hearing Saint Huan's smiling words, Yi Jianxian's face became uglier. Of course it's to trick you. Sword Immortal. Yi Jianxian. Fuck. Don't you pretend? Saint Huan said. No need to pretend. Sword Immortal's calculation is naturally correct. The eldest princess has nothing to do with the Holy Church. And I naturally don't know that woman. Saint Huan's voice was full of laughter. I wrote to Ji Changsheng. Of course. Not to save that woman, but to drag you, Sword Immortal, into the water. Seeing Yi Jianqian's increasingly gloomy face, Saint Huan was in a very happy mood. With one letter from me, Jianqian has been ruined. People all over the world despise Jianqian. And Yu Lao Mo also thinks that Jianqian and I are in collusion. Both the righteous and the evil. Now only I can save you. Why not? Speaking of this, Saint Huan condescendingly invited Yi Jianqian. Jianqian, are you willing to be my running dog? Yi Jianqian took a deep breath, and his sword energy soared into the sky. Why do you bully me like this? Saint? Huan Saint's answer was calm. Because you are the weakest among the 5 great sword immortals, but the richest among the 5 great sword immortals. Yi Jianqian was full of murderous intent. He was very aggrieved. Swordsman, I would rather break than bend. Yi Jianqian was ready for another battle. Saintus underestimated my character. Huan Saintus smiled gently again. A sword stained with the smell of money. What kind of character does it still have? 300 years ago, you were still highly regarded by me. Now, you are just a dying corpse. Swordsman, kneel at my feet. I will extend your life for 100 years. You only need to do 3 things for me within 100 years. Otherwise, the sword will be broken today. Peach blossoms are all over the sky. Huan Saintus smiled with an indifferent expression. Yi Jianqian deeply empathized with Yu Lao Mo's words to Huan Saintus. Poisonous woman. Thank you for the compliment. Half a day later, Ji Changsheng received Bao's feedback. Your father returned to the Holy Church safely. Ji Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that my cheap father is okay. Tai and Jizi also surrendered to me. Ji Changsheng? Huan Saint explained. Tai and Jizi was afraid of Yu Lao Mo's revenge, so he knelt down at my feet crying and begging for my protection. So I could only accept him with reluctance. But don't worry, baby. I love you truly. Tai and Jizi is just a sword. You can throw it away after using it. Anyway, he is about to die. Yi Jianqian only had a few decades left to live. He played a game of life and death with Yu Lao Mo, which made Yi Jianqian's already short life even more precarious. This is also the biggest reason why Huan Saint is sure to subdue Yi Jianqian. If Yi Jianqian still has a long time, he will definitely fight hard and will never surrender to her. But now Yi Jianqian has no capital to fight for his life. And in terms of ways to prolong life, the magic way does have more than the righteous way. After all, the righteous way openly abides by the rules, while the demon sect is unscrupulous and can do things like slaughtering 30,000 miles of blood to refine the longevity pill. In order to survive, Yi Jianqian can only bow his head. But the price to pay for prolonging the life of a great sword immortal is indeed heavy. If Yi Jianqian was 100 years younger, Huan Saint would probably hesitate between Yi Jianqian and Ji Changsheng. Now, what Yi Jianqian can bring her is far less than what she expected from Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng didn't expect that the Holy Lady of Huan would catch rabbits while picking grass, and also subdue the immortal Yi Jian by the way. However, he thought about it carefully and felt that it was not a big problem. Madam, you are really very capable. Ji Changsheng flattered her. Madam, the game between you and the immortal Jian is too high-end. I am not qualified to participate for the time being. I will just do good deeds and accumulate virtue in Shenghua. Holy Lady of Huan, well, don't worry. It won't affect your plan. You should do what you should do. I will let Tai and Jizi continue to testify that you are confusing right and wrong and using all means to rectify the business of foodie. Madam is wise. Ji Changsheng really needs the doubt of the immortal Yi Jian. You can let the people of the world think that he is just killing demons, but you can't let these powerful people in Shenghua think that Ji Changsheng is really killing demons. Ji Changsheng needs to let them know that if you do what I say, you are the righteous ones. If you don't listen to me, you are the demons of the cult. The princess was enforced impartially, but it could not deter the rulers of the Shang kingdom. The princess was framed, which could really deter the rulers of the Shang kingdom. The facts are the same as Ji Changsheng expected. The evaluation of him in the Shang kingdom is polarized. The people are naturally full of praise, but in the court, they are silent and afraid of snakes and scorpions. Chao Ziming rushed into Ji Changsheng's room again. Just saw Ji Changsheng's hand on Ing Hongya's thigh. Chao Ziming was stunned, and when he came to his senses, he immediately said, I didn't see anything. Ing Hongya rolled her eyes at Chao Ziming, not feeling embarrassed, and complained, Brother Chao, can you be more pure-minded? Didn't you see that Changsheng and I were both dressed neatly? Changsheng was checking the injury on my leg for me. Children of the Jianghu, don't mind small matters. Ing Hongye didn't care too much about this kind of physical contact. Of course, she admitted that it was also related to the fact that it was Ji Changsheng who touched her. If it was Li Daoyan, she would probably kick Li Daoyan away with one leg. Chao Ziming breathed a sigh of relief and apologized hurriedly. Sister, I'm sorry. I was thinking about something else. It's okay. Brother Chao rushed here in such a hurry. Is there something wrong outside again? Ing Hongye asked. Chao Ziming nodded. Brother Ji, Yi Jianxian is really too shameless. At this point, Chao Ziming clenched his fists, and his indignation was evident. Brother Chao, please tell me slowly. What did Yi Jianxian do? Ji Changsheng asked. Chao Ziming explained. Yi Jianxian still claims that the princess has nothing to do with the heavenly demon sect, and slanders you, Cha Sheng, for colluding with the heavenly demon sect, in order to achieve the goal of rectifying the blessed land. You unscrupulously framed and perverted anyone who went against your will. You would label them as demons of the demon sect, which is simply unreasonable. Don't worry, Brother Ji. I have seen everything you said and did since you came to Shenghua, and I absolutely believe that you are innocent. Ji Changsheng chuckled and said, Thank you, Senior Brother Chao. How is the outside world's reaction? Chao Ziming said. The people of Shenghua all support you. They have sharp eyes and know who is the one who really cares about them. Ing Hongye coughed lightly. Ji Changsheng was still smiling. What about the people in the court? Chao Ziming's face looked ugly. Most of them believe in Yi Jianxian and stay away from us. No one dares to take over the Taiping Fudi. Speaking of this, Chao Ziming was furious. What's wrong with this group of people? They only need to take the people of Shenghua to heart and cooperate with us to rectify the Fudi, which will benefit the country and the people. It is obviously a good thing. But they are shirking each other, which is simply ridiculous. Ing Hongye said calmly, Senior Brother Chao, calm down. It's actually normal. They are no longer the same kind of people as the people. And of course, they will not take the people of Shenghua to heart. The interests are different, and the things they protect are different. It is their own interests. Chao Ziming was very unwilling. Not only do they not work for the people, they also slander Junior Brother Ji. The current emperor is the most ridiculous, claiming to be ill and unable to go out. The remaining two princes, one broke his leg while riding a horse, and the other was diagnosed with a serious illness by the imperial physician. It's too ridiculous. Junior Brother Ji. Guess who has the hot potato of Taiping Fudi now? Who? The Queen. Speaking of this, Chao Ziming laughed in anger. Shenghua has always claimed that the harem should not interfere in politics. And now, in order to shirk responsibility, the Queen is pushed out again. Are these people considered human beings? Ji Changsheng raised his eyebrows slightly. The Queen? The mother of the Crown Prince and the Princess? If so, this woman probably won't cooperate. He and the other party have too much hatred. Chao Ziming shook his head and said, The original queen has passed away, and this queen is the successor. She is still very young this year, only 29 years old, and she comes from a poor family, and there is no foreign family power behind her. So she was pushed out to be the scapegoat. I think the Shang Kingdom will be finished sooner or later. Ji Changsheng thought that the monarch and ministers of Shang Kingdom were indeed not sons of men, and directly angered Brother Chao into a pill party. Junior Brother Ji, what should we do? Chao Ziming was a little helpless. We must find a way to prove your innocence, and we can't let them slander you like this. Why not? Ji Changsheng's words made Chao Ziming suspect that he had hallucinations, but he was deeply moved immediately. Brother Chao, have you discovered something? What is it? There are many people in this world who fear power but not virtue. Chao Ziming nodded, especially the rich and powerful people in Shenghua. They are silently rebelling against you, Brother Ji. So, why should I clear myself? Ji Changsheng said seriously, Let them think that I am a cold-blooded villain who will do anything to achieve his goal, so that they will be afraid of me, and we will get twice the result with half the effort. Speaking of this, Ji Changsheng sneered, I don't want to clear my reputation at all. On the contrary, I want to deepen their impression of me. Whoever dares to stand opposite us and be the enemy of the people of the world, I will label them as demons and monsters, and let them be pointed at by thousands of people. Chao Ziming understood Ji Changsheng's good intentions and was deeply moved. Brother Ji, you are sacrificing your reputation in exchange for the well-being of the people of Shenghua. Ji Changsheng nodded. Chao Ziming said worriedly, But what about your reputation? We, The righteous disciples value our reputation and image. If you act like this, there will be trouble in the future, which will be very disadvantageous to you. Ji Changsheng said seriously, if I don't go to hell, who will? For the sake of the people of the world. Ji is willing to be the evil man. Chao Ziming stood in awe. Ying Hongya covered her face quietly. Brother Chao, I don't want to use benevolence and righteousness to influence them, because it's too slow. Ji Changsheng said in a deep voice, we can wait. But the people of Shenghua can't. The sooner these problems of Shenghua are solved, the sooner the people of Shenghua can live a better life. So, I may do whatever it takes to achieve our goal as quickly as possible. If in this process, my actions violate the principles of my brother, please forgive me. But I won't change. Even if my brother misunderstands me, I will continue to follow my own ideas. Chao Ziming grabbed Ji Changsheng's hand and said solemnly, Brother Ji, who do you think Chao is? How could I misunderstand your good intentions? I'm just worried about you. That's not important. Ji Changsheng also said solemnly, for the people of Shenghua, why should I cherish my life? Ying Hongya interrupted Ji Changsheng's performance. Some people couldn't listen anymore. Since senior brother Chao had already been fooled, Ying Hongya didn't want to waste any more time and went straight to the point. Changsheng, what are you going to do next? Please ask the queen to come to Xuandu Temple. I want to confront her. Chao Ziming took the initiative and said, leave it to me. Junior brother Ji, I won't let you fight alone. After Chao Ziming left, Ying Hongya sighed to the sky. Changsheng, you lied to brother Chao like this. Don't you feel guilty? Ji Changsheng shook his head. No. I am very relieved. I feel that I am too kind. I believe that if you are close to someone, you will be red. Brother Chao will soon be like you, complete his transformation, and become a better person. This is all my credit. Ying Hongya, you are shameless. Whatever you say is right. A quarter of an hour later, Ji Changsheng saw the Queen of Shenghua. Appearance is not important. Ji Changsheng has never been a person who looks at appearance. He has something to do now. After greeting each other, the Queen took the initiative to say, Elder Ji, I know you are very kind, but I am just a woman and I know nothing about state affairs. I hope Elder Ji will not embarrass me. Ji Changsheng smiled. Your Majesty, have you heard the rumors from the outside world? Yi Jianxian said that I colluded with the demon cult and attempted to slander all those who oppose me as demons of the demon cult, and then kill them without teaching. The Queen said seriously, rumors stop at the wise. Although I am not a wise man, I can see that Elder Ji has a righteous heart and is definitely not the kind of demon who will do anything to achieve his goal. Your Majesty is wrong. I am. The Queen. Ji Changsheng confirmed, Your Majesty. Rumors are the truth. I am the kind of person who will do anything to achieve my goal in the rumors. And I really have colluded with the demon cult. The Queen was stunned. Ji Changsheng took out a piece of white paper. Your Majesty, listen to me. I will make you powerful. Otherwise, I will write your name on the list of undercover agents of the demon cult, and you will be the next to die. Looking at the dumbfounded Queen, Ji Changsheng said seriously, Your Majesty, I will give you 1 minute to think about it. Are you willing to be my running dog? Chapter 79 in the temple. Rottenwood is an official, and between the steps of the palace, beasts eat food. The Queen was completely confused. She could not accept Ji Changsheng's words at all. But the Queen had her own judgment. Her experience and wisdom told her that Ji Changsheng was actually a good person. So, Elder Ji, you are really a joker. The Queen took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. I know in my heart that you are a good person. Elder Ji. Ding. Good person card +1. Chao Ziming nodded subconsciously in agreement. He absolutely believed that junior brother Ji was a good person. Ji Changsheng looked at Ying Hongya helplessly. Hongya, am I so unlike to play a bad guy? Ying Hongya objectively analyzed. It's because the Queen has too little experience. She has never seen anyone as bad as Changsheng. Ying Hongya has seen many demons from the demon sect. None of them can compare to Ji Changsheng's operation. But Ying Hongya understands the Queen. Before she met Ji Changsheng, she didn't know that people could be so flexible. How could the disciples of the demon cult compare to Changsheng? Ying Hongya completely understood that Ji Changsheng's identity was entirely dependent on what he wanted to do. As long as he could achieve his goal, Ji Changsheng could switch his identity and position at any time. When 3 people walk together, there must be one who is my teacher. She learned a lot from Ji Changsheng. So Ing Hongya said to the queen seriously, "Your Majesty, I advise you to listen to Changsheng. He is not joking." "How is it possible?" The queen firmly believed in her judgment. The prince is a disciple of the Huangquan sect, and the eldest princess is a demon girl of the heavenly demon cult. It is natural for Elder Ji to kill them, and the evidence is conclusive. Even if Yi Jianxian has a different opinion on this, I believe Elder Ji. Ji Changsheng raised his hand and snapped his fingers. 1 minute is up. Queen, have you made a decision? Do you want to be my man? Or a demon girl? Ji Changsheng put his sad magic knife on the other side of the white paper. Of course, Ing Hongya, Chao Ziming, and the queen saw the Xuandu Temple standard magic sword that Ji Changsheng took out. One hand is the magic sword. The other hand is the list of demons of the demon sect. Ji Changsheng really showed his image of a demon of the demon sect vividly. The queen's face finally changed. Elder Ji, are you serious? Wrong answer. Unfortunately. Queen, I declare that you are also a demon girl of the heavenly demon sect, and you should have been instigated by the eldest princess. Ji Changsheng picked up the pen and prepared to write the queen's name on the white paper. Then he realized something. By the way, Queen, what is your name? Queen, you want to write my name on the list of undercover agents of the heavenly demon sect, but you don't even know my name. This operation. The queen was speechless. She could only kneel down in front of Ji Changsheng. I am willing to be a running dog under the tutelage of Elder Ji. Ji Changsheng was relieved to help the queen up. Your Majesty, why do you have to be so polite? We are just servants serving the people. We are all equal. How can you call yourself a running dog? Remember, don't kneel down to me casually in the future. The queen looked at Ji Changsheng with a sincere face, and many of her cognitions in her heart completely collapsed. At this moment, she clearly realized one thing. It turns out that rumors are really the truth. Yi Jianxian, I have wronged you. Based on Ji Changsheng's words and deeds just now, saying that he is not a demon from the demon cult, the queen would rather believe that Ji Changsheng is the great Emperor Changsheng of the South Pole. Chao Ziming watched the whole process of Ji Changsheng's self-pollution. He couldn't bear to watch it, so he sent a message to Ing Hongya, junior sister. Changsheng's sacrifice is too great. I think the queen has completely misunderstood Changsheng. Ing Hongya pursed her red lips, not knowing what to say, so she gave Chao Ziming an awkward but polite smile. Ing Hongya's smile was interpreted by Chao Ziming as a bitter smile. Chao Ziming sighed silently. Junior brother Ji's vision is indeed much better than mine. For the people of the world and for justice, Chao Ziming can also sacrifice himself. But like Ji Changsheng, who disguised himself as a devil who did all kinds of evil, Chao Ziming asked himself that he couldn't do it. Junior brother Ji must be suffering in his heart. I can't let junior brother Ji take the lead in everything. He has done enough. Chao Ziming made up his mind secretly. As long as he is needed in the future, he will definitely take the lead. I can't let junior brother Ji bear all this alone. Ji Changsheng said. It's nothing. Isn't it just playing the role of a demon from the demon sect? For him, the difficulty is to be more restrained. After all, the master of the temple reminded him again and again that the disciples of the demon sect were not as crazy as him. So Ji Changsheng followed suit. A kind smile appeared on his face, and he took out a red pill with a smile. My queen, this is the special pill of the Hawan sect. The devil desire pill. Take it. The princess' face was pale. Elder Ji, I will do my best to serve you. This pill. Ji Changsheng's smile was instantly restrained. From now on, when I tell you something, you only need to answer yes. Master. Understand? The queen trembled all over. But this time she reacted immediately. Yes. Master. After saying that, the queen immediately took the pill and ate it. To be a lackey, you must be aware of being a lackey. It is impossible to negotiate conditions. Being obedient is the way to survive. The queen quickly adjusted her mentality. She believed that as long as she was still useful, Ji Changsheng would not kill her. Seeing that the queen was still cooperative, Ji Changsheng's smile reappeared on his face. Your Majesty, don't be afraid. I was joking just now. The queen. Yes. Master. Ji Changsheng patiently explained. Your Majesty, don't worry. The devil desire pill can be controlled. Take the antidote once every 3 days to be safe. If you don't take the antidote for more than 3 days, it doesn't matter. It's nothing more than the devil fire attacking your heart, burning yourself to death. And there won't be too much pain. The queen shuddered again. Yes. Master. Chao Ziming sighed again in his heart, feeling that junior brother Ji had sacrificed too much for the people of Shenghua. The so-called Huan Sect's specialty elixir, the Devil Desire Pill, was a sugar pill that Ji Changsheng asked him to buy on the street. There would be no consequences if he took it. Junior brother Ji Shiko was kind-hearted. In order to benefit the people of Shenghua as quickly as possible, he did not hesitate to destroy his own image. Chao Ziming learned from Ji Changsheng what great love and great kindness are. And the Devil Desire Pill that the queen ate appeared in Ing Hongya's mind. And suddenly his eyes flashed. It seemed to be a little darker than the sugar pill bought by senior brother Chao. Ing Hongya's heart moved slightly, and he asked in a voice transmission, Changsheng, is the Devil Desire Pill that the queen ate really? Ji Changsheng was a little relieved. Hongya's progress was indeed fast. Asking Chao Ziming to buy sugar pills was to comfort Chao Ziming and deepen his tall image in Chao Ziming's heart. But the queen really needs to be controlled. Don't bother three masters with one thing. Having killed the crown prince of the Eastern Palace and the eldest princess of Shenghua, Ji Changsheng is not bloodthirsty by nature. This time he wants to seriously support a tool person to help him rectify the business of foodie. Therefore, the queen is very important. She must be able to guarantee absolute loyalty and cooperation. In fact, the queen still eats the sugar pills bought by Chao Ziming. It's just that Ji Changsheng added a trace of magic thought transformed by the Devil Desire Sutra to those sugar pills. As long as the queen's cultivation level is not higher than his, he can use this trace of magic thought to sense the queen's position at any time and control her life and death. The magic of the Devil Desire Sutra is still beyond Ji Changsheng's expectations. He somewhat understands why the intelligence of the Holy Lady of Huan is so advanced, and why she is competing with the old demon Yu. The people controlled by the stepmother are probably far beyond his imagination. Fortunately, the Holy Lady of Huan is his treasure. For the time being, there is no conflict of interest between him and the Holy Lady of Huan. Let's deal with Shenghua first. Your Highness, let's talk about the situation in Shenghua now. I want to use Taiping Blessed Land as a guide to lower the price of blessed land in the entire Shenghua. The goal is to allow at least 90% of the people in Shenghua to enjoy the spiritual environment of the blessed land, helping them to strengthen their bodies and prolong their lives. Does your Highness have any suggestions? The queen was a little confused again. You are so powerful, and you are pleading for the people. Which side are you on? But she didn't dare to ask. Whatever Ji Changsheng asked her, she would answer. Master, do you want to suppress the entire blessed land business? Ji Changsheng nodded. Xinghua's blessed land business has gone astray and has become one of the biggest reasons that restrict the people of Shenghua from living and working in peace and contentment. My goal in coming to Shenghua is to let the people of Shenghua live and work in peace and contentment and help them live a better life. In this way, Brother Chao's righteousness will surely be improved, and Ji will also be able to gain certain merits. His heart is good. Even if he has some personal purposes, he can speak out openly. A gentleman is someone who can tell others everything. Queen, I feel that this guy has schizophrenia. But she endured it. Master, this may not be easy to do. The queen told the truth. The business of blessed land involves a wide range of people, and it involves many immortal gates, and there are connections behind them. Ji Changsheng was not surprised. Tell me in detail. The queen organized her words, and then told what she knew. I was elected to deal with the Taiping blessed land this time, so I also have a deep understanding of the relationship behind the blessed land, and found that I can't actually change anything behind the blessed land business. In essence, practitioners control the quality and price of blessed land, thereby controlling the entire mortal world. Ji Changsheng narrowed his eyes. Chao Ziming was instantly moved, but Ing Hongya looked calm and unmoved. As a princess of Ing State, Ing Hongya knew a lot about this, and was not surprised to hear the queen say this. The queen also glanced at Ing Hongya, and said carefully, the Emperor Ing made a great wish to let the cultivators serve the people of the world. Later, the Emperor Ing failed, and the Ing kingdom was dismembered. However, the shock and fear that the Emperor Ing brought to the major sects made many cultivators feel unhappy. Many immortal sects did not allow the second Emperor Ing to appear. Therefore, the immortal sects began to strengthen their control over the mortal world, and the blessed land business came into being. Ji Changsheng understood. Through the blessed land business, the cultivators automatically occupy the cave with the most spiritual energy between heaven and earth. And then the cultivators divide the spiritual energy concentration of the mortal world and set up a lower-level blessed land. Then set the price of the blessed land to a level that ordinary people and casual cultivators have to use all their family's strength to buy it. In this way, the elites in the mortal world and the casual cultivators, who have the hope of counterattacking, will be burdened by spiritual stones and survival from now on. The goal they pursue will no longer be the sea of stars, but to buy a set of blessed land. When these people spend their whole lives surviving and running for a set of blessed land, the cultivators will naturally lose the biggest threat and can always look down on the world from a high position. The queen nodded. Master is wise. This is the real reason behind the blessing land's continued existence. Sheng Taiping just followed the trend and put forward a suggestion that was in line with the interests of the major immortals. So if you want to touch the blessing land business, you are essentially challenging the foundation of the major immortals. And they will not agree. Ji Changsheng looked at Ing Hongya. Hongya. If you put it this way, the blessed land business is actually a continuation of the struggle between Emperor Ing and the immortal sect. Ing Hongya nodded, with a somewhat sad tone. It's a pity that the ancestors did not succeed back then. Otherwise the world today would definitely not be like this. That may not be the case. Ji Changsheng said calmly. Even if Emperor Ing succeeded back then, 100 years later, perhaps everything would be the same again. And there may not be any changes in essence. The people are still the people. When the country prospers, the people suffer. When the country perishes, the people suffer. Ing Hongya. The topic has gone too far. Let's get back to the point. So what the queen means is that I can't move a step in the blessed land business in Shenghua. The queen nodded, with a somewhat helpless tone, from the emperor to the ministers. The people of Shenghua are all their own people supported by the major sections. They are the biggest supporters behind the blessed land business. How could they oppose themselves? Then, they are the demons of the demon sect. Ji Changsheng said without hesitation. The queen smiled bitterly. Master, there aren't that many demons in the demon cult. No one will believe it. If I say they are, they must be. And if they are not, they are not. The real demons in the demon cult will not reason with others. If they don't accept it, let them come to me. I can also take the initiative to find them and influence them with my virtue. Ji Changsheng was optimistic about this. Empress, don't always think so badly of people. Maybe there are many moral people in the government and the people of Shenghua. And they also want to do something for the people of Shenghua? I believe that as long as you convey my meaning to them, with my support, they will be willing to stand up and take their own responsibilities. Let's work together to rectify the chaos in Fudi, so that the people of Shenghua can live and work in peace and contentment. And the national strength of Shenghua will flourish and become a clear stream in the world. Looking at the confident Ji Changsheng, the queen fell into speechlessness. She couldn't figure out whether her chief master really thought so or was just being sarcastic. But since it was Ji Changsheng's request, she could only do it. After all, her life was still in Ji Changsheng's hands. Then I will go and talk to them? Have a good talk. Talk seriously? Ji Changsheng said, I always believe that the world is full of love. And those who can be in high positions must be people who care about the people. As long as we can communicate well, they will definitely be willing to cooperate with me to seek the welfare of the people. I will do my best. Let's start with Taiping Fudi. Your Majesty, you have worked hard. After the queen left, Chao Ziming breathed a sigh of relief. Cha Sheng, you scared the queen a lot. Chao Ziming felt a little distressed. Not distressed for the queen, but distressed for Ji Changsheng. She must really think you are a demon from the demon cult now. It doesn't matter. As long as I can do something practical for the people of Shenghua. I don't care even if I am accused of being a demon from the demon cult. Ji Changsheng said seriously, face the criticism of thousands of people with a cold brow, and bow my head to be a cow for children. Chao Ziming was instantly moved. The righteous spirit could not be controlled and soared into the sky. He was inspired by Ji Changsheng's words. Chao Ziming, junior brother Ji, thank you for your advice. I seem to have made a breakthrough in my realm. Following Ji Changsheng, he learned great benevolence, great love, and great courage. Cultivation also includes cultivating the mind. Chao Ziming deeply felt the improvement of his state of mind. Naturally, his realm also began to improve. Ing Hongya was dumbfounded. This is also possible? Could it be that the thing that restricts the speed of my cultivation progress is that I am too smart? Senior brother Chao's innocent heart was fooled by Changsheng's words and broke through. For the first time in her life, Ing Hongya felt that maybe it was good to be a little clear, stupid, as long as she saw through everything. She had no feeling at all about Ji Chongqing's words and deeds. So her cultivation did not improve at all. This was a very sad thing for her. Ji Chongqing was very relieved. Brother Chow and I hit it off right away. It's my honor to make a small contribution to his realm. Chao Ziming shook his head and said, It's not a small contribution. My breakthrough this time is all thanks to you. Cha Sheng. I have been stuck in the late Jindan stage for 8 years without any progress. Thanks to Brother Ji. I understand what great love is. In the past, my understanding of righteousness was too narrow. As long as everything you do is just, you should not be bound by means. Ing Hongya. Although she knew that she didn't understand righteousness as well as Chao Ziming, she clearly felt that under the leadership of Ji Chongqing, Chao Ziming's righteousness began to be idealistic. Brother Ji, give me half an hour. After half an hour, I will probably be able to break through successfully and advance to the peak of Jindan. Ji Chongqing was naturally looking forward to this. After all, senior brother Chao was definitely one of their own. He was also very easy to deceive. Cross it out. It was very useful. Half an hour later, Chao Ziming successfully broke through. Ji Chongqing and Ing Hongya both smiled and congratulated. Fairy Linglong said that cultivators above the nascent soul realm, including the nascent soul realm, were not allowed to enter Shenghua. So the peak of the Golden Core realm was the top combat power in Shenghua, with one more top combat power in their own camp. Their safety increased a lot. Chao Ziming may not have realized it yet, but Ji Chongqing and Ing Hongya knew that Shenghua would most likely still be a bloodbath in the end. Chao Ziming's realm breakthrough was very important to them. Chao Ziming himself was also very happy. Finally, he was able to help Junior Brother Ji better. Junior Brother Ji, what do I need to do next? Chao Ziming asked proactively. Ji Chongqing was not polite to Chao Ziming. Please, Senior Brother Chao, protect the Queen. Will the Queen be in danger? Chao Ziming was shocked. Ji Chongqing nodded. It is better to be prepared to prevent some people from jumping off the wall desperately. When Hongya and I first came to Shenghua, Sheng Taiping asked assassins from the Assassins' League to assassinate us. There is no guarantee that someone in Shenghua will not repeat the same trick this time. What can Ing Hongya say? She could only smile. Yeah, Chongqing is right. We were assassinated by the Assassins' League last time. This time, Ing Hongya glanced at Ji Chongqing and thought that Chongqing might assassinate the Queen again, and then put the blame on those who opposed him. Ing Hongya has learned the trick of the thief crying thief very well from Ji Chongqing. But Chao Ziming was not familiar with him yet. He believed it. Junior Brother Ji's consideration makes sense. The people of the Assassins' League are paid to do things, and the Queen may not take them seriously. Junior Brother Ji, don't worry. I will definitely protect the Queen. Well, thank you, Senior Brother Chao. While protecting the Queen, Senior Brother Chao should also observe the rulers of the entire Shang Kingdom to see who cares about the people, and who are the thieves who steal the country. Ji Chongqing said bluntly, for those thieves who steal the country, we naturally have to persuade them. But if we can't persuade them, I will send them off as demons of the demon cult. Kindness to them is cruelty to the people of Shang. Senior Brother Chao, you only need to watch this matter coldly, and leave the action to me. Okay. If it were in the past, Chao Ziming would not agree to such a thing. But now, Chao Ziming has evolved. Since the people killed were evil, what did it matter what reason they were killed for? How could the noble and upright spirit be a rigid thing? Chao Ziming's understanding of the noble and upright spirit was rapidly deepening. After Chao Ziming left, Ji Chongqing immediately said to Ing Hongya, Hongya, are you almost recovered from your injuries? Almost. It's not a fatal injury, Ing Hongya said. Xuandu Temple has no shortage of healing pills, and Ingwei has no shortage of them either. Ing Hongya has recovered 80%. So Ji Chongqing had no psychological pressure to order her. Then Hongya, go and prepare. The Queen may encounter an assassination by the Assassins' League soon. Ing Hongya, I knew it. Ji Chongqing said seriously. I'm serious this time. Ing Hongya frowned. Then he realized that this was indeed possible. If the government and the people of Shenghua knew that the Queen stood on Ji Chongqing's side, there might not be many people who dared to kill Ji Chongqing. But killing a queen to shock the world was a good method. So you plan to strike first? Yes. Take the enemy's path, and leave the enemy with no way to go. Ing Hongya, do you think the Queen and those people will definitely not reach an agreement? Taiping Fudi should be able to reach an agreement. I have even killed the Crown Prince and the eldest princess of the Eastern Palace. I guess the face of Taiping Fudi will be given to me. Ji Changsheng guessed. But it is impossible to rectify the entire Shenhua Fudi. If a few big guys don't die, it will be difficult to move forward with this matter. Ing Hongya nodded slowly. She agreed with Ji Changsheng's opinion. Facts have proved that Ji Changsheng's guess was indeed correct. One day later, Chao Ziming escorted the queen back to Xuandu Temple, brought the reactions of the court officials to Ji Changsheng's desire to rectify the Fudi. They said they would definitely support Elder Ji, said the queen. Ji Changsheng was unmoved. How exactly do you support them? The queen smiled bitterly. The court is willing to issue a series of measures to boost the confidence of the people. Ing Hongya was still waiting for the queen to continue. But the queen shut up. Ing Hongya asked, what about below? Queen, there is nothing below. Ing Hongya. Ji Changsheng slammed the table and stood up. In the temple, officials are rotten wood. And between the steps of the palace, beasts eat the celery. People with wolfish hearts and dog-like behavior are in power. And several people are in power. As a result, the country is in ruins, and the people are suffering. After putting the hat on them, Ji Changsheng made a final judgment on them. My queen, give me a list. I think these people are all demons and monsters of the demon cult. They should be killed. Chapter 80. The Emperor's star is swaying, and the Mars is high. The queen's legs are a little weak. As a woman from a poor family, she married into the royal family of Shenhua, and became the queen of Shenhua through a series of means such as palace fighting. The queen never thought that she was a weak woman, until she met Ji Changsheng. The queen opened her eyes, but she dared not say a word, and could only submit to the domineering power of her master. Chao Ziming was a little reluctant. Junior brother Ji. These traitors should be killed. Chao Ziming first stated his position, and supported Ji Changsheng. But he still reminded, it's just that there are really too many people. I followed the queen to visit many people. Junior brother Ji. If we kill all these people, the operation system of the Shenhua court will be in trouble. Ji Changsheng pondered for a moment, and decided to give Chao Ziming a face. The main reason is that he really can't handle the affairs of Shenhua personally. He doesn't have the time. Then give Brother Chao a favor and kill a few leaders first. Brother Chao. Madam. Who do you think is the backbone of the opposition? Chao Ziming said frankly, Emperor of Sheng. All the policies of Sheng cannot be circumvented with his consent. I think it is because of his passive resistance that the people below are so perfunctory. If you want to solve this problem, it is best to start with the Emperor of Sheng. The queen almost fell to her knees. Big guys, can you let me go away first while you discuss? She couldn't bear such a high-level conversation. Why did you go directly to the Emperor? The queen hurriedly said, Mr. Chao, be careful with your words. His Majesty is actually a good person. But he was deceived by the treacherous ministers below. She is the queen. If the Emperor changes, what can she do as the queen? The interests of the Emperor and the queen are deeply bound together. And the queen definitely does not want the Emperor to get into trouble. Ji Changsheng waved his hand, don't worry. Your Majesty, if the Emperor changes, you will be the Queen Mother of Shenhua, with a higher status and greater power. The queen blinked. Is that so? I am just a woman, and I can't see people as clearly as Mr. Chao and the Master. If the Master and Mr. Chao think that there is something wrong with your Majesty, maybe your Majesty is really a demon. The queen's mind opened up instantly. What's the point of palace fighting? How can men be as attractive as the Queen Mother? Who is the Emperor? I don't know him. I just want to be the Queen Mother. Ing Hongya's eyes twitched. She did not comment on the queen's transformation, but reminded Ji Changsheng. The current Emperor of Shenhua is the adopted son of the president of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. Although he has no talent for cultivation and his personal strength is not strong, he has the support of the entire Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. If you touch the Emperor of Shenhua, you will be slapping the face of the president of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. Ji Changsheng raised his eyebrows. President of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce? Is he as strong as Fairy Ling Long? Ing Hongya. Fairy Ling Long is invincible in the world. Ji Changsheng continued to ask, is the strength of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce stronger than our Xuandu Temple? Ing Hongya. Xuandu Temple is the best in the world. Ji Changsheng decisively said, I think the president of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce is also a demon from the demon cult. Ing Hongya covered his face. Yes. In Changsheng's place, the demon from the demon cult is a brick, and he can be moved wherever he is needed. There is another question. Although Ing Hongya thought Ji Changsheng should know, he still reminded him stubbornly, the ancestors and the immortal sects made a covenant that cultivators should not interfere with the change of dynasties at will, and should not take the initiative to harm the mortal kings. Otherwise they will be punished by all the major sections. Ji Changsheng nodded and did his own reading comprehension. I can't kill the emperor. But I don't violate the Xianning Convention if I kill the demons of the demon sect. If you have different opinions, you are welcome to protest to Xuandu Temple. And I will accept it. The final right of interpretation. Isn't it in the hands of Xuandu Temple in this world? Fairy Linglong is my mother-in-law. Taiyin Star Lord is my wife. The master of the temple is my thigh. I am worried about this. What can Ing Hongye say? She chose to shut up. Chasheng. As long as you are happy. She was worried in vain. How could Changsheng be afraid of this? Chao Ziming never thought that Ji Changsheng would be afraid from the beginning. In his heart, Ji Changsheng is the most powerful man in the world. He felt that there was a big gap between him and Ji Changsheng. But he was trying to catch up with this gap. So he set his target on the Emperor of Shengguo when he opened his mouth. In the past, he would not do this. But Chao Ziming felt that he was not stupid. He knew the real source of the problems in the court of Shengguo. It was just that according to the law, the emperor could not be tried. He could only express his powerlessness in the past. Ji Changsheng made him realize that the righteous spirit must not be bound by rigid dogma and rules. So his pattern has also been opened. If the death of an emperor can change the positions of countless ministers below, it can be regarded as a great merit. Chao Ziming said seriously, the current emperor of Shengguo is not a demon. But he is better than a demon. He has done more evil to the people of Shengguo than the demons of the demon cult. Junior brother Ji. If we change an emperor, or let the queen take charge, many things will be solved. And many people will die less. For the sake of the people of the world, the emperor should be asked to die. If this violates the Xianning Convention, I will definitely stand in front of junior brother Ji and accept the punishment. Ji Changsheng was very pleased. Brother Chao, you are growing up very fast. But there is one thing you said that is wrong. What is wrong? Chao Ziming asked humbly. Ji Changsheng also pointed out carefully. The dog emperor of Shengguo is a demon from the demon cult. The king of heaven is here. And the dog emperor is also a demon. He is just doing justice for the heaven. The righteousness must not be in question. We will never be punished by the immortal gate if we kill the demons from the demon cult. Anyone who wants to punish us is an enemy of justice, and colludes with the demon cult. Ji Changsheng said firmly. Chao Ziming instantly realized the gap between himself and junior brother Ji. That's right. As a righteous man, we should learn to protect ourselves like junior brother Ji. And keep ourselves useful so that we can do more great things. How can we die lightly? I am still far behind junior brother Ji. And I don't take my life seriously. Chao Ziming was convinced. Junior brother Ji is right. We are doing a just cause. Whoever is our enemy is colluding with the demon cult. Ing Hongye shook his head helplessly. I feel that senior brother Chao is completely lame. But it's lame. Ing Hongye followed Ji Changsheng's assumptions, and did not think that Ji Changsheng's approach was wrong. So, should we kill people directly? Or should we use courtesy first and then force? Ing Hongye looked at Ji Changsheng. This time, before Ji Changsheng could speak, the queen took the initiative to say, it is a waste of time to use courtesy first and then force. His Majesty claimed to be ill, and could not go out. And his attitude was very clear. The president of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce is a big man that the entire Shang kingdom cannot afford to offend. His Majesty will never dare to disobey his wishes. It's better to take action directly. Ing Hongye. She thinks the queen has great potential. She is indeed a decisive person. Ji Changsheng is also somewhat relieved. It seems that the queen, a puppet, can still exert her subjective initiative. Despite this, Ji Changsheng still adheres to the kindness of his righteous disciple. Let's use courtesy before force. I will try to exchange sincerity with the emperor. As long as he can sympathize with the people. I still want to cooperate with the emperor. Chao Ziming agrees very much. Junior brother Ji has a pure heart. Ing Hongye and the queen are silent. It feels that the 4 words pure heart have become dirty. And the kind-hearted Ji Changsheng is also practicing his own personality. Your Majesty has been claiming to be ill recently? The queen nodded, yes. And he has made it clear that he will not see outsiders. Especially the master. His Majesty is deliberately avoiding you. After a pause, the queen added, the news I heard is that the master killed the prince and the eldest princess. His Majesty was furious, and was afraid that if he really saw you, he would not be able to control his attitude towards you. Ji Changsheng glanced at the queen, but did not say anything. Perhaps the queen's words were a hidden agenda, instigating him to kill the emperor as soon as possible. But this possibility does exist. He killed the son and daughter of the emperor of Shang, and this hatred is unsolvable. Thinking from his perspective, Ji Changsheng asked himself that he would definitely kill the other party as soon as possible. So the possibility of him cooperating with the emperor of Shang is indeed small. But he still has to try. After all, he is a kind person in his bones. If you can avoid killing, try not to kill. This is the cultivation that a righteous disciple should have. Take me to see him. Ji Changsheng said, I hope to have a cordial and friendly meeting with the emperor. The emperor avoided him. Ji Changsheng took the initiative to meet him, and the emperor of Shangwu did not dare to refuse Ji Changsheng. The queen asked a question cautiously, Master, do you want to submit a visiting card to enter the palace openly? Yes. Ji Changsheng nodded. Only by doing this can the emperor feel at ease. The queen reminded, but if you kill your majesty, you will not be able to clear your suspicion. Ji Changsheng said seriously, First, I never want to kill the emperor. I hope to reach a consensus with him. Second, even if the world knows that I killed him, it doesn't matter. The demons of the demon sect can be killed by everyone. As for the immortal gate, Xuandu Temple will negotiate with it. It is to use the death of the emperor to intimidate the civil and military officials, and let the people below cooperate with his actions, who can be intimidated by secretly letting the emperor die of illness. Of course, killing the emperor in the palace may be dangerous. Thinking of this, Ji Changsheng looked at Chao Ziming. Brother Chao, let's go into the palace together. I need you to help me. Finding a Danqing Pavilion disciple at the peak of the Golden Core as a guard will ensure a high degree of safety. Chao Ziming nodded. Brother Ji, don't worry. I will do my best to protect you. My queen, if the emperor and I part ways unhappily, and I find that he is indeed a demon from the demon cult, then after I kill him, can you take control of the palace in the shortest time? The queen took a deep breath and did not answer Ji Changsheng immediately, but seriously considered the power in her hands. After a moment, the queen nodded fiercely. Your Majesty and the officials in the court are afraid of the master, but they don't want to support the master, so they push the hot potato to me. Therefore, I now control a lot of power in my hands. Although these powers come from your Majesty, as long as your Majesty is not here, these powers are all real. By then, she will be able to receive the emperor's legacy in a logical manner. Pushing the chess piece to the front will cause the backlash of the chess piece. Ji Changsheng was very satisfied with this. Very good. Hongya, you coordinate outside the palace. If you find something wrong, just fire at the palace. I know you have the latest weapons developed by Ingwa. Ji Changsheng used all the hot weapons he got from the zombie world last time on Bai Shiji. But it doesn't matter. Ing Hongya still has some. Ingwa used to be an enemy of the world's immortals. There are quite a few trump cards in hand. Although most of the lethal weapons against practitioners have been destroyed, the foundation still exists. So Ji Changsheng never underestimated Ing Hongya. Fighting alone, Ing Hongya is naturally not as good as Chao Ziming. But Ji Changsheng is much more assured to leave the way out to Ing Hongya than to Chao Ziming. Ing Hongya did not refuse. Don't worry. It's hard to say what will happen outside Shangwu. In Shangwu, if something happens to you, Cha Sheng, I promise to let the royal family of Shangwu bury you. Ji Changsheng smiled. Very good. Madam, lead the way. Go to the palace now? Speed is of the essence. When it comes to personal matters, Ji Changsheng has always been very efficient. Half an hour later, Shangwu Palace, Yanqing Palace. Ji Changsheng saw the emperor of Shangwu lying on the sickbed, pale and dying. At the same time, Ji Changsheng's mind also emerged with the information of the emperor of Shangwu provided by the queen. He has been in office for 27 years, and has reached the age of 60 this year. When he first ascended the throne, he was still diligent and hard-working. But with the increase of age, he has been lying down and rotten, calling himself Xintian Old Man, and wholeheartedly wants to truly worship under the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce in order to live forever. Xintian, not believing in the way of heaven, but believing in the president of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. A typical mediocre monarch who is afraid of death and seeks immortality in his old age, but has no talent for cultivation. There is only one way to achieve immortality: pile up a huge amount of resources. The biggest rat in Shangwu. Elder Ji, I am seriously ill and cannot get up to pay my respects. I hope you will not be offended. The emperor took the initiative to speak. Ji Changsheng is an elder of the outer sect of Xuandu Temple. Although old man Xintian is the emperor of Shengwu, he is nominally protected by Xuandu Temple. So it is not an exaggeration to say that Ji Changsheng is the emperor in Shengwu. Bai Xiuran had this status before. It's just that what Ji Changsheng is going to do after coming to Shengwu is too obvious. So the emperor of Shengwu is obviously not willing to cooperate. The real supporter behind him is Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. Xuandu Temple is only a nominal protector. Ji Changsheng carefully looked at the emperor of Sheng for 30 seconds. Then shook his head helplessly. Ignored this guy. And said to Chao Ziming, "Brother Chao. Did you see it?" Chao Ziming nodded. "Your Majesty is pretending to be sick. Ji Changsheng can use illusions to deceive others. But it is too difficult for old man Xintian to use illusions to deceive Ji Changsheng. Not only Ji Changsheng, but also Chao Ziming. When Ji Changsheng saw old man Xintian pretending to be sick, he realized his attitude. But in the spirit of God's benevolence, Ji Changsheng finally gave this guy a chance. Your Majesty, I will not talk to you in a vague way. I follow the order of Xuandu Temple, and come down the mountain to save the world and do good deeds. Your Majesty, are you willing to cooperate?" The emperor coughed twice. Then slowly said, "Elder Ji, our Sheng country has good weather, and the people live and work in peace and contentment. Every time the Immortal Gate investigates the proportion of happy lives of the people in the mortal world, Sheng country ranks among the top. Answering a question that is not related to the question is already an answer." Ji Changsheng smiled. "So, you have made up your mind not to cooperate?" The emperor coughed twice again, and continued to speak with difficulty. "Elder Ji, I have ordered the people below to fully cooperate with you." Ji Changsheng sighed to the sky. Chao Ziming shook his head helplessly. Even he couldn't be fooled by this. He followed the queen for a long time, and realized the perfunctory attitude of the Sheng kingdom court. And the emperor's words and deeds today also proved that his inferences were correct. Even the emperor pretended to obey, but secretly disobeyed. So how could he expect the people below to fully cooperate? Your Majesty, the crown prince and the eldest princess of Sheng Kingdom have been confirmed to be demons of the demon cult. As the emperor of Sheng Kingdom, you have never discovered it. Are you deliberately hiding and shielding them? Or are you also a demon of the demon cult? This was said by Chao Ziming. Obviously, he was trying hard to learn from Ji Changsheng. But he had not yet learned the essence of Ji Changsheng. If it were Ji Changsheng, he would have already nailed it down to the fact that the emperor of Sheng was a demon from the demon cult. Chao Ziming wanted to give the emperor of Sheng a chance to turn back. As long as the emperor of Sheng was willing to cooperate, today's situation could end peacefully. The emperor of Sheng heard the subtext in Chao Ziming's words, and looked at him in astonishment. He knew the inside story. He would never believe that his eldest daughter was an undercover from the demon cult. He was already surprised that Ji Changsheng dared to frame his eldest daughter. Now Chao Ziming meant to frame him. The emperor was so angry that he laughed. "Mr. Chao, Elder Ji, I am the emperor of Sheng." Ji Changsheng said calmly. "Who said that the emperor can't be a demon from the demon cult? I clearly felt the bloody aura coming from you." The emperor was stunned. "Elder Ji, are you trying to frame me? Are you crazy?" According to the Xianmen Convention, Xianmen disciples cannot attack the mortal kings, and cannot arbitrarily interfere in the change of human dynasties. Otherwise they will be retaliated and killed by all the major Xianmen. Ji Changsheng's face was indifferent. It's ridiculous. This Xianmen Convention to protect the Emperor of Sheng was actually made by Emperor Ing on behalf of the human dynasty in the Xianmen. If Emperor Ing had not risen up in the past, the human dynasty would be a toy of the Xianmen disciples, and they could play with it at will. After Emperor Ing, the major Xianmen restrained their behavior, and no longer interfered with the change of human dynasties at will, but more from the side. This is also the biggest confidence of the Emperor of Sheng to meet Ji Changsheng, and to disobey Ji Changsheng in public. In his eyes, including in the eyes of the world, Ji Changsheng dared to kill the princess and the prince. But he certainly didn't dare to touch the emperor, because including the 5 great sword immortals, the top great practitioners such as the masters of the major immortal sects, have signed their names on the Immortal Sect Convention. It is an iron rule that practitioners are not allowed to attack the king of the mortal world. It's a pity. Ji Changsheng is not a person who follows the rules. Moreover, the rules set by Emperor Ing are protecting the traitors of Ing. This matter itself is not right for Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng looked at the Emperor of Sheng and smiled like a spring breeze. "Old thing. Let me remind you of one thing. Fairy Linglong issued a sword order, and cultivators above the nascent soul realm are prohibited from entering Sheng within 1 year. So even if I violated the immortal sect convention, no great practitioner can do justice for you within 1 year. The emperor's face was livid. You dare not. If you do this, all immortal sect disciples below the nascent soul realm can immediately kill you. Ji Changsheng sneered. Even if this didn't happen, they would still have to attack me. When he went down the mountain, Li Changshi reminded him that turning Xingguo's luck totem into a dragon was his true disciple's test. And killing him, or preventing him from being promoted to the true disciple, was the true disciple's test for other immortal sect disciples. Ji Changsheng had never ignored the group of people. It's just that many people are still hiding in the dark, and it's not easy to kill them. If the Emperor of Shunguo was killed, that group of people would jump out, which would save him a lot of trouble. According to Li Changshi, the Tai Ching saint in the prehistoric immortal world had already taken action. Xuandu Temple belongs to the orthodox human religion. It is innate that it can't pee in the same pot with other immortal sects that represent the interests of practitioners. So it's useless for him to show goodwill. They have different positions, so they can only talk with swords. Old man, senior brother Chao, and I have given you a chance to reform. But you are stubborn. You would rather bet that I dare not take action due to the immortal sect convention than do something practical for the people. Ji Changsheng was also helpless. Why do you force me to kill you? The emperor shouted angrily. Ji Changsheng, don't seek death. The rules of the world are now jointly formulated by the major immortal sections. You want to change the world with your own strength. But you are not qualified. I am backed by the Tontian Chamber of Commerce. And Fairy Linglong has also signed the immortal sect convention. If you dare to take action against me, you will immediately cut yourself off from the world. Ji Changsheng put his right hand on his chest and bowed slightly to the Emperor of Sheng. This made the Emperor feel a little relieved. Fortunately, he said that Ji Changsheng was not crazy enough to ignore the immortal sect convention and directly destroy the peaceful coexistence between the cultivation world and the mortal world. Then he saw Chao Ziming drawing his sword. His eyes flashed with a determined killing intent. Junior brother Ji has unlimited potential and a loyal heart. He has done enough. We cannot leave all the dangers to junior brother Ji just because he is a noble person. I will take on such a heavy cause, an effect of violating the immortal sect covenant. Chao Ziming is ready to take on this cause, an effect for Ji Changsheng. Chao Ziming, what are you going to do? The emperor didn't expect that he had just comforted Ji Changsheng. And Chao Ziming actually drew his sword. Do you think I was scared? Blood flashed. The next moment, the emperor's body was torn apart, and he died with his eyes open. At this time, Chao Ziming's sword had just been unsheathed. Chao Ziming looked at Ji Changsheng in astonishment. Ji Changsheng was still patting his chest, bowing, and apologizing to the emperor. Every country's reform has been achieved through bloodshed. There is no bloodshed and sacrifice in the prosperous country today. This is why the country is not prosperous. If there is, please start with your majesty. Chapter 81 After investigation by Elder Ji. His Majesty committed suicide out of fear of crime. Ji Changsheng has always believed that reforms must make others bleed first. So he did not hesitate to attack the Emperor of Sheng. If the Emperor of Sheng bleeds first, many people will bleed less later. Ji Changsheng's actions were too fast. So fast that Chao Ziming did not react. Junior brother Ji. You? Chao Ziming smiled bitterly. Can't you give me a chance to perform? He swore to heaven that he was definitely ready to take on this cause, an effect for junior brother Ji. He just acted a little slowly. It's not his fault. Chao Ziming has received orthodox education in Danqing Pavilion for the past few decades. Even if he followed Ji Changsheng for 2 days, and his thoughts changed, he could not adapt to Ji Changsheng's rhythm of action so quickly. Asking him to kill a mortal emperor without teaching is a challenge to Chao Ziming's outlook on life over the past few decades. For a disciple of Danqing Pavilion who cultivates righteousness, such a thing is not as easy as imagined. Chao Ziming's ability to draw his sword already means that he has taken a big step forward. But Chao Ziming couldn't kill people as recklessly as Ji Changsheng did. Chao Ziming really couldn't do it. So when Chao Ziming saw that Ji Changsheng was still the first to take action, he felt guilty. Junior brother Ji, you don't want me to bear the consequences. I understand. Chao Ziming felt a huge warm current wrapped in his heart. He considered junior brother Ji, and junior brother Ji also had him in his heart. This is probably true love for true love. Good people also hope to be treated gently by others. And Chao Ziming is naturally no exception. That's why he was more moved. The better a person is, the easier it is to remember the kindness of others to him. Don't worry, junior brother G. No matter what kind of punishment you face in the future, I will face it with you. I promise you that I will never let junior brother G get into trouble before me. Chao Ziming promised solemnly. Ji Changsheng smiled and shook his head. Senior brother Chao, don't learn to make promises like a scumbag in the future. Chao Ziming was anxious. Junior brother G. I'm serious. God has mercy on him. He has only cultivated good until now. And he doesn't even have the chance to be a scumbag. I know you are serious. But your promise is still a scumbag's promise. Ji Changsheng complained. Let me give you an example. Fairy Ling wants to kill me. How can you guarantee that I won't get into trouble before you? Fairy Ling used a fixed body technique. And you can't move at all. How can you protect me? Chao Ziming's face flushed. But he was speechless. In this world where you can practice, there is really nothing absolute. It's not that easy to commit suicide. So, brother, remember to be a man and never make promises. Especially to women. A promise is a debt. And it is easy to delay others. Ji Changsheng kindly reminded. This is a kind reminder from him, as a good man to another good man. In addition, killing a demon is nothing big. And there is no cause and effect. Ji Changsheng sent a message to the queen calmly. At this time, the royal family's worshippers finally reacted. Of course, there are masters guarding the palace. However, the immortal sect convention is there. And it has been nearly 100 years since a cultivator dared to kill the emperor. Ji Changsheng and Chao Ziming were introduced by the empress, and had sent a visiting card to the emperor to ask for an audience. How could the royal servants have thought that Ji Changsheng would take action as soon as he said so? Even if Yu Lao Mo came today, he would not violate the Fairy Gate Convention signed and sealed by Ling Long Fairy. So the masters of the palace were also confused. Until now, they realized what had happened. So a Jindan guest sent by the president of Tontian Chamber of Commerce to protect the emperor of Shenghua went crazy. Looking at the emperor of Shenghua who died with his body torn apart. Yin Yogan's scalp was numb, and his eyes were bloodshot. Ji Changsheng, did you kill his majesty? As a guest of Tontian Chamber of Commerce, Yin Yujin was once instructed by the president of Tontian Chamber of Commerce. The purpose of his being sent to Shenghua was to protect the emperor. Now the person he was protecting was dead. What should he do? How dare you? Yin Yujin didn't understand. He also wanted to kill someone now. You openly violated the Immortal Sects Convention. Everyone in the cultivation can kill you. Take your life. Confirming that the emperor was dead, and could not be saved even by the president himself. Yin Yogan's mentality completely collapsed. And he rushed towards Ji Changsheng with a knife. Without Ji Changsheng's action, Chao Ziming snorted coldly, took a step forward, and stood directly in front of Ji Changsheng. The Howren sword energy in his hand burst out, and a line was drawn directly 3 feet in front of him and Ji Changsheng. Those who enter without permission will die. Dare to touch junior brother Ji in front of me. Do you think I am a dead person? Chao Ziming felt guilty for not getting the head when he killed the emperor of Shenghua just now. This group of royal worshippers actually dared to surround and kill Ji Changsheng in front of him. I can't stand it. Junior brother Ji. Wait a moment. I'll take care of them. Ji Changsheng looked at the increasing number of royal worshippers around him. And he was in the mood to complain. Senior brother Chao, I just told you not to make promises to scumbags easily. Are you sure you can deal with these worshippers alone? Chao Ziming's face flushed again. How come Shenghua has so many Jindan worshippers? Ordinary mortal countries don't have this kind of strength at all. Although he is also advanced to the peak of Jindan. He looked around and saw at least 10 Jindan masters. Yin Yujin is the same peak of Jindan as him. Chao Ziming, who had just made a big talk, was very embarrassed at this moment. Careless. It seems that he really can't protect junior brother Ji. And he himself may even capsize in the gutter. Ji Changsheng is not surprised that the royal family of Shenghua has this hidden power. Since the royal family of Shenghua is backed by Tontian Chamber of Commerce, the high-end power may be lacking, but the low-end cannon fodder can be piled up with money and resources. In addition, he was sent to Shenghua, and many sects naturally sent out their hidden troops. The strength of the Shenghua royal family is naturally stronger than what is seen on the surface. But Ji Changsheng is not worried. In terms of background, I, the great emperor of Nanji Changsheng, have never been afraid of anyone. Brother Chao, you stop this aggressive swordsman. Ji Changsheng did not know Yin Yujin, but he felt the other party's undisguised killing intention. Chao Ziming heard the words and rushed directly to Yan Yujin to kill. He also sensed that Yan Yujin was the strongest among the people present, and his desire to kill Ji Changsheng was the strongest. As for the others, are you sure you want to attack Ji? Although he was surrounded by enemies, Ji Changsheng remained calm and composed. With just 2 sentences, he put pressure on the surrounding priests. I am an inner sect disciple of Xuandu Temple. My senior sister is the leader of the Yoguang lineage of the 8 veins of Xuandu. What? A disciple of Xuandu Temple? Don't you even have the power to kill the demons? The last time a priest who had met Ji Changsheng because of the princess's accident heard Ji Changsheng say this, he blurted out, Your Majesty is also a demon from the demon sect? Ji Changsheng said with relief. This gentleman has a sharp eye and can see through everything. I am not. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. The priest who spoke just now almost cried. He just spoke too quickly. He didn't mean to say that the Emperor of Shengguo was a demon from the demon sect. Elder Ji. I just wonder. Do we have so many demons in Sheng? The words of this worshipper resonated with many worshippers around him. To be honest, when Ji Changsheng and Yi Jianxian had different opinions, most of the royal worshippers actually supported Ji Changsheng. At least 70% of the royal worshippers believed that Ji Changsheng was wronged by Yi Jianxian, and the eldest princess must be an undercover of the heavenly demon cult. But now, after the crown prince and the eldest princess, the emperor of Sheng has also become a demon. It is difficult for the royal worshippers not to side with Yi Jianxian. It seems, Ji Changsheng is not quite the same as the image of a golden mouth and jade words they imagined. With the silent encouragement of the people around him, the worshipper who had just spoken boldly spoke again. Is there any evidence to prove that your majesty is also a demon? Ji Changsheng raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The next moment, the emperor of Sheng, whose body was separated from the ground, changed. It turned into an evil ghost that wanted to devour people. It was suppressed in Ji Changsheng's palm and could not break free. But it seemed that as long as Ji Changsheng let go of control, the evil ghost incarnated by the emperor of Sheng would be able to drag everyone into the boundless hell. At the same time, everyone seemed to no longer be in the Yangqing Palace of the Shenghua Palace. Instead, they came to the 18th level of hell. There were mountains of swords and seas of fire all around, and ghosts were everywhere. Countless underworld officials walked among them. The impermanence demanded lives, and the evil ghosts took souls. Everyone felt the coldness from the heart. Snap! Ji Changsheng snapped his fingers again. Everyone returned to the Yangqing Palace. Ji Changsheng looked around and saw that 3/4 of the people were pale. Even those who did not have obvious vision still had fear in their eyes and pupils. He also refreshed his understanding of Yaguang Luohuan heart method again. Li Chengxi said that his current illusion could not kill people. Facts have proved that Li Chengxi's pattern is still small. Who said that you can't kill someone without a gun? And Yaguang Luohuan is simply a miracle of group attack. Playing as an auxiliary, fighting in a group, as long as the timing is good, you can definitely become a god. Now everyone believes it. Right? The emperor is really a demon, Ji Changsheng said with a smile. A few worshippers believed it. Most worshippers looked at Ji Changsheng in awe, not daring not to believe it. Many smart people finally remembered Ji Changsheng's origin at this moment. Ji Changsheng himself introduced it. Xuandu 8 Meridians. Yaguang Luohuan. It is said that it is the last of the Xuandu 8 Meridians. But if Ji Changsheng just performed the illusion of the Yaguang lineage, these casual cultivators and worshippers can only look up to the power of Xuandu Temple. Such an attainment in illusion can only rank last among the 8 meridians of Xuandu Temple? How powerful is Xuandu Temple? And will Xuandu Temple protect Ji Changsheng? The royal priests are not eunuchs, who are bound to the honor and disgrace of the royal family. They are essentially contract workers. The priests sacrificed their freedom to work for the royal family and earn spiritual stones and other cultivation resources from the royal family. Since ancient times, few workers are willing to fight for the capitalists. Of course, the priests don't want to. Only a guest of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, like Yan Yujin, will do his best to avenge the emperor of Shenghua. Otherwise, he can't give an explanation to the president of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. Seeing that most of the royal priests have believed in his innocence, Ji Changsheng nodded with satisfaction. The effect of sincerity for sincerity is still very good. Now it seems that only the swordsman is still fighting for the emperor of Shenghua. The demon cult monster. Who is that person? Ji Changsheng asked. It was still the priest who answered, Elder Yin. He is different from us casual cultivators. He is a Jin and guest of Tontian Chamber of Commerce. Ji Changsheng understood. No wonder this guy felt as if his father had died when he saw the Emperor of Sheng. He should be the bodyguard that Tontian Chamber of Commerce arranged for the Emperor of Sheng. Now that the person he was supposed to protect is dead. According to the rules of the underworld, the bodyguards are usually buried with him. This guy surnamed Yin is a guest of Tontian Chamber of Commerce. The top master of Tontian Chamber of Commerce is Yi Jianxian. Yi Jianxian has been confirmed to have colluded with the wife of the leader of the Tianma cult. So Tontian Chamber of Commerce has now turned to the camp of the demon cult. Obviously, this guy surnamed Yin is also a demon from the demon cult. I think it is because of this guy that the Sheng Kingdom royal family can be lurked so deeply by the demon from the demon cult. Ji Changsheng thought his analysis was well-founded and convincing. The surrounding worshippers were stunned. What stunned them even more was yet to come. Since he is a demon from the demon cult, there is no need to talk about the rules of the martial arts world. It is the right thing to kill the demon quickly. Demon, die! Ji Changsheng raised his sword. The blood sea vision instantly spread. Boom! The waves washed away the sand, and the waves hit the shore. Yin Yujin was directly covered by the blood sea. Before Yin Yujin could react, half of his blood was drained by the sad demon's sword in an instant. Who is it? Yin Yujin drew his sword to cut off the sea, trying to soar into the sky and break free from the shackles of the blood sea. At this moment, Yin Yujin, who had just broken free from the blood sea, stiffened and his eyes lost focus. It took only 1/1000th of a second. The sound of chewing came from the Wanhun banner in Ji Changsheng's hand. Until then, Ji Changsheng's smiling invitation reached Yin Yogen's mind. Dao Yin, I am here to greet you. Please choose a blessed place in the Wanhun banner to live. I guarantee that Dao Yin does not need to pay monthly and has permanent property rights. Even after death, it will not be nationalized. Ah! Yin Yujin held his head with both hands and screamed in midair. Then he was beheaded by Chao Ziming with a sword. But Chao Ziming didn't react at all. Why did this guy suddenly lose his body? Chao Ziming scratched his head. Ji Changsheng thought about it and analyzed. The magic sect skills are weird and unpredictable. And there are many troubles. I guess Yan's magic sect skills are not practiced well. So there is a problem at the critical moment of life and death. Chao Ziming suddenly realized. So that's it. The worshippers looked at each other in bewilderment. They wanted to complain about something, but they didn't say the last word. Because Ji Changsheng didn't use illusion just now. He tested his true strength. Of course, it was mainly the strength of the magic sect skills. The blood knife attacked from the front. The 10,000 souls banner shot from the side. Under the combination of physical attack plus mental attack, Yin Yujin, who was at the peak of the golden elixir, was not careful for a moment and fell directly into Ji Changsheng's fighting rhythm. Then he was beheaded from behind by Chao Ziming with a sword. It was a frustrating death, but it was not unfair. Ji Changsheng confirmed his current true strength. He can be super god as a support, and he should be able to deal with the peak of the golden elixir realm by taking damage. However, the man surnamed Yin was just a guest of Tontian Chamber of Commerce. His peak of the golden elixir strength was not necessarily the same as Chao Ziming, who was cultivated by Danqing Pavilion. So he should be extra careful when encountering a peak of the golden elixir in the future. If you can fight in a group, try not to fight alone. If you can play as a support, try not to take damage. After dealing with Yin Yujin, Ji Changsheng turned his attention to other worshippers. The guy surnamed Yin just had a blood sea phenomenon on his body. And there were even traces of the use of the 100 Souls banner. Everyone saw it with their own eyes. You should be able to be a witness for me. Right? Chao Ziming was the first to respond to Ji Changsheng's call. Yes. I saw it. It seems that the Tontian Chamber of Commerce and the demon cult are colluding more deeply than I thought. This time, senior brother Chao really didn't deliberately help the evil, because he really saw it. But his perspective was biased. The worshippers saw clearly that the blood sea phenomenon and the 100 Souls banner were all caused by Ji Changsheng. But in Chao Ziming's heart, junior brother Ji is a righteous man with a pure heart. These magic skills and strange phenomena must have been created by Yin Yujin. But junior brother Ji was accidentally involved in it. The disciples of Xuandu Temple plus Danqing Pavilion both pointed at the deer and called it a horse. And the worshippers were speechless in front of him. They could only express their protest in silence. At this time, the queen came late. What happened here? The queen came to the Yongxing Palace and saw her husband, who was completely dead, and the strongest bodyguard beside her husband. And she was frightened. "What happened to your majesty?" Seeing the queen appear, many royal worshippers were certain in their hearts. After all, they took the money of the Shunwo royal family, and they still had a certain sense of belonging to the Shunwo royal family. Now that the emperor is dead, the queen must be justice for her man. This is a very natural idea. So they quickly reported the matter to the queen. After hearing the report of the worshippers, the queen became more and more frightened. "Is that so?" The queen looked at Ji Changsheng. "Elder Ji, do you mean that his majesty is also a demon from the demon cult?" Ji Changsheng nodded. Although he was not afraid of the immortal sect convention, and did not mind letting others know that he killed the emperor of Shung, this was limited to allowing others to think so in their hearts. On the surface, Ji, only kill demons from the demon cult. If the King of Heaven comes, I will also kill demons from the demon cult. As a disciple of the righteous path, Ji Changsheng has always been clear about one thing, that the righteous path has to pretend on the surface. I know you know. And you also know that I know you know. But I still have to pretend. This is the basic operation of a righteous person. The queen's face was pale, and she was completely frightened by the situation in front of her. I am a woman, born in a humble family, ignorant, and I don't know many things. Elder Ji, do you have evidence to prove that His Majesty is a demon from the demon cult? Ji Changsheng continued to nod, of course. Your Majesty, don't worry. Ji has always been evidence-based. The queen breathed a sigh of relief. So His Majesty was really killed by Elder Ji. Ji Changsheng shook his head. My Majesty? I didn't kill His Majesty. Who saw me kill His Majesty? The queen looked at the offerings. The offerings looked at each other. They really didn't see Ji Changsheng do it with their own eyes. The queen asked cautiously, then how did His Majesty die? Ji Changsheng thought for a while. Looked at the Emperor of Shunwa, whose body was torn apart and died with his eyes open. And analyzed seriously. The dog Emperor was discovered by me as a demon from the demon cult. And he committed suicide out of shame. Chapter 82. What? Are you not convinced? Chao Ziming almost knelt down to Ji Changsheng on the spot when he heard Ji Changsheng say this. It's still possible? Even Chao Ziming couldn't think of it. And the royal priests were even more powerless to complain. A female priest couldn't stand it anymore, and pointed at the Emperor of Shung State, whose body had been torn apart, and asked Ji Changsheng, Elder Ji, does your Majesty's body torn apart and eyes open look like suicide? Ji Changsheng nodded. Yes. People around. I have never seen such a shameless person. Ji Changsheng patiently explained. This sister is inexperienced at first glance. For those who practice, there are many ways to commit suicide. Your Majesty's death is like he used his magic power to cut off his head with a knife before he died. The female priest looked at Ji Changsheng's sincere face and fell into a long silence. She thought of what her mother had taught her. The more handsome a boy is, the more likely he is to lie. But the female priest felt that her mother's words might not be entirely correct. Although Ji Changsheng was very good-looking, his deceiving skills were obviously not very good. He was shameless. And he was telling her blatantly, I am just deceiving you. Do you have the ability to expose me? The female priest asked herself. She didn't have this ability. She couldn't help but question it just now, which was her limit. Although none of the other priests believed that the emperor committed suicide out of shame, no one was willing to stand up and be the honest child. So Ji Changsheng was very relieved. Your Majesty, you see, the priests also agree with my opinion. We all agree that the dog emperor committed suicide out of shame. And your Majesty can announce this news to the public. Ji Changsheng knew that not many people would believe that the emperor committed suicide out of shame. It was not important. He just needed to give Xuandu Temple a reason to help him exonerate. Whether it was true or false. Whether the outside world believed it or not. It was irrelevant to him. It was even better if the outside world did not believe it. In this way, fewer people in Shun would dare to oppose him. As for the truth, before Fairy Ling Long ascended, Xuandu Temple had the final right to interpret the truth. So Ji Changsheng was not panicked at all. The queen was also convinced by Ji Changsheng's sincerity. Fortunately, Elder Ji is very observant. And there are all the priests as witnesses. Otherwise, I would have thought that His Majesty was killed. The priests wanted to say that we didn't want to be witnesses at all. But Ji Changsheng blew on the Xuandu Temple standard magic sword in his hand. Seeing this, Chao Ziming also drew out his sword again and looked at it. as if there was some peerless treasure on the sword. Choose the good and follow it. Chao Ziming felt that his realm was getting better and better. So the royal family's worshippers kept silent. Even the queen didn't want to do justice for the emperor. Why should they? The workers work so hard for their bosses? And it's not their turn. The queen was completely relieved. Things went more smoothly than she expected. Of course, her attitude also played a very important role. Sometimes, in addition to the enemy being too strong, surrendering before the battle is also a very important reason for undermining the opponent's will to fight. As the current leader of the royal camp, the queen knelt down to Ji Changsheng first. The worshippers naturally had no intention of fighting. Your Majesty has passed away. This matter cannot be concealed. I will announce this news to the public later. The queen looked at Ji Changsheng again. Elder Ji, you said that your Majesty is a demon from the demon cult. You must also provide evidence. Otherwise people in the world are likely to misunderstand you. Ji Changsheng smiled and nodded. Don't worry, madam. If you don't want others to know, you must not do it yourself. Although the emperor is hiding well, the breath of the demon cult monster can't be hidden from me. Later, Ji will simply search and will definitely find evidence to prove that your Majesty is a demon cult monster, and will never let the world doubt it. The most difficult thing is to kill the demon cult monster. Now that the demon cult monster has been killed, it is only necessary to prove that the demon cult monster is a demon cult monster. This is very simple. Ji Changsheng doesn't have much else here, and he has enough things related to the demon cult. The queen nodded. Thank you, Elder Ji. If it weren't for Elder Ji, the court of Shenghua would be in danger. Ji Changsheng said modestly. It's not just my credit. Senior brother Chao also fought bloody battles and killed a demon cult monster. Ji Changsheng pointed to Yan Yujin, whose body was also torn apart. This man is a Jin Dan guest of Tontian Chamber of Commerce on the surface. But in fact he has already surrendered to the demon cult. Not only him, but even the top expert of Tontian Chamber of Commerce, Yi Jianxian, has surrendered to the wife of the leader of the heavenly demon cult. The reason why the royal family of Shenghua was invaded so deeply by the demon cult is probably because of the dog emperor and this demon named Yin. This inference is well founded, which makes the queen very convinced. In addition, all the priests are also very clear about justice. After I explained the truth, they immediately saw the true face of the demon of the dog emperor and the demon cult, and decisively stood on the side of justice and truth. The queen should also be generous to them. Although the priests are all cultivators and do not care about the gold and silver treasures of the mortal world, it is not the act of a wise master not to reward them for their merits. Divide, pull over, coercion, induce. After Ji Changsheng said of moves, the already silent royal priests had no intention of resisting. The queen readily accepted the advice, since the money used to pay the tributes was also from the Shang kingdom's royal family. The queen had no psychological pressure to spend her dead husband's money. What Elder Ji said is right. I want to thank all the tributes. The queen listened to the advice very well. Your Majesty is dead, and the Shang kingdom's royal family is in turmoil. I am a woman and I really need the great help of all the tributes. From now on, the treatment of all the tributes will be increased by 20%. This is the limit of what I can do now. If I want to continue to improve the treatment of all the tributes, I need to have a greater say. Please don't be surprised. Ji Changsheng looked at the queen with appreciation. The queen is indeed capable of surviving the palace fighting environment. What she said just now is very good. She tied her own interests to the royal tributes. In this way, opposing the queen is opposing her future income. Your Majesty is humble and willing to accept advice, and you are a wise ruler. Ji Changsheng said directly. The country cannot be without a ruler for a day. Now the emperor has committed suicide out of shame, and the prince has been confirmed to be a demon from the Huangquan sect and was killed by Ji. There is a power vacuum in Shenghua, which is not a blessing for the people. I think your Majesty is gentle and elegant, and knows how to appoint people. Please temporarily take charge of the court. For the sake of the people of Shenghua, please do not refuse. Ah? The queen was a little surprised. Elder Ji, you don't know that the court has an ancestral precept that the harem is not allowed to interfere in politics. Ji Changsheng waved his hand. This ancestral precept was abolished by the emperor and the civil and military officials of the court 2 days ago. Your Majesty doesn't have to worry. The truth, from the emperor to the ministers of Shenghua, no one is willing to cooperate with Ji Changsheng to rectify the business of foodie. So the queen who came from a poor family was pushed out as a puppet. They were the first to violate the ancestral precepts. And Ji Changsheng is not talking nonsense now. Madam, the Emperor and the first priest of Shangwe are both demons. It is hard to imagine the extent to which the royal family of Shangwe has been infiltrated by the demons. Now I only trust you. And the royal priests also only trust you. So please don't refuse. On behalf of the priests, please preside over the government. Ji Changsheng is a reasonable person. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt that he could not forcibly represent others. So he immediately corrected, of course. If any priest has a different opinion and does not want to be represented by Ji, he can also stand up and refute. I am the most reasonable person. As long as what you say is right, Ji will definitely listen to your advice and will never force it. Chao Ziming admired him very much. Junior brother Ji, you are too kind. The priests were silent again. Ji Changsheng said with relief, Your Majesty, did you see that? It is the common call of the priests to let you preside over the government. For the sake of the priests, you should not refuse. Otherwise it will chill the hearts of the loyal ministers and righteous men. The queen was also moved. Thank you all the priests. And thank you Elder Ji for your appreciation. Although I have no experience. Since you are appreciated by everyone, I can only take up the responsibility at this juncture and temporarily act as the next new monarch. Ji Changsheng thought that the queen still couldn't help but praise. She shouldn't have agreed so quickly. 3 requests and 3 declines are the tacit rules of everyone. But he also understood. The more complicated the process is, the more likely it is to have accidents. The queen is in place in one step, so as to avoid complications. Your Majesty is so righteous. Wait a minute. Just when Ji Changsheng and the queen had reached a consensus, and the queen reluctantly decided to take charge of the government, a man in his 30s broke into the Yongxin palace. The 4-clawed python embroidered on his clothes showed his identity. Chao Ziming sent a message to Ji Changsheng. It's the 3rd prince. Ji Changsheng immediately remembered what Chao Ziming had said to him before. Ji Changsheng showed his carriage and wanted to rectify the blessed land business of Shangwe. But the powerful people of Shangwe didn't want to cooperate. The emperor claimed to be ill and couldn't go out. The 3rd prince broke his leg while riding a horse. The 4th prince was also diagnosed with a serious illness by the imperial physician and couldn't take charge at all. Ji Changsheng believed in the principle of sincerity for sincerity. But seeing the 3rd prince's brisk legs, Ji Changsheng was very angry. I believe in you. But you actually played a conspiracy on me. It's simply unreasonable. Before Ji Changsheng could react, the 3rd prince started to cry out, Father, you died so tragically. Ji Changsheng glanced at the imperial family servants around him. He attacked the emperor in the Yongxin palace. And the noise was loud. It was certain that he could not hide it from others. But the 3rd prince could come so quickly. And there must be a tip-off among the imperial family servants. Since the 3rd prince could come, the 4th prince, who was seriously ill, would probably have a medical miracle soon. Ji Changsheng, who never lied, sneered in his heart. A bunch of liars, deceiving his feelings. Father, who killed you? I must avenge you. The 3rd prince was in tears, but his voice was loud. If Ji Changsheng had not set up a soundproof barrier, the 3rd prince's mourning would have spread throughout the palace in the first place. It can be seen that the 3rd prince still has some cultivation. He is close to the foundation. So Ji Changsheng became more and more angry. With such cultivation, he actually lied to him that his leg was broken because of riding a horse. He is not a son. Don't cry, Ji Changsheng said coldly, 3rd prince. Even if you cry loudly, it won't be heard. I have set up a soundproof barrier. The 3rd prince's crying stopped for a second. Then he continued to cry loudly. It was not until 5 seconds later that the 3rd prince gradually recovered his excitement and asked, Elder Ji, may I ask what happened to my father? Why did he die suddenly? Is someone trying to harm my father? Obviously, the 3rd prince already knew who killed his father. But he didn't dare to point the spearhead at Ji Changsheng. Instead, he looked at the queen fiercely. If I can't bully Ji Changsheng, can I still bully you? The queen is the successor. And she is not even older than the 3rd prince. In fact, after entering the palace, the queen has not given birth to a child. Even if the queen has offspring, she may not be the queen. Before, it was because the queen had no offspring and was born in a humble family that she posed no threat to any forces. In addition, the queen herself knew how to advance and retreat. So after weighing the pros and cons of all parties, she became the queen of Shangwe. The third prince certainly didn't expect that the woman who had never threatened him in the past would now jump out and compete with him for the throne. The queen seemed to be frightened by the third prince's aggressive questioning, and looked at Ji Changsheng for help. Ji Changsheng did not disappoint the queen. He didn't even answer the third prince's question. He was immersed in the fact that he was deceived, and was very angry. Third prince, if I remember correctly, didn't you break your leg while riding a horse? The third prince, it's already this time. Why are you still holding on to this kind of thing? But when he asked Ji Changsheng was too lazy to answer him. Ji Changsheng asked him, but he didn't dare to ignore him. The third prince could only say, I did fall off my horse and broke my thigh before. But after the careful treatment of the imperial physician, I have recovered now. Is the imperial physician's medical skills so good? Ji Changsheng sneered. Why do I remember that you said you would have to lie in bed for 3 months? The third prince was speechless. He originally thought that Ji Changsheng would be in Shenghua for at least a year. So of course, he didn't dare to show up and get involved with Ji Changsheng. But he didn't dare to offend Ji Changsheng either. He could only claim to be sick and not go out. Now the situation has changed dramatically. The emperor has passed away, and he has a son. If he stays in bed again, the third prince will despise himself for giving up such a good opportunity. But the lie is indeed irreversible. Seeing that the third prince was speechless, Ji Changsheng was furious. You bastard. You broke your leg when you were pleading for the people. And your leg suddenly got better after your father died. Are you still a human being? You are simply a beast that violates human ethics. Now you jump out. Do you still want to inherit the throne of Shenghua? The third prince. Of course he thought about it. Elder Ji, the crown prince was killed by you. And I am the eldest son now. If something happens to my father, I should inherit the throne. Ji Changsheng angrily scolded. A beast like you who only cares about the throne and not the people is worthy of inheriting the throne? If Shenghua is handed over to you, Ji will be irresponsible to the people of the world. What does the succession of the throne of Shenghua have to do with Elder Ji? The third prince argued. The Xianmen Convention stipulates that practitioners are not allowed to interfere in the succession of the throne of the human dynasty. Do you want to violate the Xianmen Convention? Crack! The third prince's leg broke as soon as he finished speaking. Under the eyes of the crowd, the third prince fell to the ground and almost fainted from the pain. Ji Changsheng asked in confusion, Brother Chao, what did you see just now? Chao Ziming and Ji Changsheng looked at each other. And then his ears moved. And he suddenly realized and said, I saw that the third prince broke his leg because of falling off the horse as rumored. After saying this, Chao Ziming's old face flushed. But I felt a great sense of accomplishment. I can finally cooperate with junior brother Ji. Although it was a lie. But this third prince is really not a son of man. For such a person to become an emperor is cruel to the people of Shenghua. I am pleading for the people and upholding justice. So Chao Ziming continued with a noble heart. I see that the third prince's injury will not heal for a year or two. Ji Changsheng nodded in agreement. In this case, the government of Shenghua must not be represented by the third prince. Otherwise it will mislead the country and the people. Chao Ziming deeply agreed. Junior brother Ji is right. Father, you died so tragically. Father, who killed you? I must avenge you. Ji Changsheng had just dealt with the third prince when another mourner broke into the Yongqing palace. The four-clawed python was still embroidered on his clothes. Ji Changsheng knew the identity of this guy without Chao Ziming and the queen's introduction. It must be the fourth prince, who was seriously ill not long ago. But a medical miracle just happened. Everyone stared at the fourth prince with strange eyes. 3 seconds later, the fourth prince also felt the strange atmosphere of the Yongqing palace. Seeing his father and Yin Yujin separated from their bodies, and his third brother lying on the ground hugging his legs and wailing, the fourth prince's cry gradually subsided. What happened? The fourth prince asked tentatively. The situation seemed to be different from what he thought. What happened to his third brother? Ji Changsheng looked at the fourth prince with a smile. The emperor of Shenghua only had these 2 sons left. If one of these 2 had stood up and was willing to cooperate with him to rectify the business of foodie and do something practical for the people of Shenghua, Ji Changsheng would not have chosen to cooperate with the queen. The opportunity was given to them, but they did not seize it. Now it is too late to jump out and try to grab the throne. Fourth prince? Are you seriously ill? The imperial physician said that you can't manage anything and need to rest well. The fourth prince argued, I spent a lot of money to buy a precious healing pill from Tontian Chamber of Commerce. I have just recovered from my illness. I didn't deliberately deceive Elder Ji before. Ji Changsheng nodded in agreement. I naturally believe in the fourth prince. The fourth prince was indeed seriously ill before, and certainly didn't deceive me. The fourth prince felt relieved. It's a pity that you are an ordinary person after all. You don't understand that in our cultivation world, medicine can't be taken randomly, let alone the pills produced by Tontian Chamber of Commerce. Tontian Chamber of Commerce has already turned to the demon cult, and has ill intentions toward Shengwu. The pill you took was not a healing pill, but a poison pill, which aggravated your injury. How can this be? The fourth prince didn't finish his words, and his right hand pinched his throat. His face was purple and blue. He tried very hard to speak, but he couldn't make a sound. Ji Changsheng sighed and said, Look, I said that the medicine you took was not a healing medicine, but it made your injury worse. Am I right? The fourth prince looked at Ji Changsheng with resentment. This devil actually attacked him in public. Ji Changsheng smiled and said, Why? Fourth prince? Are you not convinced? Then Ji Changsheng turned his eyes to the third prince. Or is it that the third prince is not convinced? Finally, Ji Changsheng looked around at the royal family worshippers around him. Everyone lowered their heads, and no one dared to look at Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng smiled with satisfaction. My queen, it seems that you are the one who presides over the overall situation of Shengwu. And everyone is convinced. Chapter 83 Treating, Beheading, Accepting as a dog. As a disciple of the righteous path, Ji Changsheng has always convinced people with virtue and reason. The facts have proved to be very effective. Not to mention those worshippers who were moved by Ji Changsheng's virtue. The queen almost knelt down to Ji Changsheng. Yes, master. It's mainly because Elder Ji is very perceptive, and has seen through the truth of His Majesty's death, and the real physical condition of the third and fourth princes. Since the third and fourth princes are both unwell. Although I am a woman, I have no choice but to take the responsibility. I also hope that Elder Ji can give me more guidance in the future, and lead our Shengwu to prosperity and strength. After saying this, the queen was scared and broke into a cold sweat. She was used to calling master and almost blurted it out just now. It's mainly because Ji Changsheng's previous words and deeds of convincing people with virtue in public were too eye-opening for her. It is hard not to feel submissive to such a righteous disciple. Fortunately, she reacted quickly. Others did not hear anything unusual, and were still immersed in Ji Changsheng's virtue. It was normal for the queen to be frightened and want to surrender to Ji Changsheng's behavior of winning people over with virtue. Ji Changsheng was naturally humble and polite, and declined all the thanks from the queen. You are too kind, my queen. I am the elder of Xuandu Temple, and a cultivator. According to the rules, I cannot interfere with the power change of the human dynasty. Many worshippers cursed in their hearts. You call this not interfering in the change of the human dynasty? When did the disciples of the righteous immortal sect become so shameless? Think about it. When Bai Xiuran was here, it was not so exaggerated. If Ji Changsheng knew what these people were thinking, he would definitely warn them seriously that scum like Bai Xiuran was not worthy of touching the righteous path. He is the right and legitimate heir. Your Majesty, you should take care of the palace's internal affairs and government affairs as soon as possible. And you can't let the court run into crisis. The tributes have worked hard and made great contributions, so rewards should be arranged as soon as possible. Otherwise it will be too unfair to them. Ji Changsheng had just said that he would not interfere in Sheng's internal affairs. And then he began to teach the queen how to do things. The queen naturally followed his advice. Elder Ji reminded me, Your Majesty, I have to be busy too. The dog emperor committed suicide out of shame after I found out that he was a demon from the demon cult. And the Jindan guest official of Tontian Chamber of Commerce assassinated Ji out of shame. They have to give me an explanation for these things, and give an explanation to Xuandu Temple. At the end, Ji Changsheng said angrily, When I went down the mountain, my senior sister once told me that those who offend Xuandu will be punished even if they are far away. The queen was stunned, although she had known for a long time that her master was not a good person. Ji Changsheng's words still opened her eyes. In terms of shamelessness, her master really has no limit. The worshippers were also convinced. It was you who took the initiative to break the immortal sect convention. And now you can turn the tables. Is the style of Xuandu Temple so wild? Did the disciples of Danqing Pavilion also follow suit to confuse right and wrong? Why is it completely different from the rumors? A group of casual cultivators trembled and dared not express their opinions at all. At this time, Chao Ziming exerted his subjective initiative. The third prince and the fourth prince suddenly appeared in the palace. Things are a bit strange. Chao Ziming frowned and said, they have already left the palace to set up their own residences and yamen. And they can get the news of Yangqing Palace so quickly. Obviously. Although he has only been with Ji Chansheng for a few days, Brother Chao has made significant progress. He already has the potential to learn from one thing and apply it to other situations. Ji Chansheng looked at Chao Ziming with satisfaction, feeling that he had indeed trained him well. Since ancient times, the imperial palace has been a dirty place with all kinds of people. Someone must have tipped off the third and fourth princes. Moreover, even the dog emperor is a demon from the demon cult. There must be other demon cult undercovers hidden in the Shenghua palace. These things need to be thoroughly investigated. Ji Chansheng looked at the queen and volunteered, Your Majesty, I am an outsider, so I will naturally not interfere in the internal affairs of Shenghua. But it involves the demon cult, so I can't stand idly by. Let me track down the demon cult undercover. The smart-minded priests tensed up instantly, realizing the approaching danger. Also, the safety of the worshippers must be protected. The demons of the demon cult are hard to guard against. With the secret support of the Dog Emperor and this gened and guest of Tontian Chamber of Commerce, they must have infiltrated all aspects of the palace. There may be a demon lurking around the worshippers, who may kill people at any time. Ji has some experience in tracking demons of the demon cult. With Ji here, this will never happen. The queen was shocked and asked for help. Elder Ji, the matter involves the demon cult, which is a big deal. How can I cooperate with you? Ji Chansheng was very satisfied with the queen's advice. Returning favors. Of course. He also had to help the queen clear the obstacles to power. Seal the palace, and no one is allowed to enter and leave the palace at will today, Ji Chansheng said. The queen nodded, I don't need to. But the palace has long been infiltrated like a sieve. At this point, the queen sighed helplessly. Elder Ji, you don't know that since I discovered the unusual movement in the Yangqing Palace, I have ordered the palace to be sealed. But the third prince and the fourth prince still broke in. Ji Chansheng raised his eyebrows. The queen is not a vase. He has known this for a long time. But now it seems that if he does not help the queen to kill a group of people and arrest a group of people with thundering means, it will be difficult for her to control the situation. Power must be able to enforce orders and prohibitions to be truly lethal. Otherwise, even if the queen is in the title of regent, she can't help him. The palace must be seriously rectified, and the demons and monsters of the demon sect cannot be allowed to come and go without scruples. Ji Chansheng first determined the general policy en route. Then, specific measures were implemented. Your Majesty, I will first investigate the evidence of the Dog Emperor's collusion with the devil and selling out the country. You go and prepare. We will organize a dinner party and invite all the important people in the palace. Such a big thing happened in the palace today, and many people will be uneasy. Ji has no choice but to help Your Majesty calm people's hearts. Okay. Everything will be as Elder Ji said. The queen breathed a sigh of relief. Facts have proved that although the bad master is perverse, he is still very good to his own people. Follow the master. The future is infinitely bright. The queen bravely launched a charge. Ji Chansheng really took good care of this spokesperson he had just received. Brother Chao, you will stay with the queen for the time being to protect her safety. Now the hidden dangers have not been cleared up in the palace, and the queen must not get into trouble. What about you? Chao Ziming said worriedly, Brother Ji, if there are really demons lurking, you are the most dangerous. Although Chao Ziming knew that the Emperor of Shang was definitely framed by Ji Chansheng, the princess and the crown prince were both demons in Chao Ziming's mind. So if a few more demons appeared in the palace of Shang, Chao Ziming would not be surprised at all. Ji Chansheng was not surprised either, but he didn't take it seriously. Don't worry. I basically won't leave the Yangqing Palace. If something really happens, Brother Chao, as long as you are in the palace, you will definitely be able to rush over in time. Brother Ji, you just need to know it in your heart. Seeing Ji Chansheng so confident, Chao Ziming no longer hesitated. He was still relieved about Brother Ji. Then I will follow the queen to inspect the palace first. Thank you, Brother Chao. And please do your job and keep your duty at this critical moment. If I find anyone who is colluding with demons and traitors, I will kill them without mercy. Ji Changqing's threat was real to these royal servants. No one dared to oppose it openly. Their methods were not as ruthless as Ji Changqing's. Their background was not as strong as Ji Changqing's. and their strength was probably not as strong as Ji Chongsheng's. Unless they were really demons from the demon cult. They would never think of resisting Ji Chongsheng now. Soon, Ji Chongsheng was the only one left in the Yangqing Palace. He began to look for evidence that the Dog Emperor was a demon from the demon cult. Although he had confirmed that the Dog Emperor had privately turned to the demon cult, and did not think that he had violated the Immortal Sect Convention. He did kill an emperor after all. Ji Chongsheng estimated that his behavior might even attract a joint investigation team from all the major immortal sects. After all, it had been hundreds of years since a cultivator had directly killed a human monarch in the cultivation world. This kind of thing can't be covered up. Besides, Ji Chongsheng didn't want to cover it up. So before the investigation team came, he had to find evidence to support his actions. God will not let down those who work hard. A minute later, Ji Chongsheng's surprised voice sounded in the Yangqing Palace. Found it. I said that the Dog Emperor must be a demon from the demon sect. If you don't want others to know, you must not do it yourself. I still found his demon sect tail. At night, under the leadership of the queen, Ji Chongsheng walked into the Baoha Hall. This is the grand place where Shenghua holds royal banquets, mainly used to receive guests and hold major ceremonies. The dinner organized by the queen was also held here. When the queen and Ji Chongsheng appeared together, everyone present stood up and saluted the two. Meet the queen. Meet Elder Ji. Ji Chongsheng nodded in return. The queen came to the main seat and sat down. Then she also said, "No need to be polite. Today's state banquet is held because Elder Ji has something important to announce." Everyone's eyes were focused on the queen and Ji Chongsheng. The queen did not steal the show. She knew that she was just a puppet now, and it was not her turn to steal the show. So she said directly to Ji Chongsheng, "Elder Ji, according to your previous instructions, all the people who should come to the palace have been called by me. Please tell them what you found, so that these loyal ministers will not be kept in the dark." Ji Chongsheng praised, "Your Majesty is right. And I would also like to trouble you to be a witness. In order to seek immortality, the Emperor colluded with the demon sect in private, practiced magic skills, and took human lives lightly, which was infuriating to both humans and gods. After being discovered by Ji, he committed suicide out of shame." When Ji Chongsheng said this, many people, especially several eunuchs, suddenly changed color. Today, everyone in the palace knew that something must have happened in the palace. But not everyone was well informed. Some people only knew that something happened in the palace, but they didn't know what happened specifically. After all, the queen blocked the news in time. The third and fourth princes were able to break into the palace despite the queen's blockade because they had special identities and their own network of connections. But not everyone had this power. After Ji Chongsheng exposed himself, some of the emperor's confidants instantly slammed the table and stood up. "What? Your Majesty passed away? I don't believe that your Majesty would commit suicide. Traitor, we will fight you." Seeing the commotion in front of him, as expected, Chao Ziming directly split the chopping board in front of him in half with a sword. "Shut up," Chao Ziming said coldly. "If you dare to make noise again, you will be like this table." The Baoha Hall was instantly quiet. Chao Ziming thought that what junior brother Ji said was indeed right. These people were afraid of power, but not virtue. Seeing that Chao Ziming had the situation under control, Ji Chongsheng smiled slightly and continued, "Everyone, please be patient. Ji knows that this matter is difficult for everyone to accept. But the emperor is colluding with the devil sect. There is irrefutable evidence. Please take a look." Ji Chongsheng waved his right hand. The next moment, in the middle of the Baoha Hall, there appeared ironclad evidence of the emperor's collusion with the devil sect. Blanked bones, dead corpses, magic tools, correspondence. Just as Ji Chongsheng said, the evidence is as strong as a mountain. However, when Chao Ziming saw the evidence presented by Ji Chongsheng, his old face turned red again. The queen almost vomited. The look in her eyes when she looked at Ji Chongsheng was amazing. My master is really too shameless. The third prince sat up in shock from his dying illness. Although his legs were broken and he was disabled, the third prince still stubbornly attended the dinner. The main reason was that he had to come. Ji Chongsheng specifically asked the queen to call the third prince and the fourth prince together. Then, the third prince saw the evidence that made him furious. Ji Chongsheng, you are shameless, a bastard, and you are confusing right and wrong. The third prince was so angry that he trembled all over. He pointed at Ji Chongsheng and shouted angrily, These so-called evidences are evidence that the prince and the eldest sister colluded with the devil's sect. What do they have to do with my father? Yes. Ji Changsheng did not create new evidence. He directly moved the ironclad evidence found from the prince and the eldest princess to the emperor's case. The main point is to save resources and reuse them. So the third prince was furious. Ji Changsheng, you are not even willing to fabricate some new false evidence. With such evidence, do you want to silence the world's gossip? The third prince had never seen such a perverse demon. Ji Changsheng looked at the angry third prince and sighed helplessly. Third prince, it seems that you are also deeply possessed by the devil. To this day, you are still defending the demons of the demon sect. The third prince laughed in anger. Ji Changsheng, could it be that all those who oppose you are demons of the demon sect? Ji Changsheng nodded calmly. Ji is devoted to the country, and everything he does is justice. Those who are my enemies are naturally demons of the demon sect, and everyone can kill them. The voice fell. Blood splashed. The third prince quickly went to see his father. Ji Changsheng took out the knife. Openly, without any cover-up. The whole Baha Hall was stunned. Ji Changsheng said solemnly, it is our duty to kill the demons of the demon cult. Everyone. If there are any demons of the demon cult who feel sad for the death of the rabbit, just stand up, and I will accept all the questions. Ji Changsheng waved his hand. I would rather die then. Before he finished speaking, the head had fallen to the ground. Traitor. Puff. There was silence in Baha Hall. Everyone looked at Ji Changsheng in shock. And Ji Changsheng looked calm, without any emotional fluctuations. When facing the Bai family, he needed to play tricks and schemes, because at that time Ji Changsheng was not as strong as the Bai family, so he could only take shortcuts. Now the situation has changed. Shenhua. Even if there is Tontian Chamber of Commerce behind it, what can it do to Ji Changsheng? His strength and background are superior, and he is too lazy to use any tricks except for superficial work. There are indeed many demon cult undercovers hidden in the palace of Shenhua. Fortunately, Ji has been prepared. Ji Changsheng looked around and asked calmly, are there any demon cult monsters who want to assassinate Ji? No one answered. Ji Changsheng nodded with satisfaction. Very good. It seems that everyone is a righteous person. I am very relieved. The country cannot be without a king for a day. The emperor is doing evil and destroying himself. Ji prefers the queen to act as the government. But after all, it is not legitimate. Shenhua still had a rule that the harem could not interfere in politics 2 days ago. If Ji Changsheng wants to force the queen to take over, there may be a lot of stubborn resistance. Ji Changsheng did not want to kill people, so he thought of a compromise. Fourth prince, now you are the only living son of the dog emperor. It seems that the throne of Shenhua will fall on you. What do you think? The fourth prince couldn't say a word. His eyes were full of resentment. A mute, lingering on the sickbed all day long. Even if he was allowed to be the emperor, what would it feel like? The fourth prince saw Ji Changsheng's wolfish ambitions and his ruthlessness, so he risked his life. He didn't want to cooperate at all. He just wanted to die. Unfortunately, Ji Changsheng didn't let him do what he wanted. Instead, he nodded with relief. Your Highness didn't say anything, so it was naturally tacit agreement. In this case, Your Highness will be the new king of Shenhua, and Your Highness will be the Queen Mother of Shenhua. Queen Mother, Your Highness is not feeling well now, and cannot handle the government for the time being. I have to trouble you to take over the new king's transition for a while. The Queen. Now it is the Queen Mother who is eager to follow suit. What Elder Ji said is that I will definitely assist the new king and make Shenhua great again. Well said. Everyone. Come. Let's drink this cup together. And in the future, we will jointly assist Your Majesty and the Queen Mother to make Shenhua great again. Ji Changsheng took the initiative to raise the cup. Inside the Baoha Hall, everyone was in a happy mood. Chapter 84. I am full of martial virtues, and choose to win people over with virtues. For the future and future of Shenhua, and to seek the welfare of more people in Shenhua. Ji Changsheng sacrificed his reputation, image and reputation, and pretended to shape himself into a murderous demon. The above are all the inner thoughts of senior brother Chao. Chao Ziming saw the loneliness in Ji Changsheng's eyes, saw through the kindness hidden in junior brother Ji's heart, and naturally saw through the sadness in junior brother Ji's bones. Junior brother Ji is a righteous man, and it is naturally helpless to kill people. He must be very painful. It's all my fault. I let junior brother Ji take the initiative. I reflect on myself 3 times a day. Am I unfaithful when I work for others? Am I untrustworthy when I make friends? Do I pass on in practice? Chao Ziming abides by the teachings of the teacher of Danqing Pavilion and begins to reflect on himself seriously. The more I reflect, the more ashamed I feel. Of these 3 points, he seems to have only achieved the last one. He reviewed the knowledge taught by his teacher every day and never fell behind in the cultivation of righteousness. But he did very poorly in the first 2 points. Is he unfaithful when he is doing things for others? Have you tried your best when doing things for others? Chao Ziming glanced at Ji Changsheng and thought to himself that I didn't try my best. At least I didn't try my best. Because he could have done it just now. But he hesitated. But before that, he had told Ji Changsheng that he must do his best to do things for junior brother Ji. And he must not let junior brother Ji take the lead alone. Adhere to the way of a gentleman, but lose the righteousness of a friend. This leads to the second point. Is it true that you are not trustworthy when you are making friends? Is it true that you are not sincere when you are making friends? Chao Ziming naturally treats Ji Changsheng as a friend. Then, is it insincere to be in a relationship with junior brother Ji? Watching junior brother Ji's deep sorrow flow like a river. Watching junior brother Ji violate the sect rules of Xuandu Temple for the sake of justice, while he himself was at ease, still abiding by the principles of a righteous disciple. He was content to hide behind junior brother Ji and enjoy everything. Chao Ziming was surrounded by huge regret and shame. Junior brother Ji, I'm sorry for you. Ji Changsheng suddenly received a voice transmission from Chao Ziming, which was a bit inexplicable. He looked at Chao Ziming, wanting to know what happened. This time, Chao Ziming did not transmit a voice transmission, but said solemnly, Junior brother Ji, I believe that the people you just killed must be those who should be killed. And they are definitely not innocent. If anyone has any objections to junior brother Ji, come to Chao. I will endorse junior brother Ji. This is a complete binding in the public eye. If the immortal sect investigates afterwards. Although Chao Ziming did not do it just now, he must also bear joint responsibility. Ji Changsheng didn't know Chao Ziming's rich inner thoughts, but he felt that brother Chao might be crippled by him. He was going to be the young master of the heavenly demon sect in the future. Brother Chao's Danqing Pavilion. Could he go back? Forget it. If brother Chao couldn't go back to Danqing Pavilion, Xuandu Temple wouldn't want him. At most, he would let the heavenly demon sect or the Hehuan sect take brother Chao in. Ji Changsheng quickly put aside this worry. He believed that as long as he maintained a sense of justice in his heart, it didn't matter whether he was in the righteous or evil ways on the surface. The difference was that the disciples of the righteous had to do some superficial work. Thinking of this, Ji Changsheng nodded and said, I killed all the demons of the demon sect, and my crime was unforgivable. Not only was I not guilty, but I was meritorious. Of course, the reward of the Shenhua court was not important to Ji. The merit I was talking about was the merit of the spirit of merit. As soon as the voice fell, Ji Changsheng released his own merit energy. As we all know, Ji Changsheng had previously used up all his merit energy in Xuandu Temple, and used it to improve his cultivation. And now, Ji Changsheng's head actually attracted merit energy again. Although it was not much this time. It had not yet condensed into a petal of a merit golden lotus. But the merit energy and Xianwang energy still floated slowly around Ji Changsheng's head and his body, making Ji Changsheng look like a god walking in the mortal world. Majestic and murderous. Rewarding and punishing good and evil. When Ji Changsheng showed the merit energy and Xianwang energy, the people in Bao Hall were stunned again. Even the queen, who was her own person, was dumbfounded. Not to mention the fourth prince, who had already regarded Ji Changsheng as a demon from the demon cult. The fourth prince's eyes almost popped out. What is going on? This guy is clearly confusing right and wrong. So why can he still gather merit? Illusion? It must be an illusion. A deeply hidden demon cult Undercover blurted out. The people present were certainly not really impressed by Ji Changsheng's personality charm. Many people were impressed by Ji Changsheng's full of martial virtue. Once they have the opportunity, or their emotions are exposed, they are likely to expose their true thoughts. Ji Changsheng naturally knew this. He did not attack immediately, but just glanced at this demon cult monster. Before Ji Changsheng spoke, Chao Ziming was furious and stood up with a sword. Senior brother Chao immediately said to Ji Changsheng, Junior brother Ji, don't do it. Hand this demon to me. After pacifying Ji Changsheng, Chao Ziming said solemnly, everyone. Many of you are in the mortal world. And you don't understand some things even if I tell you. But I will only say one thing. The entire cultivation world knows that illusion can create all illusions. Except for the righteousness and merit. These two cannot be imitated by illusion. This is the public opinion of the cultivation world. And no one can overturn it. This is also the reason why Ji Changsheng pretended to be a disciple of Danqing Pavilion before. And Sheng Taiping believed it directly. In the eyes of those who know the business. The righteousness cannot be faked. Ji Changsheng thought it was a pity that Sheng Taiping did not know the business. The righteousness and the meritorious spirit cannot be faked. Which means that they cannot be faked in the eyes of insiders. In the eyes of outsiders, Ji Changsheng pointed at a deer and insisted that it was a horse. Who dared to say that it was not a horse, who had never seen a horse? And ordinary illusions cannot fake the righteousness and meritorious spirit. But Yoguang Luohuan is the best in the world. This is an illusion technique that directly points to Daoyuo. The inheritance is complete and all-encompassing. As long as you improve your own strength. It is easy to fake this. However, Chao Ziming is also a layman in this regard. He was just sent to Xuandu Temple for exchanges. And he did not understand the value of Yoguang Luohuan at all. It may be useless for a long time. Because many big guys in Xuandu Temple do not understand the value of Yoguang Luohuan. Ji Changsheng could still remember the scene of Li Changxi practicing the magic mirror in front of him in the main hall of the main peak. At that time, including the temple master, the 8 meridian masters of Xuandu Temple were all shocked. The elder who passed on the scriptures also said in front of him that among the 8 meridians of Xuandu, Yoguang was the last. So they would rather believe that there was something wrong with the magic mirror than believe that Yoguang Luohuan really had that kind of power. Ji Changsheng knew what he had done. So of course he knew that it was Li Changxi who changed everything with Yoguang Luohuan. And naturally he understood the value of Yoguang Luohuan. He used Yoguang Luohuan to cheat people outside. And so far, he has never been exposed. Fairy Ling Long is not a human. That's a bug. So, Chao Ziming's words now are just to fool these laymen. Unfortunately, there are probably only 3.5 people in this world who really understand Yoguang Luohuan. Fairy Ling Long, Li Changxi and Ji Changsheng. The master of the temple counts as half. It's not because of the master's cultivation, but because the master has a brain and can judge for himself that when they framed by Guanlin, it must be Li Changxi who did the magic mirror. So the master of the temple should now realize the power of Yoguang Luohuan. Others are still immersed in the setting that Li Changxi is the shame of Xuandu and can't extricate themselves. Ji Changsheng really feels sorry for them. Li Changxi has such a thick thigh. But he is the only one who wants to hug it. It can only be said that the current practitioners are too self-motivated. Let's get back to the topic. Chao Ziming continued, many of the worshippers present are also practitioners. They have entered the Jindan stage, and should know this common sense. Immediately, a Jindan level worshipper nodded, Mr. Chao is right. The meritorious spirit of Xuandu Temple, and the righteous spirit of Danqing Pavilion cannot be faked by illusion. Another Jindan level worshipper added in a low voice, the Yoguang lineage where Elder Ji came from is the last of the 8 lines in Xuandu. Practitioners who know the business know that the Yoguang lineage is the shame of Xuandu. Although Elder Ji's major is illusion, he certainly does not have this kind of strength. If only Chao Ziming said this, others might still have doubts. But even the royal worshipper said so. And others could only believe it. So, how is this possible? The demon cult monster who just blurted out and questioned Ji Changsheng's use of illusion felt that his worldview had collapsed. It's not an illusion? Did you really condense the aura of merit? And the aura of the mysterious and yellow of humanity? You are clearly doing the opposite of right and wrong. Killing people and setting fires. How can this be merit? Ji Changsheng said with a smile, who said that killing people and setting fires is not considered doing good deeds. As long as I kill the evil demons of the demon sect. Killing one person is equivalent to saving thousands of people. The heaven will naturally reward me with acquired merit and the aura of the mysterious and yellow. Chao Ziming trembled all over. He understood. Merit is divided into innate and acquired. Innate merit is too rare, requiring the merit of the creation level, which is basically exclusive to saints. At the worst, you have to be at the Daoyuo level to participate in the distribution of innate merit. Ordinary practitioners can only brush acquired merit. With the rise of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the human race, the Tai Ching saint established the human religion. And now the protagonist appointed by the heaven is the human race. Saving the human race will have acquired merit. What Ji Changsheng got was also acquired merit. The aura of the mysterious and yellow of humanity. You don't seem to believe it? In fact, it is simple to verify. Ji Changsheng looked at the evil sect monster who questioned him. He raised his hand and took off the other's head. The next moment, under the gaze of everyone, the aura of merit on the head of Ji Changsheng, who was holding the bleeding head with a smile, suddenly jumped up a lot. Look, everyone. The verification method is really simple. Chapter 85. Once a hero draws his sword, the common people will suffer another 10 years of disaster. Many people stood up in shock and subconsciously observed the strange phenomenon above Ji Changsheng's head. Ji Changsheng did not do anything wrong. He was not afraid of ghosts knocking on the door in the middle of the night. And naturally, he was not afraid of other people's doubts and verification. He welcomed all quality inspections. Facts have proved that the aura of merit above Ji Changsheng's head is real. The human way is more and more condensed. No falsehood. The queen was completely dumbfounded. Elder Ji, can you help me solve my doubts? I don't understand it. She believed from the bottom of her heart that her master was a demon. But what is this situation? Could it be that I misunderstood the master? The bad master is only bad on the surface. But he is actually a kind-hearted person, Chao Ziming told her. Congratulations. You got it right. I understand. I understand everything, Chao Ziming explained before Ji Changsheng. Heaven is fair and impartial. And all those killed by junior brother Ji are those who deserve to be killed. After a pause, Chao Ziming further understood Ji Changsheng's behavior. In fact, for many people in the Shenhua court, this is the only way to do it. Expecting the laws of the Shenhua court to bring them to justice is as ridiculous as the emperor breaking the law and committing the same crime as the common people. At this moment, Chao Ziming completely realized the gap between him and Ji Changsheng. People have selfishness, and heaven is fair. Junior brother Ji killed people to save people. Not only is he not wrong, but he is also meritorious. Not only is it not the style of the demon sect, but it is the true style of the righteous way. The reason why it is different from the style of ordinary righteous practitioners is that our righteous immortal gates are becoming more and more dogmatic. It is not junior brother Ji who is wrong, but many righteous immortal gates including Danqing Pavilion and Xuandu Temple. Chao Ziming's mind is open. Ji Changsheng was shocked. Senior brother Chao, you can kill people at will, but you can't say anything at will. If you say such things publicly, if the person in charge of Danqing Pavilion is a narrow-minded person, you may really not be able to go back. Fortunately, according to the brief contact between Ji Changsheng and Danqing Pavilion Master Jiangxi, Jiangxi's mind is not smaller than that of the master, and he should be able to accommodate and awaken Chao Ziming. Chao Ziming's words also made the Zhongjing and Baoha Hall wake up. They understood what he said. The laws of Shenhua are a set of standards, but they are just a piece of waste paper in Ji Changsheng's place. The rules of the cultivation world are another set of standards, but they are still a piece of waste paper in Ji Changsheng's place. Ji Changsheng has his own set of standards. As long as he can increase the aura of merit, he is not wrong. Therefore, Ji Changsheng will kill people without any scruples. Facts have proved that the heavens have guaranteed Ji Changsheng, and Ji Changsheng really did not kill wrongly. After realizing this, the Zhongjing became a little restless. If Ji Changsheng still killed people in the name of political correctness, it would be hard for them not to feel a sense of crisis. Chao Ziming also realized this. After opening up his mind, Brother Chao, combined with Ji Changsheng's words and deeds, and the merits of the heavenly Tao that could not be faked, understood one thing. Chao Ziming looked at the Zhongjing. He naturally did not believe that the Zhongjing were all in collusion with the demon cult. But is this important? The important thing is whether they should die. Junior brother Ji, if these people are killed, they are not wronged at all. But we are acting on behalf of heaven. Although Chao Ziming's words sound like a question, they are actually a statement. He already had the answer. The queen's legs were a little weak, not caring whether she would be seen or not. The queen quickly pulled Ji Changsheng's hand, signaling the bad master not to kill. If all these people were killed, she would really have no one to use. The ministers in the outer court were definitely not of the same mind as her. Ji Changsheng patted the queen's soft hand and gave her a calming look. Then he smiled and said, Brother Chao, don't be so murderous, and don't say anything big. Cold sweat appeared on the foreheads of the Zhongjing. From Ji Changsheng's words, they didn't hear the murderous intention, but the murderous intention of Chao Ziming, a rookie, was too obvious. They were really worried that Chao Ziming would suddenly draw his sword and kill people. Fortunately, Ji Changsheng stopped Brother Chow. It's too insulting to say that these big men who can rise to high positions in the human dynasty are good people. And it's also a bit insulting to say that they are bad people. This group of people, except for the Emperor Ing and his friends, who followed him through life and death. There must be some innocent people who were killed. But there must be many fish that slip through the net if we kill them all. And when the heaven calculates rewards and punishments for good and evil, our merits will definitely outweigh our faults. Ji Changsheng said very confidently, based on the merits that Ji Changsheng had gained after his previous killing spree. Chao Ziming believed that what junior brother Ji said was right. In that case, let's kill them all. Chao Ziming was murderous. The law cannot judge them, because the laws of the human dynasty were made by this group of people. At this time, we can only change to another human world. Ji Changsheng waved his hand. Brother Chow, please calm down. You are a bit extreme. There should still be good people among these people. And even if we kill all of them, it may not be useful. If we kill these people and replace them with a new group of people, will the later ones definitely be better? At this point, Ji Changsheng smiled without any worldly airs. Maybe it will be worse. And we will have to bear joint responsibility at that time. If the situation of the common people becomes more difficult because of us, how can you and I deal with it? Although it is not good now, a dynasty with laws is definitely better than a completely chaotic world. In essence, I am still a lawful and just good man with a knife. The eyes of the righteous people looking at Ji Changsheng were full of gratitude. At this time, they really believed in Ji Changsheng's self-identity. On the contrary, Brother Chow was a little unwilling. Are we just going to let this group of rats go? In life, we have to make choices. I'm not afraid of killing people. Nor am I afraid of changing to another world. I'm just not sure if it will be better after changing to another world. But I'm sure of another thing. What is it? As long as you are willing to cooperate with me today, the people of Shengwo will definitely be better. It doesn't matter whether they deserve to die or not. And it doesn't matter whether they are greedy or clean. What's important is to cooperate with me and do practical things for the people. At this point, Ji Changsheng sighed. Once a hero draws his sword, it will be another 10 years of disaster for the people. Senior Brother Chow, I hope that this world will never need a hero who draws his sword. Chapter 86. The devil is in power, and everyone is returning to their hearts. At this moment, Ji Changsheng's figure is extremely tall in Baha Hall. Everyone feels that they have reacquainted themselves with Ji Changsheng, including Chao Ziming. He thought he had understood the realm of junior brother Ji and appreciated his methods. He was also preparing to learn. But now, he realized again that junior brother Ji's pattern is higher than his. Junior brother Ji's purpose of killing is also greater than he imagined. He only learned junior brother Ji's method of killing, but not junior brother Ji's pattern of killing. I understand. Chao Ziming took a deep breath. Junior brother Ji's thoughts are naturally right. He was only worried about one thing now. These people are evil even at heart. Can they cooperate with us? Yes, they can. I will follow the example of Ji. Elder Ji works for the country and the people, which makes me admire him very much. I will definitely take Elder Ji as an example and do more practical things that benefit the country and the people. Please rest assured, Mr. Chow. After listening to Elder Ji's words, I have found my original intention of doing practical things for the people. The statement of Dongjing did not make Chao Ziming feel at ease. Instead, it made him more worried. Junior brother Ji, are you sure you can count on this group of servile and weak bones? They don't even have good character. What good can they do? Chao Ziming has received orthodox education in Danqing Pavilion for the past few decades, and the concept of righteousness is deeply rooted in his bones. It is impossible for him to agree with the performance of Zhongjin. I think it is better to promote some honest and upright good officials, so that we can use them more safely. The hearts of Zhongjing were lifted again. They originally thought that Ji Changsheng was their fatal threat. They never expected that the most dangerous person was Chao Ziming, a rookie with a sense of justice. Ji Changsheng smiled and shook his head and said, Brother Chow, I have a question. What question? Are you sure you can find a good official who is honest and upright? Chao Ziming, I think I can. I don't believe that the world is full of corrupt officials who are selfish and selfish. There are always some people who live like a beam of light. At the beginning, Chao Ziming was not sure, but he asked himself, looked at Brother Ji again, and his tone became more and more certain. He is a beam of light. In Danqing Pavilion, many people are this kind of light. Brother G is also this kind of light. Of course, the world is full of demons, monsters, and ghosts, but there are always people who are chivalrous and slay demons and monsters. If there is no such confidence, how can Danqing Pavilion disciples conduct themselves in the world? The dream of a scholar and a knight-errant through the ages is to write in red and blue. Junior Brother G. I believe that there must be people who are untainted by mud, people who plead for the people, and people who sacrifice their lives. As long as we look for them carefully, there will always be such people. Chao Ziming's tone became more and more firm, and at the same time, his own noble heart was also firm. Ji Changsheng looked at Chao Ziming with some surprise. After following him for 2 days, and seeing so many demons and monsters, Senior Brother Chao can still maintain this state of mind. Ji Changsheng realized the value of the Tianjiu disciples of Danqing Pavilion. Senior Brother Chao may not be smart enough, but such a character is indeed suitable for practicing Taoism. Being a persistent fool is actually more wise and promising than many compromised smart people. If there were more people like Brother Chao in the world would naturally become better. So Ji Changsheng certainly would not extinguish the light of hope like Brother Chao. He just chuckled and said, I completely agree with Brother Chao. But such honest officials who are not stained by mud are excellent in character, not necessarily in means. We cannot be sure whether they can do what we hope they can do, and we cannot even be sure whether they are willing to cooperate with our means. Ji Changsheng pointed to the demon cult monster in Bao Hall, whose head Ji Changsheng had just taken off. For example, the demon cult monster I just killed. Can those upright gentlemen you mentioned, Brother Chao, agree with me? Are they willing to cooperate with me? Not everyone in this world has the realm of Brother Chao. Chao Ziming was speechless. Apart from anything else, he was sure that many brothers and sisters in Danqing Pavilion, including the elders, would probably not agree with Brother G's behavior. But he agreed, because he saw that the people killed by Brother G were not innocent. He also saw the increase of Brother G's merits. If he follows the teachings of his elders in everything, he would probably have gained nothing since he came to Shenghua. Junior Brother G is about to take control of Shenghua, and the matter of Taiping Fudi has been dealt with. The first batch of guests who bought Taiping Fudi have received their compensation. Everything depends on the result. There is no doubt that all of Junior Brother G's actions will eventually make the people of Shenghua live and work in peace and contentment. In this case, no matter what Junior Brother G does, he is willing to agree. However, he also knows that many good people in his eyes may not agree. Ji Changsheng continued, the group of people in front of us are different. They may not be good people or good officials, but they have climbed up in the human dynasty like Shenghua, mastered real power, and received important positions. This shows that they either have a background that is all-powerful or have extraordinary means. You can despise the character of this group of people, but you can't despise their ability. At this point, Ji Changsheng smiled kindly at the Zhongjing. I believe in you gentlemen. As long as you sincerely cooperate with me, Shenghua will surely become great again at the fastest speed, and the people of Shenghua will be able to live a better life in the shortest time. Of course, Elder G is very wise. I will follow Elder G's lead in everything from now on. Most of the Zhongjing are old foxes, so they saw one thing clearly. Ji Changsheng and Chao Ziming are not one playing the good cop and the other playing the bad cop. Although the final effect looks like this. In fact, Chao Ziming is a rookie. The impulsiveness and recklessness of the rookie cannot be concealed. As long as they don't rely on Ji Changsheng, they have no doubt that Chao Ziming can kill people on the spot. So at this moment, although Ji Changsheng is threatening and tempting them and giving them an ultimatum, they still have to be grateful to Ji Changsheng. Of course, this is far from enough. Ji Changsheng is not a fool. As a person who has worked at the end of the universe, Ji Changsheng knows that the most untrustworthy thing is the promises of politicians. So Ji Changsheng raised his glass again with a smile. Come on, everyone. Let's drink another glass. From now on, work together and serve the emperor and the country. Work together and serve the emperor and the country. Cheers to Elder G. Cheers to the Queen Mother. Cheers to your majesty. Everyone raised their glasses and drank. When everyone put down their glasses, Ji Changsheng announced an exciting good news. I am very pleased to see that everyone is so united. I put some tonics in your glasses just now, which can strengthen your body and prolong your life. But there are some minor side effects. As long as everyone goes to the Queen Mother to drink a sip of tea regularly every 3 days, The side effects will disappear. I believe everyone will definitely have no objection. Zhongjing collectively remained silent for a moment. Then, they all said in unison again, "Thank you, Elder Ji." For the medicine. Ji Changsheng nodded with satisfaction. Everyone is so polite. Chapter 87. The court is full of people. Chao Ziming is a little bit nervous. Although he has learned something, he dare not use this method. He can only remind Ji Changsheng in a low voice, "Changsheng, you are also violating the Xianning Convention by drugging them like this." Ji Changsheng blinked. Xianning Convention? Hasn't he violated this thing a long time ago? Too many lice don't itch. No. When did he ever violate the Xianning Convention? Ji Changsheng said in surprise, "Brother Chao, what you said is unreasonable. I sent some elixirs to strengthen the body and prolong life to the adults. How can it be a violation of the Xianning Convention?" Chao Ziming said anxiously, "Brother Ji, think about it. If practitioners can poison mortals at will, wouldn't the world be in chaos long ago? This kind of thing is strictly prohibited by all major immortal sects, including the demon sect. Fairy Linglong personally issued the Linglong Sword Order. There is a difference between immortals and mortals. If there are practitioners who poison mortals, all major sects will eliminate them. For so many years, even the demon sect dared not violate this rule. At least not openly. Every year, the immortal sect will inspect the major human dynasties. But whenever such things are discovered, they will be severely punished in the end. All the people involved died without any accident." Ji Changsheng nodded. Proud of it, Xuandu Temple is indeed the first immortal sect of the righteous way. And Linglong Fairy is indeed the strongest person in the world, who has been maintaining the peace of the world. As a disciple of Xuandu Temple, Ji is deeply honored. Chao Ziming. That's it? Ji junior brother. This is not the point. What else is the point? Ji Changsheng didn't care. Ji is a disciple of Xuandu Temple. Can I violate the rules set by Xuandu Temple? The Immortal Sect Convention is a contract that the entire cultivation world abides by. And Ji will not violate it. All my actions are in line with the rules of Xuandu Temple. And they are all carried out without violating the Immortal Sect Convention. This matter is witnessed by the world. Chao Ziming was dumbfounded. Junior brother Ji's vision was indeed higher than his. But his face was definitely thicker than his. He didn't understand how Ji Changsheng could be so righteous. He thought Ji Changsheng didn't understand, and tried to explain, "Junior brother Ji, once this kind of thing gets out, all the major immortal sects will send people to investigate." Ji Changsheng smiled. What can the investigation reveal? The eyes of the world are sharp. Can the major immortal sects still wrongly accuse me of something that I, Ji, have not done? After a pause, Ji Changsheng continued, "Besides, does anyone think that I poisoned them?" Ji Changsheng looked at the Zhongjing. The Zhongjing shook their heads and hurriedly expressed their opinions. Elder Ji is helping us to strengthen our bodies and prolong our lives. Anyone who dares to report and spread rumors about Elder Ji behind his back is our common enemy. If the immortal sect really send an investigation team down, I will definitely argue for Elder Ji. Elder Ji is obviously doing good for us. How could he poison us? Mr. Chao, even if you are Elder Ji's senior brother, I will never allow you to slander Elder Ji. Ji Changsheng listened to the statement of Zhongjing and said to Chao Ziming with a smile, "Senior brother Chao, you see, I said that the matter of me poisoning the adults was a fabrication, and they still have to thank me. I really have to thank Elder Ji for the medicine. After taking Elder Ji's medicine, my eyes are no longer blurry, my ears are no longer deaf, and my whole body is full of strength. My belief is also more firm. Elder Ji is our family's second parents." Chao Ziming. It's hard to evaluate him, because he is not that kind of person. He would never say such flattering words even if he was beaten to death. Shaking his head, Chao Ziming reminded, "Junior brother Ji, it's useless. The major immortal sects sent people to investigate. Even if they all oppose the investigation team, the investigation team could still find out the truth. There have been many such precedents. It is futile for ordinary people to want to resist the investigation team. The truth is easy to find out." After a pause, Chao Ziming continued, "And junior brother Ji, do you really think that when they face the investigation team, they will say the same thing as now?" Ji Changsheng smiled and said, "Of course I believe you adults." Chao Ziming. After all, the weak cannot be supplemented, and some supplements can kill people. Although the people who came to the investigation team are all practitioners, they are not necessarily pharmacology experts. In terms of the art of elixir, our Xuandu Temple is unparalleled in the world. Ji Changsheng stated a fact with a smile. In the prehistoric fairyland, the most powerful 9-turn golden pill comes from the Tai-Ching lineage. In this illusion world, the most powerful elixir also comes from the Tai-Ching lineage. The Tai-Ching saint is awesome. The Zhongjing thought of Ji Changsheng's background and instantly straightened their already upright positions. Ji Changsheng's reminder was right. Moreover, Ji Changsheng whispered unintentionally, Xuandu Temple monitors the injustices in the world. I have never heard of anyone supervising Xuandu Temple. The Zhongjing were convinced. They admired Elder Ji's bright and clear character. It had nothing to do with Elder Ji's background in Xuandu Temple. Chao Ziming was not convinced. And he was very worried. However, he did not speak out his worries in public, so as not to encourage the Zhongjing to have a different mind. Instead, he reminded him in a voice transmission, Junior Brother Ji, in Xuandu Temple, you are not the only one who has the final say. And don't forget, you killed Fairy Linglong's husband. If you offend Fairy Linglong, your situation in Xuandu Temple will not be so good. What if the people said by Xuandu Temple want to embarrass you? Ji Changsheng admitted that Chao Ziming's worries were logical. Unfortunately, reality is illogical. Linglong Fairy, my future mother-in-law, the master of the temple, my thigh, I am indeed in a difficult situation in Xuandu Temple. I am almost going to the heavenly demon sect to suffer because of these two evil people. Of course, this cannot be said to Chao Ziming. Ji Changsheng could only explain in a voice transmission, Brother Chao, I still say what I said to you before. I will face the criticism of thousands of people with a cold brow, and bow my head to be a cow for children. Chao Ziming trembled all over, and his eyes were slightly red. Junior Brother Ji is ready to die for the country. He could no longer persuade Ji Changsheng, but decided to send a letter to Danqing Pavilion later. The Emperor of Shenhua was killed, and this matter could not be covered up. In addition to the complicated relationship between Shenhua and Yinghua, and the position that Xuandu Temple began to reveal, Chao Ziming confirmed that the Xianmen investigation team would be dispatched 90%, and the spearhead would be directed at Ji Changsheng. He couldn't stop this from happening, and he knew that Junior Brother Ji was probably ready to die for his country. But he couldn't just sit back and watch it happen. Do what you can. Rumor has it that Junior Brother Ji is the illegitimate son of the Green Lotus Sword Immortal. He decided to ask his teacher and fellow disciples. If the Immortal Sect investigation team is established, Danqing Pavilion will definitely send people to participate. He must ask the pavilion to send his senior brothers from his lineage, or the Green Lotus lineage. For Junior Brother Ji, Chao Ziming didn't care even if he had to do some shady operations. The truth is very important. But more importantly, Junior Brother Ji can be safe and sound, and the people of Shenhua can live and work in peace. Ji Changsheng naturally didn't know that Chao Ziming had already thought of this step of shady operations. He didn't care about this. On Blue Star, he understood a truth. Only the Eagle Sauce went to other people's homes to preside over justice. And there was no such thing as other countries going to the Eagle Sauce to preside over justice. Before Fairy Linglong ascended, Xuandu Temple was the top-end version of the Eagle Sauce in this world. And there was a huge gap with the lower levels. With the endorsement of Fairy Linglong and the Temple Master, Ji Changsheng was unscrupulous and had no scruples. Anyway, Fairy Linglong and the Temple Master had arranged a retreat for him. The position of the young leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect was vacant. What else did he need to worry about? He just needed to do good deeds and accumulate virtue. I am very happy to reach a consensus with everyone. Ji Changsheng first tied the Zhongjing to his chariot completely. Then he continued, My lords, I have a shocking account book here. Please help me solve my doubts. Ji Changsheng really took out an account book. He didn't make it up. He found it from the Dog Emperor. Ji Changsheng handed it to the queen. The queen's face changed slightly after flipping through it twice. After a brief reading, she passed it to others. Soon, all the loyal ministers and righteous men in the entire Baja Hall finished reading this account book. Ji Changsheng slammed the table angrily. I have always known that the blessed land business is very profitable, but I didn't expect it to be so profitable. I have always known that the most profitable blessed land business is the court, but I didn't expect the court to get so much. What I didn't expect was that you obviously exploited so much of the people's blood and sweat. But in the end, you told me that the treasury is empty and can't benefit the people. Where did the money go? Where did the spirit stones you took from the people and the casual cultivators go in the end? I need an answer. Ji Changsheng was murderous. Just because he had stopped Chao Ziming from killing people, it didn't mean that Ji Changsheng would never kill again. Illusions are illusions after all. If you want the people of Shengwu to live and work in peace and contentment, you need to increase their income and improve their situation. The problem is that he can't turn into a real spirit stone. If this group of people doesn't give him a solution, he can only kill people. I believe that as long as more people are killed, there will always be a way. The facts prove that it is true. Some loyal ministers knelt down without Ji Changsheng killing people. Some other loyal ministers quickly gave answers. Elder Ji, although the treasury has no money, the royal family of Shengwu is very rich. The princes and nobles are very rich. And the branch of Tontian Chamber of Commerce in Shengwu is even richer than a country. After a pause, the loyal minister without quotation marks added, the Shengwu branch of Tontian Chamber of Commerce is richer than the country of Ing. Chao Ziming and Ji Changsheng were instantly moved. It's nothing to be rich enough to rival a country. Shengwu's treasury is out of money. But the Shengwu branch of Tontian Chamber of Commerce is rich enough to rival Ingwa. No wonder the master wants to take action against Tontian Chamber of Commerce. With so much ill-gotten gains in hand. Who else will die if you don't? Ji Changsheng looked at the loyal minister in eunuch clothes and praised. What suggestions do you have? The loyal minister gritted his teeth and uttered 6 words. Build a big prison and kill more people. Ji Changsheng admired this loyal minister even more. What's your name? Any position? To reply to Elder Ji. I have no name. Others call me Lil Wazy. I don't have any prominent position. But the eunuch who holds the pen is my godfather. Oh! Where is the eunuch who holds the pen? The demon called Demon has just been killed. Ji Changsheng nodded. Little Wazy. Remember? Don't call yourself a servant in the future. Be a good person. I see that you have the talent of holding the pen. So you will be the eunuch who holds the pen. I will give you another name. From now on you will be called Wei Zhongxian. Chapter 88. From now on, the world will be turned upside down. Why should we spare our hands when killing people? Wei Zhongxian bowed his head and said, Thank you, Elder Ji. Ji Changsheng raised his hand, and did not let him kneel down. Don't kneel to anyone casually in the future. Including me. I understand. I say it again. Don't call yourself a servant in the future. Be a good person. Ji Changsheng said in a deep voice. Wei Zhongxian trembled all over. His face flushed. And he really realized that Ji Changsheng was not pretending. I came to Shengwu not to kill people, but to save people. I hope that the people of Shengwu can live like human beings. Including you. Understand? Ji Changsheng looked around. His voice calm and indifferent. Follow Ji. You can stand as human beings. I can get merit. And the people of Shengwu can live a better life. In essence, this is a win-win situation for all parties. Don't think so complicated. What's the use of fame and fortune in the mundane world? As long as the final result is good, you can also benefit from it. To put it clearly, in the interest chain of Shengwu, you are not the one who can get the most. How much money do the people have? How much can you get by squeezing out their savings? You can get more by squeezing the richest people. Ji Changsheng didn't expect this group of people to be awakened. In this world where you can practice, even if you are awakened, Ji Changsheng doesn't think it will have much effect. Emperor Ing is a lesson learned. Ji Changsheng wants them to believe that if they follow him, they will have the hope of getting more. As long as they confirm this. Even if Ji Changsheng does not poison them, they will support Ji Changsheng from the bottom of their hearts. Of course, it was not difficult to understand what Ji Changsheng said. Wei Zhongxian was very excited. I am willing to go through fire and water for Elder Ji. From Ji Changsheng, he not only saw his hope of being a person, but also saw his hope of being a rich and noble man. He felt sorry for himself if he was not loyal to Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng casually said, You don't have to go through fire and water. Do you know why I let you be the eunuch in charge of writing? There is also a promotion system within the eunuchs. Many people think that the eunuch in charge of the secret intelligence agency is the first among the eunuchs. But this perception is wrong. The eunuch in charge of the secret intelligence agency ranks second in status and power in the eunuch system, and may even be third. The first one is always the eunuch in charge of writing. The eunuch in charge of writing is responsible for ancient and modern books, famous paintings, albums, scrolls, pens, inkstones, ink, silk cloth, and paper, each with its own storage. The most important thing is that the eunuchs will assist the emperor in reviewing memorials. If they encounter those emperors who are not diligent in their work. They will even review memorials on behalf of the emperor. The 9,000 years old Wei Zhongxian, in the history of Blue Star, was a eunuch who held the pen. The commanders of the East Factory and the Jinui were all his lackeys. The same is true for Xinghua. This Wei Zhongxian obviously cannot be a 9,000 years old. But he is still very smart and knows his mission completely. I understand. To start a big prison and kill more people. You still don't understand. Ji Chansheng pointed out, we are pleading for the people and are fighters for justice. Only those cruel officials and incompetent emperors will start a big prison and kill more people. Of course, we must use fair and above-board means to achieve just and noble goals. Wei Zhongxian was a little confused. After all, he was just the adopted son of the eunuch who held the pen before. Although he had some insight, it was still difficult for him to follow Ji Changsheng's thinking. He thought Ji Changsheng wanted him to arrest people, kill people and confiscate their property. I am stupid. Please enlighten me. Elder Ji. Ji Changsheng patiently instructed, let you be the eunuch who holds the pen to help your majesty and the Empress Dowager share their worries. Complete the resource recycling and reuse of Shenhua. And concentrate and redistribute wealth. Wei Zhongxian was still educated. He carefully analyzed Elder Ji's advice to him. Then, he deeply felt that he had not read enough. What is the difference between this and arresting people? Killing people and confiscating their property? In fact, there is a real difference. The difference between high emotional intelligence and low emotional intelligence. The difference between reading a lot and reading a little. Wei Zhongxian had read books, but not much. So he was deeply aware of the gap between himself and Elder Ji. I understand. Wei Zhongxian nodded seriously. After all, he understood it from the beginning. Now I just realized one thing. I must read more in the future. Try to become as emotionally intelligent as Elder Ji. Ruzi is teachable. Ji Changsheng nodded with satisfaction, feeling that he has the potential to become a famous teacher. Compared with Li Changxi. Isn't he more qualified to be a teacher? Interrupt me. It was the Queen Mother who spoke. After all, Ji Changsheng was her chief master, and she was more courageous than other loyal ministers. The Queen Mother reminded Elder Ji, I have carefully read this account book. The Shenhua branch of Tontian Chamber of Commerce actually received 80% of the profits of the foodie business. Although the royal family and princes and nobles also got a lot. The majority of the profits still belonged to the Shenhua branch of Tontian Chamber of Commerce. Ji Changsheng nodded. This is a world where you can practice cultivation, and practitioners can naturally get more. There are big forces that make decent money, and there are big forces that are not decent. Tontian Chamber of Commerce is such an indecent one. The Queen Mother whispered, Elder Ji. I also think that Tontian Chamber of Commerce has taken a little too much. But it is a branch of Tontian Chamber of Commerce after all, and the Shenhua court cannot afford to offend it. It doesn't matter. Start with the princes and nobles in the profit chain of the foodie business. Ji Changsheng said, follow the clues and find the Shenhua branch of Tontian Chamber of Commerce. I'm afraid it's not easy to investigate. Other loyal ministers spoke up one after another. Elder Ji, you have good intentions. But our Sheng country has its own national conditions, which are somewhat different from other mortal countries. Ji Changsheng listened attentively. What is different about Sheng country? A deputy prime minister on duty today carefully analyzed. Sheng country and other countries have different national conditions. And the business model of Blessed Land is also very different. Elder Ji, you should know that Sheng country was split from Ying country. Right? Ji Changsheng nodded. The deputy prime minister continued. It was the major immortal gates that forced Ying country to make concessions at that time. So the establishment of Sheng country has had a deep connection with the major immortal gates from the beginning. Especially Yi Jianxian and Tontian Chamber of Commerce. At that time, Yi Jianxian's sword crossed the sky and helped Emperor Gaozu break away from Ying country. In this process, Yi Jianxian's reputation played a big role. And Tontian Chamber of Commerce also made great contributions. Therefore, Tontian Chamber of Commerce and Sheng country are deeply bound. Ji Changsheng was a little surprised. If that's the case, why is Sheng country nominally protected by Xuandu Temple? No matter how you look at it, Sheng country seems to be supported by Tontian Chamber of Commerce. In fact, Shenhua was indeed supported by Tontian Chamber of Commerce. What about the protection of Xuandu Temple? The deputy prime minister explained. Tontian Chamber of Commerce cannot intimidate Yinghua. Only Xuandu Temple can. As for Xuandu Temple, It originally did not want to participate in this kind of human dynasty dispute. The reason why it nominally protected Shengguo was because of the Bai family. Ji Changsheng suddenly realized. The previous person in charge of Xuandu Temple's office in Shengguo was Bai Xiuran, who was from the Bai family. Bai Shiji was also in Shengguo before, including Xing Taiping. They were all Bai Shiji's soul puppets. Everything is connected. So that's it. After all, Bai Shiji is the husband of Linglong Fairy on the surface. And Xuandu Temple must give this face. Is Bai Shiji's Baidi Academy also in Shengguo? Ji Changsheng asked. The Deputy Prime Minister nodded. The price of the blessed land around Baidi Academy is the most expensive in Shengguo. Ji Changsheng narrowed his eyes, and said without hesitation, the Bai family really deserves to die. The Deputy Prime Minister did not dare to take up this topic. Ji Changsheng is a ruthless man. He even dared to kill the husband of Fairy Linglong. He didn't have the courage. The Deputy Prime Minister changed the subject. Xing Taiping has provided many new operating models for Xingguo's blessed land. The pre-sale system of spiritual stones is one of them. He also proposed another measure to make the price of blessed land higher. The blessed land in the fairy area. At this point, the Deputy Prime Minister shook his head. Xing Taiping is really good at making money. Ji Changsheng's face darkened. Killing intent filled his chest. He regretted that Bai Shiji died too easily. If he had known that Bai Shiji was such a disgusting thing, he should have spared Bai Shiji's life. The magic way has many ways to make people live worse than death. It's decided. We will go to Bai Shiji's graveyard and grind this guy to dust. Check carefully to see if there are any remaining souls. There are many blessed lands in the 10,000 souls banner for him to enjoy life. In short, since the blessed land in the fairyland came out of nowhere, Shengguo is no longer the same as before. So Elder Ji, now you understand why there are so many obstacles to your move to the blessed land business? It's not easy to move the Tontian Chamber of Commerce. Behind them are the major immortal gates. Elder Ji, are you sure you still want to move? Of course I'm sure. Wei Zhongqian, go ahead and catch him. I'll take care of everything. No matter what his background is. It's not as strong as mine. Ji Changsheng was full of murderous aura. If you have to kill people and let blood flow to change all this, then let blood flow. Blood-stained mountains and rivers. Just in exchange for a flawless world. Chapter 89 Cooperation between the great Emperor Changsheng of the South Pole and the Lord of the Moon. Ji Changsheng's desire to kill is rising. He discovered that it is really easy to earn merits at the foot of the mountain. It is also good for practicing magic. It is not worse than those doomsday worlds. However, although Ji Changsheng was eager to kill, the Deputy Prime Minister did not show any excitement. Instead, he quickly poured cold water on Ji Changsheng. Elder Ji, their background may really be greater than yours. Ji Changsheng did not care. In terms of background, I, the great Emperor Changsheng of the South Pole, am not afraid of anyone. As if seeing Ji Changsheng's fearlessness, the Deputy Prime Minister reminded carefully, Elder Ji, you don't think that Xuandu Temple does not have descendants of the princes and nobles of Shengguo? Ji Changsheng narrowed his eyes. It doesn't matter if there are. It is normal to have them. Before, the Bai family even wanted to seek the position of the master of Xuandu Temple. There must be a force in Xuandu Temple that supports the Bai family. Now the master of Xuandu Temple is in power, and the era of the Bai family is over. Ji Changsheng said calmly, those people are definitely in the same party as the Bai family, and they are the ones to be liquidated. There is no need to worry about resistance from Xuandu Temple. Hearing Ji Changsheng say this, the Deputy Prime Minister and other loyal ministers breathed a sigh of relief. This is indeed a reassurance. If Ji Changsheng can't handle Xuandu Temple, then their actions will be meaningless. In the final analysis, many things are meaningful only when the gods above choose their positions first, and the people below fight. In a world where you can practice great power and return it to yourself, it is unrealistic to expect the people below to awaken themselves and change the world. Xuandu Temple is the greatest god in this world. With only Ji Changsheng's support, the Zhongzhen could only bite the bullet and do it due to the threat to their lives. But with the support of Xuandu Temple, the Zhongzhen really saw the possibility of success. The Deputy Prime Minister glanced at Chao Ziming again, hesitant to speak. Chao Ziming naturally saw the Deputy Prime Minister's actions, frowned and said, just say whatever you want to say. The Deputy Prime Minister asked, Mr. Chao, what is the attitude of Danqing Pavilion? Chao Ziming said strangely, Danqing Pavilion cultivates righteousness, so it will naturally stand on the side of justice. What are you worried about Danqing Pavilion? The Deputy Prime Minister smiled bitterly. Who is responsible for defining the word justice? Ji Chongqing's series of actions. No matter how you look at it. Looks like a demon. But Ji Chongqing killed so many people. And his merits increased. Where can I go to reason? The Deputy Prime Minister. A man who almost reached the end of his dynasty in the human world by relying on power tactics. Has a deep understanding of this aspect. He has no filter for Danqing Pavilion. Looking at Chao Ziming's still puzzled expression. The Deputy Prime Minister told an incident that happened in Shunwu 2 years ago. Mr. Chao. Did you know that Danqing Pavilion recruited disciples in Shunwu 2 years ago? Chao Ziming shook his head. I don't know. I don't care about these things. There are not many people who are willing to deal with trivial matters among practitioners. In other words, most of the people who are responsible for handling trivial matters for the major immortal gates are disciples who have no talent for cultivation, or disciples who have no room for improvement. Chao Ziming is a genius. Even if he doesn't practice in seclusion, he will go down the mountain to do justice, and will not be responsible for trivial matters such as recruiting disciples. The Deputy Prime Minister was not surprised by this. If it was Mr. Chao who was responsible for recruiting disciples for Danqing Pavilion 2 years ago, perhaps the tragedy would not have happened. What tragedy? Mr. Chao doesn't seem to know that our Shun country has a blessed land called Danqing. Swish. The sharp sword was unsheathed. The cold light shone everywhere. Chao Ziming's face was ashen. And for the first time, he had the idea of killing people. Say it again. Chao Ziming forced himself to control his anger. The Deputy Prime Minister glanced at Chao Ziming and judged that Chao Ziming didn't know about this matter, and felt relieved. Although Chao Ziming was murderous now, it was definitely not directed at him. Mr. Chao, our Shun country has a blessed land called Danqing. In the past 10 years, all the disciples recruited by Danqing Pavilion from Shun country came from Danqing blessed land. Without exception. Asshole. Chao Ziming's eyes were bloodshot. And he walked out with the sword. Fortunately, Ji Chongqing had been paying attention to him, and pulled Brother Chao in time. Brother Chao, please be patient, and listen to the Deputy Prime Minister. Chao Ziming gritted his teeth and said, I will kill all those scums in Danqing Foodie. Brother Ji, you are not allowed to compete with me. Danqing Pavilion was the top immortal sect that stood beside Emperor Ing 100 years ago. The predecessors of Danqing Pavilion 100 years ago once abandoned their own class interests for the people of the world. The pavilion motto and foundation of Danqing Pavilion is the dream of literati and knights through the ages, willing to write blood and ink. If the cultivation world has a conscience, then Danqing Pavilion must represent the conscience of the cultivation world, in order to practice their beliefs and persistence. Even if they fought for most of Danqing Pavilion's foundation 100 years ago, causing Danqing Pavilion to slide from the top immortal sect, their position has never changed. As a Danqing Pavilion disciple who has received orthodox education from Danqing Pavilion for decades, Chao Ziming is deeply proud of Danqing Pavilion. How can he accept that in the secular world? Danqing Pavilion has changed its way of life. This is the collapse of faith. Ji Chongqing patted Chao Ziming on the shoulder and comforted him. Don't worry. I will definitely not compete with you. Deputy Prime Minister, please continue. The Deputy Prime Minister looked at Chao Ziming like this and hesitated. He was very worried that if he told the whole truth, Chao Ziming would break off relations with Danqing Pavilion on the spot. But he couldn't ignore Ji Chongqing's words. So he still told what he knew. As far as I know, Danqing Foodie was originally created by the Bai family, the royal family, Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, and Danqing Pavilion. Crack! Chao Ziming directly crushed a corner of the chopping board in front of him. He was totally unaware and stared at the Deputy Prime Minister. You mean, someone in Danqing Pavilion knew about Danqing blessed land since the day it was established? The Deputy Prime Minister nodded and smiled bitterly. Mr. Chao, you should know that the reason why the blessed land is a blessed land is because of the gathering spirit array diagram. The major blessed land merchants are all immortal gates. How can ordinary people, including casual cultivators, get the gathering spirit array diagram? Why is it not the Danqing Pavilion gathering spirit array diagram provided by Tongtian Chamber of Commerce? Chao Ziming asked. This is still fantasy. The Deputy Prime Minister felt sorry for Chao Ziming, because he had experienced this stage. Who didn't have a dream at the beginning? He didn't enter the court for petty gains and losses at the beginning. Unfortunately, his passion was wiped out by reality. In the end, he became what he is now. Chao Ziming seems to be following his old path. The deputy prime minister sighed inwardly, and then explained. The spirit gathering array diagram is different from the spirit gathering array diagram. The selling point of Danqing blessed land, which is different from other blessed lands, is that as long as you live in Danqing blessed land, the effect of studying will be doubled. Chao Ziming did not speak again. He just pierced his palm deeply with his left fingernail, letting the blood flow. He needed some physical pain to suppress the pain in his heart. Ji Changsheng patted Chao Ziming's shoulder again to comfort him. Danqing Pavilion is different from other sections. They cultivate righteousness. One of the effects of righteousness is that the speed of reading and learning will be faster than others. So Danqing Pavilion has produced great heroes and great scholars. Danqing blessed land can have such an effect. So it must be the gathering spirit formation diagram that flowed out from the inside of Danqing blessed land. Ji Changsheng thought about it and took the initiative to defend Danqing Pavilion. Maybe Tontian Chamber of Commerce bought it from Danqing Pavilion. Brother Chao, you also know that Tontian Chamber of Commerce is rich. As long as there are enough spirit stones, there are few things that cannot be bought. Chao Ziming closed his eyes, and tears fell from the corners of his eyes. This scene is not funny, but makes people feel sad. Junior brother Ji, there is no need to comfort me. Even if the spirit gathering array diagram that Tontian Chamber of Commerce bought from Danqing Pavilion, the source must be Danqing Pavilion. Moreover, the name of Danqing blessed land has already explained everything. If it did not get the consent of the pavilion, would Tontian Chamber of Commerce dare to use the name of Danqing blessed land? In terms of financial resources, Tontian Chamber of Commerce is certainly stronger than Danqing Pavilion. But in terms of strength, who doesn't have a sword fairy sitting in the seat? If Tontian Chamber of Commerce wants to touch porcelain Danqing Pavilion, the price it needs to pay is too high, and there is no need for it at all. If all the disciples recruited by Danqing Pavilion from Shenghua in the past 10 years are from Danqing blessed land, I don't believe that no one in the pavilion knows about this. Chao Ziming's tone became calmer. Junior brother Ji, I am simple, but I am not stupid. What could Ji Changsheng say? Seeing Chao Ziming calm down, he knew that Chao Ziming's murderous intention was actually getting stronger. But it was no big deal. Just killing someone. No. Just killing scum. This was to get rid of harm for the people. Chao Ziming opened his eyes, and had completely regained his composure. He looked at the deputy prime minister and said calmly, Go on. What else is there? Indeed, there is something else. According to my understanding, the profit sharing of Danqing blessed land is 10% for the royal family, 20% for the Bai family and Tontian Chamber of Commerce, and 50% for Danqing Pavilion. Looking at Chao Ziming, who was calm and unperturbed, the deputy prime minister continued, After Elder Ji killed Bai Shi, the Bai family quickly declined. The 20% of Danqing blessed land has been transferred to Danqing Pavilion. Chao Ziming nodded and continued to ask, You just said that if I was responsible for recruiting disciples for Danqing Pavilion 2 years ago, maybe that tragedy would not have happened. What tragedy was it? The deputy prime minister sighed lightly. 2 years ago, our Shang country had a peerless genius. Peerless genius? Yes. She learned literature at the age of 3 and wrote poems at the age of 5. She could speak fluently at the age of 7 and had a photographic memory at the age of 10. She could recite the classics of sages by heart. What's more commendable is that she came from a very ordinary family. All of this is due to her own talent. Chao Ziming and Ji Changsheng were a little moved. This is indeed a peerless genius. Such people have appeared in history. In the mortal world, they can usually be remembered in history and become famous officials. In the cultivation world, such people must also have extraordinary talents. Judging from the other party's learning ability, he is particularly suitable for Danqing Pavilion. What happened next? Later, she surpassed all her peers who had lived in Danqing Fudi since childhood. When Danqing Pavilion recruited disciples in Shenghua 2 years ago, all the gambling houses ranked her name first. Because of her outstanding talent, she began to be targeted by the powerful. Speaking of this, the deputy prime minister glanced at the demon cult monster, the third prince, who had just died. The third prince once came to ask for marriage. Asking for marriage? Ji Changsheng and Chao Ziming were both stunned. Is it a woman? Yes. Her name is Xue Fanghua. Perhaps the most beautiful woman since the founding of Shenghua. The deputy prime minister's tone was very sad. Her talent is overflowing. When she was 17 years old, She stayed at a classmate's house in Danqing Fudi for one night. The next day, she awakened her noble heart. Chao Ziming took a deep breath. In this case, her talent is higher than mine, and she is already comparable to the Qinglian sword immortal. If she is accepted as a disciple, as long as she does not die prematurely, Danqing Pavilion will definitely have another genius in the future. But I have never heard of this woman's name. She is dead. Chao Ziming's heart sank. Ji Chongqing's eyes dimmed slightly. He had guessed this answer a long time ago, but after confirming it, he was still a little sad. How did she die? She refused all the powerful people's solicitation, and also refused everyone's marriage proposal, and spread the word that she was devoted to the immortal way and had no intention of pursuing the secular world. At this point, the deputy prime minister shook his head. She was too arrogant, thinking that she could be successful with her talent. Ji Chongsheng interrupted the deputy prime minister. In the world, the capable are in charge. People with ability and talent should be able to succeed with their own talent and ability. Burying the talent is a shame for Shenghua. Not her own fault. The deputy prime minister naturally did not dare to refute Ji Chongsheng. He just smiled bitterly and said, "That being said, the princes and nobles in the court do not have the vision of Elder Ji. They will only promote their own people to the top. No matter how talented Zhua Fanghua is, she will not be recommended by them. Zhua Fanghua believes that she can stand out with her talent. But in fact, she did not even have the opportunity to participate in the assessment of Danqing Pavilion, because her parents make a living by farming. All their savings added up are not enough to pay for a set of blessed land in Danqing Blessing Land. In the end, she failed to participate in the assessment of Danqing Pavilion?" Chao Ziming frowned and said, "Will a genius be buried to this extent?" He did not quite believe it. His background was also ordinary, but it was because of his talent that he joined Danqing Pavilion, because he had participated in it. Chao Ziming knew that the assessment and trial of Danqing Pavilion was not the sole responsibility of a certain person, but there was supervision. Moreover, the rules and style of Danqing Pavilion are there. If a genius prodigy like Zhua Fanghua is so famous, he doesn't believe that such a thing can be suppressed if Danqing Pavilion turns a blind eye. But it is obvious that Chao Ziming understands cultivation, but not reality. Facts have proved that it can really be suppressed. The ultimate move of the Saint Juanti, not Juanti, always has great power in the hands of the superior. The deputy prime minister said, although Zhua Fanghua did not bow her head, she also tried to save herself. Danqing Pavilion is the holy place she has always longed for. So the day before the assessment, Zhua Fanghua visited the elder who was in charge of the assessment at the time in Danqing Pavilion, hoping to get help from Danqing Pavilion. Chao Ziming nodded. If he were Zhua Fanghua, he would also make this choice, even from the perspective of interests. With Zhua Fanghua's talent comparable to that of the Green Lotus Sword Immortal, even if he cannot fully realize his talent in the end, he can definitely become a rising star in Danqing Pavilion. It is beneficial to make friends with such a talented disciple. Why do you have to be a bad guy? What a pity. Not everyone can look at the problem with a long-term perspective. She failed to ask for help? Chao Ziming asked. The deputy prime minister was silent for a moment, and then whispered, Zhua Fanghua fell from the 18th floor of Danqing Fudi that day and died on the spot. At this point, the deputy prime minister glanced at Chao Ziming and added, there were no clothes on the body. Chao Ziming fell into a long silence. After all, Ji Chongsheng was not from Danqing Pavilion, and his experience was richer than Chao Ziming. He quickly asked the key point, who was responsible for the assessment in Danqing Pavilion at that time? Du Zongjiang, the elder of the outer sect of Danqing Pavilion. Ji Chongsheng naturally didn't know such a small character, but the deputy prime minister quickly added the key point, Du Zongjiang has a brother. Then what? His brother is Du Zongsheng. Ji Chongsheng still hadn't heard of him. Is he very powerful? Chao Ziming finally spoke. He is my senior brother, Ji Chongsheng. He is also the youngest disciple of the Pavilion Master. He has reached the peak of the Golden Core stage and can be promoted to the Nascent Soul stage at any time. But he has been polishing his realm and wants to become the most perfect Golden Core. Ji Chongsheng raised his eyebrows. If you put it this way, he seems to have some impression. The person who can make Ji Chongsheng impressed is definitely not an ordinary person, because Ji Chongsheng is too busy. All day long, he is either killing people or on the way to kill people. Those who have no contact with him, but still leave an impression on him, must be celebrities in this world. That's why they are mentioned by people around him, or he pays attention to them. Du Zongxing of Danqing Pavilion? The rumored number one Jin Dan? It's not easy to be recognized as the number one in a certain realm. People in cultivation are all arrogant. Those who want to stay in the first place almost all have to fight for their reputation. For example, Fairy Ling Long, such as Yu Lao Mo. Although Du Zongxing is only known as the number one Jin Dan, it is enough to prove his strength. Ji Changsheng recalled that it seemed that he still heard Li Changxi talk about Du Zongxing. However, Li Changxi's evaluation of Du Zongxing is a fool. Li Changxi believes that Du Zongxing has been staying in the Jindan stage for a long time, and is a complete waste of time. She reminds Ji Changsheng not to learn from such a waste. In Li Changxi's words, I kill Yuanying when I am in the God-transforming stage, and he kills Yuanying when he is in the Jindan stage. The dead are all Yuanying cultivators. What's the difference in the result? Junior brother, don't learn from such a fool. We are all smart people in the Yaoguang lineage. As long as you can kill someone, do whatever is convenient. Ji Changsheng deeply agreed with Li Changxi's advice. At the same time, he also recalled Du Zongxing's record. He seems to have killed a Yuanying? Indeed, he has killed 3. Chao Ziming took a deep breath. It is precisely because Brother Du killed 3 Yuanying cultivators of the demonic Tao with his Jindan body that he became the disciple of the Pavilion Master. Brother Du is also the only genius in our Danqing Pavilion who is ranked as a true disciple in the Jindan stage. In the Jindan realm, Brother Du is invincible. The Deputy Prime Minister sighed. So, the name Zhua Fanghua has not been mentioned by Shenghua for 2 years. The conclusion of the 6 gates on Zhua Fanghua's death was that he accidentally fell from the building and committed suicide. Ji Changsheng laughed. But his laughter was very cold. It seems that this suicide is the same as the Dog Emperor's suicide. But what kind of person is Du? He is not worthy of using the same method as me. Mr. Chao, do you understand now? Shenghua has come to this point today. And there are countless hands behind it. Among these big hands, there is Danqing Pavilion. If you insist on investigating, the resistance you will encounter will be far greater than you think. The position of Danqing Pavilion may not stand on your side. Chao Ziming is naturally also a genius of Danqing Pavilion. But Du Zongxing's title of the first golden elixir belongs to another level. To make an analogy, it is the difference between Ying Hongya and Ji Changsheng in Xuandu Temple. Obviously, Du Zongxing has a higher status in Danqing Pavilion. Chao Ziming himself is also aware of this. Junior brother Ji, don't worry about Zhua Fanghua and Danqing Fudi, Chao Ziming said. I'll handle it, Ji Changsheng said calmly. Senior brother Chao, I absolutely believe in your character, but I don't believe in your ability. I don't think you can handle it. Patting Chao Ziming's shoulder again, Ji Changsheng said seriously. The first person in Jindan is very stressful for you. He is also your senior brother. With your temper, you will probably go to him directly to confront him. If Du Zongxing is really the mastermind or the cover-up, you may still trade your life with him. But believe me, you can't exchange his life. Your trick won't work, and you can only sacrifice in vain. Senior brother Chao, lie down. I'll take you flying. Chao Ziming was a little anxious. Junior brother Ji, you don't know Du Zongxing's status in our Danqing Pavilion. What status? Brother Du is the next pavilion master chosen by many elders in the pavilion. Ji Changsheng nodded. Guessed it. Then what? Chao Ziming, the next pavilion master. That is, he has not become the pavilion master yet. Even if he becomes the pavilion master, what does it matter? Ji Changsheng sneered. I dare to kill the husband of Fairy Ling Long. What is the potential young pavilion master of Danqing Pavilion? Wei Zhongxian, you should start investigating Zhua Fanghua's case. No matter who you find, arrest them or kill them. I want to see if anyone dares to come to me to beg for mercy. Wei Zhongxian was under great pressure. He also knew some inside information about this matter. Elder Ji, the person in charge of Danqing Fudi, is also surnamed Du, and Du Zongjiang is now in Taiping Fudi. Ji Changsheng raised his eyebrows. This is much easier. Just arrest them all and ask them about Zhua Fanghua's death. Elder Ji, please be patient. Zhua Fanghua's case has been proven to be a solid case, and her parents have accepted compensation and admitted that Zhua Fanghua fell from the building by herself. The queen also said, why don't we start with another Fudi? The Xiongzhen were under great pressure to confront Danqing Fudi right away. Ji Changsheng narrowed his eyes. Shuafenghua's case has been proven to be a solid case? Then, this elder reported in his real name that Danqing Fudi was harboring demons from the demon cult. Is this reason acceptable? Elder Ji, I think we should start from. I'm not discussing this with you. Ji Changsheng suppressed all the opposing voices with one sentence. If it can be done, do it. If it can't be done, I'll get someone else to do it. Ji Changsheng looked around and said indifferently. It's not easy to find a three-legged frog. But there are plenty of people willing to be my dogs. Did I give you face? Why do you have so many opinions? The Baoha Hall was silent. They recalled Ji Changsheng's true face a few minutes ago. Wei Zhongxian. Can you do it? Wei Zhongxian gritted his teeth and said, I will send someone to catch the Du guy right away. Brother Chao. You go with Wei Zhongxian. Anyone who dares to obstruct the law enforcement will be treated as a demon and killed without mercy. Okay. Chao Ziming also risked his life. Brother Ji. If there is any movement from Brother Du, I will block it for you. I have a foothold in Danqing Pavilion. You are not needed. In front of everyone. Ji Changsheng sent a voice message to Li Changxi. Sister, I may need your help with something. Li Changxi quickly replied. I am doing good deeds. What's wrong? Ji Changsheng, if I want to kill Du Zongsheng of Danqing Pavilion, do you have any way? Sister? Li Changxi replied almost immediately. It's that stupid bird who claims to be the first person in Jindan? Killing him is too easy. He may be promoted to Yuanying at any time. Junior brother. If you want to kill him, I will throw him directly to the border of Sheng State and split the threshold of Yuanying for him with one sword. Mother Sword Order. Yuanying and above are prohibited from entering Sheng State. I will promote him to Yuanying with my first sword and send him to Sheng State with my second sword. He will die immediately, and Jiangxi can't save him. Ji Changsheng nodded with satisfaction. Senior sister is really smart. Then I will move the people of the Du family first. If Du Zongxing makes any move, senior sister, you will help Du Zongxing to promote to Yuanying for me. Zhongxing was stunned. We recognize the value of Xuandu Temple as the best in the world. Chapter 90, Immortals Fight. Benefiting all living beings. Li Changxi would naturally not refuse Ji Changxing's request. No problem. We help him advance to the nascent soul stage. And he will thank us. Ji Changsheng smiled, indeed. My senior sister and I are kind-hearted and are recognized as the two pillars of Xuandu. We are the most helpful. Du Zongxing has been stuck at the peak of the golden core for so long and cannot make any progress. People of our generation in the righteous way should lend a hand. Li Changxi was very satisfied. Junior brother. You are so nice to hear. If you can talk, you should say more. Which? I am the Zongxing of Qi State. If you dare to touch me, it is a violation of the covenant of the Immortal Gate. And you will definitely not be well. Puff. The sound of a head falling came from the other side. The Zhongxing were trembling. I dare not imagine what Li Changxi is doing over there. Qi State is slightly larger than Sheng State in terms of land area. And if they heard correctly, it seems that the one who died was the Zongxing of Qi State. Zongxing, an official in charge of the affairs of the emperor's relatives or relatives of the emperor. The Zongxing of Qi can basically be understood as the patriarch of the royal family of Qi. It sounds like he was killed by Li Changxi. The Zongxing looked at Ji Changsheng and listened to Li Changxi, and felt that the two were indeed of the same lineage. No one believed that they were not from the same family. They all ignored the Xianmen covenant. Ji Changsheng asked curiously, Senior sister, who are you going to kill? Li Changxi said, a scumbag from the royal family of Qi. I saw his men stealing children from ordinary people. Later, I investigated and found that these guys had a special fetish for children. It was too late to find out. Many girls and boys have been killed by him. If I don't kill a few people, I will not be at peace. Ji Changsheng nodded. He should be killed indeed. This kind of person must have accomplices. Senior sister, kill a few more, and you can put the blame on me. Anyway, I am in Sheng country, and I have the Ling Long Sword Order. If I violate the Xianmen Convention, no one above the nascent soul can do anything to me. Li Changxi said seriously, when did I violate the Xianmen Convention? What does killing a few demons have to do with violating the Xianmen Convention? Zhongxing was speechless. Ji Changsheng, sister, we are indeed a family. I have killed many demons in Shenghua. The dog emperor of Shenghua also colluded with the demons. But I didn't kill him. He committed suicide out of shame after I exposed him. Will there be trouble in the future? Li Changxi reminded, Junior brother. You'd better restrain yourself. Shenghua has more connections. Intrigue. I slaughtered the royal family, and there were few people to support them. But behind the royal family of Shenghua are Tongtian Chamber of Commerce and Yijiangxian. And other sects are also intertwined. I understand. You asked Du Zongxing because the Du family also has industries in Shenghua? Ji Changsheng. Well, the Du family has many industries, which are basically ill-gotten gains. I suspect that Du Zongxing is the real leader behind these black industries, so I'm on guard against him in advance. Then be careful, junior brother. Many people in Shenghua are watching. If you do too much, Tongtian Chamber of Commerce will definitely organize an investigation team to enter Shenghua. The Zhongxing nodded repeatedly in their hearts. This is what they are afraid of. Once the investigation team arrives, Ji Chengxing's actions will be completely hidden. But Li Changxi's words quickly made them dumbfounded. But it's not a big problem, junior brother. Just secure the evidence. If the major immortal sects want to send an investigation team to Shenghua, they must get the consent of our Xuandu temple. If my mother or the temple master doesn't nod, the investigation team can't enter Shenghua. Once they nod, the investigation team will definitely be our people. Ji Changsheng smiled. Sister, you know me. I always kill people with ironclad evidence. I never kill without teaching. All those who died in my hands deserve to die. Even Fairy Ling Long could not find fault with them. Li Changxi, indeed. I trust your methods, junior brother. Okay. I won't talk to you anymore. I saw another old bastard. Li Changxi ended the call. The Zhongxing were silent. Ji Changsheng proved with his actions that he was not bragging. As an elder of the outer sect of Xuandu Temple, he was really awesome. The first person of Jindan was very powerful, and Danqing Pavilion was also a top immortal sect. But neither of them could scare Ji Changsheng. On the contrary, the one who should be afraid was the person standing opposite Ji Changsheng. The Zhongxing also realized that Ji Changsheng was deliberately talking to Li Changxi. This behavior of showing off his muscles proved one thing. Ji Changsheng can really do whatever he wants. Li Changxi, one of the 8 vain masters of Xuandu Temple, simply responded to Ji Chengxing's requests. The young leader of Danqing Pavilion, who was almost appointed by the emperor, was like a pig to be slaughtered in the conversation between Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi. They said to kill him, and they could immediately think of a way to kill Du Zongxing. This was not rehearsed in advance. Ji Changsheng had no idea about the existence of Du Zongxing before, but Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi dared to discuss how to kill Du Zongxing directly. What is Xuandu Temple? What is the best in the world? The Zhongxing completely refreshed their cognition. Not to mention them. Even Chao Ziming almost knelt down to Ji Changsheng. He had heard that Li Changxi was not mentally normal before. Today, after hearing the conversation between Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi up close, he realized that Li Changxi was more than mentally abnormal. This brain is spinning too fast. Junior brother Ji dared to kill Fairy Linglong's husband. Master Li dared to kill Fairy Linglong's son. Junior brother Ji and Master Li joined forces. Chao Ziming suddenly discovered that the mountain he had identified in his heart, Du Zongxing, seemed to be nothing. In front of the glorious achievements of Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi, Du Zongxing was nothing at all. Junior brother Ji, is this Xuandu Temple? Chao Ziming had just been sent to Xuandu Temple by Danqing Pavilion for exchanges for a few days, and he followed Ji Changsheng down the mountain. Obviously, he did not have a deep understanding of Xuandu Temple. Ji Changsheng gave him a positive answer. This is Xuandu Temple. Fairy Ling Long is the best in the world. The master of the temple directly cooperated with Ji Changsheng to deal with the Bai family. Li Changxi practiced fake to real in front of the master of the 8 meridians. Not to mention Ji Changsheng. They are the backbone of Xuandu Temple. Generation after generation. This is the gold content of the world's #1 force. Ji Changsheng looked at Zhongxing. Are the words I said to my senior sister clear enough? Zhongxing knelt on the ground. It was too clear. It was so clear that they almost pissed themselves. Ji Changsheng waved his hand and directly swept all the people up. I said, no need to kneel. Learn to be a good person. I am not here to exploit you. I am here to lead you to kill the group of people who exploited you in the past. Just go ahead and do it. There is no one in Shenghua that I cannot afford to offend. Xuandu Temple wants to rectify the atmosphere of the whole world. And Shenghua is the first stop. All of you should behave well for this elder. Whoever dares to obey in public but disobey in private, I will send him to see the dog emperor. Wei Zhongxian. I will keep an eye on you. Don't let me down. And set an example for others. Wei Zhongxian took a deep breath, bowed to Ji Changsheng, and then resolutely left Ba Hall. People of the inner guard, follow Wei Zhongxian. Senior brother Chao, protect Wei Zhongxian. If the Du family dares to resist, kill them without mercy. If no one in the Du family resists, you could also kill the person in charge of Danqing Fudi to establish your authority. Believe me, it will be very helpful for you to practice righteousness. Chao Ziming. He really wanted junior brother Ji to teach slower. He learned a lot in just 2 days after going down the mountain. He even felt that he couldn't learn enough. But based on the observations of the past 2 days, junior brother Ji is always right. He also successfully promoted his cultivation to the peak of the golden core. It's right to listen to junior brother Ji. Junior brother Ji, I listen to you. Go. Looking at Chao Ziming's back, Ji Changsheng was thinking that he didn't know who Du Zongxing was, and there was a high probability that he would become an enemy. But senior brother Chao is such a good person, worthy of being the head of Danqing Pavilion. At that time, I will have Xuandu Temple in my left hand and Tianma sect in my right hand. I will give Hehuan sect to Bao, and Danqing Pavilion to senior brother Chao. I really want to ask who else. It's a pity that senior brother Chao is too naive. It is estimated that the elders of Danqing Pavilion will hardly agree to him being the boss. Otherwise, Ji Changsheng really wants to try to push Chao Ziming up. Changsheng, what's going on? Ji Changsheng received a message from Ying Hongya at this time. Ji Changsheng had already reported to Ying Hongya that he was safe before, so that Ying Hongya would not blow up the Shenhua Palace directly because of worrying about him and Chao Ziming. However, Ji Changsheng has been staying in the Shenhua Palace and has not returned to the Xuandu Temple office. So Ying Hongya can't help but worry. Ji Changsheng reported to Ying Hongya that he was safe again. Don't worry. I'll be back soon. Ying Hongya, I have something to do here. What is it? A lot of people came. The first batch of guests of Taiping Fudi have taken back the Fudi certificate. They all know that you helped, so they all came to thank you. There are a lot of people. You better come back to see them. Ji Changsheng glanced at the Queen Mother. It seems that the Queen Mother is still efficient. The reaction of the Shenhua court was similar to what he expected. Ji Changsheng had killed the Crown Prince and the Princess of the East Palace before, and this was the result. Facts have proved that killing people can really solve problems. It's just that he hasn't killed enough people. So now he can only solve the problems of Taiping Fudi, but not the problems of other Fudi. What he has to do next is to promote his successful experience, make persistent efforts, and create more glory. Hongya, just watch and greet them. Ying Hongya chuckled and said, it's your credit. I don't want to take credit for it. Okay. Come back early if you have nothing to do. Do you still want to spend the night on the dragon bed and defile the harem? Ji Changsheng glanced at the Queen Mother again, thinking that she must want me to do this. But Ji Changsheng is a good man. He wants to keep his chastity for his senior sister. The main thing is that he just sought help from Li Chengxi. If he defiles the harem right after, what if his senior sister doesn't want him to hold her thigh? Although this possibility is not very high, Ji Changsheng still decided to play it safe. Okay. That's about it for today. You can go home if you have nothing to do. Ji Changsheng ended the banquet. As expected, the Queen Mother privately suggested, Master, it's getting late. Are you going to leave tonight? Ji Changsheng said calmly, if you want to leave, pay attention to the impact. The investigation team will definitely come. He was mentally prepared for this. Li Chengxi also said so. So the matter could not be covered up. Ji Changsheng was not afraid of the investigation team, but he still had to do some superficial work. There are people waiting for me at the Xuandu Temple office. You did a good job. The first batch of guests of Taiping Fudi have taken back their Fudi certificates. Ji Changsheng praised. His requirements are not high, as long as you can do your best to do things according to his instructions. Unfortunately, in this regard, only the previous Queen Mother in the entire Shang Kingdom has cooperated with him so far. So the Queen became the Queen Mother. Ji Changsheng could only say that some people died unjustly. The Queen Mother said modestly, of course I will follow your orders. Master, I didn't behave very well today. Next time, no matter what you ask, I will not raise any objections. Don't worry. If you dare to raise any objections next time, Shenhua will change a Queen Mother. Ji Changsheng patted the Queen Mother's pale face with a smile, and comforted her. I need a Queen Mother to help me do things. As for who this Queen Mother is, it doesn't matter at all. I'm leaving. Have a good rest tonight. Looking at Ji Chongqing's receding back, the Queen Mother leaned against the pillar weakly, her whole body soaked in cold sweat. Yes, Master. All the guards and palace maids bowed their heads. They swore that they didn't see or hear anything. Demon sect. Soul-breaking palace. Saint Hewan closed her eyes and dozed off. The pleasant sound of the piano surrounded the palace, and a faint smile slowly appeared on the corner of Saint Hewan's mouth. She finally stopped hearing the murderous intent. Very good. At this moment, the sound transmission note on Saint Hewan's body flashed a bright light. Picking up the sound transmission note and taking a look, Saint Hewan really laughed out loud. Fan Hua, come and talk. The sound of the piano stopped suddenly. A maid knelt in front of Saint Hewan. Madam, how long have you been with me? 2 years. After 2 years, I finally can't hear hatred and killing in your piano music. It's not easy. Fan Hua is dull in talent, and I disappoint you. Your talent is not dull. You are born with a heart of piano and a courage of sword. You are a genius in cultivation. Saint Hewan chuckled and said, unfortunately, this is both your talent and your constraint. In these 2 years, if you can learn to conceal your heart of piano and hide your courage of sword, it will be a great success. You are good and you didn't disappoint me. Thank you for your advice. Madam. Saint Hewan raised her hand and ejected a water mirror. A moment later, in the Broken Soul Palace, the scene of Ji Chongqing talking about the Danqing blessed land in the Baoha Hall appeared. The name Zhua Fanhua was mentioned. The maid trembled slightly, and the murderous aura reappeared on her body. After reading the water mirror, Saint Hewan asked, it's been 2 years. How do you feel when you hear others talking about your name again? Zhua Fanhua. The maid looked up. If the Deputy Prime Minister of Shung State, or someone who knew Zhua Fanhua at the time, was here, they would definitely recognize her. This is the genius girl of Shung State 2 years ago. Zhua Fanhua cowed out, Madam, please send me back to Shung State. I am willing to personally point out Du Zongjiang and help Elder Ji so that he can bring the Du family to justice. Saint Hewan laughed. I can send you back to Shunghua. After 2 years, your temper has been worn out. But you don't have to help Ji Chongqing. Without your help, he can still bring the Du family to justice. Zhua Fanhua. Sending you back to Shunghua is not to let you die as a witness, but to let you watch Ji Chongqing closely and see how he deals with the Du family. Watch more, learn more, and imitate more. If you can learn Ji Chongqing's 3-point tactics with your heart and courage, your future achievements will be limitless. Saint Hewan looked at Zhua Fanhua and said, I will save your life. Sharpen your heart for the piano. Forge your courage for the sword. Cut off the world for you. Help you understand the painting. All for the sake of letting you live well. It's enough to do that stupid thing 2 years ago once. There are many ways to take revenge. Don't get yourself involved again. I can save you once, but I can't save you a second time. Zhua Fanhua took a deep breath. Thank you, Madam. Fanhua understands. I hope you can really understand that Du Zongjiang was greedy for you that day. First, he coveted your beauty. And second, he saw your heart for the piano and your courage for the sword, and didn't want you to shake Du Zongxing's position. Du Zongxing was probably unaware of it before. But 2 years have passed. Do you think he knew it? Asked the Saint of Hewan. Zhua Fanhua said coldly, Elder Ji will test it for me. Yes, Ji Chongqing will answer this question for you. If he overthrows the Du family this time. Remember, you also owe him half a life. Zhua Fanhua nodded seriously. Now that this matter is over, I will arrange for you to rejoin the Danqing Pavilion. The cultivation world has its own rules. I can't bully the weak. Not to mention that my identity is so special that I can't avenge you. I wanted to leave the Du family to you to level up. But Ji Chongqing is not a rule-abiding person. Since he has taken action, there is a high possibility that he will uproot the Du family and even kill Du Zongxing. By then, with your talent, you will have a lot of room to do in the Danqing Pavilion. When Saint Hewan said this, she smiled silently, but I think you will not feel as much belonging to Danqing Pavilion as you did 2 years ago. Zhua Fanhua said in a deep voice, Madam taught by example. Fanhua has personally experienced it, and will never forget it. Those who talk about noble spirit have never done anything wrong in their lives. Those who call people evil have no good intentions. There is no need to be so extreme. The style of Danqing Pavilion is still worthy of praise. And most of the disciples of Danqing Pavilion are also trustworthy. There is no need to have a grudge against the entire Danqing Pavilion because of the Du family. You can just think of yourself as a pure disciple of Danqing Pavilion. I hope that I will never need you as a hidden chess piece. That means Saint Huan will never encounter a life and death crisis that requires Shuafenghua's help. Shuafenghua kowtowed again. Let's talk about it separately. A quarter of an hour later. Xuandu Temple office. Ji Changsheng saw the first batch of guests of Taiping Foodie. But he did not accept their thousands of thanks. Everyone. It's getting late. Go home. Live a good life in the future, and enjoy the spiritual environment of the blessed land. There's no need to thank me. I've already got what I deserve. Ji Changsheng released his own merit. It has become stronger than when he was in Bao Hall. And it is still growing stronger. Disciples of Xuandu Temple. Cultivate merit, and do good deeds. Living and working in peace is the greatest help to me. A casual cultivator saw Ji Changsheng's attitude and admired him. Elder Ji, you don't know that you have helped us solve a huge problem. Take me for example. If I can't get this blessed land back, my Taoist partner and I are already preparing to practice magic. And we really can't live. Ji Changsheng asked patiently, is the situation of independent cultivators in Sheng was so difficult? Elder Ji, I don't know if you understand us independent cultivators. We don't have enough talent. So we need to spend a lot of extra spirit stones to buy exercises, including seeking guidance from famous teachers. The same way. From foundation building to golden elixir. The resources I need to spend may be 10 times that of you. Ji Changsheng suddenly realized. This is just like the cram school those children attended in Blue Star. Ji Changsheng himself didn't go. But he knew some of the market. It's a very profitable industry. The profits were so huge that the country couldn't help but cut it off. It is precisely because of our lack of talent that we hope to use the spiritual energy of the blessed land to assist in our cultivation. But Sheng Taiping is really... The casual cultivator did not dare to continue talking here, but just smiled bitterly. The price he bought back the Taiping blessed land is not enough for the interest we pay to Tontian Chamber of Commerce. Elder Ji, do you know where the most deceptive part of the Taiping blessed land is? Where? When there is a problem with the Taiping blessed land. Even if we cannot live there, we still have to pay the Tontian Chamber of Commerce a high amount of spiritual stone interest every month. When the casual cultivator said this, the others nodded one after another, and their hatred was evident. 100 ghosts paraded at night in Taiping Foodie. Logically, this should be a matter for foodie merchants to solve. And we are also victims. But Tontian Chamber of Commerce doesn't care about our life or death. Once we can't pay the interest on time, Tontian Chamber of Commerce will directly stop our credit and blacklist us in the entire cultivation world. With the reputation of Tontian Chamber of Commerce in the world, including the cultivation world, once we are blacklisted by Tontian Chamber of Commerce, we have no choice but to cultivate magic. Elder Ji, I really don't understand. Isn't Tontian Chamber of Commerce a righteous sect? Why can they make such unscrupulous terms? Ji Changsheng said calmly, Tontian Chamber of Commerce has been possessed by demons. I came to Shengwu to slay demons and eliminate demons. Let's live our lives in peace. The gods will only fight each other in the future. Even if it affects mortals, it will only benefit all living beings. Elder Ji, let's not talk about the future. You have helped us a lot now. In the future, Elder Ji will come to my store to consume, and it will be free forever. Elder Ji, you are so kind. Su will never forget it. Elder Ji, thank you. Thank you for letting us get our blessed land back. If it weren't for you, I really planned to commit suicide. Ji Changsheng is not used to this situation. To be honest, I have never been thanked like this when I worked at the end of the universe in my previous life. So he quickly sent them out of the office. Just one sentence for them. You just got the blessed land that originally belonged to you. So you don't need to be grateful for anyone's gift. This is what Ji Changsheng thought in his heart. He also said this to Ing Hongya. Hongya, there is something wrong with this world. How do you see it? If a group of people are grateful just because they got something that should belong to them, then it means that there is a big problem. Cha Sheng. Although you kill people, set fires, frame others, and scheme, I find that you are actually a good person. Ji Changsheng. I still remember what you said to me last time. If the gods fight, they should be allowed to fight. And mortals should not suffer. That's exactly what I said. You did it. A man who keeps his word is very handsome. Hongya. I want to marry my senior sister as my principal wife. Do you mind being a concubine? Ing Hongya. Angry out of shame. JPG. Ji Chan Shum. I want to fight you to the death.